Hello and welcome to another round of me, Ronan Vector, exploring your timeline. Today's kind of a sad day. I learned yesterday that Benny, the Comicstorian, passed away, and it's very unfortunate. I considered him a fellow explorer of different timelines, and much like him, I think that I found more value exploring things outside of myself, than I did uh, my own life. And I would like to honor Benny by going through some of his greatest hits. So I'd like to start with Injustice, and we'll get into some Dark and Darker. There's plenty of opportunity to chill out in between and talk about his stuff. So this is how I do. All right.
This is Injustice year 1 through 5. If you've been on our channel for a while, then you know that we've been covering this epic for like 3 years. It has gone on forever, and some people have forgotten how it started. So we thought it would be fun to put together years 1 through 5 of Injustice into a 2.5-hour video and allow you guys to indulge in a really long movie. Two things do you need to know as we go into this. One, our editing styles progress because this happened over 2 years. So you're going to see how...
God, I forget how long ago this happened.
Got really good towards the ending of the whole thing. And the second thing is there's going to be a part where I say that Batwoman died when the plane went down. That was wrong. We knew about it like the day I did it because you guys all told me it was wrong. But when I say it in the video, we can't correct it because we don't even have that like equipment anymore. So when I say it, it's wrong. I'm telling you now. Okay. Hope to see you guys on the other side of this 2.5-hour video.
I miss that dude. He was important for the comic YouTube game. He's still gonna be important for years to come. And all the content he's done.
A separate universe from the main timeline. And while it is still happening right now at your local comic book shop, it does not affect the main timeline. Also, warning, this is a long series. Why do you guys make me suffer with these? Our story begins on a rooftop, no different than any other. But on this rooftop, Batman and Superman, two of the greatest friends in superhero history, are sitting. Superman looks at Batman and tells him, "We want you to be the Godfather." Bruce looks surprised, and Clark smiles. Hey look, the world's greatest detective is surprised. And Bruce smiles. You see, in this universe, Superman is married to Lois Lane. Gotham is relatively calm, and the superheroes are revered among the people. They are the heroes of this world, and no one questions that. This is a perfect world that the Joker is about to ruin as he shoots and kills Jimmy Olsen and kidnaps Lois Lane. Things ramp up quickly because Superman can't find her, and panicked, he grabs Batman by the shoulders. "Please, help me find her." So Batman calls up the entire Justice League. This is an all-points bulletin. We need everyone to look for Lois Lane. The Flash arrives instantly in Metropolis, and Batman has him run throughout the entire city looking. While he doesn't find Lois, he finds something that Batman needs to see. He carries Batman to Star Labs, where they find the Scarecrow dead from Joker's toxin. Wonder Woman then calls up Batman to let him know that they got...
Now, didn't that turn out to be bullshit since he was in the video game later on?
So Superman flies over the bay and he finds the submarine.
I almost forgot my marijuanas. I'll be back.
Inside, he finds Lois being operated on by the Joker and Harley Quinn. But before Superman can stop them, the Joker hits him with fear toxin. And when he looks up, he sees Doomsday. He has no idea what's going on, but he doesn't have any time to fight with Doomsday, so he grabs him and he rockets top speed straight up into the atmosphere, while the Joker is watching. Both the Joker and Harley Quinn jump out of the submarine and they begin to leave, with Harley saying goodbye to the first submarine that she's ever owned and named. Goodbye, Gunter!
I like that the idea that Joker knows how to do open heart surgery is kind of glossed over. I don't care what kind of psychologist fucking Harley Quinn was.
I wired the detonator to Miss Lane's heartbeat. Once it stops, the bomb will go boom! Why would her heart stop? Batman then thinks about it, and he puts it together. The fear toxin was mixed in with kryptonite so that it could get into Superman's bloodstream. Superman, stop what you're doing! Whatever you are seeing is not real! Joker leans in. Did you know that she was pregnant, Bats? It's Lois, Superman! The gas finally begins to wear off, and Superman realizes exactly what he's done. And he
Yeah,
looks
it's
in
pretty
horror,
fucked up.
with tears welling up in his eyes at Lois drifting off into space. But with her death also comes the detonation of a nuclear warhead in Metropolis. The Justice League goes into crisis mode, saving as many people as they can from the fallout, while Batman brings the Joker to the police station. Superman is locked in grief, though, as he holds Lois. He can't believe what he's been forced to do. He hands the body of Lois to Wonder Woman. Can you hold them for me? Keep them safe. I'll be back. He then takes off at top speed, with Wonder Woman questioning, where's he going? In flight, the Green Lantern gets in his path. Superman, where is he? The Joker, where did Batman take him? Batman took him to Gotham Prison, as Superman continues on. At Gotham Prison, Batman is trying to interrogate the Joker when suddenly the wall is torn
Turn it up
out,
a little.
and Superman walks in, throwing the table to the side, and then he puts his hand through
Forgot how
Joker's
loud
chest.
Benny is.
Superman retreated to the Fortress of Solitude following the events where he tried to grieve to the best of his ability. But he can't do it. All around him, the news is telling him about the disasters happening in the world. No more, he says to himself. He takes off. There's a war happening in the Middle East that he doesn't think needs to happen any longer. And after getting in the way of the incoming rockets, he tells the people he's gonna stop this. He walks right into the presidential palace and he grabs the president by his shirt. And he carries him down to the people that he has been killing, and he strips him down to his underwear. Wonder Woman lands and sees what he's doing. There are
Wow,
cameras
this
in
story's
Superman.
moving quick.
I know, and I have something to say. Don't do it here. Looking like this, she tells him, implying his tired and rough look. Let me call a press conference for you. And it happens at the United Nations, with Wonder Woman behind him. Superman
And you know
tells
he
the world,
smelled.
my name is Clark Kent, and I was a reporter for the Daily Planet. And I am tired of all of these hostilities and all of this fighting. I don't care about your land or your beliefs, and I don't care if you're a madman or a terrorist, a king or a president. You have no right to take innocent lives. I am calling a worldwide ceasefire, and if you don't, I will stop you. It's over. Things ramp up quickly once again, with people challenging Superman and him blowing up their missiles and preventing anything. So the US government decides to make its largest mistake that they have ever made. And they kidnap Clark Kent's parents. They have Mirror Master throw them into the mirror world.
What a stupid idea.
Drives to a burning house.
I don't even think our current government or next government would do that.
Stop what you're doing, or we will kill your parents. I have them in a place that not even you can get to. Now go back to fighting giant
Idiots.
space robots or something. Most of the Justice League goes to the Watchtower to discuss these events, and Wonder Woman tells them, we've all been affected by last week's tragedy, but Superman is trying to make the entire world a better place. But someone in this world is trying to tell us what our place is by kidnapping Superman's parents. I am Princess Diana, and I know my place. Will you stand with us?
I approve this
Justice
message.
League thinks about it, and Cyborg steps forward. Superman has saved this world 10 times over. I'll stand with you. So they all move fast, teleporting around the Earth, searching for Superman's parents, and it doesn't take long to find Mirror Master himself and get him to talk. While they're all assisting Superman, Batman figures out who is behind this entire plot, and he breaks into the White House to have a chat with the president. Your plan failed, Mr. President, and it failed in a way that will strengthen them. It will unite them all behind him. And the president looks at Batman. You said them, not us. Things once again ramp up as the Justice League travels around the world trying to stop all war, everywhere that they can. And eventually, Superman realizes that Batman isn't helping him, so he decides to pay a visit to the Batcave. Once he arrives, Damian takes time to thank Superman for getting rid of the Joker, and Nightwing asks if he's okay. But Superman smiles, and he walks to the Batcomputer. My parents were taken, Bruce. Where were you? I was doing what needed to be done. My parents, you of all people. You have to stop what you're doing. I have to stop? Stop saving lives? Stop bringing dictators to justice? You're scaring them. And Superman rips Batman's mask off of his face. Good! They should be scared. Too scared to press the button. Too scared to pull the trigger. You taught me that. You would do the exact same thing if you were me. You killed a man, Clark. Every time that you let that madman live, how many more people did you condemn? Did you even feel guilty? Every time. But we
Why
don't
did
get to
I-
choose who dies. One death,
Something weird
one
going
death to
on.
save millions.
The rust
Meanwhile,
mechanic
Justice League
here.
is getting started in a war against Atlantis. It started as a disagreement between Wonder Woman and Aquaman, but it doesn't matter now as people are fighting. Back in the Batcave, though, their argument is heating up.
Do you still regenerate memory when you just do a regular rest too? Because that kind of
He
matters.
stole the life that Lois and I would have had together. I would have loved that child more than anything. I already did. And look at you, sitting in the dark ignoring Damien and Dick. How many friends did they have in Metropolis? Have you even consoled them? Held them? What's your excuse for not being a father? But Batman has had enough, and he throws a punch at Superman, completely unfazing him. At that moment, the alarms...
That doesn't seem like Batman.
As the battle with Atlantis starts raging on, and Superman turns to Batman. Bruce, come with me. And they look at each other, and Bruce lowers his head. I can't, Clark. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, off in the middle of the ocean, Aquaman has called upon his ultimate weapon, the Kraken, to battle against the Justice League. But Superman arrives, injuring the Kraken and grabbing Aquaman by the throat. Stop this now. I called for a ceasefire. Even your voice.
Really?
The deep, Superman. The sea is mine alone to command. Around the world, the Atlanteans begin to rise from the oceans to invade various parts of it. Consider this a show of strength, Superman. Now get the hell out of my ocean. But Superman isn't listening to this ultimatum. And he takes all of the strongest in the Justice League and they fly underneath Atlantis so that they can tear it out of the ground. They lift the entire city out of the ocean and they carry it to the Sahara Desert. Aquaman decides that he can't fight against Superman and he submits. And as he retreats back into the ocean, he relays a message through Wonder Woman. I've ruled peacefully for years. When Superman is ready for my advice, tell him I am here for him. And Diana, I'm sorry about Lois. But Wonder Woman doesn't relay that message. Superman's reign continues to grow, and after putting down a superpowered individual,
Diana was such a
Superman,
not good person in this.
Rethink this entire course of actions, and then preventing Two-Face from killing a news reporter. Superman has made his next decision. Live on the air, he informs the world that the twisted individuals of Gotham City deserve nothing. The people of Gotham deserve to know that those deranged individuals can never threaten them again. My God, they're gonna go after Arkham, Nightwing exclaims as he runs to the Batmobile with Batman. But Damian stands there. So what? Have you even considered for a second that maybe you are wrong? And on that note, Nightwing and Batman leave Damian there because there isn't any time to waste. As Superman and the Justice League arrive at Arkham, there stands Batman and Nightwing ready to stop them. But the shocker is that Damian is now standing with Superman in his side. What are you doing, Robin? Nightwing asks him. What am I doing? I'm bringing criminals to justice. I'm standing with Superman and Cyborg and Wonder Woman, and you're standing with Killer Croc. The Justice League begins to open the doors to the cells, and the Flash shows up, picking up the criminals and carrying them away instantly. So Batman activates a virus in Cyborg, forcing him to the ground in pain. The Justice League looks at Batman. What did you do? What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, that's enough, Nightwing says as he turns off Batman's gadget. Everyone just calm down. We don't want to look bad in front of the psychopaths. But that's when things get worse, because right at that moment, Green Arrow was dropping off Harley Quinn, and then he left her with one of the random guards there. Well, that didn't go well, as she's now opening up every cell door. All hell begins to break loose as villains go free, and Grundy breaks up from the floor below, grabbing Robin by the head and then carrying him off into the basement. Superman dives into the basement and begins to dismantle the undead monster that is Grundy, while Nightwing works his hardest to get Robin out of the monster's grip. Batman then leaps down with them and onto Grundy, at that point blowing up Grundy's head. Superman looks at Batman. Good job. They all get back up to the top floor in the main fight, and Robin loses control. I'm sick of all of you! Why do you think you deserve help after all you've done, he yells, as he clubs Riddler across the jaw. Robin, that's enough, Nightwing yells. Stop telling me what to do, Damian says as he throws his baton at Nightwing. It was just a child's rage and nothing more. He's done it so many times to Nightwing before and he's caught it. But this one time, Nightwing wasn't ready for it and it hit him in the head, throwing him off his balance. Nightwing fell over and he landed on a rock, cracking his neck. Just like that, it was over. Damian looked at the man
That's so
that he treated
fucked.
as his brother, and he realized what had happened.
I don't think anybody was
Batman
expecting
came out of the
that.
ground and he was with Superman.
I mean, they set it
It was
up
over
pretty
to see
well.
Nightwing on the ground. I'm sorry, Damian tries to say through tears, but Bruce couldn't hear it. What did you do? He screams as he puts his hands on his head in shock and disbelief. I didn't mean to, Damian tried to say. but Bruce pushed him away. Get off of him! Everyone in Arkham stopped their fighting as Bruce picked up Nightwing, and he carried him out of the building. This is only the beginning, though, because so many more heroes and villains will perish in this conflict. Batman grieved, and then he enacted his own plan to build a group of superheroes that are willing to stand against Superman. He would build his own fighting force, his own team, to stop his former friend. This story takes place during the events of issue 1, year 1. Superboy was flying through Metropolis with Gar, Beast Boy, in his arms, as they were off to get the Titans some meatball subs from the best place ever. Kid Flash was running ahead of them, trying to beat them to the spot, but both Superboy and Gar decided that they would beat him. Superboy drops Gar, and Gar changes into a bird while Superboy hits top speed. But that's when they see it. The nuclear explosion set off by the Joker. Kid Flash is running so fast that he was taken out right away without even any time to react. And seeing that explosion coming, Superboy
Wow, really?
He tried to save his friend. He really did. He tried to shield him from the blast. But in the aftermath, we saw Superboy on his knees holding Gar in his arms. The rest of the Titans saw the news, and Starfire crashed through the windows, getting to Metropolis at top speed, where she and the rest of the Titans saw the aftermath. Superboy holding their dear friend, and he explained that Bart was taken by the blast. They all went back to the Titans Tower, where they sat around listening to the news until Dick Grayson returned. He had recently left the Titans, and he left Red Robin in charge, so he returned to tell his old friends what had happened. He explained that the Joker set off the bomb, and then Superman killed the Joker. This news sent tears down Superboy's face, as the hero that he was aspiring to be had just crossed the line when Superboy left. Starfire then asked Dick Grayson to return as the leader of the
Finally got to
Titans.
fulfill his
He
purpose,
explained that
sorta.
He was needed at Batman's side for this, and he'll keep her posted. Then he simply asked her to keep the Titans out of anything that Superman was going to do. Superboy went to the Fortress of Solitude, where Superman was grieving, and he asked him why he did it. He understands grief. He lost his own family in Bart and Gar, but why did Superman have to kill over it? He asks, how could he wear the S on his chest if Superman was willing to kill, and he leaves Superman there? Then at the funeral, Superman announced that there would be a worldwide ceasefire, and things started down the path that would show up for the rest of the Injustice series while Superboy watched on. Then at dinner that night, Monpa Kent told Superboy that he would need to learn how to forgive Clark. Clark isn't perfect, and Superboy told them that he couldn't as he flew off into the night. The Titans saw his grief, and they knew that he would do something that he would regret, so they sent Wonder Girl after him. She found him in the Fortress of Solitude, digging around Superman's things, and even though she told them that they should go, it was too late. Superman had arrived. Superman returned holding the Phantom Zone projector, which makes a portal to the Phantom Zone,
That's super
asking
fucked.
Superboy if this is what he was looking for. He knew that Connor was going to try and send him into the Phantom Zone to try and stop all of this, so Superboy launched straight away, shoving Superman into a wall as he tried to wind up to punch him, but Superman easily slapped him away. Then with a single breath, he threw Wonder Girl aside, only to have Starfire burn him on his back. Everyone jumped into battle against the Man of Steel, but regardless of their efforts, Superman outmatched them at every turn. Tim ran over to try and move the Phantom Zone portal generator, but once he realized that he couldn't move it, Superman asked him, what's the plan here? Batman always has a plan. But while he was talking to Tim, Superboy jumped up from behind, so Superman turned around, cracking Superboy's sternum. Superboy hit the ground, spitting up blood. Superman informed the Titans that Superboy was going to die. His sternum was cracked, and a ribbon punctured his heart. The only way that they could save him was if they brought him to the Phantom Zone, because if he went there, he would no longer be tied to his physical body. Superman would only allow them to do that if all of the Titans went. He didn't want to hurt them, and he didn't want them messing up his plans. Once he's done with everything, he'll free them. Without any other option in front of them, the Titans had to take the offer, and they entered the Phantom Zone, where they were locked away until Superman wins. I'm alive. Those two words came across the radio, heard by the world. The Justice League
All right.
message, and they take off
That's a
to
good
the remnants
start.
of Metropolis, destroyed by a twisted and deranged madman. After digging around the rubble, Superman and the Justice League find a hidden bunker
Didn't really get
in
anything
which Lex Luthor has
that I
survived
needed.
the blast. One of
that's
Superman's
okay.
friends in this world. They take off for the Watchtower and they explain to Lex what has happened and why he needed to hide in that bunker. The Joker has set off a nuclear weapon in Metropolis and murdered Lois Lane, Superman's only connection to his humanity. He has gone on a rampage with the Justice League since then, wanting to ensure that no one would ever be harmed in the world again. But has he gone too far? Batman thinks so, as he is now taking a stand against Superman following the death of Nightwing at the hands of Damian Wayne, and a mistake that will haunt the Bat family forever. Superman's mission presses forward with battles all over, but certain ones cause the Justice League members to question if what they are doing is the right thing. Like when Black Adam was just defending his country. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Shazam subdued him and forced him to say the magical words granting him his powers. This forced him to turn back into a mortal man,
hang on to that one.
something that he hasn't been in centuries, and he ages rapidly, and the change had a chance to kill him. So Shazam didn't think that it would be best for them to do it for fear that the rapid aging would kill the elderly man. Superman and Wonder Woman didn't care, and they forced him to change back and age. They then kept him from saying the magical words of power once again. He didn't die, but Shazam does wonder, is it right to possibly kill someone for your goal? But Shazam's just a child, isn't he? What does he know about what's right? Another time, Wonder Woman takes to a war-torn country where the women are tortured by an evil ruler. She arrives, lassos up the ruler, and kills him right there in front of everyone. She then turns to the soldiers and takes their rifles and hands them to the women to protect themselves. But is it right to put the rifles in the hands of those that were tortured for so long? Wonder Woman thinks she knows the answer. Batman comes up with a plan to check on Superman's actions, and he has his team kidnap Hawkgirl so that he can replace her with a sleeper agent. The situation is about to get much worse though, as across the galaxy other individuals can see the changing of the tides with Superman and the Justice League. Kalibek, one of Darkseid's followers, reports that Superman appears to have gone soft because he's calling an end to all of the fighting. So Darkseid sends his troops with Kalibek at the helm. If the Kryptonian has softened, then that is his mistake. Superman decides to hold a press conference based upon what Lex is telling him, that he needs to tell the world what he is doing because they only see Superman flying in and stopping warlords and thugs, and they are afraid. They don't know what his plans are. So Superman puts on a suit and he stands in front of the world to let them know. He just wants the world to be safe. When suddenly, boom! A boom tube opens up onto the world and out steps Kalibek and his army, the Parademons. They blast Superman and he lands right in front of Kalibek. "What's wrong, Superman? Defeated so easily?" Kalibek chuckles to himself. And then he realizes his mistake.
Yeah, he's an
Superman
idiot.
Gets up. His eyes say it all. There is no truth. There is no justice. There is no mercy.
Getting
And he
close.
hits Kalibek so hard that he launches him into the atmosphere. The Justice League begins to get reports from all over the planet as the Parademons are boom-tubing into the heavily populated cities of the world, and they move quickly to try and save as many as they can. Even Batman and his people come together to battle against the demons assaulting Gotham. Their little battle against each other needs to be placed on hold for the sake of the world. Kalibek gets picked up by Superman and thrown into the ground, where he lands on him, and he threatens for him to call off the attack. But Kalibek sees his chance. "You really haven't changed, have you, Superman?" And he calls in more Parademons. Superman finds himself being buried underneath the weight of the Parademons, and he pushes out everything that he has to roast them all with his heat vision. He then walks towards Kalibek. "Stand up and face me." Kalibek sees the hate in Superman's eyes and he tells him, "I yield, you win, Kryptonian." But Superman won't have that, and he shouts, "You don't get to yield! Fight me!" as he slams Kalibek into the ground. "Daddy isn't going to save you this time, Kalibek," Superman tells him as he cracks him across the face again, and then he buries him head first into the ground. Elsewhere, the Flash is running as fast as he can to save as many people, but Superman arrives in front of him at light speed. "I need to ask you something, Barry. Can't this wait, Superman? I'm trying to save everyone I can." "No, this can't wait, Flash. You're the only one that I can talk to about this fast enough for it to matter. Do you see any other way for me to save as many lives as I can without killing all of the Parademons in the sky? If you're asking
When
for
have
my
they
permission
ever
to
given
kill,
a shit
I
about
won't give it to you.
parademons?
But do you see any other way to save everyone?" No. So Superman takes to space, and he realizes that what he's about to do, the line that he's about to cross, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter that these are parademons. He's about to take thousands of lives. And with that, he goes back to Earth at rocketing speeds and kills every parademon in the sky. As he lands on the stage where he planned to give his speech, with particles of destroyed beings in the sky, the world cheers for their savior, Superman. And Batman realizes that what Superman had to do, he realizes that there is no coming back from this. Superman has Lex Luthor begin development of a pill that will grant all of his allies his strength, while Batman tries to get his allies to agree with him and be on his side by revealing his identity after Huntress reveals it by mistake. Both sides meet on the battlefield, yet neither wants to fight because they were friends. They both want the same thing, don't they? Superman calls on Flash to have a friendly game of chess with him while he asks him a few questions. He needs his opinions, and the Flash can think very fast. So Superman begins to play the game, and he starts with his opening statement. I want to get rid of all of the guns. Checkmate. If you start with guns, then what? Smoking? Outlaw cigarettes? They kill far more than guns do, Superman. Checkmate. Then we can imprison everyone who speeds in a car. Checkmate. Then we can lock up everyone who leaves a dangerous dog unchained. Checkmate. Then we can kill everyone who doesn't recycle. Checkmate. But while Superman is thinking of the things that the Flash is saying, Ma and Pa Kent are currently being housed in the Fortress of Solitude after they were kidnapped a little while ago. And there with them is Lex Luthor trying to make this
By the fucking government.
So they ask him to help their son, because Superman is as fallible as everyone else. Later that night, Damian decides to activate the Watchtower's teleportation system to bring himself back to the Batcave, where Alfred finds him. He hasn't returned ever since he accidentally killed Nightwing, and he doesn't know what to do. Batman pulls into the cave and he simply asks his son, "What are you doing here?" Damian takes the hint and he begins to head for the exit, but Alfred turns to Batman. Your guilt-ridden son has just walked into your home seeking redemption and forgiveness. Please, don't be you, sir. So Batman stops him. Wait, I want to talk. But Damian snaps at him. You left me in Arkham! You are wrong and Superman is right. You're just too full of yourself to see it. This isn't about me. Of course it's about you. It's always about you. Your crusade, your pain, your parents who died, your way, your rules, your legacy, your impossible standards. And Alfred places a hand on the boy's shoulder. Please, let your father talk. But Damian has taken one of the strength-renting pills, and he throws Alfred into the nearby Bat computer by mistake.
This version of Damian's got to be one of the worst.
And Batman sees his oldest friend injured, and he shouts at Damian, "You!" But Damian has had enough, and he throws Batman into the trophy coin into the cave, causing it to begin to fall. And it would have landed on Alfred, but Hawkgirl arrives suddenly and catches it. Damian runs over to Alfred apologizing. He didn't know how strong he was. But Hawkgirl comes over and takes Damian, and the two of them begin to leave for the Watchtower, until Batman tells them to stop. That's when Damian puts it together. Since when did Hawkgirl listen to Batman and know where the Batcave was, or is even that strong? So Damian lights an incendiary grenade, forcing Martian Manhunter to turn back to normal. He was the sleeper agent that Batman planted.
Fuck.
And then Damian runs through the portal leading back to the Watchtower. Damian informs Superman and the Justice League that Martian Manhunter has been disguised as Hawkgirl this whole time, and Batman still has the real Hawkgirl captive. So Superman has decided that Batman has gone too far this time, and he decides to take the warning away from Batman, but Batman still thinks he has his secret identity.
Good
He takes
times.
to the airwaves to announce to the world that Batman has Hawkgirl captive, and he will take his anonymity. Batman's true name is, but Batman activates Protocol Icarus and shuts
Man, that was
down
never
the
gonna
Watchtower.
last very long.
With life support off, everyone in the Watchtower begins to panic, and they decide that they need to get the Watchtower back to Earth. But Superman tells them, no. We need to figure out a way to get this message out, because we can't give Batman time to find another answer. So they use Cyborg's human computer to tap into social media. And they start hashtag Batman is Bruce Wayne. The world is now aware of who Batman is, so the Justice League moves quickly to the site where Batman is. And as they land, Superman demands that they give Hawkgirl back. But Batman tells them that he already released her, after Lex and the Watchtower group verify that it's her. Wonder Woman then warns Batman to stop this, or they will respond in force. So, Batman flies away. Well, that was unexpected, Flash says in shock. It's Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern yells, and the Flyers all begin to chase him. Martian Manhunter might be fast, but he can't outrun Superman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern, so he goes invisible, one of his many powers. But Green Lantern pauses and tells his ring to scan for Martian Manhunter, only to be sucker punched by him. He then stands before Superman. Why are you working against me, John? Because of what you've become. I've watched my planet become overrun by a tyrant, and you are doing the same thing. But Wonder Woman has had enough of everyone talking to Superman about this, and she grabs Martian Manhunter by the head. He changes form, wrapping around her, and he goes inside of her body. He then begins to cut
They
off
gave
the
a better
oxygen to her
explanation of
brain,
why Wonder
slowly
Woman was such a
killing her.
psychopath
There's
in
only one way,
this.
Clark, she says to him, and he knows it to be true. So he blasts
Not all the
Wonder Woman
writing
with
was
his heat vision
top
at full
form in
power.
this.
Martian Manhunter might be as powerful as Superman, but his one weakness is
Like,
fire.
they wasted
He burns alive,
Yellow Ring
instantly
Superman.
dying. A few other incidents happen involving Lobo,
They
Green
did.
Arrow, Harley Quinn, and Canary. But eventually, Batman calls his team to inform them that Superman has finally gone too far. He killed Martian Manhunter, and they only have one chance to stand against beings this powerful. They need the pill that Lex Luthor has made to make normal humans as strong as Superman. And to get that, they're going to need to break into the Fortress of Solitude. So while his team argues how far is too far, they do join him. And Batman, Catwoman, Captain Atom, Green Arrow, and Canary all go into the teleporter and arrive in front of the Fortress of Solitude. But Batman also has the President of the United States launch an attack on Korea to distract Superman. And that's when they make their move. While Catwoman breaks through the locks, Superman lands with a thud in front of the White House. Why would you do this, Mr. President? You know I would just stop you. Unless you're distracting me. And as Batman enters the Fortress of Solitude, he realizes his mistake. Clark was keeping his parents in the fortress. No. If he thinks even for a second that we came for his parents, I don't even want to know what he'll do. And Batman turns around to see Superman with his hand on Captain Atom's neck, holding him to the ground, and his eyes burning red. He's furious and he isn't thinking straight. Even his parents ask him to let Atom go and end this. But Atom isn't concerned. He isn't a pushover. He has literally 10 nuclear explosions contained in a containment suit, and he punches Superman off of him. The damage to the fortress as Superman went flying through it is massive, and everyone runs to get out of it as the entrance seals itself. But Green Arrow finds himself stuck inside with Superman's parents. While Batman and his group figure out a way that they can get Arrow out of the base, Captain Atom is burying Superman into the ground. Every punch from him is like a mini nuclear explosion, and Superman can't take it. But Wonder Woman takes a swing with her sword at Atom's neck, breaking the containment field in one swing. Atom pauses. Oh, you stupid! I can't hold it any longer. But I guess this is my opportunity. I have my orders, and I'm already dead. So I'm taking you with me. And he grabs Superman and takes off for space, with Wonder Woman following behind yelling out. As the explosion builds in power and energy pours out of Captain Atom, he allows himself to explode with the power of 10 nuclear blasts in space. The explosion is so great that it throws Wonder Woman back to the Earth and destroys every satellite around them. But he failed. Superman survived, and now he's pissed. They tried to kill him. He comes back to the planet to find where Wonder Woman landed, only to find her in a coma. The Flash arrives to pick her up and bring her for medical attention, and Superman returns to the fortress, burning a hole in the ceiling so that he can get inside. Green Arrow sees what's about to happen to him as he's the only member of Batman's group in the fortress of Superman's parents. He knows what he has to do, and he glances at the super pills. Superman burns the stand that the pills are on and tells Green Arrow not to touch them. So, he fires an arrow at Superman. That won't help you, but it'll make me feel better. The arrow bounces off of Superman and ricochets into Pa Kent's shoulder. Superman backhands Arrow, and he throws him through the wall because he hits him so hard. Scrambling on the floor, he tries to remember the longest distance an arrow has ever been fired. And he fires one last one at Superman, over his shoulder and out the hole in the ceiling. Superman then pummels Arrow over and over, blood flying into the air as his parents look at
What an
him
asshole.
at what their son has become, begging him to stop, please. Arrow just closes his eyes, apologizing to the pretty bird, Dinah the Black Canary, the prettiest girl in the whole damn world.
Might not break this? I guess
Closes his
not.
eyes for the last time. As Batman, Catwoman, and Canary all make it to the site of Arrow's last shot arrow, Canary sees his tracker, and she walks away slowly. Ollie's not coming back. But on that arrow, he managed to attach one of the super pills. Batman takes the arrow, and he goes to the Batcave to start analyzing the super pill by himself. He only
I think that
has
was the
2 minutes
comic
before
book that
Superman
like
will get
really
there,
made me
and the
like
only thing
made me
distracting
like
Superman right
Green
now
Arrow.
are both of his parents telling him how far he's gone, and the hologram of
Good
Jor-El
characterization,
telling him
I think.
that he will receive no more help from the fortress, as he is killed. As Superman takes off for the Batcave, Jor-El turns to Superman's human parents. I'm sorry, I unleashed this on your world. Superman comes crashing through the Batcave ceiling. I removed all of the crazies from Gotham, but I left the original, and he grabs Batman with anger burning in his eyes. Behind them, the Batcomputer is trying to decipher what the superpill is. Is that Ollie's blood that you're covered in? He was the most ethical and compassionate friend that we had. Superman pauses, and he turns. Go on, justify his death. I'll call Black Canary and tell her you did it for the greater good.
Thank you.
Superman throws Batman across the cave. Stop talking! Batman runs to a computer and he presses a button that displays pictures of Clark's wedding to Lois Lane. You swore to honor and protect her, Clark, but you failed to protect her. And honor her? How is this honoring her? I'm doing this for her!
Damn it. I got fucked. I did not know that was gonna happen.
A sonic device to stun Superman, and he runs to the superpill with the computer at 96%. But Superman grabs him by the arm. No. He picks up Batman and he holds him over his head. Batman screams,
what a fucking asshole. Everybody's such a dick in this comic series. All the good people die early.
As Bruce lays there in agony, Superman begins to walk away. I will not kill you, Bruce.
Isn't that the way of things, though?
And Bruce turns to him. Wasn't trying to fight you. Was trying to distract you. Superman turns to the computer and he realizes that it has finished. And it uploaded the specs of the superpill somewhere else. What did you do, Bruce? Gave us a fighting chance, Bruce says with a smile. Someone then places their hand on Superman's shoulder. Clark Kent. And there stands Alfred. Superman looks in shock as Alfred
This was a great
headbutts him
moment.
so hard that he forces Superman to bleed. I'm so disappointed in you. No more hurting my family. And Alfred pummels Superman over and over. He then walks over, picks up Batman,
God, they could have.
the teleporter. In the aftermath,
Doesn't Alfred?
Superman called for a
Doesn't he
conference
get
with
the permission to
and he
kill
declared
people?
that Batman and his allies
Anybody?
are now enemies of the Justice League.
I mean, I know that would have made them all big fat hypocrites,
Expose
but
Batman and all of those that will aid him, because the last thing Lois got to say to him was, "Save the world."
fuck.
And he intends to.
Oh. I get scared by everything, I swear.
Hal and Dinah all walking down the street after the Blackus incident. Hal just saved the world from hordes of
How are you alive? You are not that big of a bat.
All three walked into a bar, and a group of bikers tried to hit on Dinah, and Ollie snickered. The biker turned to Ollie. "Did you say something behind that stupid little beard?" And Ollie, continuing to grin, says, "Nope, I didn't say anything. I just kind of snickered." But Dinah decided to step in. You get one chance to let go of him and walk away. "Oh, you need a girl to protect you?" "I don't need her to," and then Dinah grabbed the man by the shirt. But I really enjoyed when she
It's too
did.
early for
And
this.
then Dinah threw him across the bar. She dropped two other thugs while Ollie looked down at the bar.
Later,
penis.
breeder.
To the biker's eye, so she broke his nose. "I had it, Ollie. It was just a peanut. I literally lifted one finger." Hal decided to chime in at this moment. "I saved the whole world." And Holly turned to him. "You did, and you deserve some acknowledgement. To Hal Jordan, savior of the world." Those were good times, weren't they? That was back when everyone was friends. Before Joker tricked Superman into killing Lois Lane, and then Superman put his fist through the Joker's chest. Before Batman built a rebellion against Superman's regime. Before Superman murdered Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow. Both sides of the war stand at opposite sides of Ollie's grave. A temporary truce has been called so that they can lay the man down to rest. After Hal tried to apologize and Dinah told him to go away if he still stood with Superman, Superman himself tried to come over and apologize to Dinah. He tried to tell her that he didn't mean it.
Oh, fuck that.
It was an accident. But she sonic screamed at him and saw the true anger and rage in her eyes. He turned to her initially ready to harm her, and he stopped. When he realized that Dinah was pregnant. Batman has been moved to a place between time and space by Zatanna. He had his back broken in his last fight with Superman, and it's going to take him some time to recover. This is the only place Zatanna can hide him,
Can't believe I
away from
missed.
Superman, away from everything. Off in deep space, Kyle Rayner is one of the best Green Lanterns around. And he's been off of Earth for quite some time. He
You're
should
not
be coming home to a world that
saving
he
him?
loves. But he's coming home to a different world. But just as he begins to get home with plans to call a girl that he met before leaving, his ring goes off on an alert, and he finds himself tied up by Sinestro and his Yellow Lanterns. There is a war coming, I look to Earth and I see future allies. He creeps right up to Kyle, and he uses his yellow ring to sever Kyle's ring finger and remove his Green Lantern ring. Fear finally begins to cross Kyle's face as he loses his uniform and his shield for space travel. And
Yeah, that was such a terrifying moment.
over at Oa.
Oh, they didn't even show the
Says
part
that
where
something
they
is off.
dismembered
It's a code
him.
from Kyle Rayner, and they're getting reports that Superman is apparently trying to rule the world. Guy Gardner, another one of the Earthling Green Lanterns, laughs at the idea that Superman will be trying to conquer Earth. So he asks the Guardians to loan him some of the lanterns, and he'll go talk to Hal. He'll know what's going on. Back with Superman, he's sitting in the Watchtower by Wonder Woman's bedside, wondering if she'll ever come out of her coma, when a report comes across. Sinestro is here. Superman launches out into space with Sinestro telling him to wait, but Superman doesn't give him time as he grabs Sinestro by the throat and he slams him into the moon. Sinestro still refuses to fight back as he tells Superman, "I'm not here to fight, I'm here to warn you. They are coming." Meanwhile, on Earth, Green Lantern and the Flash walk out of Congress after forcing them to pay
No,
some
I did
debt.
not.
They find Ganthet and Guy Gardner
Whatever.
waiting for them. Take me to Superman, Hal.
I don't even know what that
Ganthet
did.
demands. Ganthet advises
Says
Superman to
invisibility,
stop
but I don't
this.
look
Stop trying to
invisible.
control the people of Earth. But Superman informs them that he's protecting them.
Great.
I have watched civilizations rise and fall. We Guardians have been gifted with enormous power, and sometimes not using that power is the most difficult decision of them all. So that's when Sinestro speaks into Superman's ear. Ask him the question. You say you watched civilizations rise and fall, Ganthet. Were you watching Krypton in its final moments? And in your infinite wisdom, did you choose to not use your power that day? Ganthet lowers his head and says nothing. You dare come to me today to lecture me on responsibility when you doomed my planet.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point.
No, they doomed themselves, and we will not allow you to rule over these people, Kal-El of Krypton. Is that a threat? No, a warning. Get the hell off my planet. So Ganthet leaves the Watchtower and he tells Lantern Jordan that he needs to accompany them back to Oa. As they leave the Watchtower, Sinestro floats in. Meanwhile, in Gotham, Superman's soldiers begin to march on the city, and Gordon realizes that it's time for him to stop pretending that he doesn't know about Batman's operation. He's been informed by Superman that he has cancer, so he looks at one of the cameras and he tells Barbara, "Let me in. I know you're there and I know you're watching. I know everything." The Guardians begin to call in every Green Lantern from every sector. This is an all-points bulletin. They even pull Lantern John Stewart off of Riot that's being overrun by zombies. They need an entire army if they're going to stop Superman. While Superman's group debates if they should be siding with Sinestro, he's a villain, an evil ruler, and a tyrant. Sinestro explains that he's just concerned about the well-being of the galaxy. He went the route of fear because he got overzealous when a riot killed his wife. The reaction and punishment from the Corps was swift and vicious. I will not
How come
lie to
that
you,
doesn't
Superman.
trigger it?
I want my revenge, but we have the same enemy. But Lex and Flash managed to convince Superman that they shouldn't trust Sinestro. So Sinestro asks them, "You fear me?"
And his name is Sinestro. Why would you trust a guy?
Sinestro hands him his yellow ring. "I give you your fear.
His name may as well be Mr. Sinister, you know?
We will end them." Back on Oa, Hal tries to convince the Guardians that Superman is doing the right thing, that he's protecting the planet. But they don't see it that way. They see a man that has toppled governments and created super beings to make an army. Hal argues, though, with Superman taking a more active role on Earth, countless lives have been saved, and not just through ending violence. They've been stopping hunger and creating a renewable energy source. The Guardians dismiss Hal, and he sees all of the lanterns being recalled. And then Kilowog comes down the steps. "I'm to bring a squad to Earth, and then we're gonna bring Superman here for trial." Hal is shocked. "If you think I'm gonna lie down and allow you to attack my planet, don't be stupid, Jordan." So Hal sends off a massive energy spike, pushing everyone away, and then he takes off for space trying to get to Earth. But the Guardians quickly put up a shield stopping Hal, and the rest of the Corps apprehends him. They take him to the Guardians, where his ring is removed, and he's placed in a cell. As the rest of the Lanterns head to Earth, John sneaks into the cells, and he frees Hal, and he gives him back his ring. "I'm with you in Superman, Hal. Capturing you was an act. An act. You stood there while they beat me unconscious. I'm very convincing." On Earth, the Green Lantern Corps strike force arrives with Kilowog in the lead. "Superman, the Guardians want to talk to you on Oa." Superman dials up Cyborg, and he orders it to start. And they blast the entire strike force with a space-to-ground laser. A crater is made where the Lantern Corps stood, and then Kilowog looks up, and he blasts off towards them. Superman dodges Kilowog, and he tells him, "This is stupid. You can't touch me with a thought-based weapon. I move faster than thought." Well then, it's a good thing that we already thought of that. And instantly, Superman reels back in pain and he falls to the ground. It was the squirrel. Everyone underestimates the squirrel. He is thinking so small that he's stopping the synapses in Superman's brain and he's keeping him from moving. The Lanterns have won. But up at the watchtower, Lex sees that the end is coming, so he opens Sinestro's cell and he hands him his ring. As the Lanterns prepare Superman for transport, Chip begins to feel blood running down his leg, and he falls to the ground, freeing Superman. Sinestro has killed him. The fight begins again with the Lanterns battling against Superman, Hawkgirl, Shazam, and Sinestro. But just then, Hal and John arrive on Earth to see what a disaster this has become. John heads over to stop Sinestro, while Hal calls for Kilowog and Superman to stop fighting. Sinestro then hovers behind Superman with the entire Yellow Corps, an army at Superman's disposal. So Kilowog agrees to stand down and leave.
Ew. I can take you.
But Sinestro refuses.
Right.
No, you can't let them leave. They'll report this and they'll return with 4 Green Lanterns. Hal looks to Superman to let the Lanterns go, but Superman looks away. Sinestro's right. The debate begins on whether or not they should exterminate the Green Lantern Strike Force, but Superman refuses. We're heroes. We don't kill. Detain them and take their rings. As he takes Kilowog's ring, Kilowog warns him. The Guardians are gonna come here and kick your butt, Poozer. Superman orders for Sinestro to stay. Without him, Superman would be halfway to Oa by now, but the Yellow Corps is told to head off-world and wait. Meanwhile, back in Gotham, Gordon has learned about everything from his daughter, and he wants to help. The entire GCPD wants to help. So they take the strength pills that Batman got back to the group, and they begin to build their own army of citizens in Gotham. Gotham will not let Superman and his army take control. A war on a second front is brewing now. We open on the Guardians of the Universe stumped. The Earth is vanished, and they don't know how. When Guy Gardner steps up, I can fill you in. I was on my way back here when the Sinestro Corps jumped me. Sinestro has joined forces with Superman. What of the Lanterns we left on Earth? I don't know. When I left, they were alive, but we've worked out that Kyle was killed by the Yellow Lanterns, and I think Hal and John are now with Superman. We won't act rashly and charge in. We will plan our attack, and until then, the Earthlings are on their own. Things have been ramping up rather quickly, but if you're just now joining us, the Joker forced Superman to kill Lois Lane, and then he blew up all of Metropolis. Superman then built an army and has taken over all of the government functions on Earth. Batman stood against him, but Superman broke his back. Then the Green Lanterns arrived to bring Superman to justice, but the Strike Force was defeated by Sinestro and the Yellow Lanterns, and then they were detained on Earth. Back
Really?
GCPD has gotten their hands on Superman's Super Soldier creator pills, and they've started working with Batman's agents to remove Superman's army from Gotham. They won't stand by and let Superman take over. Harvey Bullock and Commissioner Gordon have both taken the pills, and they drop the invading army easily. And then Gordon says to round up the men. He's going to interrogate them. Back at their base of operations, Barbara is getting upset when she's going through old family photos, when she comes across one of Nightwing, Dick Grayson. And he died not that long ago. But something catches both Barbara and Commissioner Gordon's eyes. Someone that looks like Barbara Gordon's mother has just appeared on their cameras. No one has seen her in 15 years, and while it's assumed that she was murdered, they never found a body. So Gordon pops another of the strength-granting pills, even with Barbara telling him not to because it's speeding up his cancer that he was recently diagnosed with. He decides to head off into town and supply Superman's army to the location where they saw her. But once he gets there,
2 in less than an hour.
That's and it's actually Clayface.
It's a good fucking day for me already.
But he begs Gordon to stop. He escaped to the Purge of Arkham, and if they find him, they will kill him. He just wants protection. But Gordon doesn't want to hear it. Give me one reason to help you. I'll give you closure. I can tell you where they buried your wife. So he explains that he was there that night, running with the gang that shot her, but he wasn't a part of it. And they didn't do it for any real reason. She was just in the wrong place, at the wrong time. So he follows Clayface to the pier, where he finally gets to see her body, and he says to himself, I'll be seeing you again soon. And now he knows that she is waiting for him. So he takes Clayface back to the headquarters, where he tells the group that they're gonna put him in a cell until Barbara can verify that there isn't anything weird about his DNA. But that's
okay, so the potion only works if you don't move.
Upon seeing that, she
How useful that's
How
gonna
dare
be.
you? You know what I found in your DNA? Kryptonian blood. You lied to us. You've met Superman. And that's when she puts it all together. You were sent here to torment us. That's right, Clayface says, as he begins to shift back into himself. He told me to come down here and let them see they're dead, as I have had to every day. Was that even my mother's body? Barbara asks as she catches a punch that he tries to throw. Oh, it was, but I wasn't standing pretty by the sidelines. And then the two of them begin a full-on battle in which Clayface knocks her out of her wheelchair. He then smashes down on Batwoman and Huntress as they come to Barbara's rescue, but after Black Canary Sonic screams him, disrupting him, Barbara throws the wheel of her wheelchair into him, knocking him out. As the next few days pass, Harley closes Clayface up into various jars, and Barbara takes some time to watch the family photos again. Jim Gordon then enters and apologizes to her. He didn't mean to interrupt. But Barbara tells him that she's just dealing with the fact that he has cancer, and in a month or a week or maybe even a day, she'll be alone. And these pictures are all that she has left of him. He then takes a knee and he
What do they mean
apologizes.
rent
He wishes that
additional
he could stay
stash
longer.
space?
And Barbara
Like,
reassures him.
it's not
"I'll never
gonna
be alone. I know
disappear
you'll be
on
waiting for
me if I don't pay
You'll always be here."
1,500 gold a month.
They then
That's
embrace to a photo of Jim and his wife.
I don't like the sounding
Some
of
time
that.
passes and Dinah the Black Canary gives birth to her child.
was a good
while
gag.
Hal and Sinestro head off on a secret mission in Superman's name. Harley Quinn even becomes more of a good guy by dropping her trademark makeup at times and helping Black Canary. But the battle that we are all waiting for begins to ramp up as Guy Gardner finally returns to Earth with the Lantern Corps in tow. And I do mean the Lantern Corps, because they have the entire Corps, Mogo included, coming with them. They were gonna try and sneak in, but that's not gonna happen as they have an entire planet coming with them. Superman has a plan though, as he goes on national television to ask the entire world to come outdoors and fight against the Lantern Corps. He asks the entire world to become human shields. Black Canary leaves little Connor with Barbara, and then she warps to the Tower of Fate with Zatanna. It's time to see what Batman's condition is. He now has a robotic spine and some magic from Zatanna helping him walk again and speed up his recovery. He puts out an all-points bulletin asking everyone to get ready. This is their last chance to stop Superman. Everyone needs to get ready and say their goodbyes. To family, to friends, to partners, to their children, their wives, and their husbands. And their mustaches. Catwoman then helps him to his feet, and they get ready to say goodbye to Bruce. He's gonna stay here and
Kinda
heal. But
rushed
once
past the
everyone
part
leaves
where
the
Harley
tower,
becomes good,
he
didn't
grits his
they?
teeth. He isn't staying here. He's gonna make sure that Superman is stopped. So he goes to Oracle's base of operations to join her. Then, night begins to fall on Earth early, as a planet blocks
I
the
guess
sun.
it's not super
The Green
important to
Lanterns
the
have
overall
arrived.
story.
Hal, John, and Superman all meet up with Guy
Kind of
Gardner while he
important
makes
for the
one final
epilogue,
plea.
you could argue.
Please, Superman, help us take down the Sinestro Corps, and then we'll take you for trial and we'll end this. But Superman doesn't budge. No one dies if you leave. Don't do this, Superman. Have some perspective. Look at your allies. That one is named Arkillo. He has Kill in his name. For now, they are you. The enemy of my enemy is
See?
mine. Is sometimes a
Guy
much
Gardner's
worse enemy.
on my
We
side
can
on
stop
this.
Clark. You and me right now with words. Just words. Guy, you were always an embarrassment to the Justice League. Now you're an
Right.
embarrassment to your entire planet. So Guy throws a punch, and the fight begins with Superman catching it and breaking his arm. And then Superman grabs him. I don't want you in this fight. And he throws him off into space. The Corps yells attack, and they get out of the way as Mogo blasts the entire group with willpower. On the planet, everyone can see the skies turn green, and they stand in shock. The war has begun. Superman survived, and he carried Sinestro and Hal out of the blast range. And they lost a quarter of the Sinestro Corps. On Earth, the signal went out, and they begin their ground assault by blowing up a bomb that Harley Quinn is strapped to her chest on the steps of the Hall of Justice, using it as a distraction so that Catwoman can knock Flash unconscious and capture him. Luckily, Harley Quinn had a strength pill because she survived, and then she grabbed her old costume while Catwoman knocked Robin out and took him captive also. Gordon walked into the Hall of Justice and he took Lex Luthor hostage. But that's when we learn who the inside man that was trying to help Batman's group is. It's Lex Luthor. He takes Gordon aside and he informs him that Cyborg is going to track their signal back to Barbara soon. And then, they'll capture all of them. But he
My
knows
lantern.
how far Gordon's cancer has gone. And he can get Gordon up to the watch
Why'd my lantern
So they
disappear?
walk over to the teleporter pad.
That
and
sucks.
Lex
I don't even have a
asks him to
fucking
make it
torch
look like
now.
He forced Lex to do this, as he teleports Gordon to the watchtower. Meanwhile, Guy Gardner puts his arm in a sling made out of willpower, and then he heads off to help the Resistance get moving. But Hal tries to prevent him from going by starting an argument between Guy and Hal. That's interrupted by Sinestro. Guy takes a blast of fear to the face, and then he gets back up to try and convince Hal that this is insane. You were the best of us, Hal. You're not supposed to be Superman's puppet. And Sinestro jumps in. Shut him up. End him. So the Yellow Corps bombards Guy Gardner. But once the smoke clears, he's still standing thanks to the willpower shield granted to him by Ganthet. I never stopped believing in you, Hal.
Uh-oh.
Guardians, they gave up. And Ganthet
Shit.
blasts Hal Jordan.
There we go.
Gardner grabs Carol
Oh.
Ferris and begins to get her
Scared
out of
me.
the area as the Yellow Cord and Ganthet go crazy on each other. But Hal stops her. Guy, give her to me. Carol tries to jump in. It's okay, Hal. Guy was saving me. But Hal doesn't listen and he yells, give her to me! And he clubs Guy Gardner with a willpower mace. That's all it took. Ganthet turned around and told Hal, you broke your oath. And he took the green ring. Out in the middle of the sky, Hal loses his Green Lantern powers, and he and Carol both begin to fall to the earth.
Saw something.
But, seeing
Whatever.
a chance, Sinestro flies up, and he hands him a yellow ring. Hal takes the ring so that he can rescue Carol. And with that, Hal Jordan has entered the Sinestro Corps. Meanwhile, Batman can see that the battle is stretching out thinner and thinner from his seat in Oracle's headquarters. He can see the Superman and the Yellow Corps are just trying to stretch out the Green Lanterns and bring them to populated areas, knowing that they won't fight back. He wants her to warn everyone to come together, but that's when she pauses. She realizes that she's been traced. Up in the watchtower, Cyborg hears the teleporter confirm Lex Luthor, and he gets up. Lex, I found them, we need to go. But there stands Gordon with a gun trained on Cyborg. No, you won't. Cyborg puts his hand up. We're in a space station. You won't fire a bullet at me. And Gordon responds by shooting a shot at Cyborg's head, bouncing it off of his cyborg side. The next shot goes through the soft side of your head. Now turn off the trace. Cyborg scans Gordon and he realizes Gordon's dying. Gordon begins to feel the strain from the cancer, and Cyborg takes this chance to blast Gordon in the chest. But he took another strength pill, allowing him to eat the blast and grab Cyborg. You won't touch her, he shouts as he clobbers Cyborg, and he tears out
you
the
dick.
cyborg parts on his face. Lex arrives on the
Great.
scene and helps Gordon up. You knew taking these pills would make your character worse, didn't you? Yes. You take Cyborg down for collection.
Shit.
Lex leaves. Gordon dials up his daughter. He wants her to know how beautiful the Earth is from up here. You can't see any hatred or violence. Just
Oh,
calm.
fuck my life with
Superman
this.
can't be allowed to hold this world, Barb. We'll take care of it. Batman says jumping in.
Oh, there's no way.
It's Bruce. No, it isn't. It was never Bruce. I'm sorry, Barbara. And Barbara jumps in. Dad, please don't. Batman, I guess I get to disappear on you for once. Back with Hal Jordan, Sinestro, and Ganthet. Ganthet took a look at Hal.
Oh, god damn it.
And then looking at both Hal and Sinestro. You were both terrible mistakes. Ganthet turns to Guy. It's time to leave, Guy. There is someone more important than these two. And Sinestro screams at Ganthet.
You're a quick bitch.
More important than I. So Ganthet turns to Sinestro and his core, and he disintegrates them in a single blast, leaving only Sinestro.
Can move
to
quick
survive.
enough.
You are a speck in history, Sinestro. I have no more time for you. And he leaves her space. He gets into space and he goes straight for Superman, blasting him with the power of willpower. Superman falls down to the earth, and just as he enters normal space, the Batjet comes by, hitting him with missiles. Looking at it, he thinks that Bruce is piloting it, and he blasts it with his heat vision, destroying it. But Batman wasn't flying it. It was Batwoman, and he's now killed her. So Black Canary swoops in using a glider, and she grabs Superman, and she sonic screams it right in his ears, shoving him down to the earth with a thoom. She then lands right in front of him, and he speeds over, grabbing her by the chest. So she shoots him with a gun, containing a kryptonite bullet. Then with a solid kick, she knocks him down. And she
Shot him in
tells
the
Superman,
head.
after everything you've done, Bruce still cares about you, and he asks for mercy. Back up in space, Ganthet uses a massive blast to kill every single Sinestro Corps member up there with him, and then he throws Shazam down to the ground. Without Superman, the Sinestro Corps and his soldiers are failing, and Batman's troops have managed to capture Cyborg, Flash, and Robin. With a win on the horizon, Guy gets ready to come down and carry Superman away. But with so many Sinestro Corps members dead, there's a lot of rings floating around, and one manages to find a new host. Kal-El of Krypton, you have the ability to instill great fear. Using his new ring, he pulls the bullet out of his chest, and he fires a blast of heat vision right through Black Canary's stomach. Then, as he leaves her for dead, bleeding out, she reveals the true plan. She had contact lenses on that broadcasted everything that she saw to the world. Everyone saw the true Superman.
Ooh.
Superman is furious, and he flies straight at Ganthet. Are you happy to see so many die? Look at all of this! While this is going on, Sinestro puts a blade through Jon Stewart's chest. And
Where, though?
And then he brings the body of John to Hal. Hal, we need to get your friend to medical attention. But just as his green ring leaves his hands, Hal Jordan becomes furious and turns to Sinestro. Who did this? Sinestro looks Hal dead.
Oh, come on.
Guy guarding. Hal goes right for Guy. You did this. You brought them here. This is all your fault. And Guy takes a beating. Hal, I didn't want this. I won't fight you. So Hal whips off Guy's arm where he had his ring. And then Guy turns back to normal and falls
Fucking hell.
murdered by his friend. So Superman and Gambit begin to stare each other down. And Batman realizes they've lost this fight. Superman is wearing a ring fueled by fear. And their broadcast just overpowered that ring. The entire world now fears Superman. Ganthet holds his hands up to end Superman, and then Superman takes all of that willpower to the face. He's unstoppable. He then grabs Ganthet by the throat, and he rockets into space with him aiming for Mogo. Mogo fires a full beam through Superman and Ganthet, but it does nothing as Superman slams Ganthet into Mogo's surface, and then he pushes Mogo back with Ganthet pinned down. He's pushing them so hard that he shoves both Ganthet and Mogo into the sun. We don't need you, Guardian. And that ends it. The Green Lantern Corps has been annihilated. In the aftermath, everyone alive in Batman's forces went back into hiding. And Jim Gordon was never seen again, and Superman kept his yellow ring. Hal and Sinestro are now kind of friends, if you want to call them that. And Black Canary? She was left bleeding out in the crater that she made with Superman. Dr. Fate appeared before her and he took his helmet off. Fate. She woke up in another place, another universe, another Earth, with her child Connor there. Dr. Fate brought her to a world with an Oliver Queen, one that lived a quiet and quaint life, one that lost his Dinah 5 years ago. Dr. Fate tells her that she was gonna die, so he brought her here to try again. He can't promise that they'll be happy together, but he can at least give them each other. He then denies her request to go back and stop Superman, and he leaves, saying goodbye to Connor. Ollie looks at the child. Connor? Yes. I always liked that name. I know. And Ollie looks at her, and then he smiles. Hello, pretty bird. Batman had an idea, so he sought out Dr. Occult. Dr. Occult is an individual deep in the mystical side of the DC universe and is actually two individuals sharing a body. Rose and Dr. Occult himself. Batman sought out
Pretty
Rose
sad.
because she is Dr. Occult, and his plan is simple. Superman is vulnerable to magic, so why not use that against him? But in order for it to work, he'll need to remove two problems: Raven and Wonder Woman. Batman approached Rose and told her that he needs both Rose and Dr. Occult, and she turns around, instantly turning into Dr. Occult. Anything you say to me, you say to both of us, literally, Batman. We're at your service. I give you my
Yeah, let me
So he sets
experiment
off on
here.
his mission, going to Georgetown
Does
first,
memory
meeting
come
with
back?
Baron
Memory
Winters.
does
While
come
meeting
back
with
when
the
I just
Baron,
do
another
regular
individual is
resting.
standing in the back of the room,
Slow,
John
but it
Constantine.
comes back.
He overhears what Dr. Occult is
Interesting.
planning, and once Baron Winters tries to convince the doctor not to go through with it, Constantine turns around. Let him do what he wants. He's a big boy and a big girl. I'd have half a mind to throw into them and take down Old Blue. If only he'd ask nicely. But Dr. Occult informs Constantine, I would never ask for your help. You'd most likely leave me in a trance with my pockets picked. Constantine defends himself, though. That was only once, mate. You'd think that I'd be fool enough to try that again?
Yep.
And so, Dr. Occult continued his journey. His trip brought him to Cairo to get the Blade of Persia, to Athens to get
Fuck
the
off.
Spear of the Enchantress, to the Twilight Realm to trade the spear to the court of the fairy, and eventually to Metropolis, where he began to draw ruins on the wall. He walks into the sanctum of Raven herself, surrounded by hellfire, and sensing that something is off, she begins to throw the hellfire at Dr. Occult. He begins to pull out a gem that hits her hard, but the hellfires burn Dr. Occult alive, separating him from Rose, throwing her to the ground. But Constantine has been following behind this whole time, and as Raven prepares to finish off Rose, he grabs the gem and he hits her with it, with Raven unconscious. Rose looks over at the body of Dr. Occult and sees him dead, turned to bone. Constantine pulls out a cigarette. Rose, we both know you won't live long without it, so you can do one thing. You can finish the job. Go to Themyscira and finish off Wonder Woman. You need to fight like a proper mage. Keep your word. Rose agrees, and she begins to create a teleportation spell while Constantine gets back to his feet. I'll wrap up Raven and try to bring him on the other side. If I save him, you own me. If I survive, Constantine.
So stupid. Why would they even give you that
Cigarette to the ground.
the ability
It
to do
wraps up
that to
Raven
your
and sends her
enemy?
off a circle with another symbol on her, binding her in place. And in the home of Wonder Woman, Rose sneaks in, and as Wonder Woman wakes up, she throws dust into Wonder Woman's face, putting her to sleep. Then, as Rose begins to die finally, she knows that she needs to vanish. There needs to be no trace in Themyscira that she was there. Otherwise, they'll figure out what she did to Wonder Woman and they'll break the spell. So she warps herself to a random island out in the middle of nowhere, and using her last spell, she calls up Batman. Batman, the job is done. Raven is neutralized. Wonder Woman sleeps helplessly. And we won't survive. Don't trust. And then she dies. Batman just calls back. Doctor, who don't I trust? Who don't I trust? As she falls face first into the sand, Constantine appears behind her, rifles through her pockets, taking all of her trinkets, and then he stands up, lighting a cigarette. Your trinkets should be more than enough to hide me and keep me from getting involved in this fight. Don't get me wrong, I think you were doing the right thing. The Kryptonian made a mess of this world, but I'm a family man now. Rest in peace, Doctor. We're both out of this war now. Brings us to today. The end of the Green Lantern battle, with John Constantine looking at a Green Lantern sitting on what was once a house. A house that contained someone really close to him, Rose Constantine. You see, John's daughter was hidden from everyone to avoid the problems that came with his line of work. That is until Superman and Batman's battle brought it to her. And so begins the next chapter of this war. Dr. Fate can feel the very fabric of reality tearing as there's a loud knocking at the door to the Tower of Fate, Batman's team's hideout. Zatanna and Dr. Fate get ready, with their powers charging to face whatever was able to find the Tower of Fate. And when Zatanna opened the door, she found John Constantine there with his daughter. Hello, Z. Being the masters of magic that the three of them are, John explains that he was feeling something magically watching him in Liverpool. And Dr. Fate confirms that there is something going on, and he can feel that it has aligned itself with Superman. But none of them know who or what this is. So John asks Z to send him to the world's greatest detective, Detective Chip. This is John Constantine, though, and he has his own plans to put into action. So after recruiting Detective Chimp, he decides to make a stop in hell, to Trigon's domain, to ask him, do you still have that piece of my soul? Yes, little magician. I obtained the piece that you sold in hell. Well, I'm here to let you know, your daughter Raven was removed from battle by something big and nasty, working for Superman.
Am I going to be able to get out of that?
But when I find out, will you be ready to act? I do not trust you, little magician. Why share this with
See any like switches in there? I'm afraid I'm gonna get in there and get stuck.
Maybe I can get some time off for good behavior. Trigon puts him down.
I'm not risking it.
Find my daughter and do not bother me until you do. Meanwhile, over at the Hall of Justice, Superman, Hal Jordan, and Sinestro are trying to figure out what happened to the Flash, Robin, Cyborg, and Raven. They've all been taken by Batman's team, and no one can seem to find them, which automatically leads Superman to believe that there is something new in play. Magic. Meanwhile, Batman is meeting with John, so that John can introduce him to Detective Chimp and show both of them where
Wish I could know for sure.
Because if his plan goes south, he wants someone.
Maybe if I could kill an enemy on it or
For
something.
all of eternity. And he explains to Batman and Chimp that he is getting involved because he wants revenge. Superman took Rose's mother away, and while he can't bring her back in any form that you would want watching a child, he can do the revenge thing, because he's good at that. Back at the Hall of Justice, Sinestro brings in the last man to see the location of Batman's prisoners, and Superman threatens Officer Sprague's family if he doesn't help. While over at the home of Jason Blood, otherwise known as Etrigan, Batman's team and all of the magic users that will work with Constantine are preparing their plans. Almost everyone is on board with this new magical turn, except for Harvey Bullock. This is getting a bit too crazy for him, so he turns away from the group and he prepares to leave. As he opens the door, Detective Chimp comes over to tell him, "You can't think like that. Things will get crazy, but you should honor Commissioner Gordon after his sacrifice. He would have stayed. But with the door open, there isn't any magical protection on the home, and Clarion can feel it. Something's coming." Jason Blood shouts for them to shut the door, and he runs to it with Harvey pushing it as hard as he can. But it's too late, as it's blown off the hinges and turns Jason Blood into Harvey into mush, and it throws Detective Chimp to the ground. Spectre has arrived, and he isn't here to play nice. Clarion and Zatanna try to get the protection magic back up and running, while Harley Quinn is upset because Detective Chimp's little hat fell off. Batman looks to Batwoman and Huntress. Look for an exit. We need to get out of here now. And Constantine snaps.
That's pretty
funny.
funny.
That's the spirit of vengeance out there. Do you really think he'll be fooled by hiding in another room? You think he can protect us from the Spectre? You can barely walk after your injury. You're bloody useless. So Batman punches Constantine in the nose, and he turns to Zatanna. As soon as you feel the attack stop, I want you to teleport everyone out of here. I'm going out there to talk to him. He is the spirit of vengeance, and he punishes criminals. They have something in common. Batman walks at the front door and he calls out, "Spectre!" Back inside, Constantine snaps to and he asks Clarion what's going on. Batman is talking to the Spectre. Jesus, the size of the coconuts in Batman. Zatanna turns to everyone and teleports them out of the house and back to the Tower of Fate, which doesn't fool the Spectre for even 1 second as he grabs Batman. Deceiver! Zatanna then reappears, grabs Batman, and warps away. He walks over to Constantine. You did that on purpose. Because you've been off your game, and if we're gonna have a chance to take down Superman, I'm gonna need Batman. Over on the other side of the tower, Harley is demanding that the Doctor come in right now. They need his help. But Dr. Fate has to explain he isn't that kind of
Oh, so it does tell me on the map if exit's used up.
It's complicated. Then lead me to my operating room, Mr. Fate. Meanwhile, back at the Hall of Justice, Sinestro is torturing Officer Sprague. And since he hasn't given up any information, Superman enters to tell him to stop the torture. It doesn't take much for Sinestro to convince Superman to let him continue, though. As Superman walks out of
there's
the room,
one stuck
Officer
over
Sprague
there.
continues to scream. Superman then enters the main hall, while Spectre appears to let him know there are new powers at work against him. Over in the tower, Constantine takes Batman with him to the one person that can tell them if their plans will work. At first, Madame Xanadu doesn't want to help Constantine. Everyone close to Constantine dies, and Constantine even gives Batman a chance to leave now. Walk away before someone gets hurt. But they've gone
Oh
too
my
far.
god, did I just look out?
The death of Jason Blood. She reveals the future to Constantine.
Alright.
The green will grow.
Happy
Hellfire will
day.
burn. A dead man will fall and a
What?
dead man will rise.
I didn't know there was a
The
mini
Empress
game.
awakens and the Emperor sleeps. Souls will be lost and traitors triumph. The advisor
Did I get it?
and the Joker returns.
Oh my god. I wish that was better explained before I did it.
And on that
Whatever.
note,
Let's get out of here.
plan into motion. Things begin with Clarion's
Unless there's
cat
some
knocking over
low
the
effort
candle
treasure
that binds
I can
Raven to her
find.
astral spirit. The first thing she does is take off to tell Superman to come for her. Warn him where she
Oh,
is now.
no, time to
The
go.
cat knocking over the candle wasn't an accident. It was all a part of the plan. Superman takes off at top speeds, leaving behind Spectre and everyone, and he makes his way to a magical house. One so powerful that no matter how hard he hits the door, he can't get it. It literally hurts his hand. So plan B. He uses the yellow ring to make a construct and tears the building in half. Inside,
Ah,
he finds Raven lying
where?
bound. He gives it a clap and the gusty ring destroys the circle holding her. Raven then
Butthole.
gets up thanking him. But while Superman isn't paying attention, Raven becomes a series of rags that wrap around him. The
All right,
being
let's
that
get
is
outta here.
obviously not Raven
Messing
tells
around.
Superman that he can feel his murdering soul, and Constantine steps out. I know, pretty dramatic, isn't it? This is
Better-
obviously not Raven. It's Ragman,
Shit.
known as
I don't
Rory
have
to
enough
his
time
friends.
for any of this.
Call him Rory. The suit of rags absorbs corrupted souls and it traps them inside the cloak until they're atoned for their sins. But you know, you literally murdered a planet. I guess you could
All right,
try to
all
until the
right.
stars burn out. Superman then burns through the bindings with his
This is
heat
like what, my third one so far?
Yeah, he's probably looking for you right now. But
I mean, it
this
doesn't
is
matter if you lose all
can
your
only
shit, I
find it
guess, in
because we wanted you
between,
to.
so...
Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, the Spectre arrives to tell
Oh,
everyone
well, that
that
was
he's
a
gone.
waste.
Superman is missing.
Got a
They
lot of
can't
bear
sense him.
pendants this
So
time
Leslie gets on the
around.
computer and he tries to find the exact location of Superman's earpiece. At that moment,
Good
Constantine gets a
backups.
little too cocky, and he lets Superman continue to struggle. Superman reaches up and he hits his communicator, yelling, Shazam! As he is a being of magical power, Shazam can hear his name being called, and at the speeds of lightning, he appears next to Superman. Ragman, get him! Constantine yells out. I can't. Shazam is an innocent. So Shazam grabs Ragman
Shazam
and
is an
and
innocent.
shouts, Shazam! And a bolt of magical lightning comes through the roof, burning Ragman and causing a massive explosion that reveals their location to the rest of the regime.
Does that make him
Constantine
an
looks in
innocent,
horror
though?
as
Does it
Spectre
really?
appears and grabs Ragman. He then begins to tear the cloak apart, freeing the souls to be judged by him, not this Ragman. He then takes off Ragman's mask to tell him it is time for his vengeance. Rory calls down to Constantine asking him for help, but Constantine turns his back to Rory, telling him, sorry mate. As Spectre kills Rory to the shock of Shazam, Superman gets up. Now you die, you little shit. He grabs Constantine and he
Jeez.
demands to know where Raven is, but Shazam asks him, stop, Superman, please. So Superman puts down Constantine and thanks Shazam for coming to his rescue. He knew he would be here. Shazam takes Constantine and the whole group begins to head back to the Hall of Justice, where Sinestro is offering to get information out of Constantine. But things take an eerie turn mid-flight, as Deadman is waiting for them to pass through. And when Shazam comes near him, he possesses Shazam, and then he drops Constantine. John falls farther and farther until a top hat catches him, and Zatanna is waiting for him. Superman then turns around to ask what's going on, as Shazam holds
Coming
his
in
head
clutch.
confused as to
Look
why
at
he
her.
did that. Inside, Deadman and the young boy that becomes Shazam are both inside of Shazam, and they're kind of arguing as to what is going on. Billy wants to know what this is, and Deadman says that this is odd. He's never shared the inside of a person before. But not to worry, he'll return Billy's body after he speaks to Spectre. Deadman would like to know why the Spectre is siding with anyone in this war. Billy stares him down. I don't need all of my body. And in the real world, he calls out, Shazam! Turning himself back into Billy Batson. Spectre catches the boy and he looks at him, and he can see that there are 3 minds inside of him. The Spectre reaches inside and he yanks Deadman out of Billy. So Deadman takes his chance. I won't be speaking to you today, Spectre. I want to speak to the man inside, Jim Corrigan. The two of them stare at each other and Deadman asks, is he even in there? The Spectre then gives an evil grin, and Deadman looks scared. You're not Jim Corrigan, are you? Who are you? The Spectre then sends Deadman on, because as he tells Superman, the only thing here is a spirit that forgot to fade on. He'll help him. He uses his sword of vengeance to cut Deadman in half, and his essence begins to leak out of him, so he begins to drift away. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Fate, Constantine is trying to decide what to do next, and Batman storms in telling him that he should have told him about this plan. So Constantine takes Batman with him for the next piece of it. To the first part of the prophecy, the green will grow. They then walk to the heart of the green, Swamp Thing's swamp. Back with Deadman, he drifts to the Himalayas, to Nana Parbat, to ask the goddess to fix him. Don't let him fade away. He has so much more to accomplish. And she tells him that she can't do that. It is time for the Deadman to move on, and for another one to replace him. So he asks her, can I pick my own successor then? And she tells him she knows his choice. It's a wise one, and one that will return order. Back in the swamp, John asks his old friend Swamp Thing to aid them, but Swamp Thing tells him that he has already sided with Superman. Superman's cause will save the green, and that is his only concern. And John looks at him. I don't want you as an enemy. Nor I you, John. As John and Batman leave the swamp, John says to Batman, we're going to have to kill Swamp Thing. Meanwhile, back in Nana Parbat, Deadman smiles as his replacement arrives. The man reaches down and he holds Deadman's hand as Deadman begins to fade off. Thank you for choosing me. It's gonna be good to help again. And Deadman tells him, you are the only choice, Dick Grayson. Find Jim Corrigan, Grayson. He is at the heart of this, and tell Batman, tell your dad, goodbye for me. With that, Deadman transfers his power to Dick Grayson, making him the new Deadman. Over in the Tower of Fate, Constantine gathers the group to explain the situation and the prophecy. The green will grow, the hellfire will burn. That Swamp Thing and the hellfire could be a number of things. A dead man will fall, and a dead man will rise. That's already happened as well. The Empress awakens, and the Emperor sleeps. And Catwoman chimes in. Who's the Empress? And that's when Detective Chimp walks back over. That's Wonder Woman. My sources say that she's been asleep since this began. Did we do this? Constantine rolls his eyes. Yes. And she shouldn't be able to wake up, but those Amazons have some crazy gods on their side. Meanwhile, the Phantom Stranger takes Spectre into space to walk the rings of Saturn to figure out what's going on. It's not like the Spectre to side with anyone in a battle such as this. The Spectre explains that he's just keeping the balance. Superman has made things more balanced than it ever has been before, and the Stranger tells him Superman is not the one that he serves. So Spectre grabs the Phantom Stranger and begins shoving him through the rings and into the planet. While the Spectre is occupied removing the Phantom Stranger as a threat, Superman realizes that his protection from magic is gone, and suddenly he hears a booming voice. The smell of brimstone, the odor of death, the stench of hellfire, on Etrigan's breath.
God, I am gonna miss him.
He begins burning everyone with hellfire. Superman tries to put his hand over Etrigan's mouth, but it just burns him, and Etrigan cracks him over the head. Meanwhile, back in space, the Spectre can sense that Superman is in trouble, and he tries to leave, but the Phantom Stranger grabs him. You think me powerless, Spectre? I am eternal. So the Spectre turns to him and stabs him through the stomach. Nothing is. Rest, stranger. You have earned it. Back over at the Hall of Justice, Superman knocks Etrigan out the wall and into space. Why attack me, Etrigan? What do you want? It's nothing personal.
What's this?
A deal was done. Superman grabs Etrigan by the chest. What deal was done? What have you agreed to? Nothing crazy. Just to keep you close. Gone, oh Etrigan. Rise instead the form of. And then he changes into Batman. Surprised, Superman asks, Bruce? He throws magical powder into Superman's face. And Superman begins to feel woozy and tired. And he turns back to Bruce. You made a deal with the demon? You refuse to stand beside me and fix the world, but you'll stand against me with hell? He then hits the ground, asleep, and Batman walks away. Dream of the man you should have been, and never wait to slay me. While Batman and Constantine think that they've won, this isn't the end of their journey, because Wonder Woman has also been placed in the same magical sleep ever since the day Green Arrow died, and she has just awoken to her mother and Ares, the god of war, standing by her side. They explain that she has been in a magical sleep for months, and that it took a deal with Hera to wake her up. The first thing Diana wants to know is where is Superman, and Ares tells her, much has happened since you fell asleep. Over in the Tower of Fate, Batman's base of operations, he turns to his prisoners, Flash, Raven, Cyborg, and Robin, to tell them Superman is down, and you can still undo the damage that you have done. We can be a team again. So Robin's response sums it up best for everyone. Screw you. Over in the Hall of Justice, Diana returns demanding to know what happened. Why is Hal Jordan the Yellow Lantern? And then she walks into the hall where they are keeping Superman with Ares. But that's when she notices that Superman is wearing a Yellow Lantern ring. And she turns to Sinestro demanding to know what he did. She jumps on him and she begins to strangle him. Sinestro takes to the sky, telling the Amazon that she will not touch him again. But Wonder Woman doesn't care. She smashes through his constructs and
How do you
throws him out of the
know?
building. She then jumps on him and punches him over
Okay.
and over, scaring everyone because she's never been this angry. Until Superman stops her by catching her punch. Ares awoken. What are you doing, Clark?
There
Diana
you are,
demands.
you little
And he
shit.
explains that Sinestro is with him. And she tells him nothing justifies him wearing a ring fueled by fear.
God damn it.
So he does. And she crushes it before they take off to the skies to talk about what's been going on, what she's missed. He explains the Lantern War, Batman's actions, and the dream that was paradise. In the dream, he had Lois, he had the farm, he had a daughter. He had a daughter! He saw what could have been, and then it was taken from him again.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense to skip
Much
that.
angrier knowing what he's missed. Diana tells him that this is their reality. He needs to get over it. At that moment, Spectre fills Superman in on the location of Batman's prisoners. They are all
You
located
dick.
in the Tower of Fate. He can't go there himself, but he can get Superman there, which leads to the walls of the Tower of Fate exploding as Superman's regime enters it. While this is going on, Dick Grayson, as the new Deadman, enters the Gotham prison to find Jim Corrigan, the true host of Spectre, to see if he can figure out
Dirty
why the
bitch took
Spectre
a
is
lot of
acting
hits.
so weird. But what
Turned
he
out to be
finds
worth it,
scares
though,
him,
didn't
as
it?
Jim is laughing maniacally, not hosting the Spectre. Back in the Tower of Fate, Superman punches Batman into the back wall. So Batman tells his team to pop the green pills that they stole from Superman's regime that will grant them super strength.
Or could do some
Dr.
health
Fate
potions.
floats the
Although
tower,
there is a healing
mixing everything up. They all begin fighting it out with
shrine in
Batman
that
versus
room.
Superman, Catwoman
So,
losing to Sinestro,
as long as I get there
Diana
first
defeating
and
Batwoman.
and
then
don't
Harley
die.
Quinn blows up Shazam. Constantine has a plan though as he tells Clarion to get ready. But before Clarion can do anything, Sinestro blasts him from behind, killing him. So Constantine pulls his ace out of the hole, and he goes for one final summon. He calls on Trigon. You will burn for what you
I
did.
swear to
Kryptonian.
God,
Trigon
please
shouts as
just
he
go
grabs
away.
Superman. We need to leave, Batman. You summon Trigon. No one summons Trigon. Then why
Can't
is
believe
he
how
here?
long
Why
that
is he
fucking
attacking
thing
Superman?
lingers
He's
on
here
for.
because I sent out a magical beacon with his daughter's location. That night had Etrigan spreading rumors in hell that Superman kidnapped Raven. He then tries to pull on Batman, pulling him out of the room. Meanwhile, Harley looks on Trigon. Oh my god, it's the guy from Legend! I love that movie! Are there gonna be unicorns too? Hal calls the Shazam to go find Raven now, and then Harley turns to see Shazam leaving. Shazzy, where are you going? You're gonna miss the unicorns! Dang it, kind of fallen in love with you a little bit. But while she's debating what she should do about Shazzy, Trigon guts the god of war. So Batman's whole team begins to leave with Harley saying goodbye to any potential unicorns, while Trigon smashes all of the heroes. But just as Bruce
I
is leaving
can't,
through the portal,
can't
Dick
imagine
Grayson
Trigon
appears.
is gonna
Grayson
find much of a
explains that he knows
challenge
the power
there.
of Deadman, and that he found Jim Corrigan in a straitjacket laughing, and that he was put there magically by whoever
That's
was
not
in the
good.
Spectre. So Batman asks, then who was in the Spectre? Meanwhile, back in the Tower of Fate, the true
They
identity
come
of the
back?
Spectre finally
Oh.
reveals itself to save
What do you
Superman
know?
from Trigon. It's Mr. Mixopedaling, and he's been following Superman since the start, keeping him safe, because only he is allowed to mess with Superman, and no one else can kill and remove him from the multiverse.
So they
put, as he explains it to the
regenerate.
heroes,
Good to
if Superman is
know.
killed, then this will be a very boring multiverse for him. And with that, their epic brawl with neither truly winning, but their powers being so fast that no one else can get involved begins. But as their battle hits new levels of insanity, Wonder Woman throws out the idea that maybe they should get the heck out of the Tower of Fate, because there are literally two guys tearing reality apart here. So, Mr. Mixopedaling says, that's a great idea, and he teleports everyone to the front of the House of Mystery, where Batman and crew are hiding. He then teleports Batman and Constantine outside with Superman, and he tells Constantine, you have some explaining to do before going back and fighting Trigon once more. Realizing the superpowered heroes have been badly beaten, Batman's crew comes running out of the house getting ready to continue their fight. But just as they appear to be winning, as they are finally beating down Superman and friends, Swamp Thing gets involved. He grabs everyone up in plant and he tells Constantine that he doesn't want to hurt John. And he knows that John was already planning to kill him. So
Let's
John
douse these
teleports out of the hold the
torches.
Swamp Thing has on him and into the House of Mystery. But in the House of Mystery, Dr. Fate tells Grayson just how bad this is. The green is not something you can win against. But let's say they actually do. Well, then they have Trigon eventually winning his fight, and he'll turn his 4 eyes onto the group to kill them. They can't win like this. And just then, John teleports into the house to inform them that this is horrible that Swamp Thing is involved. This is not what they wanted to fight. Grayson and Dr. Fate look at him. We already know how bad this is. Well, fine, give me some time, John tells them. And Grayson gets an idea. Meanwhile, back outside, the fight continues with Diana dropping Catwoman, Harley Quinn blowing kisses to Shazam before he shoves her into the ground, and Batwoman defeating Sinestro. Renee Montoya and Hal are fighting on the other side, and she's actually beating him until he gets tired of it and smashes her with a construct. Superman and Batman are still fighting it out though, and Superman tells him that he will never be as strong as him, no matter how many strength pills he takes. And Batman tells him that he isn't going to be like him. He has humanity. At that moment, Shazam knocks Batman out of the fight. Things would be lost if not for Grayson's plan. He went to possess Poison Ivy and he has her flying the Batplane to the fight right now. As he gets closer with Shazam standing over Batman, no one is sure what's
You
gonna happen
bitch.
next. So Grayson leaps out of the Batplane and into Shazam, where he instantly calls down Shazam, turning him back into Billy Batson. Poison Ivy then leaps out of the plane and into the fight, confused as to why she's even here. But
No
she
point of
does
going
see
in
the forces
half-cocked.
burning around her due to Trigon's hellfire. That's when Swamp Thing sees her, and the battle begins with green versus green. While this is happening, Batwoman and Helena jump in to fight against Superman, seeing that he's now weakened. But Wonder Woman jumps in their way and begins fighting against them on behalf of Superman. Back with Billy Batson and Bruce, Grayson, while possessing Billy's body, tells Bruce to forgive. Grayson tells him to let Grayson
Oh,
live.
come on,
That
really?
Bruce was the greatest father that he ever knew.
Why am I
His
such a
life would
terrible
be ruined
shot?
if Bruce didn't adopt him. And now, his other son needs his help. Damien, don't turn your back on your son, Bruce. They then hug with Batman thanking him. And Grayson leaves Billy's body, and Bruce knocks him out. Meanwhile, Batwoman and Helena are putting up a good fight against Wonder Woman, at least keeping her at
Killing
bay,
me.
until Wonder Woman throws
Killing
her
me with
lasso
this
out
shit.
and wraps it around Helena's neck, breaking it. Both Diana and Batwoman stop, and then Batwoman jumps on her, shouting, "Murderer!" But
Okay.
this is the least of their problems, because
Well, you're
Trigon is
faster
done
than I
playing games, and
anticipated.
he's bringing this whole place down to hell. All of reality begins to tear apart, and everyone can feel it. This fight is literally hitting its breaking point. It stops everyone in their tracks. Swamp Thing and Poison Ivy stop fighting, and they begin working together to fix the green. And Diana and Batwoman stop their brawl, and even Batman and Superman need to stop what they're doing. Inside the House of Mystery, John realizes everything is done.
Fuck.
They've lost, and the heroes that are outside of the House of Mysteries will die when it gets pulled down to hell. So Flash tells him, "Let me go. I have enough speed force in me that I can still go out there and get everyone." John takes a drag off his cigarette and releases Flash. He saves everyone that he
Not
can.
looking
and
good.
Everyone gets inside of the house. By the time he gets to Swamp Thing, it's too late.
Yeah, I didn't
And
really
Swamp
stand
Thing
a
is pulled
chance,
down
did
to
I?
hell with everything. Flash is smart though. There are two magical houses
Let's
out
see how
here,
other
and
people
he
are
split them
doing.
up, Batman's team and Superman's team. This is only a temporary fix though. Trigon and Mr. Mixophilic are going to destroy everything and bring it all to hell. Grayson suggests that he can try to possess either one of them, but John tells him that that won't work.
I think I'm gonna have to change up my loadout.
And Batman figures it all out. He turns to John.
Give up my
Plan this all along.
belongings like I had a
You knew this was
choice.
going to happen. You're hiding something. And John disappoints him. No, sorry. There was no accounting for Mixophilic coming in here causing a titanic celestial overload. They'll go supernova magically speaking unless we can convince them to pack their toys and go elsewhere. Then that's what we'll do. We'll teleport them into the void, where they can never get back to us, Dr. Fate chimes in. Shazam's lightning can transport Billy to another dimension, and I have a mastery over lightning. I can control it. We're out of time, John says, as the windows explode with the power of the Titans. So Grayson decides that he'll do it, and he takes off out of the house. Meanwhile, in the House of Secrets, Diana can't think of any other answers, and she decides that she will bring Raven to her father. But just at that moment, Grayson gets into the house and he tells her to stop. Dr. Fate has a plan and it requires Billy Batson. As Grayson begins walking Billy outside, and Dr. Fate flies out of his house, Damien sees the ghost
Suppose
of
I could
Dick.
use this to
Hi.
avoid
It's okay, Damien.
stuff,
Billy walks outside and
right?
stands beneath two of the most powerful beings in the entire multiverse, terrified. But Dr. Fate stands out there with him in the middle of this mess of magic. At
Kinda
that
do some,
moment,
like, hit
Raven
and run
finally wakes up and
tactics,
sees her
I
father out there,
suppose.
and she flies out into the magical storm. So, standing beneath everything, with all of reality tearing itself apart in front of them, Dr. Fate stands with Billy, and he shouts, Shazam! The lightning comes down to Billy, and Dr. Fate redirects it onto Trigon and Mr. Mxyzptlk, and he transports them both away, ending this entire mess. The magical explosion was so great that it knocked everyone onto their butts, and Zatanna had to show up and teleport Batman's team to the hidden base in Alaska that he built a long time ago. And then he turns to Batwoman. Where's Constantine? Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, Superman apologizes to his team, admitting that he has made some questionable actions. If he hadn't been focused on Batman, he might have seen Trigon and Mxyzptlk coming. He then thanks them and goes into space
Give it a
to overlook
shot.
Earth while Wonder Woman joins him and admits
At least he can move with this one. This invisibility.
Constantine, he's with his daughter Rose Constantine, the one that started all of this when Batman walks in. John! It's about time, Bats. I wish I could say it's been a pleasure. You've been playing all of us from the start, haven't you? Your whole endgame was this, to get rid of Trigon. Took you longer than the chimp to sort that one out, mate. The chimp wanted to talk about that weeks ago. This has always been about Rose. I would do anything to keep her safe ever since Superman's bloody war dropped an alien on Rose's mum. You said you wanted revenge against Superman for that. You both deserve a shot in the bullocks. Him for being a tyrannical wanker, and you for being so simple-minded. Now, it's time for me and Rose to leave. Consider this a magical relocation program. No one will ever put my daughter in jeopardy again. I trusted you, John. Your mistake, mate. I'm not a hero. I'm just a father with a kid to raise. And as Batman watched John
really makes that
vanish
pretty
off of this
clear.
plane of existence, he looked down to see a drawing that Rose had made of a potential happy family. Mom, Dad, and her. Olympus, a kingdom that few believe even exists and even fewer have actually seen. Most accept the world that they are a part of, not even considering alternate timelines, magical dimensions, and places that exist outside of known reality. But Olympus is not merely folklore, nor is it myth meant to account for what could not be explained by primitive man. Olympus is real, and so are the gods that inhabit it. And the gods are discussing the situation on Earth, in which these beings referring to themselves as superheroes are taking over the planet. And Ares states that it's time to put mankind back in its place. While down on Earth in the Hall of Justice, Superman is sitting on his self-appointed throne, trying to figure out where Batman is. Ever since their battle that involved the magics of heaven and hell and the death of Huntress, he's been in hiding. And Superman tells Hal Jordan, the Yellow Lantern, that they need to do better at finding Batman. And Hal tells him not to speak to him like that. Just because he's in control of the Justice League does not make him better than the Justice League. They aren't his subjects, so don't talk to them like they are. Superman stands up and informs Hal that he doesn't have time for his delicate ego and to take his hurt feelings and go somewhere else. Hal begins to get his ring ready, and Superman begins to heat his eyes up when Wonder Woman walks in. She reminds Superman that they are his friends, and he shouldn't be trying to turn his friends into insurgents like Batman. Meanwhile, Batman is hiding in Alaska, in a lead-lined base, trying to decide if he should accept the offer that he has been given. How far is too far for this war to go? Alfred walks over and gives him his dinner before asking him if he's thought about reaching out to Damien, and Bruce tells him he has no idea what Damien is. So Alfred reminds him, the Joker is not your fault. Superman is not your fault. Dick Grayson's death is not your fault. None of this is your burden to carry alone. Batman takes the Batjet to a random mountaintop where Ares, the god of war, is standing, and he tells him, I'm in. Meanwhile, Renee Montoya is drinking herself into a stupor. This war between Superman and Batman has cost her Huntress, and she's about to get her revenge. So she decides that she's gonna get Superman's attention by attacking Cyborg and Robin. She drops Cyborg in a single hit, leaving just her and Robin. Damian throws a batarang at her, and it breaks off her head, and she asks, are you done? He runs in and tries to punch her, then kick her, then punch her right in the nose. And she doesn't even flinch. She then uppercuts him into the sky. As he bounces into the streets nearby, she walks up and grabs him by the head and yells into the nearby news chopper's cameras, Superman, face me or Robin dies! Superman is sitting with his parents asking if they are afraid of him when he can hear her shouting with his super hearing, and he asks them to turn the TV on. He then rockets off to face her. Meanwhile, Billy Batson is getting pulled out of school by a woman claiming to be his mother. Like, wait a minute. She walks him out to her motorcycle, a Harley for Harley, as she says, and asks him to turn into his better half. When he refuses, she knocks him out and takes him hostage. Back with Superman and Renee, Superman hits her from behind, forcing her to drop Robin. She gets back on her feet, and we can see how she is so strong suddenly. She is popping every single one of the super strength-wrenching pills that she can get her hands on. All at once, her muscles begin bulging and she begins screaming, "I'm gonna kill you, Superman!" She gets in a few hits, but then he hits her with everything that he has, throwing her through the nearby Washington Monument. So, she tears it out of the ground and hits Superman with it, sending him flying. Then she reels back in pain and hits the ground.
Sure.
Those pills give their users incredible amounts of strength, but they are a terrible strain on the human heart. And Renee just took a handful of them. Superman rockets back onto the scene, slamming her into the ground, demanding that she stop. He can see the strain on her heart, but it's too little, too late, as she falls to the ground, spewing the green liquid all over the place. Nearby, a Wayne helicopter lands, and Bruce Wayne gets out, and he runs to catch Renee as she dies from her overdose. Superman looks at Bruce, mourning over the loss of another friend, and he tells him, "Just go." Wonder Woman is in shock. "Clark, we've been searching all over for him for months, and he's right here." No, this isn't Batman. This is Bruce Wayne, and he's here to take his friend home. This war has cost us too much. It's over. Say it, Bruce. With tears in his eyes, Bruce tells him it's over. He then takes Renee Montoya and he heads back to his hideout, where he dons the cowl and tells his friends, this isn't over. While Bruce prepares for the next part of his mission, Barbara Gordon calls Lex Luthor, their secret man on the inside for Batman's team. She tells him that she needs his help, and he tries an experimental procedure to repair her broken spine. Because in this universe, Barbara Gordon is still crippled by the Joker, while Lex is working on his own experiment to save the day, a clone of Superman. Meanwhile, Billy Batson wakes up to Harley Quinn standing in front of him while he's tied to a chair. She welcomes him to her secret hideout, the Quiver. Yes, she knows that this looks like Green Arrow's old hideout, but he's not around anymore. But that's when she gets a call to return to Batman's hideout, and it's time to move. So she gasses Billy and leaves him tied to that chair. Batman prepares his team for the big move that is coming, and Barbara surprises everyone by walking in.
That's the last one I needed. Hopefully I can get out of here.
Tries to stop her. She tells him that it's her choice, not his, and she's going to help in this fight. Harley backs her up too. True dat, son. And with that, Batman's latest plan begins, as the Amazons march on the Hall of Justice, with Hermes demanding that by the decree of Zeus, Superman leave Earth, or suffer the wrath of the Amazon army. Wonder Woman is in shock. What is this? And she walks up to Artemis, demanding to know who ordered this attack. Well, as it turns out, the deal that was struck to wake Wonder Woman from her magical sleep was that Hera was owed a favor. And that favor was to have Wonder Woman's mother march the Amazons on Superman for daring to treat himself as a god. Her mother did refuse, but Hera just imprisoned her. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman grabs Hermes. My mother better not be hurt. And then she attempts to order the Amazons to stand down. But I always
get killed when I'm trying to rest.
This leaves Superman
it's never a straight fight.
Even got started, and that's when Batman arrives, landing the Batplane. Superman demands to know if Batman has forgotten the last time that they spoke. No, you are wrong, Clark. It's not over, Batman simply says as he walks over.
Might just be enough time for a Smoky Boo.
See. But we'll benefit from them being on the right side, he says with a smile. Hermes is growing tired of this, though. What is your answer, Superman? Superman looks at Wonder Woman. Is there anything we can do?
What do we got here?
Yes. I demand that we settle this with
Conan the Bacterium Wax.
From each side to the death. And Hermes
that was good
accepts.
Still.
Superman steps forward. I will be my own champion. Now choose yours. And Harley Quinn jumps in. I volunteer! I volunteer as tribute! Everyone turns to look at her weird. Harness Everquinn? Anyone? Luckily, everyone ignores her and Batman turns back to Superman. On behalf of the gods, we choose Wonder Woman. She jumps on Batman. How dare you! Hermes throws her off. I will not allow this. This drives Superman to jump on Hermes, and the battle begins with Harley Quinn shouting, "It's on, District 12!" At that moment, a bolt of lightning hits the ground. Enough! And Zeus stands before everyone. I will not have this divine challenge ignored by my daughter or anyone else. Hal, Flash, and Cyborg all look at each other. Did you know her dad was? Nope. Wonder Woman takes this chance. How can this be? My mother would never have agreed to this. And Zeus explains that due to her awakening, she must fight in the side of Hera. And if she refuses, her mother will die. So, she apologizes to Clark, and they begin their battle. Wonder Woman comes in with a swing of her sword and Superman blocks it with his forearm, shattering her sword. He then gets in a right hook, causing her to bleed. She then kicks him, so he punches her in the gut and then across the jaw. And when she comes in for a punch, he headbutts her, busting her nose, inciting the rage of an Amazon. She elbows him in the knee, gouges out his eyes, and breaks his arm. He then looks up at her and bombards her with his heat vision. Wonder Woman holds her shield up and walks into it. You know this won't stop me, Clark. It'll hurt, but it won't stop me. She then cracks him over the face with her shield, and he lunges at her with the full strength of his abilities, punching her in the jaw. I will kill you if I have to! And they both step back, and Wonder Woman asks him to yield. She doesn't want to kill him, and he jumps back in. Want has nothing to do with it. They both jump back into it, Wonder Woman getting in multiple shots, and Hal Jordan looking on and realizing this isn't the Superman that he knew. Superman was fearful. He feared for humanity because he was linked to humanity through Lois, and now he isn't. The yellow ring can sense somebody's fear, and he can sense none in Superman. He is now beyond caring about himself or anyone else. Wonder Woman then pummels Clark into the ground and then holds him up by his symbol. It's over. She then winds up prepared to take his life, and she gets blasted by yellow energy! Sinestro has returned, and he isn't about to let Superman lose. Zeus shouts out, "Who dares?" And everyone turns to Sinestro. Why did you do that? Isn't it obvious? The traitor was about to kill Superman, and you were all standing there. Superman hits Sinestro with everything he has, throwing him across the planet. No more from you. Zeus then turns to the army. You know the task that is before you, Hermes. Understood, Allfather. Army of Zeus, attack! Everyone jumps in to continue this fight. The army of Zeus, Superman's regime, Batman's insurgency. But one fight takes precedence over all of this. Damian
It's like
stands
another
before
nightmare.
Bruce. I've waited a long time for this one, Dad. And he tells him, and you won't mind waiting longer. And Batgirl knocks out Damian. Hermes runs at his full speed, laughing at the idea of another speedster, and he drops Flash while Artemis drops Hal Jordan. Then Superman shouts, "Enough!" and he uses his super breath to push everyone down. But it's not really the end, is it? As the gods arrive, Superman, Apollo shouts, "You have incurred the wrath of the gods. Surrender or die." And he was surrounded by his fellow gods, Atlas, Eros, Hercules, and Athena. So Cyborg puts a call out to the rest of the Justice League. They're gonna need everyone. Raven hears the call, but refuses to come as she's mourning the loss of her father Trigon. Billy is still unconscious in the quiver, but Ares, the god of war, looking over. Lex sees the beacon go off, but chooses to ignore it so he can continue his work on Superman's throne. So Superman stands there, silent, with no reinforcements. Hermes can see that Superman is defeated, so he gives him one day to abdicate his false throne and leave the Hall of Justice. He then orders Artemis to pull back and
Abdicate.
Batman can't believe it. They
That's
have
a
Superman
2-cent
on the run.
word.
Why are they pulling back? We can't give them time to fortify their position.
Nope, that's
And Hercules
3-cent
directs
word.
him. There is no we, mortal. There is only the will of my father. Tell your caped friends to stand down or I will. So Superman and his regime begin to walk back into the hall, picking up their injured. Artemis tells Diana to stop and
Some of these Injustice
She
arcs
now
just
stands with
didn't
Zeus.
matter.
She turns furious. I will not! And she jumps on Hermes, punching him. Diana stops.
Like, it was
Superman
clever
shouts,
to get
and Hal
Wonder
wonders if
Woman
they
to
should be
fight,
joining her.
you know,
But
Superman,
Hercules comes
but I
in
can't.
and hits Wonder Woman over the head so
Just
hard
not a
that
lot
she
of
bleeds.
interesting stuff in
Damian
this
then asks,
arc.
We're jumping in now, right? And Superman replies with, leave the big one to me. So Cyborg amplifies the sun's rays to repair Superman's arms, and they begin battling the gods again. Hal Jordan tries to take on Hercules, but Hercules shatters his constructs and knocks him
excuse
to
me?
the ground, where Harley takes a cheap shot and kicks him. Hercules then lifts her off the ground, telling her that this is his fight, and she can go. He then continues to approach Hal, so Hal hits him with a blast of fear, but Hercules ignores it, telling Hal, your fear-mongering days are over. And then he goes in for a punch that can crush a mere mortal. Luckily, Superman catches it, and Wonder Woman jumps in so they both begin battling with Hercules. Hercules is a demigod though, and he uppercuts Superman into space before grabbing Diana by the throat. Batman's team looks on in horror as they realize that this is a massacre. Is this really what they wanted? Meanwhile, in the quiver, Ares approaches Billy Batson and removes the tape over his mouth. It's time. Superman needs you. So Billy shouts, Shazam! And the superhero with the power of the gods prepares to enter the battlefield.
Oh, at least this kind of feels safe to sit down.
Shazam is coming in hot, ready to fight this. He was tied up in Harley Quinn's base, but now Ares has released him to come to Superman's aid. Superman is about to lose his fight against the old gods, but Shazam has the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury. Superman might
There's
be
just
having
like
problems
so
with a
much
single
lore.
god, but Shazam has the power of 6 gods, and he is on Superman's side. Standing in front of the Hall of Justice, Hercules is currently holding Wonder Woman by the throat, ready to end the life of his own sister, when Shazam slams him from behind. "Kick his ass, Shazzy," Harley shouts, and Hercules begins fighting it out with Shazam by punching him in the face, but Shazam uses everything he has to slam Hercules in the gut. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman is struggling to regain her breath when 3 of Huntress's friends walk up behind her. Wonder Woman murdered Huntress by mistake when they all fought against Trigon in year 3. Batwoman kicks Wonder Woman while she's down, and using her own lasso, she wraps it around Wonder Woman's neck. She begins to strangle her as Batgirl tries to stop her, but Batwoman lets her go. "You aren't worth it, Diana." Over with Shazam and Hercules, the power of 2 gods can be heard
Oh,
with every
fuck me.
punch. The ground is literally being pushed back by their force. So Shazam changes it up, and he thunderclaps Hercules' ears, and then
That
he
little
headbutts
shit
him
go.
and double slams him on the back. "Let's change your name to
Did I already lose
because
him?
you don't deserve my H." Meanwhile, Superman is in space
stuck?
with the uppercut that Hercules gave
stuck.
him last time, and he's finally coming to realize that this is the end. So he comes rocketing back to Earth at unbelievable speeds, using all of the force of entering orbit to finish off Hercules, burying him into the ground. Everyone stops because Superman just killed the demigod. So Apollo shoots him in the shoulder and curses him with a plague. Shazam tears the arrow out, and then he punches Apollo with his strength, leading the rest of the gods to jump in and fight. But over on the other side of the battlefield, Batman gets hit in the head with a baton, and Damian stands there. "I'm gonna enjoy kicking your ass." Batman and Damian have been at odds ever since Damian accidentally killed Nightwing, with Damian
Damian's
joining
such a
Superman's
shithead.
regime and Batman leading the
Mess.
insurgency. Damian jumps in and Batman blocks it. Batman tries to calm his own son down, telling him that he's the most skilled fighter to ever wear the Robin costume. But Damian screams, "Don't say it too loud, your favorite son might hear you." "This isn't about Dick, Damian. It's always been about Dick." "I'm really sorry, Damian," Batman says into
That's what
Damian's
she
eyes,
said.
"for blaming you for what happened. It wasn't your fault." And then Batman throws Damian to the ground. But Damian gets up and punches him. "I don't believe you!" "Come back to me, Damian. We can be Batman and Robin again." So Damian tears the R off his chest. "I will never be your Robin again. I'd rather die first." He leaps in and Batman knees him in the stomach, knocking him out. While back with Shazam, he takes off into the sky to break Eros' wings, and then he's struck by lightning, turning him back into Billy Batson. He falls to the ground, and standing in front of him is Zeus. He stares at him and shouts the word that brings back his powers, "Shazam!" But nothing happens. Zeus stares at him. "I am the All-Father, and you only have your powers because I granted them. No more will you hurt my children. Superman, abdicate your throne or I will punish you all, starting with this boy." Harley runs at Zeus. "Let him go!" So Zeus hits her with a lightning bolt, killing her. "I need an
This
answer,
will
Superman."
do it since I
Realizing
did
he
it.
doesn't have an option, Superman sends his team back to their home cities to wait for word from him, and they all disperse. Once the battle has ended, the world asks the question, what's next? Are the ancient gods going to rule the earth now? Where is Superman going to go? And the old leaders question, can they do something to get their power back from Superman? Over at the Hall of Justice, Ares, the god of war, approaches Superman to continue their plans. Ares has been playing both sides. He convinced Batman to join the fight, while at the same time has secretly been working with Superman. After we learn that he hasn't always been the god of war, but was actually a thing turned into the god of war because of his love for war by Zeus. He informs Superman that if he wants to stop Zeus, he'll need to get Zeus's brothers involved, Poseidon and Hades. Ares does love war. But who is Ares really working for? Meanwhile, over at Themyscira, the home of the Amazons, and Zeus's army's location, Wonder Woman barges into Batman's tent as she's being forced to be on Zeus and Batman's side because her father is Zeus. She demands to know how he dared go to her father for support. Look at what he's done! And he tells her he only wanted Superman to surrender. He isn't the one who calls for
get the
trial
hell
by
outta here.
combat. That was her who demanded that she
Oh
get
my
away
God.
from Superman. At that
Okay.
moment, both of them begin to feel the ground shaking beneath them, and they run outside to see a monstrous wave approaching them. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Harley Quinn is on a boat with Billy Batson and Wonder Woman's mother, being sent to the Dungeon of the Damned. Back on Themyscira, everyone is heading outside to see the giant wall of water.
Oh my God.
But Batman realizes
Okay.
the water has paused and it's waiting. It's Poseidon, and he's
I
holding the
cannot
wall up,
see.
so Wonder Woman jumps up there to ask what the meaning of this is.
Where is
He
the
demands that Zeus
exit?
abandon this pointless pursuit and return to Olympus. And then a blast of heat vision takes down
Please
Hermes
tell me
and
it's
his
up here
fire,
somewhere.
allowing Poseidon to declare that he stands with the Kryptonian. So Batman tries to call Aquaman for help, but Aquaman tells him that he won't be getting involved with this, and he hangs up on Batman. That's when Mara gives him a look. The look that
Where?
says they need to get involved. Wonder Woman jumps
Oh,
in and punches Superman
fuck.
for getting more gods involved in this. And then an arrow
All
from
right,
the
so if I
Amazon
just
army
stay alive
flies
for
into
like
Poseidon
what,
in the
40
shoulder.
seconds it
So
might open?
Poseidon lets the wave come
I'm
down
being
on the
hopeful.
island. Just as it gets inches from crushing everyone, Mara stops it. Poseidon swipes his trident at Wonder Woman, throwing her
Don't
into
forget,
the water, and
you
Aquaman
forgot that
tackles her.
spell
Back
boosts
goes
your memory
Catwoman, and Batwoman
capacity.
decide that
Oh
they
yeah,
can't
because
get
my
against the wall of
boots were
water,
helping
so
me
they're
out
gonna
with
work on
that.
getting everyone to safety before it falls.
There's
And
a
back
boat
on the
in
wall of
here.
water, Poseidon hits Aquaman in the junk and stabs him. You're just a man fighting a god. Superman breaks from the fight
Are
to go
you,
get Diana
boat?
in the water, and Poseidon begins pummeling Mara, trying to get her to break her concentration so that his wall of water can fall.
Ow.
So Aquaman pulls Poseidon down into the water, and then he hits Poseidon with a right hook and then a left hook, while a squid brings him his trident and he runs Poseidon through the back. He then holds him up and
Any
feeds
luck?
him to a shark. When Aquaman goes
Do I
back
have
to the
any
surface,
hope at
we see
all
that
for
Mara can't
boats?
hold the water anymore, and the entire wall of water crashes down at Themyscira. Meanwhile, back in the underworld,
Damn
Harley is
it.
popping green
This
pills
is
that grant
not
her
much
power,
better.
breaking anyone in her path to try and get the
Wait.
three of them out of here.
No,
That
I didn't
is
think
until
that was
she
gonna
causes so many
work.
problems in the underworld that Ares appears down below to stop her. She gives him a kick and steals his mother box. They then boom tube to another place, a place that they don't want to be.
Am I safe?
Back on Themyscira, the waves are crashing down on the Amazon city, and everyone is trying to evacuate beyond a couple of cliffs so that Batman can bomb the cliffs and seal the water off. While Batman does manage to seal the water and save the civilians, he is left on the wrong side of the wave with the Amazon army and Batwoman, until Flash runs in to save everyone. He
Oh,
runs
shit.
up to the cliff. Oh man, oh man, oh man, too close, too close. Zeus then appears and tells his brother to stop this, strikes his second, and pulled the ocean back. Why do you side with the Kryptonian? Are your strings that easily pulled? No, I do so I own yours.
Oh, god damn
My
it.
choice? No, I'll follow.
Knew I was gonna get
Poseidon
fucked.
retreats, leaving only Superman to stand
I wish I
with
understood
Zeus.
when the
Superman,
fucking
you've lost your right to inhabit this planet.
exits
Leave
opened.
right now or
Is it
die.
just like in the last minute or
Swings
two?
at Zeus. His punches literally go through thin air.
Or is it more
Zeus
obvious
smacks
than
him
that and I'm
aside,
just
but that's
stupid?
when Batman runs over to Clark.
I'm open to
Revolver
either.
blade. Zeus then hits them all with lightning, and Clark struggles to get out the words. What do you know? More than I'm about to say. I got word that Harley has a mother box. Realizing that this can only mean one thing, Superman leaves Earth. Meanwhile, we see where Harley, Billy, and Wonder Woman's mother have all boom tubed too. Apocalypse. Darkseid is behind all of this, and that's when Superman hits him at top speed. He flew all the way here. Your scheming with Ares ends now. He shouts, hitting Darkseid again, and then with his heat vision, he cuts all of the chains holding everyone. I've been waiting for you, Kryptonian. I want my revenge for what you did to my son. For those of you only joining us now, all the way back in
I
the
find it
first
hard to
year of
believe he
Injustice,
cares about his
Superman
children.
killed Kalibek, Darkseid's son. Superman jumps on Darkseid. You will never touch Earth again, hitting him with everything, and then Darkseid throws Superman back. Billy gets himself, Harley, and Diana's mother back to Earth, where Zeus is attacking the planet and destroying all of the other religions to show that he is the one true religion. While back on Apokolips, Superman and Darkseid are using everything, and their power is so tremendous that it may destroy the planet of Apokolips. Neither of them can win because Superman cutting loose is more power than Darkseid can handle. But Darkseid is also a new god, a being of tremendous power in his own right. Darkseid is amused. So we fight to the death then, Kryptonian. Back with Harley and Billy, Batman and Wonder Woman show up, and Batman tells Harley to give him the mother box. He has a plan. He always has a plan. He boom tubes the new Genesis, the home of the High Father.
Let's try this
New
again.
God, All-Father. Back with Superman and Darkseid. Darkseid begins taunting Superman. You are dark, darker than normal. Is this due to the death of your wife?
Fuck.
No! You don't get to talk about her! And he hits him even harder! Superman is beyond angry! They both punch with such force that the very concussion of the impact throws everyone down. One of Darkseid's followers runs over. Master, you must stop! The core will rupture! So Darkseid kills him! You dare command Darkseid! Superman then uses his heat vision to throw Darkseid back again, through the walls and into the very planet itself. That's when Orion shows up, another of the new gods. Kal-El, you must stop! Darkseid gets up and looks at Orion. You dare interrupt us? When I finish with him, you will feel my wrath. But Orion tells him that he comes with a message from the Source. If they continue this fight, Darkseid will die along with millions. Darkseid grits his teeth. And the Kryptonian? The Source was not clear. So Superman looks at Darkseid. Let me make this clear. Stay away from Earth. Back on New Genesis, Batman explains the situation to the Highfather, but the Highfather doesn't want to get involved. Until Batman explains, the old gods and the new gods are now working together. Ares and Darkseid have caused this latest conflict. Back on Earth, the world's leaders decide to take action against the gods on Olympus, at the exact same time that the remaining members of the Justice League are marching on their throne on Earth. As the League and the gods fight it out, the world's leaders fired nukes, and they're coming in threatening to kill everyone. Hal Jordan told them all not to worry, he has it this time, until Arrow shoots him in the back with an arrow. So Wonder Woman decides she'll sacrifice herself. She flies up and catches both
Oh,
as she
piece of shit.
throwing them up there.
Which is me.
On his way back from Apocalypse, grabs them and takes them even further into space. As Wonder Woman falls down
I
to Earth,
can't believe I'm letting these filthy Neanderthals touch me.
gods, and he calls for Zeus. It's time to end this. And Zeus appears. You dare invoke my name! Zeus raises his staff and he condemns Superman to death. But the Highfather then appears in front of Zeus. No, I cannot permit this folly to continue. You dare give me permission? I will lay waste to this entire island. Then, the Highfather freezes time to speak to Zeus alone. You were manipulated, Zeus. They toyed with you to destroy Superman and you ultimately. You chose the survival of Olympus over Earth a long time ago, and the Source has told me that your time on Earth is at an end. The Source? Then the Highfather unfreezes time, and Zeus tells Hera, it's time to go. He then gives Billy back the power of Shazam. Superman leaves and he grabs Ares by the throat and he drops him off at the Darkseid. He's yours now, Darkseid. I don't ever want to see him on Earth again. And Darkseid's left to torture Ares forever. Superman then goes to the world's leaders to tell them that he's going to remove their nukes again. This will not happen a third time. Meanwhile, Lex and Batman are talking about how they can't think of a way to stop Superman. They are running out of options. Lex suggests that maybe now, Batman will consider that there are others out there, powerful individuals with a stake in Earth who could be convinced to join the fight. That's when Lex's alarms go off, as his clone of Superman that he's been working on behind the scenes has broken free.
It's like the muffins
There
are
was
down.
a time when one who could soar overhead chose to walk among us. But then, things changed. He lost his wife, his unborn child, and the man that he thought was his friend started a war against him. In his place no longer stood a symbol of hope, but a symbol of fear and control. As the old saying goes, you'll either die a hero or you'll live long enough to see yourself turn into a tyrannical, despotic monster. In the center of Metropolis, someone blew up a statue of Superman, and he arrives there with the Flash. Superman tells him to round up the terrorists, and in an instant he grabs all four of them. But then they all receive word that there is actually 5 terrorists. Superman asks these people who they are, and one brave woman tells him they are the ordinary people against the rule of Superman. Superman and Flash then run off to find the 5th person, not realizing that the 5th person is right there. You see, he's the bench. He's actually a shapeshifter, and at this exact moment, he is the bench right next to where they tied up all of his friends. He gets up and he begins to untie them, but they tell him to stay hidden, and he tells them, shh, you don't have a lot of time. But that's when the Flash shows up standing next to them. You actually have less than a minute. The shapeshifter turns into a massive monster, but before he can do anything, Superman knocks him out cold and take him to the Hall of Justice. This boy is a problem because his name is
Fucking
Lloyd,
hell.
actually the son of Patrick O'Brien.
I mean,
Or as you
what
may
am I
better
supposed
know
to do
him
with
as,
that?
Plastic
I shot him like
Man.
6
Why would you do with the
times.
place? What do you
Or
want?
at least 3 or 4.
You to stop pretending you don't know that I'm here for my son. We can't really
Just don't get it, I
Of course
guess.
you can. Why would you do this spot if you can't abuse your power for your friends?
I don't know, it's like even when I can sneak up on him, I can't
Am I right?
seem to pull it
He
off.
then holds his hand up for Superman to give him a high five, and of course, Superman ignores it. Wonder Woman chimes in. Superman is no despot. He is literally sitting on a throne. It's a chair. Well, it's a very big chair. Oh, come on. Do you guys really think you're still the good guys here? Look at you. You don't even have to look in the mirror. Look at your teammate, Sinestro. He has an actual bad guy mustache. I bet he even twirls it when you're not looking. Whatever you have to say, Plastic Man, it won't change our minds. What the hell is wrong with you? Considering this all started with your own child, I figured you'd have a bit more empathy. Superman leaps out of the chair, ready to slam Plastic Man into the ground, and the Flash stomps him. Plas, it's time to go. Flash and Plas both walk out, and Flash tries to talk him down, telling him that he's sorry, but it's time for Plas to go with Plan B. And he wraps up and incapacitates the Flash, so that he can take the Flash's shape. He quickly works his way all the way back to the Hall of Justice, where as the Flash, he tricks Cyborg into showing him the prison's weaknesses.
Alright, let's get killed by another person.
Green Lantern rings. Then, with his plan all laid out, he gets to work by having a chopper drop him off above the underwater prison. He turns himself into a dead weight to float to the bottom without worrying about the pressure. While he was a deadbeat father who was never around, even he won't leave his son in the prison. So he gets down to one of the weaknesses and he oozes his way through, and then he knocks out one of the guards, taking his identity. Then, as the guard, he makes his way into the cafeteria where he sees the infamous Green Lantern, Kilowog. I'm not who you think I am, friend. I'm here to get you out, but I need to find a shapeshifter that was just brought in. Kilowog continues to munch on a sandwich.
Grab it, little guy.
Superpowered individuals. All right, I'll be back to get you out, but I'll need your help. I need all of the attention on this room. Ha! Easy. So Kilowog stands up and he walks over to Bane. Hey Bane, I don't know how to properly insult your mother in your language, so he headbutts him, starting a prison riot. Plas then walks his way down to the superpowered cells and he sees a massive lock. The voice in the intercom begins to talk to him. There you are, Plas. I was told to watch for you. You won't be able to get past the lock. It's the most advanced in the world.
You couldn't say the whole thing.
His entire hand into the lock,
Not Benny, the fucking character.
Hey, look! I found the key. He opens up every cell, freeing all of the villains like Killer Croc, Livewire, and Gorilla Grodd. And that's when the rest of the league gets the alert and begin to move quickly to the prison. Plas runs into the cafeteria and yells for Kilowog. Hey, stop fighting! And just then, the warden appears from the vents. Metamorpho. Oh, hi, Rex! Every conflict is instantly stopped as Superman is knocking on the glass dome over their heads. All a part of Plas's plan, though, as he yells, Kilowog, catch! And he throws all of the Green Lantern rings to the imprisoned Green Lanterns. Sinestro panics from the other side of the dome, and he fires a beam through the glass, breaking it and killing Kilowog before he can put his ring on. Kilowog looks down at the wound on his chest, and he falls to the ground around all of the Green Lanterns getting their powers back. Plas stretches himself out to cover the ceiling and keep the water from getting in. We need this glass! Take this belt, Luke! And he throws a belt down for Luke to put on. But Captain Cold is the one who realizes that that is actually Miro Master's belt. Luke opens a portal on the glass, and Plas stretches himself to his limits to keep the water out. Stretch out now, Luke! Get everyone out of here! And eventually, there is only Plas stretching so thin that he's literally tearing himself apart. Luke stretches his neck out to talk to his father. Dad, come on! I can't move, Luke! Go on without me! Of course you can! But you know what I think? I think you like the drama. I think a screwed up part of you would actually rather sacrifice yourself here than escape and hang out with me. Plas thinks about it. That's actually pretty insightful. He smiles and he takes Luke's hand, allowing the both of them to get out of the prison. With that, all of the villains, the Green Lanterns, and Plas are all in Mirror World, ready to leave. Free from the Justice League's underwater prison. I know some of you are criminals, it's kind of what you do. And I know some of you are truly nightmarishly evil. I'm trying my best to ignore my responsibilities and let you run around and continue being little shits. But my son was locked up for standing up against Superman. So let's make a deal. Focus most of your evil on Superman and make his life a living hell. And I'll let you all walk free. Croc's the one that looks up. Sure. And everyone leaves, going back to the real world, leading us to year 5. The villains are free, so what's gonna happen next? The villains have been freed upon the entire world, and Superman's regime now needs to get all of the villains back. Cyborg is tracking the reports while Flash is running around the world getting them for him. Eventually, Flash ends up in Metropolis where he finds a bunch of villains and he asks Cyborg to send in some help. The Cyborg tells him most of the team is preoccupied, such as Hal facing off against Parasite as he's eating Hal's yellow energy, and Diana dealing with the aftermath of alienating her entire Olympian family. But the villains on the loose aren't the only ones looking at this as a chance. The Rogues have been rounded up by Batman because the Rogues are the only villains with a code of no killing. While they are villains, Batman can at least trust them not to murder, more than he can say about Superman right now. Flash finds himself being overwhelmed by the number of enemies he's trying to solo until Superman arrives. His reputation has far exceeded him at this point, and every villain puts their hands up, telling him that they quit. But up in space is one villain that won't give up. One villain built to dispose of Superman. Doomsday, and he is rocketing down to the planet ready to show Superman that he is nothing. He lands with a crack, breaking the ground beneath his feet, and the Flash is back as he lands on him from space. Meanwhile, across the world, Bruce and Selina are having a meal at a
Good thing he's a
diner. Selina
superhero.
asks what the plan is. He is crazy. This is too much, even with the villains on his side. How is he going to fight against the Justice League? It's the League. Back with Superman, he walks up to Doomsday standing on the Flash and uses everything to crush Doomsday's face. Doomsday is launched into a nearby building, and then Superman turns to the villains. Don't even think about trying to escape. Wouldn't even dream of it, love. Then he takes off into the sky to continue the battle. Doomsday returns to him by jumping back on him, elbowing Superman in the jaw. He grabs Superman by the throat, and Superman responds by throwing Doomsday back. I'm tired of these games. Who sent you here? Did Batman put you up to this? As he charges in for answers, Doomsday hits him again, throwing him into space, and then back down into orbit where he lands in Gotham. Superman grabs a chunk of a bridge, lifts it up, and crushes Doomsday with it. It's still not enough as they are throwing blows back and forth, and in the distance, Bane comments how he's late to the party. At the same time, Wonder Woman sees the fight in the news, and she flies to Superman's rescue, only to arrive as Bane is leaping into the middle. Panicked that Superman might not be able to take them both on, she shockingly sees Bane land on Doomsday's back, hitting him, and then holding him so that Superman can finish him off. Superman is confused, but he knows that this is his chance, and he hits Doomsday so hard that he knocks him out. Then Wonder Woman grabs Bane by the back of the neck and holds him up. What's your plan, Bane? I want to prove that I can be a better friend than an enemy. We both hate the Bat. I don't hate Batman, but we'll talk about this later. With that, Superman leaves instantly to remove the threat of Parasite that is hounding both Cyborg and Hal Jordan at this time. He takes Parasite into space and then he launches him into the sun. No more Parasite. And then when asked what he did, he simply told everyone it was handled. The League had differing opinions on how to handle the Bane situation with him on their side now, but Superman told them that he was there. This wasn't a democracy. Meanwhile, in Germany, a pale-faced, confused man is wandering around saying, me, me, me. The next day, Superman and Cyborg go over the records to see who they have in prison. 60% of the villains are still at large, but during the discussion, Wonder Woman takes Superman into the sky to ask him about himself. He is shutting down and trying to carry this burden alone. She explains that they have all been in this fight for 5 years. All of them, not just Superman. And he needs to remember this. She is against employing dangerous criminals, and Superman watches her flying away. Duly noted. Our mysterious pale man keeps wandering until an elderly man finds him. He questions the confused boy and he wraps him in a red towel. And at that moment, the man recognizes him.
It's like no PvP kills yet.
Meanwhile, Catwoman meets with Penguin to see where he stands in this whole fight, only to see Bane and figure
It gives
out
me
who
hope.
Penguin's with the regime. Bane is strong, but Catwoman is fast, and she manages to dodge him, leaping out of the boat that they are on and onto a frozen bay. It's Frost, and she has managed to freeze the bay, giving Bane the chance that he needs to catch up. Then he breaks the ice and catches Catwoman since Frost froze her legs. He hauls her off and chains her up as a prisoner of the regime's new villains. Bane will find out the location of the Bat. Back with the man who is obviously a clone of Superman, the old man sews him a Superman suit. The clone then looks in the mirror and sees the symbol is backwards, and he tears it off. Fix, please. So the man sews it on backwards, and the clone smiles. Perfect. While Batman is getting word that Superman has turned to recruiting villains because they are having a shortage of the strength-granting green pills, this whole thing is about to turn into an arms race to see who can get the biggest and the baddest of the villains on their side. Meanwhile, all of the heroes are beginning to blur the line, such as Damian murdering all of the ninjas chasing him because they wanted him to join back up with Ra's al Ghul. While this is going on, Wonder Woman confronts Superman about
spikes
Catwoman
every
going missing.
time.
Everyone knows Bane captured her, so why isn't she here? There's only one reason, and that's because he's torturing her. But Bane's freezing torture isn't working. His new plan is to call out Batman. He makes a YouTube video calling Batman out in a direct challenge, and if he doesn't show up to the
Makes a
old Manor for this
YouTube
fight,
video
Bane will
calling
kill
out Batman.
Catwoman. Of course, Batman arrives with Harley Quinn and Batwoman at his side, and a whole bunch of people there to film and take pictures. Batman starts off by charging at Bane and then leaping over his head. The crowd goes as they realize Batman isn't actually fighting, he's dodging. Batwoman realizes that this isn't going to go on for very long. Just when Bane hits Batman in the chest, and Batman fades away. It was all a trick, and Frost isn't happy as she fires a blast of cold power in Harley's direction, starting an all-out fight between Frost, Bane, Batwoman, and Harley. Suddenly, Superman appears with glowing red eyes of determination. Where is Catwoman? Luckily, this was all a part of their plans as Batgirl has tracked down Catwoman, except Catwoman is being guarded by Killer Croc, which means they're gonna need more time. So Batman joins in the fight for real, having the Batmobile run over Bane and Frost. You looking for me? They begin slugging it out with Batman on a super strength pill while Wonder Woman tangles with Harley and Batwoman, while Batgirl is fighting it out with Croc, trying her best to drop him quickly. But as Batgirl is getting thrown around the room, she has a better idea, as she shoves a green pill into Catwoman's mouth. While Batgirl is trying to dodge everything Croc is throwing at her,
I forgot. Got the memory of a goddamn goldfish.
Going at it in Wayne Manor, trading blows back and forth. How long are you gonna keep this up, Bruce? As long as it takes. Why don't you just stop as soon as you turn yourself in for your crimes? Joker deserved to die! What about Ollie and Montoya? Superman hits Batman so hard that he throws him over the lawn, and then Batman gets the message over the radio. Catwoman is free. He pops a smoke pellet laced with lead, and they all flee from the area using their new friend, Mirror Master. But once they are all safe, Catwoman asks to speak to Bruce alone.
Oh.
They step aside and she explains she can't do this anymore. She was almost murdered, frozen to death. And then she walks off. A short time later, Smallville, Kansas is celebrating Clark Kent Day, a new local holiday that once they unveil the statue gets hit by a storm from Weather Wizard. The Rogues are here in force. Across the globe, Cyborg begins getting reports of terrorist attacks all around the globe. Superman isn't happy about that. Add fuel to the fire, Cyborg reports that Superman's armies are vulnerable because Lex has stopped production of the green pills that grant super strength.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute.
Meanwhile, the clone of Superman is watching the news report on the terrorist attacks and decides that this is a job for Superman. Superman flies to Lex to ask him why he stopped, and he explained that the factory was contaminated and corrupted. It'll take weeks to make another one. And the Flash, who is also in the room, asks Superman, why even bother with the pills? You have supervillains now. You have a problem with that, Barry? You bet I do. And since we're all expressing our displeasure here, I figured I'd let you know that it's a terrible decision. Meanwhile, back with the Rogues, they are continuing their plans. Spectacles and the like, so that the regime can't claim it's a natural disaster when the wall behind them all crumbles and there stands Superman. He tells them, me am Superman. Outside the regime building, Trickster is riding up on his four-wheeler and he sees the red blur and he knew that this wasn't good for his rogue friends. He looked at the hole that the clone made and he can see them destroying the Rogues. Mirror Master is already unconscious and that keeps the Rogues from escaping through Mirrorland. Batman and his team are getting reports that the Rogues are getting demolished, but without Mirror Master, they can't get there and help them out. But it doesn't matter as reports are coming in that the real Superman is on his way to find out what's going on. They are already losing, but Weather Wizard makes a mistake of calling him the fake Superman, and the clone freaks out. Fake? Me am Superman! And he hits them with his heat vision at full blast, literally melting the flesh off of Weather Wizard and Heatwave. Golden Glider only survived by making herself intangible and holding on to the unconscious Mirror Master. Trickster is in shock, but he has an idea. He steps inside to tell the fake that he is friend. They've known each other for a while, and while who he is isn't important, what is important is that he's Superman. The clone is confused. Me am. You know Superman? He then steps forward and takes Trickster and he rockets off into the sky, giving Golden Glider and the now conscious Mirror Master a chance to escape. Superman, the real Superman, arrives in the scene, only to find two skeletons, and he wants to know what is going on. Meanwhile, back at Batman's headquarters with the remaining members of the Rogues, Catwoman pulls Batman aside to tell him that she's done. This is the end of it. She's not going to risk her life for this. Superman is prepared to murder everyone, and it doesn't matter if that was a fake Superman. We are losing people. Trickster and the clone fly around, first somewhere far too cold for Trickster, then way too hot. But the clone wants to know about Superman. Trickster explains that he is Superman. No one can beat him in a fight. He is the leader of the regime, so the entire world fears him. He is
I really had to use the bathroom.
the clone thinks about this. Why me, King?
You gotta go, you gotta go.
Protect everyone from the bad guys. Where's Superman's throne? And that's when Trickster explains
Alright,
there is a
I'm thinking about just leaving.
Throne, and he needs to get rid of him. So using his
Pretty full up.
he can listen for his own voice. Back at the Hall of Justice, the Justice League is trying to figure out what the red and blue blurs were that they were picking up. Is it actually Superman? And Superman realizes that this is obviously an imposter, and he puts out an all-points bulletin to the entire Justice League. They are needed. He then goes to Lex Luthor to demand to know what he did. Lex is appalled that Superman would even think that he was involved. But Superman isn't playing games, and he wants to know. So Lex lies to him and passes Superman's heartbeat test, because Lex is the one that made the clone. Meanwhile, over on the interstate, they have pulled over a truck that Harley is driving. It hopes that it's Batman's team in the back. They
What
open
is-
fire on it, only to
Am I
discover
crazy?
that it's Solomon Grundy. He comes out demolishing everyone. So Superman
It's the
comes in
boots,
and-
isn't it?
Just as he throws a punch, he sees another man throwing a punch. The clone arrives to stop Grundy. He shouts, "You have fake Superman!" Superman is obviously confused and tells him, "I am." "Yes, stop right now!" The clone shouts and he hits Grundy again. Superman asks, "Are you from another dimension, a genetic experiment? Where did you come from?" And the clone hits Superman with the full force of his heat vision, shouting, "Stop asking stupid questions!" "All right, fraud, we'll do it this way," Superman says, hitting the clone hard across the face and throwing him into the sky. But now Grundy is slightly annoyed that he's being ignored, and he hits Superman in the stomach. The clone comes back, hitting Grundy hard. Leave not me alone! The clone then grabs a car with a person in it and tries to throw it at Grundy, but Superman catches it and puts it back down. Just as Grundy grabs Superman by the foot and throws him down. So the clone grabs another car and gets ready to throw it at Grundy, only to have Hal Jordan grab it from him.
There's no time.
Many people are in danger, so he puts down a dome around everyone, welcoming them to the Lantern Dome. He then asks Superman, who is this imposter? And Superman tells him, some bizarre approximation.
I don't got time to play with you.
Sweet. Clone says his own name. Bizarro? Shut up! He shouts, forcing everyone back. Bizarro decides that he's receiving no respect, and he takes off, shattering the Lantern Dome. Superman would have chased him, but Grundy decides that he is.
Oh, this is not good.
Back. So Superman rips his head off. He drops Grundy off at Lex, telling Lex to figure out a way to make Grundy work for the regime, even if it takes brainwashing. He then takes off to figure out this bizarro situation, leaving us the close of Volume 1.
How the fuck do I get out of here? How did I even get in?
Damian walks downstairs into the Batcave.
Oh my god.
The Batman's
They're
never
this
going to
way,
use his
I hope.
It's pointless to clean it up. Alfred
I'm
is
never gonna
surprised
make it in
Damian
time. There's no fucking way.
that Batman can stop Superman. How can you possibly put Batman over Superman? And Alfred tells him he shouldn't measure himself against Batman.
Sucks.
Damian shouldn't as well. Then he wants to know why is Damian here? To debate Batman versus Superman? The world's
What
a
I get
safer
for
place
being.
due to the regime, Alfred. You can't deny that. But at what cost? Alfred asks him. As Damian looks at the cases containing the Robin's costumes, except that Nightwing's costume is missing. Alfred explains that it went missing a few years ago, and he asks Damian if he knows anything about that. Damian tells him, no idea, and he walks out of the Batcave. But before he goes, he asks, why do you think Batman's going to win this? And Alfred tells him, because Bruce is smarter and fearless. Superman's always been governed by fear. He will always be afraid, and that's why he'll lose. Meanwhile, Catwoman and Harley are stealing some jewels because Catwoman tells Harley
Let
that
it
she
go.
quit the insurgency. And as they try to escape with their new haul, they run into Damian. Harley turns to Catwoman to ask what she wants to do about this, and that's when he throws a baton to the back of Harley's head. Catwoman jumps in, calling
That's-
him a
why is
coward, and
that
he
like
tells her
his
it's
fucking
strategy, you should try it
trademark?
sometime, as she swipes at his side, cutting him up, and then jumps off the building. Damian follows after her as Harley is rubbing the back of her head, and then Damian corners Catwoman, telling her to stop running from the regime, and she tells him that she wasn't. She was letting Harley get away with the score. Then Damian decides to ask her why she quit. She throws tear gas in his face, telling him that she's doing her own thing now, something that he should consider, and she leaves him standing there, still thinking about things like how he's standing against his father with Superman, and how he is to blame for the death of Nightwing, even though it was a mistake, and how he doesn't know where he belongs. He comes crashing down in front of Gotham's baddies: Scarecrow, Mad Hatter, Black Mask, Tweedledum, Tweedledee, and Man-Bat. It really isn't challenging for him to drop each and every one of them, even when they try to attack him all at the same time. But eventually, they get more of their henchmen to arrive, and the whole group finally gets the better of him as they beat him down. And that's when Nightwing, Dick Grayson, begins to float overhead. Ever since year 3, Dick has become the new Deadman, and using his powers of possession, he saves Damian's life. Damian blacks out and he wakes up with Cyborg tending to him and a package nearby with a letter. What are you waiting for? Happy birthday. Signed, Dick. In the box is the old Nightwing costume. As Dick watches over Damian, Superman comes into the room, and Dick remembers Bruce's biggest fear is that Damian would be seduced by the darkness. Who would have thought that it would be Superman? The next day, Superman gets a report about a new resistance movement, one invoking the name of Joker, and they're assembling over in Gotham City. They want to use the name of the Joker to stand up against the regime, but Batwoman breaks into their latest meeting, and Harley is in there already. They explain that the Joker is a psychopath, and if this group is willing to drop the name of the Joker, they can work together with the insurgency. The leader tells them that he needs to talk to his followers, and Batwoman and Harley leave, only to have Superman break through the ceiling and use his heat vision to roast everyone alive. Meanwhile, the clone of Superman, Bizarro, is currently with Trickster, his one and only friend. Trickster is trying his best to explain to Bizarro that the other Superman is a bad Superman, and he should get rid of him. He offers to help Bizarro, since, you know, they're friends forever. And Bizarro sneezes and blows out a wall, almost killing Trickster. So Trickster explains to him, you need to cover your mouth with your hands when you're going to sneeze. It's only polite. Then he tells Bizarro that he's hungry, and he explains what a hamburger is. The two bestest friends in the world fly over to a Big Belly Burger, where Bizarro declares that the new better Superman likes burgers. But when some local thugs get irritated because Bizarro threw his trash onto a guy's head, Trickster ends up getting into a fight with them and winning. When one of the thugs pulls out a gun on his friend, Bizarro uses his heat vision to roast the guy. Trickster tries to explain that he really appreciates the help, but Bizarro can't be killing people around all of these witnesses. So Bizarro declares, no more witnesses, burning everyone there. He then grabs the Trickster and he launches into the sky to get away. Since Trickster is acting angry, Bizarro asks him, so mad? I told you I ain't mad. Seem mad. I'm not. Sure? Damn it, I told you I'm not mad. Bizarro asks him, you no friend anymore? And Trickster apologizes. He explains that this is his fault for not being clear, and they're gonna be pals forever. With that, they continue to fly, until Bizarro has to sneeze. He takes both his hands, and he covers his mouth, and then smirking, he says, did good, me cover mouth. Only to realize, he dropped Trickster. He looks down and he sees Trickster's smeared body across the rocks, very obviously dead. Hal Jordan flies over the destroyed Big Belly Burger to report that it looks like Superman himself did this, and Superman tells him it has to be an imposter. While Cyborg begins looking for him, Bizarro flies back to the old man that helped him when he first arrived, begging the old man to fix his friend. The old man tells him that he can't, and Bizarro refuses to listen. Fix! The old man tries to call for help, but Bizarro stops him, and the Cyborg gets a report about the fake Superman. The real Superman flies over there, tearing down the wall, demanding to know where he is. Because Bizarro went to Lex Luthor himself, demanding, Fix! Lex is confused, and Bizarro tells him, you made me! You and me, father! Lex is even further confused, because yes, he made the clone shouldn't know that. He then comes up with an excuse. I found you in the ice. You crash landed here from a far, far away planet. He then asks Bizarro to walk into the test tube while he figures out how to fix Trickster. Lex needs to figure out a way to get rid of this clone, because if Superman ever finds out that he's behind it, it's going to be the death of Lex. At that exact moment, he gets a report that the Flash is here to talk to him. Thinking fast, Lex sends Bizarro to his, home. Yes, that's where you'll find your origin. The place he leads him to is the Fortress of Solitude. Then as the Flash is sitting in his office, Lex activates the Seek and Destroy protocol. As Bizarro walks into the Fortress of Solitude, he is excited. Is he home? When Doomsday hits him from behind. Cyborg reports it to everyone. Lex found the clone and no one's going to believe this. He's in the Fortress of Solitude. Bizarro and Doomsday go back and forth, with Bizarro confused until Doomsday launches him into the sky and then jumps after him, slamming him back down into the snow. Superman arrives telling Lex that he found them, and then he asks Lex if he has control of Doomsday. Once they caught Doomsday, Lex puts some mind control on him, and he warns Superman that as Superman is also there, it might confuse the programming in Doomsday. As Bizarro gets back up, he sees Superman and he tells him, Superman, we have brothers! Until Doomsday smashes him from behind again. Superman asks him, you expect me to stand here and spectate, Lex? And Lex tells him, if you want to see what this mind control is capable of, yes, fine, Lex, but let me be clear, I want this clone alive. Bizarro and Doomsday go back and forth, and Lex thinks to himself, the programming is holding. Doomsday can tell the difference between his targets, but somehow, he's still losing to this clone. Superman sees the same thing. Doomsday is losing, so he decides to fly in to ensure the imposter is properly disposed of. He grabs Bizarro over the jaw, throwing him back, and then he stands in front of a controlled Doomsday. That's when Lex sees his chance. He changes Doomsday's targets to all. He then slams Superman from behind at that moment. Cyborg reports that Doomsday hits Superman. What is happening, Lex? And Lex tells him, I told Superman to stay out of this. It'll confuse the programming. While Superman begins to battle against Doomsday, Bizarro gets back up. Superman hit me! And then he jumps back in, beating on Superman. So me hit Superman! Both Bizarro and Doomsday begin to beat down Superman, and Lex thinks to himself, I only have to watch at this point. While Cyborg is reporting that backup is on its way. He watches them beat down Superman over and over, and he sits there, thinking, this is it. I just stand here. But then he finally decides that he is not a murderer, and he puts Doomsday back on Bizarro only, just as the Flash grabs Superman out of that mess. Doomsday gets a chokehold on Bizarro, and he grasps his skull tight. Bizarro struggles, telling himself, hurts so much!
Too bad.
Pain hurts! And then
I don't know, maybe
Superman
Lex was
punch
too good in
as
this
Doomsday kills
universe.
Bizarro. Superman runs over. No! But it's too late. He picks up Bizarro's
I guess it is
body,
all
and he
supposed to
carries
be
him back to
somewhat
LexCorp, where he throws
reverse.
him on Lex's desk, and he tells him, I wanted him alive. Run every test you have, and let's figure this out. He then leaves Lex alone. And now, Lois is riding on her motorcycle up to the home of Billy Batson, because she kind of likes that Shazam guy. She looks at him as the kid. Can you turn into Shazam so that I can smush him with my hammer? No, Harley, go home. I was afraid you were gonna say that. So Harley pulls out a gun and points it at his friends. Transform or I'm going to shoot one of them. Billy finally agrees, but says that they need to move the fight to an empty mall. And he says the magical words, Shazam! At the mall, Harley asks him one simple question. Why are you on Superman's side? He's a horrible super despot. The worst ever. You're one to talk, Harley. A minute ago, you were gonna shoot a kid, and at the start of this, you were all about clowns and nuclear bombs. I wasn't actually gonna shoot the kid, and I was in a transitional phase. Now, if you stand with Superman, then put him up. I'm not gonna fight you, Harley.
Yeah, that's pretty
Shazam
fucked.
says
I have no idea
You're gonna
how
get hit by her hammer
she's allowed to
and across the
exist
parking lot. Everyone else
free
might be
reign
short of
in
the
that
strength of
universe.
granting green pills, but Harley has her own collection. Shazam Shazam gets back up with the speed of Mercury, slamming Harley into the ground, tearing up the asphalt with her body. Then she kicks him in the chin. What's your problem with me, Harley? Why are you with the regime? She shouts as they run at each other and begin swinging their fists. Why do you care? Because I like you, Shazzy, and you should know better than to side with Super Bum. We're the good guys, Shazam tells her, throwing her down. Are you?
The
your
good
boss
guys.
killed 200 innocent people in cold blood less than a week ago. That's who your fearless leader is. Liar. That wasn't him. Then Harley gets up, leaving him to ponder that, and she drives off. Meanwhile, at Wayne Manor, Alfred sits in his chair. The polite thing to do would be to knock. Sadly, you took leave of your senses long ago. And he looks up to see Superman floating over him. You think I'm insane? Is that it? I choose not to say what I think. You had plenty to say about me to Damien. My life is ruled by fear, is it? So that's why you're here? To offer your seething disapproval for my opinions? Or do you intend to bully me into retracting them? I don't care what you think, but what I do care about is where is your roots? Alfred puts down his book. The years are catching up with me. I can't stay up as late as I used to. Let yourself out. Then Alfred walks away from Superman. Get back here! Good night, Mr. Kent. Superman's eyes burn with rage. Elsewhere, Batman flies his Batjet to a remote location in the Himalayas where an unlikely ally is asking if he can help. Hawkman wants to join the fight. The next day, Alfred wakes up to find his home filled with balloons. Because he won't tell Bruce Wayne's birthday, so Bruce is forced to guess. And his guess is that this day is Alfred's birthday every year. It's a tradition. Their talk quickly turns into how frustrating it is. Bruce can't seem to find a way to win this fight, and Alfred tells him that he has to. The world needs Bruce. As he hangs up the call, his watch goes off, alerting him to the presence of someone in the Batcave. He runs downstairs to find Victor Zsasz in the Batcave. Victor Zsasz is one of Batman's oldest villains, and he's a serial killer that cuts his skin for every person that he kills. He's a master with surgical precision when it comes to knife fighting. Victor asks Alfred, where's Batman? And Alfred tells him, if I knew, I wouldn't say. And Victor smiles. I was hoping you'd say that. He pulls out his knife and begins to battle with Alfred. While Alfred puts up a good fight at the start, it doesn't take long for Victor Zsasz to get in his little cuts. One on Alfred's shoulder, then in his knee, and then on his stomach. Victor tells him, just call Batman on the Bat computer. It'll end. But Alfred refuses, telling Victor, why would I do that? I'm about to stage a daring comeback. And as Alfred falls defeated, he asks, who sent you? And Victor guts him, telling him, the devil. A little time passes and Damien decides to visit his old friend. While he is with the regime, he still makes time to come and visit Alfred occasionally. He comes down the steps to the Batcave, singing a little song. Happy birthday to Alfred. Nothing else rhymes with Alfred. Don't even know if it's your birthday. Happy birthday to... And then he sees it. Blood pooling on the floor and his dearest friend dead. Damien brought the information of the death to the regime, where they went over the notes that Victor was there for information, and there's no doubt that someone put him up to it. The regime decided that they would figure out how this happened, and the Flash and Cyborg walked into another room to see Damien with bloody knuckles punching the floor, furious over the death of his friend. They tell him that they really don't have words for this, so anything he needs, just ask. He tells them, I need Victor Zsasz. Elsewhere, in Gotham, Batgirl, Batwoman, and Catwoman all meet up, and Batgirl says that Bruce is off the grid, so they must be searching for Zsasz somewhere right now. None of them know what to do, so they decide that they're going to start setting up funeral arrangements. They leave. And Victor Zsasz knows that he's doomed. He climbs out of a sewer, steals a car, and with a worried look, begins to try and drive away, until his car is hit on the side by the Batmobile. As he crawls through the windshield trying to figure out what's going on, he sees Batman standing in the cockpit of his Batmobile, walking towards him. He knows what this means, and he runs to the nearby alley, while Batman gives chase. Batman throws two batarangs, cutting up Victor Zsasz's knees, dropping him, and then he jumps on him, beating him repeatedly, demanding the answer to one single question. Who sent you? Was it Superman? Who
There's
sent
somebody.
you? Zsasz tries to speak through his broken mouth. That's all you want to know? Yes! Shouldn't have told me that. So Batman beats him again, and then Damien stands behind him. Kill him or I will. You want to kill Victor Zsasz? The real
switch?
question,
There it
Bob,
is.
why don't you? Wanting and doing are two different things, Damien. Get out of the way, Dad. And then Damien jumps in to fight against his father. But in the end, Batman can still beat Damien. That's when Superman arrives. Stop lying to yourself, Bruce. You want revenge as much as Damien. No one will judge you for that. Alfred will. You only want Zsasz dead because you want to cover your tracks. Superman denies it and puts Batman aside. Go ahead, Damien. Finish this. Damien cracks his...
Look at that. We made peace.
But Bruce pops
You gotta love it.
granting pills. Get away from Victor Zsasz. And then he hits Superman so hard that he throws him into a building, and he throws Damian down the alley. Superman gets up and they leap into
Wasn't a great
fight,
take,
one that has been going
but
on for 5 years. 5 years of ideals put to the question. They go back and forth, blood spilling all over the place. Superman using his sheer strength to try and beat Batman, but with the pills, Batman stands a chance, and using his superior fighting style, he drops Superman, because when they both have super strength and they are both equal, Batman can beat him. And then he grabs Superman by the neck and he asks Damian, "Is this what you want? Do you want me to kill him and end this 5 years of fighting? Is this it? Do you want me to kill
Red
Clark
mustache.
and become a killer
Yeah,
like him?
of course
Am I
he
supposed to
did.
believe that you'd break his neck? Are you willing to kill me to save him, Damian?" Without a second thought, and Damian throws one of his blades at his own father. Batman drops Superman, catching it. "I was bluffing, but you weren't." Nope. Flash runs over telling everyone to stop. Then Diana and Hal both arrive stating, "This ends. Give it up, Batman. You don't stand a chance," Hal tells him. Victor Zsasz starts getting up asking, "Can I kill the Batman?" And Damian kicks him across the face, so Batman kicks Damian down the alley again. Flash catches Damian, preventing him from getting harmed. And that's when Diana hits Bruce into a dumpster. So Bruce grabs the dumpster, and as Hal flies in trying to hit him with a yellow ring construct, slams it on top of Hal. Diana jumps in and begins fighting with Bruce, while Flash asks Damian, "Are you gonna join the bloodbath?" "You have a problem with the regime, Flash?" Damian asks him. "Actually, I do." Bruce holds Diana back, demanding to know, "Did the regime put Zsasz up to this? Did you have Alfred killed?" "We would never, Bruce," she tries to tell him, and then he hits her with a right hook. "Open your eyes, Diana. Every heinous thing that Clark has done, and you let your love for him blind you." And that's when she uppercuts him. "How dare you question my integrity?" And Hal blasts Batman in the back. With Batman on the ground, they officially tell him that he will now stand trial for his crimes. They will arrest him.
what's going
And
on with
that's
those
when
edits
Flash grabs
there?
Bruce, and he runs him out of the fight. Off in the woods, Bruce asks him, "Why did you save me, Barry?" And he tells him, "Alfred deserves a true funeral, and it wouldn't be one without you, Bruce. Clark won't forgive you for this. I know, and I'll deal with that, Bruce.
I don't know if I'm ever going to use
You're the only one who
these.
can stop this. You have to go back in time to prevent this from ever happening. Too many are dead.
Didn't really
Clark,
use much of my
Clark's not Clark
haste
anymore,
spell.
Barry. But we don't know
feel like
the
it's kinda
timeline will change
wasted.
this too, Bruce. That's not how it works. It can't be any worse than this one,
Although
Barry.
I have
At
4
least
points
consider it.
now.
I'll think about it." And then Barry runs off, leaving Bruce
What
there
to
in the woods alone.
do?
Bruce went
Guess
back
I'll
to his
do
bunker,
a
and he
lightning.
put on a suit. Barbara walked in to tell him that Kate and Selena are meeting him at the site. Then she saw him looking down at something, a piece of paper. It's Alfred's birth certificate. And Barbara asks him, "How long have you had that?" Bruce explains, "For a while. I didn't want to spoil the tradition." So she asks him, "Do you think he knew you had it?" "Absolutely. Alfred knew everything." Now, the Flash is returned to the Hall of Justice to a very angry Superman. He demands to know why Flash let Bruce go, as he grabs the Flash by the throat and he lifts him off the ground. Diana and Cyborg run into the main hall, telling Superman to let the Flash go, and the Flash shouts, "Let me go!" as he vibrates at just the right frequency to throw Superman off of him. With lightning jumping off of him, he informs Superman and the rest of them that he let Bruce go to honor Alfred's legacy. And for the record, Superman didn't have Bruce Wayne. He was flat on his back. Rage consumes Superman as he launches himself at the Flash, ready to take his head off, and luckily the Flash dodges it. He then asks him if this is how he treats his friends, so Superman
grab a
comes
snack.
back and
I'll be
connects
back.
with the Flash's jaw, tossing him into a wall. He takes off telling everyone to not come looking for him. He goes to see Iris and she pushes him aside, confusing him. So he ends up at a bar with a man that he thinks is Leonard Snart. The guy says that he's confused and his name's Larry. They begin to talk about the regime until a noise can be heard and the Flash takes off. He makes it to the top of a building where he finds Killer Shark and Girder about to arrest Iris in the name of the regime. At the start of year 5, Superman enlisted the aid of villains to increase his numbers, for those of you who are wondering. He gets into a fight with Killer Shark and Girder as they refuse to leave it to the Flash, and in the confusion, Flash accidentally kills Killer Shark. Iris then steps forward, telling Girder to arrest her. Flash is stunned and he tries to tell Iris that he was here to save her, but Iris and everyone that they are arresting tell Flash that he is one of the regime. He isn't here to save anyone, so the Flash grabs Iris and runs off. He takes her to a rooftop where he asks her why she's doing this, and she asks him if he remembers promising her that he would stop Superman if Superman went down the wrong path. Flash tries to argue that it's not that simple, and Iris tells him that it is. It takes a willingness to accept the consequences. Then she reminds him about a situation 5 years prior, when Superman and Wonder Woman stopped Galaxor. They crushed the man's spine for protesting their presence in his country, and the Flash stood by watching. Well, that man committed suicide 3 years before this moment. She then explains that the Barry that she knew would give his life to save one person, and he just isn't the man that she thought thought he was. He brought Iris back, and then he arrested her with Girder and returned to Superman. Superman asked him if he was committed to the cause, and he thought back to Batman asking him if he would be willing to go back in time and change things. And then he thought about what Iris said, and he told Superman he was committed. But Batman started a new plan to hopefully end this once and for all, to get the entire planet against Superman. He broke into the Hall of Justice using Hawkman as cover, and he kidnapped Cyborg and pulled footage out that he was storing. The footage of Superman using his heat vision and killing 200 people who were supporting the Joker. As they hacked into the worldwide network to spread it across the globe, Raven returned to the regime to cause a worldwide blackout to keep the regime from being toppled. Once the regime saved Cyborg, Superman demanded that he delete his entire database to prevent the information from ever being leaked again. With his options of the Flash going back in time and of spreading the world of Superman's evilness shot down, Batman approached Lex Luthor, since Lex Luthor is secretly a double agent, and he informs him that he is out of options. He tells Lex that he has a weapon that can defeat Superman, but the problem is that this weapon is locked up with a safeguard that requires the members of the Justice League to unlock it. Lex looks at him, the members of the regime, and then he ponders the problem and he looks at Bizarro alone. This is the answer, Bruce. You're twisted cool. That makes sense. We need the Justice League to turn on your weapon. But who says they have to be from
Oh, goddamn, I'm already sucking. Great.
Well, how can we even do this? Easy. Star Labs has been keeping track of alternate worlds for years, and I've been siphoning off the Flash's Speed Force energy since all of this started. Not for this purpose, but we have it. What we need, Bruce, is a device that can turn that energy into something that we can use. A motherboard. Yes, Starlux has the only one.
I don't fucking believe you.
The idea that Batman has requires him to head out to Indonesia to meet with a man that we haven't heard from, Deathstroke. He convinces Deathstroke to have a last hurrah, a suicide mission that only he can complete. So, Deathstroke climbs up the side of a cliff and drops a teleportation device inside of the building, which teleports him past the front gate. Then Deathstroke drops the two guards in his path and walks
Sure,
into the
this may as well happen
lots
too.
and lots of boxes. But once he finds the mother box, the rest of the guards arrive and he drops every last one of them, calling the situation easy. Then he finds himself up against Metamorpho. Meanwhile, over in the regime's prison where Victor Zsasz is being kept, Zsasz has been murdered and the cameras were shut off. But who did it? Damian Wayne said over Zsasz that we need to know which cut was from Alfred, and that he took his vengeance out of the man for killing his friend.
Damn it.
So Deathstroke, he gets beat around a little bit, but as he puts it, Metamorpho talks too much, and he drops even him. He walks over to the mother box and he downloads the schematics, just as more guards arrive. He drops those guards, but it was enough time for Cyborg and Raven to arrive and capture him. Luckily, he sent a full schematic of the mother box to Bruce and Lex. They can just rebuild it. Their plan is about to come together. Meanwhile, on another
Having
Earth,
my snack while I
one where
rest.
things went how they were supposed to. A world where Batman and Superman are friends and they're both heroes. Alfred walks out to celebrate his 75th birthday. Everyone is here at the party, from Jim Gordon working at the grill to Barbara Gordon back in her wheelchair. Even Oliver Queen is alive. On this world, Lex Luthor is a villain and he planned a massive attack on Metropolis. Every villain working together, it'll be genius. And the entire Justice League heads off for their mission, all working together as a team. But while they begin to battle the teamed up villains, Batman realizes something and goes to Arkham to see if the Joker is in his cell. And of course, he isn't. Over in Gotham, Joker and Harley are driving an ice cream truck prepared to launch
Jesus
the Joker's
Christ,
latest
really?
plot, a nuclear bomb in the middle of Metropolis. Harley carries the big bomb with the Joker
You
to the
can't
middle
get
of the
me. I
park.
don't know what you're
While this is
being a
going on,
little
Batman tracked
dick about.
everything and figured the whole mess out, and he teleported into the park next to them. All of the superheroes begin to soar into
Can't
the park
touch
to stop
this.
the Joker. And as he's about to press the button to detonate this bomb, something odd happens. A blinding white light goes off and everyone vanishes. Back in the universe of Injustice, things are about to come to their conclusion as Catwoman approaches Superman to inform him that if he promises to not harm Bruce, she will tell Superman about Bruce's secret base. After everything that's happened, and so many people have died, Catwoman just wants this to end. Meanwhile, in Batman's base, him and Lex are watching the heroes from the other universe in their fight, and Lex tells him that they need to isolate the heroes and teleport them after they handle the villains. Batgirl and Batwoman run in and tell Bruce Superman is on his way, and everyone hears a kathoom as he begins knocking, and the wall comes down as he shouts, "Batman!" Lex teleports out to keep his cover, and Batgirl and Batwoman run over to the interdimensional teleporter to get the new heroes here. And Batman, he steps out so that he can face off with Superman and distract him. Once Superman sees Batman, his eyes glow red and he lunges at Batman. Back with Batgirl Batgirl and Batwoman, they look at the council that they were operating, only to see that it has been fried by Superman shooting blindly into the base. So they figure they're gonna have to operate it manually. Superman slams Batman into the wall, telling him, no more plans, no more tricks, nothing, and he throws him through a wall. Realizing that they're going to need more time, they radio Batman to tell him to stall. So as Superman stands over the beaten Batman with Hal Jordan and Diana there, he tells him, face it, Bruce, it's over. So Bruce stands up. I hear you, Clark. Maybe I can accept that it's over. But if you're wondering if I think it was all worth it, I don't know. I do. It was worth every ounce of pain, every drop of blood, because the world is safer with the regime than without it. You've enforced peace on this world, taken guns and bombs out of the hands of every citizen, but along with that, you stole their freedom. No! I've made them safer. This is what mankind needs. It's a police state. Clark, I'm so sorry for what the Joker did to you. You've lost so much, more than anyone should have to bear. But deep down, the Superman that I know must understand that killing him was wrong, an appropriate show of force to avoid war. You were willing to destroy the entire nation of Atlantis. You slaughtered Ganthet and most of the Green Lantern Corps, and this is your show of force. The blood of Oliver, Dinah, Renee Montoya, and Qatar, all on your hands, Clark. And Alfred, no sense in denying it now. Superman doesn't respond to that last remark, causing even Diana and Hal to look at each other in shock. Meanwhile, while Batman is talking to him, Batwoman knows what she has to do. The only way the teleporter is going to work is to bypass the damaged council and sacrifice herself in the energy field. So she gets ready. But back with Batman and Superman, Batman asks him, Clark, is this the world your parents envisioned when they sent you here? Do you think they wanted you to rule with an iron fist? Would Jor-El be proud? Or would he feel like Jonathan and Martha Kent? Superman slaps Batman so hard that he knocks off his cowl. Ashamed to see their son, the dictator. And then he grips Batman's throat. A death squad at his side to carry out his dirty work. And that's when Superman realizes what is going on. Batman is distracting him, and he races through the base into the teleportation room, shouting, what is this? Just in time to see the system go off. He sees Batwoman doing something, so he fires
Of course I dodge into the arrow, right?
It's too late. The plan worked. The device ended up teleporting the regime all over the planet, far away from the base. It also scattered the Justice League from the alternate universe. And as Joker looks up, he saw that he was in a different kind of metropolis. So the Batman.
Oh wait, I got that.
That insane adventure. You're still here. You, sir, are the true hero for watching probably one of the longest videos ever put out on our channel. Don't forget to subscribe because we're going to put together a lot of our old incomplete stories into one giant video. Up next is going to be Injustice Round Zero, and then we're going to be doing, I don't know, we're probably going to break Injustice 2 into like year 1, year 2, or maybe wait for the whole thing to finish. We'll figure that out when we get there. Either way, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check us out on Discord. The community is down below where you can help tell us which stories we should put together into one giant video next. And I'll see you next time right here at Comicstorian. Welcome to the Full Story series, where I take a bunch of our older videos and I combine them into a full story, a long video for you to enjoy. What we make here are the complete stories. These are basically motion comics where I add in voices of the characters, we add in some epic music, and I tell you exactly what is happening.
What story are we into now? Let's see.
You can watch these videos, know what's going
Injustice
on,
2.
Right on. The related video game or the related movie.
I can't believe he's gone.
A Full Story series is a collection of almost a year's worth of work here at the Comicstorian channel. So you're gonna see some music changeover, some of the volumes might be a little off and the voices might change, but this is the best way we can do it. We take our entire playlist and we turn it into a long video for you. A lot of you have requested Injustice 2, but we already have Injustice 1. So I'll link that down below. You can watch that whole video if you wanna see how we got to this point, but I hope you enjoy Injustice 2, the entire comic book storyline. And we'll be bringing you the video game storyline very soon.
I could just walk out right now. Or just wait around, I suppose.
Superman sits
But I'm also max power now.
To be this way. This war, all of the pain, all the lives lost. I think it could have been different. If you had just been a friend. Batman stands outside of the cell looking at him. I'm not this way with blood on your hands, Clark. Superman stands up, hitting the cell. Oh, you sanctimonious ass. I'm supposed to be the alien and you're the one incapable of human response. He sits back down with blood on his knuckles as he's currently depowered. What we could have achieved together, Bruce. You turned your back on me. Well, you won, The world is yours. I don't want the world apart. I want to repair what you tore apart. A world in Batman's vision.
How are you alive?
Terrifying thought, and no one is left to tell you the truth. Superman looks back in his
Thank
cells
you.
and continues. Alfred is gone. All of your Robins gone. Dick, Tim, Jason, Damian. You failed them all. Batman has heard enough as he turns
I'm
and walks
leaving.
out. Goodbye, Clark. That's it.
It's
Turn
not
your
good
back
reading.
on me. In the end, you'll seek the ultimate control like you always do, because you're just a
See how the others are
child
doing.
trying to stop 2 bullets. He walks out to Harley Quinn sitting there. Ouch. That line about a scared child trying to stop 2 bullets? Cold. And then she offers him a cupcake. I actually had 2 cupcakes. You'll never guess what happened to the other one. You ate one. Truly,
That's a good
you are
look.
the world's greatest detective. They walk outside as Bruce admits to Harley that he has his shortcomings. He knows that he'll need help in rebuilding this world. Then as Harley gets on her motorcycle, he looks at her. Harley.
Interesting
it's
people
okay,
are
man.
mostly
I know
going
what you're
after
gonna ask.
treasure.
You've lost so many people close to you.
Excuse
I've been
me.
thinking about it for a while.
Treasures
Won't change my
over
outfit or let me call you your sidekick.
selling
Call and
equipment.
I'll decide if you can call me Robin. She heads over to the
But
Iron Cave,
there's a certain
where She
quality.
renamed the former home of Oliver Queen, and then she makes
Yes,
a phone
it
call to the
is.
caretaker of her child, the one that she had long ago and sent away. It's her daughter's birthday. and she
So it's not like they're hoarding
walks
crap either.
next to her. In walks Amanda Waller. Quinzel, I'm Director Waller. Your crimes against. She begins rubbing her ears. What? I said. Yeah, no, it's no good. That was a really big explosion unless your actual voice is a high-pitched whine. Waller turns to leave. Take her, Flag. Harley holds up her hands. Whoa, 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 whoa! And she steps backwards and then takes another step before hopping on her motorcycle. She races off, calling for Batman to help, but a shot is fired, hitting her and dropping her off of her bike. She crashes into the wall and Deadshot reports that he
That would be
got her.
nice to
She
have.
wakes up as she finds herself strapped to a medical table, complaining that her head hurts, and Flag explains that they've attached an explosive to her neck.
Why does he look
Waller
like a
then
fucking
continues,
ghoul?
Batman may have forgiven you for your crimes, but the government hasn't. Welcome to the Suicide Squad.
Is that the orc,
Elsewhere.
maybe?
Time and place.
Hard to tell.
A young boy tells a man in a funny helmet.
What else we
not
got?
to move. In front of him is Dr. Fate. Carter Lansquist.
This guy's
You were
just
a baby
doing
when I brought
whatever.
you here. I need to speak
Oh
with you
no,
about
he's
this.
got
And
he's
then,
got some
boom,
good
a
stuff.
sucker arrow hits his helmet. He lowers his arms and he looks at the ground. Right. He walks into the cabin in the woods and he simply asks Dinah and Oliver to ask their son to please stop shooting him in the head. And Oliver looks at the back of the helmet to see them all together.
This guy's
Grouping.
probably
In
just
his
been
defense,
standing
the
here the
helmet
whole
makes for a shiny
game.
target. Dr. Fate removes his helmet. This helmet is not a shiny target. It holds untold power. And Oliver
Alright.
tells his son, enough. Dinah then asks,
I don't want to see how the bard does.
and he looks at his helmet. I know that I was wrong to bring you
Is that
to
really
this
effective as a weapon? I guess it
The helmet
is.
grows heavier. Oliver
Huh.
and Dinah both agree that this doesn't look good. Fate holds up his hand with the powers growing within it. Black
I'll
Canary
be.
is supposed to die, and she sonic screams back at him. Dr. Fate is thrown through the back wall and out
No
onto
flute,
the grass.
though.
He stops his momentum, telling her no. Arrows begin to fly down in his direction as he breaks them using his spells. So Oliver tells her, "Hey,
Alright.
pretty bird." The black one. Dr. Fate raises into the air, telling them to stop, and Oliver fires, and it goes through the magical shield into Fate's hand. He floats back down to the ground in pain as Oliver explains, haha, magic arrow. Bet that stings. He then walks over, tearing it out of Fate's hand, and Fate once again tells him, wait, you misunderstand. I'm not here to hurt you. You said that Dinah was supposed to die. Yes, she was. But then I fought against Fate itself to save her. I'm here with an offer. It's over, Dinah Lance. It's safe to return to your world. Superman is defeated. The Batman won,
Alright.
and now he wants to rebuild. He needs your help.
So I'll
Both
just
of you.
keep these
He
on
needs heroes. Back
standby.
over with Harley Quinn, she's laughing her butt off as she begins to free herself. Are you stupid? I'm friends with Bats now. The guy wants to call me as Robin. You just crossed the world's greatest detective, and you don't think that he's coming here right now? At that moment, the door to the room slides open with Batman standing there. But this Batman, he looks a little different. His eyes begin to glow red. I've been monitoring you for some time, and what you've created will be the perfect tool for what we hope to achieve. Waller puts her hands to her hips. What are you saying? I'm saying thank you, Amanda Waller. He then raises 2 guns and he smiles as he opens fire. With the government guards in the ground smoking from the bullets, Harley looks at him. Who are you? I'm Batman, and all of you work for me now. You're my Suicide Squad. Batman walks over to the iPad that controls the bombs. Though I'll admit, I won't
Almost
be needing all of
there.
you. Some of you are useless. And as he says that, he looks at Calendar Man. Oh, come on, man! Croc sneaks up behind him, and Batman presses something on his wrist. The red
I
bat
really
signal on his
need
chest
to
begins to glow
buy
and
more
charge, and red
stashes.
lightning begins to flow around him as he quickly dodges the attack of Croc. He then drops an elbow into his nose. What part of I'm
I guess I could
Batman
have a
has been
tab
attacking
for
you was a
each,
good
like,
idea, you moron? Consider yourself lucky that
Backup
he thinks
trash
of you as
gear?
unique and he
I don't
wants
know.
you preserved, Killer Croc. If he didn't, you'd be joining the others. Batman then goes to press the button that sets off the bombs as Calendar Man shouts, "Stop! It's March 19th! So, it's my birthday." And Batman presses the button. Multiple heads explode with blood and brain matter flying around. And in the end, Calendar Man
Nice.
still is standing there, covered in the mess that just happened around him. "I'm alive! I'm useful!" "No, you're definitely not," Batman says, pressing the button. "Stupid government technology." Batman tells his squad to get ready for extraction, and they walk outside, dropping all of the guards in their path. The helicopter lands, and Batman hands the iPad to the soldier, and he tells him to give him a second. "I guess we're doing this now. I know you're there. You may as well come out." And in the light of the lightning stands Bruce. "I didn't want us to meet like this. Not yet. I wanted it to be better, more momentous. Take off the cowl. It doesn't belong to you." Batman then charges up with the red lightning again. "You're wrong. It absolutely belongs to me. I think I'll remove yours. You're wasting it anyway." Bruce jumps in to kick him, but he's blocked instantly. Then with seemingly crazy speeds, he punches Bruce in the stomach before blocking another attack and sweeping his legs out from underneath him. Bruce is on his knees as the Batman looks at him. "Oh,
I like
look,
this as
you're
a
on his already. This is
better
pathetic."
starting area.
He tears off Bruce's cowl and then he punches him across the face. Repeatedly, he hits Bruce insanely hard, telling him, "You're so disappointing." And then he drops the cowl at Bruce's feet. "I'm
I missed.
Your reign is over." Bruce woke up the next day in bed with Barbara Gordon looking over him in her Batgirl outfit. Lucius Fox wants to know the message from the deceased. He explains
Fuck.
that police can't do this alone. It's going to be an alliance. He'll need heroes, and he'll need people with money. Lex Luthor wants Bruce to make a world that no longer needs Batman, and he wishes that he could help.
Come on.
He's no longer here. But Bruce sits up, putting on his suit and his cowl. "I need to track down the one who did this." And Lucius tells him to stop. Before he throws his broken body back out there's someone else who wanted to talk to him. And that's when Dinah Lance walks into the room. "It's good to see you." Dinah runs in for a hug. "Come here, you emotionally stunted freak." Bruce hugs her back, and then Oliver Queen enters. Bruce asks how, but Dinah explains that it's an alternate dimension Oliver. Bruce explains, "This is great. I need people to help save the world. Cost is going to be high."
Oh, fuck me.
Arrogant bastard. You think only rich people can save the world? Well, let me tell you. And he stops her. "I want you both in the group. You said you needed money. I also need people with ideas and their hearts.
All right.
You're a billionaire, Ollie. Huh? No,
Super
I was
easy.
a billionaire. I lost it
Barely
all.
an
I got it in the woods
inconvenience.
now. It's my only asset. None of that happened in this dimension. So you can take over your predecessor's life, you and your wife." Ollie once again is confused. "Well, Dinah and I aren't actually married." She takes a knee. "Let's fix that. Will you marry me again for the first time?" Do we have to do this in front of Batman?" He turns to Batman. "Could you do your disappearing thing?" Ollie then turns back to Dinah, and then he looks back again, and Batman's gone. How does he even do that? And then he gets down on one knee with her. "Dinah Lance, my pretty bird, will you marry me again for the first time?" That's when the son walks in disgusted by this, and the alarm begins to blare. Barbara shouts out, "It's the prison alarm!" Reports begin to fly in that they've lost all the power in the prison, and the first question that goes out is, what about Superman's cell? Meanwhile, at that very cell, Clark looks at his hand and he makes a fist. He then hits the cell door so hard that it cracks the glass and makes a hole. And then he looks at his freedom just on the other side.
Like a true
The
hero.
red sun lamps turned on to dampen his power as he would be getting them back relatively quickly. And he leaves out of the cell that he is in, landing on the walkway that is set up to allow visitors. Meanwhile, outside of the prison, Warden Turpin asks who is attacking them. The guards report, "It's Batman, but it's not Bruce Wayne. This is the new evil Batman with red eyes and a crooked smile." He orders Deadshot to take the shot and the prison sniper is removed. He then proceeds to walk in with his own Suicide Squad. Let's make trouble. Luckily, Bruce and Batgirl, along with Black Canary and the Green Arrow from another universe, teleport in. Bruce tells everyone to stop the Suicide Squad while he heads over to Superman's cell. An arrow lodges into Croc's arm and Batgirl jumps on him as Canary screams him down to the ground. The Green Arrow walks over telling him, "Stay down and stop trying to eat people." That's when his bow is shot and is broken in two, and Deadshot points his pistols at both Green Arrow and Black Canary. "This is unexpected. I heard you were dead." Luckily, Harley runs in with a bat, cracking Deadshot over his head, dropping him. And then she looks at Ollie and is stunned. Green Arrow and Black Canary were her friends. They convinced her to do
Oh, I
good
don't
for
wanna
life,
fucking-
and she followed their example before being forced onto the Suicide Squad. Her makeup runs down her face as tears begin to flow, and she hugs the both of them. Green Arrow is from another universe, and he wonders, what the heck is going on? Meanwhile, in Superman's cell, Bruce walks over to him. "Get back in your cell, Clark. Move." "No, we fought too much and lost too much last time. Do you honestly believe that I wouldn't have plans for this in place? Last chance. Listen to that little voice in your head telling you to stop. Superman stares him down. My conscience is clear, Bruce. And then he hears it. A little voice in his head.
Looks like a psychopath.
He makes a fist. What is this? And that's when we see Bruce's plan. The atom is in Superman's brain with a tiny kryptonite shard. Adam holds the shard up. I'm your personal warden. I can do anything from give you a seizure to a stroke. It was Batman's idea, Superman. Superman's eyes glow. Even for you, this is necessary, Clark. Superman lunges at Bruce, so the atom stabs into his brain, causing him to fall. And Bruce calls up the warden. Superman is handled. Out in the prison yard, the squad is battling against the bullets being shot their way from the guards, and Harley is still hugging Green Arrow and Black Canary. Dinah explains that this is a different Ollie from the one that Harley knew, so Harley informs him, "You were my lover." And of course, everyone says, "What?" So Harley tells him, "I'm joking, of course." And then she explains that she does live in Green Arrow's cave, though. He asks her if it's the Arrow Cave, and she tells him, "No, you called it the Quiver." He looks at Canary. "Is she, messing with me again?" Canary thinks about how bad the Arrow Cave name was and tells him, no, this one's real. Our evil Batman then walks up telling Harley, "This doesn't look good, Harley. Squad, it's time for extraction." And Canary asks, "Why do you want to free Superman?" And Harley tells her, "We don't want him. We came for Damian." Inside, Talia al Ghul and a woman stand
That's
at Damian's
reasonable.
cell. They open it up with Damian asking, "What's going on?" The woman opens fire, killing the guards and the warden. Damian runs out of the building with them, telling his mother to calm her servant down. She then flips Damian over, slamming him into the ground. "I am no servant." Talia tells him, "This is no way to talk to your sister. Damian, this is Anastasia al Ghul, daughter of the Bat." Deep in the base of evil Batman is strong. Batman walks over telling Harley, "I could kill you for this."
Knew I was gonna hit it.
Harley asks him, "Oh, really? Who's behind this then?" She is brought to a room with the boss where she sees the man behind it all. Ra's al Ghul surrounded by Vixen, Talia, Damian, Anastasia, Poison Ivy, and
Anastasia?
who that is. He walks down telling Harley that humanity has
I'm not gonna even make the joke. I'm above it.
Cannot be snuffed out. It's too late for humanity. Thousands of species in this world are already dying. With it being as much of a cancer as it is, I intend to cut humanity away from the world. Harley makes a face at him. "Did you practice that speech in a mirror?" She turns to Ivy asking, "Why are you here?" And Ivy tells her to save the green, telling Harley that she may join as well. It's not like she has a choice with the bomb in her head. And Harley tells her she always has a choice. Roz jumps in there. "You do, but your daughter would miss you." Harley turns back to him. "Be very, very careful." Lucy, yes? She likes putting tutus on toy cars. She doesn't know that I'm her mother. He holds up one of those cars. She does know. Then Harley sees her daughter right in front of her, and she tells her to cover her ears as she gives Roz a mouthful. He tells Harley that if she doesn't want to help, he will kill her. And Harley stops him again. "No, you won't. You clearly have superheroes
meditation's
here who are
ready, and
selling, so
yeah,
you wouldn't
I'm
kill
gonna
a
do
child
that.
in front of them, or they wouldn't follow you anymore." She then asks him to come close so that Lucy doesn't hear what she has to say. And she headbutts Roz, knocking out his teeth. Anastasia grabs Harley by the shirt, and everyone begins to fight against her. And Roz tells them all to stop. He apologizes for how he handled this. He wants to save the planet to be
I can't say it. I can't. That's why he was the best.
And Roz tells her he didn't save Metropolis. He didn't save his wife. He didn't save his child. And he can't save you from what you did. I am the Demon Reaper, and you can be rewarded as well. Help us punish those who stole a future from your daughter.
What?
Meanwhile, Bruce is sitting in the Batcave looking at his monitors. Green Arrow and Black Canary's son arrives asking about his son, Damian. Bruce asks if Dinah sent him down, and he tells her no. She told him to leave Mr. Wayne alone. He then asks if he's looking for his son. He explains that he's looking for the people who took his son. He looks down at a $5 bill. He thinks back to another time when there was an Alfred and a young boy named Damian. A time when there was a Robin to be trained, and it was time to see if he could become the Robin that he was supposed to be. They were going to give him a night alone to prove himself. So Bruce flew his son to one of the farthest points out in Gotham, far away from everything, and he sets him down, telling him that he can be back in 3.5 hours if he finds the right route. Bruce leaves, and Damian sets his watch to 2 hours, because he'll beat the expected time. He's Damian Wayne. He leaps over the rooftops, and he found a mugging, which he stopped and promptly put an end to. The woman that he saved handed him $5, and he handed it back, telling her, "We don't take tips." He then jumped back up onto the rooftop until he found a man standing on a ledge. He put his hand out, telling him not to do it, and the guy said that he just wanted to think. So Damian jumped off to continue on. As the man began to cry, Damian was next to him again, asking if he just wanted to talk. He turned to the guy asking if this was his place. He said it was, so Damien went in. He made them both tea. They laughed and the guy got cheered up. And then Damien got a stab victim to the hospital, helped an old woman get on the bus, and once again had to tell her that they don't take tips. After over 10 hours in Gotham, he finally got back to the cave, telling his father that he failed. Alfred asks Bruce, "Did you tell him that it was a time trial?" "No." "Did you imply it?" "Perhaps." Damien is stunned. "Huh?" Alfred explained that it once took Bruce 3 days to get back. Bruce then looks at his son. "I'll take the $5. We don't take tips, Damien." And Damien went to bed smiling. This brings us back to the current day as Bruce is looking at that $5 bill in a glass case in front of him. And he turns to Connor. "Do you want to help?" And Connor tells him yeah. So Bruce heads over with an injector. "I'm gonna make it so that your parents will never lose you, but you have to keep it a secret." The lasers fire over Blue Beetle's backside as he ducks and dodges his way through the mess. And then he opens fire on the robots, blasting them with the full force of the Beetle alien symbiote thingy that is attached to his back. The room fills with smoke as a voice tells him that he filled it up, and he can't see now. Blue Beetle tells him that that's true. Suddenly the voice shouts, "Behind you!" The robot then bursts through the smoke.
I can't believe he hit me.
And then everything turns off. The smoke clears. Ted Cord, the former Blue Beetle, walks out telling the current Blue Beetle that if that had been a real energy blade, he'd be dead now. Blue Beetle pulls back his armor, revealing Jaime Reyes, and he asks Ted if he had ever made mistakes. Ted informs him that it doesn't matter if he did. This is about Jaime right now. The voice of Skeets chimes in. That's a yes. Ted tells Jaime that he has to concentrate, get control of the Scarab, and Jaime tells him that he's trying. Ted tells him you were supposed to take them out without destroying them. And Jaime smiles. "I'll pay you back." So Ted turns to his floating robot from the future, Skeets. "How much was that one worth, Skeets?" And Skeets informs him that it's worth $255,000.
Gonna be running out of exits soon.
Jaime's eyes go wide. He reaches
I need to just start looking for treasure near the exit.
"I have $2 and..." Ted stops him. "I'll take it." And Jaime says, "You can't really be serious, right?" Ted simply says, "I didn't become a billionaire by turning down free money." Jaime and Ted work it out and Jaime begins to go home. Ted tells Skeets to follow him, make sure that he's okay. He seems a bit rattled. Skeets tells Ted that yes, this is how it happened. Confused, Ted asks Skeets what he means. Skeets tells him, "Never mind, it's an honor serving you. Goodbye, Ted Cord." Confused as he plans to see Skeets the very next day, Ted walks into the next room to see Batman standing there in the dark waiting for him. "Ted Cord." Ted smiles. "I've known you for years, Bruce. You don't have to use my full name, and you don't have to
Why are they
hide in the
red?
shadows.
I'm just
Also,
gonna go
why are you
check.
even sneaking in here? You could have just walked in the front door."
Fuck.
"It's creepy, Bruce. Bruce Wayne can't just walk in the door." "Okay, I can see your point," Ted says.
Okay,
pouring himself
sure.
a drink. "Well, we could meet somewhere else. Somewhere with coffee and a little less drama." Batman tells Ted, "We need to bring Jaime into the field." And Ted snaps.
Damn
"He's
it.
too young, too inexperienced. Damn it, you of all people know what will happen if you throw a kid into a world they aren't ready for." Batman doesn't respond, and Ted looks down at his drink. "I'm sorry, that was a cheap shot. You're right, but I'm not here for that. I'm here to ask you for your help." Wait, Bruce Wayne is here to ask me for money? No wonder you sneaked in. I want you to go to a meeting. "I'll be there, Bruce." And Batman told him, "Thank you," as he leaped out the window. At that moment, the wall began to warp and twist as Booster Gold himself walked in. "Hey, Teddy." Booster Gold is a time traveler and Ted Cord's best friend. He literally just broke time trying to save his friend's life in another universe, another time.
Son of a bitch. This is a multi-floor thing.
"I'm having a drink. You want one?"
Great.
Booster puts his hands to his hips. "I've already had a few, but sure." Ted looks at Booster and he sees pain in his eyes. "Teddy, I just wanted to say, I'll be there at the end." Have you heard those words from a
I don't think I've ever made it to another floor.
As large as golf balls as well. Ted said
Kinda forgot that was a thing.
Beyond hope. At the end of... He prayed in his mind that Booster would jump in with the end of a movie, the end of a battle, the end of a speech, and Booster looked at the ground. And Ted knew what it meant. End of your life. He put his face into his hands as he rubbed the space between his eyes. Now I understand why Skeets was... Booster put his hand on his friend's back. "They're coming. I'm sorry. I would put on your old suit and make them regret it, though." And that's just what Ted did, even if it didn't fit anymore with all of those drinks pushing through the seams. Booster tells
Well,
him, "It really didn't fit well before
I can
anyway."
survive.
And Ted just comments, "Well, you didn't say anything before about it." Booster smirked. "I had a lot of things to ridicule. The outfit was really low priority." Ted gets his game face on. The jokes need to end. "You can't help me, can you?" "No, I can't change the past. I tried 3 times before and I got put away. I'm a few years older than when we last met. This is bigger than both of us." Ted leans in to hug his oldest friend. Booster tells him, as any friend who was about to watch his friend die would.
Oh,
"I'm
great.
sorry." And
Okay.
Ted embraces his friend one last time, telling him it's okay. And Booster Gold, in his usual comical manner, tells Ted, "It's not that. I've had years to mock you for that costume, and I feel like I've let you down." With that, the world around Ted warps and twists again, and our time traveler leaves the room. I'll be there, at the end. The top of the building explodes as the attack begins. Damien, Deadshot, and Katana all leap in through the window, asking where is Ted Cord. Through the smoke and the fire, Ted stands ready, suited up and prepared, ready to meet his end at the hand of his attackers. "I'm right here." And Damien looks at him. "Ted, Damien, your father was here earlier. I don't think he'd approve of the kids that you're hanging out with today." Deadshot then realizes the overweight superhero in front of him is the man that they came to kidnap. "Wait, Ted Cord is Blue Beetle?" And in response, Ted activates the robots that he was using to train Jaime, and he leaps in. He punches Deadshot across the face before he can even get a shot off, and as he goes in for another hit, Katana cuts his hand off. He falls to his knees in pain, and Deadshot tells him, "This is so much bigger than you." While Batman is off, getting the meeting ready for the presence of his plans to fix the world, Ted is dragged into another meeting about world fixing. This one involves not-so-nice people, and he realizes this as the hood is pulled off of his head. He sees Ra's al Ghul standing in front of him. Ra's looks at him in the costume. "Ted Cord is Blue Beetle. I had no idea, and I'm rarely surprised." Ted asks him, "What do you want with me?" And Ra's smiles. "This isn't about you, Mr. Cord. We kidnapped people from around the entire world." While this is happening, Batman explains to his new council his new attempt to save the world. He brought in people with money, good morals. They were here to help rebuild with their abilities and their money. Lucius Fox, Jackson Hyde to represent the oceans, Jefferson Pierce, aka Black Lightning, Oliver Queen and Dinah Lance, both back from the dead, and both Green Arrow and Black Canary. And a new Steel, as the previous one died in the death of Metropolis. Natasha Irons,
You dick, how are you alive?
running late. But as they discuss,
Don't make no
a news
sense.
report is broadcast. It's Ted Cord on the screen, reading a note.
Jesus Christ,
"I didn't
they're
know.
everywhere.
I'm sorry," he says as everyone watches and Cheetah growls. "Read the note. I didn't realize my batteries were being made by..." But that's when Roz
Some other
enters the frame.
pots.
"Ignorance is the excuse of cowardice.
There it is.
I want
Great.
everything.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for that.
Deforestation, drilling the oceans, burning coal for power.
Cool.
Everything stops now." Ted looks at him. "You can't be serious. You can't hold us ransom for the impossible." And Roz looks right at the camera. "You misunderstand. I'm not holding you ransom. You are the example. And today, everything crumbles." Then, Roz has his men blow up every large corporation in the world all at once. And following that, he welcomes Orca and Croc to devour all of the men that they've kidnapped. The entire world watched as they fed on everyone there. And as Ted Cord lay cut open and bleeding, the space around him warped and bent again. Booster Gold stood there. "Hey, Teddy." He removed his mask as Ted told him, "I feel cold. Can you train Jaime? Look after him. He's going to need you." And Booster grabbed his oldest friend's hand. "I'm not really the mentoring type. Please, you're going to need each other. You're gonna have to help." Booster tried to fight back the tears. "Man, you can't just... Who am I gonna laugh at now?" And Ted smiled through the pain, the blood, and his own death. He smiled. "Just look in the mirror." Booster Gold gave out a "ha!" And then he felt Ted's hand go limp as the last of his life began to fade away. Sadness drew upon Booster's face, and he leaned in, kissing his friend goodbye on the forehead. As the space around Teddy Cord began to bend and warp, Booster said his final words. "Goodbye, Teddy." "Are you ready?" And Kara Zor-El tells him no. Her father tells her that no one is ever ready, so don't worry. And Jor-El leaps on his back. "Your father was terrified. I had to push him." And as they goof off, she takes a leap, jumping off of the cliffside. She begins to plummet to the ground with the wind passing by her face at increasing rates. And then her father and Jor-El catch her on a giant bug, telling her that learning to fly isn't easy. A short time later, her father brings her home with a broken arm in which they set her down so that they can sedate her. They tell her that once she wakes up, she'll feel better, be with family, be safe. And in a short 6 years after these events, the fall of Krypton began and Brainiac attacks the planet. As they fall back, Jor-El looks at Zor-El. "Go home. This is lost. Get Kara away." He smiles at Zor-El. "Do you need a push?" Zor-El smiles back and then he hugs his brother. And suddenly Zor-El's eyes go wide and Jor-El sees a tentacle coming out of Zor-El's chest. Jor-El blasts him and calls out to his brother, but Zor-El tells Jor-El Car.
Zoro tells Joro.
I'm sorry.
Sounds like the start of a Kryptonian joke.
She'll be safe on her.
So Zoro and a Joro and a Kal-El walk into a bar.
I'll be right behind you. Jor-El ran to the house, handing Kara's mother a rifle, telling her what happened, and they ensured that Kara was loaded up into a space pod and launched into space. She fought against it, but eventually she was loaded up and fired off. She watched as Kal-El shot past her, and then her ship was damaged by all of the debris from Krypton. With that, she was placed into a cryogenic sleep. 35 years later, she awoke on the planet Earth, asking where Kal was. As her eyes adjusted to the sunlight, Black Adam was standing over her. Black Adam had her placed into a room where the sun would always touch her to allow her to charge, but he kept her hidden from the world, battling against other nations that saw him crash land, wanting to take whatever crashed to be theirs. He gave demonstrations as to why you do not question what fell from the sky.
I can figure out how to use him this time.
Vixen and Animal Man as they returned to Ra's al Ghul. Black Adam returned to his palace where the maidens told him that the girl had finally spoken. Without looking at him and tears pouring down her face, she told him, Krypton was destroyed. My home is gone. I watched my world end. It feels like it was hours ago, but I fear that I've been asleep for a long time. Yes. How long? I don't know. Please tell me about my
Damn it.
You said you knew. So Black Adam explains that Kal-El was the greatest leader that he had ever known. Kara tells him that she needs to know. Where is he? He was to be under her protection. Tell her everything. So Black Adam begins from the start. Kal-El was tricked by a great evil and he lost his wife and unborn child. But Superman, as he's called on this planet, took his grief and resolved to make a better world. He wanted to spare people from the pain that he had been through. He asked another hero to help him, Batman, a man who had stood beside him for years, his best friend. But Batman turned his back on his greatest friend. Kal-El wanted only the best for his people. He was a kind ruler and much loved. But Batman tore a hole in the universe and brought in twisted versions of her cousin and his followers to fight against
Twisted
him.
versions.
They took his friends, they took his love, and they
Yeah, that's
imprisoned her.
exactly what
They
happened.
hurt her cousin. She stood up worried. We have to free him. We cannot yet. He is held too tightly, but if we prepare, we might be able to. We'll need to free a warrior. She is held on an island and she can train you. Until we are ready to reveal you to the world, you mustn't reveal yourself to anyone. Stay here. Stay hidden. Meanwhile, in a graveyard filled with far too many graves, many heroes and friends of Ted Kord stand there to say their goodbyes and pay their respects. As Bruce Wayne is the only one left there, a young boy yells out, Batman! Bruce turns, gritting his teeth at him. Can I help you? Jaime Reyes, who comes up shouting, can you help me? Do you know who I am?
I'm
Bruce
like
grabs
literally
his
stuck
coat
here.
collar. You are Jaime Reyes. You've been infused with the Blue Beetle scarab. I know your entire family and where you are. I know all of this, but the people who are very likely watching this funeral have no idea who you are. So unless you want to put your family in jeopardy, keep your voice down. Jaime closes his eyes. I'm sorry. It's okay, son. Say what you need to. You go after them. I want to go, please. Bruce turns his back to leave, and as he walks away, he tells him, we'll let you know when to act. Go home. Elsewhere in this graveyard, Dinah walked off, and Ollie called out for her until he realized where she went. She looked longingly at the grave of Oliver Queen. You see, years ago, this universe's Oliver Queen gave his life so that the Resistance stood a chance, and he was murdered by Superman and made the ultimate sacrifice. The Oliver Queen that she is with now is from another universe, and she has built a life without him. But this is the first time that she is seeing the grave of the original since it all happened. Ollie tells her, I'm jealous.
Furry
A little bit.
Ball
Yes,
killed
you,
mutant
she tells him. With
druid.
that, Oliver,
Mutant
he got to
druid
spend
killed
time with you getting done.
Singularis.
And then he thinks about it.
That all must have
We
just
should get married
happened.
tomorrow. Dinah is shocked and look at him. Ollie, there's a time and place for some impulsive romantic gestures. A funeral's friend is neither. You asked me,
So
remember?
no friendlies on this
Now
one.
doesn't feel like a right time. So Oliver takes her hand. Life is short, pretty bird. And I can say this because I'm standing in my own grave. Let's do this. One moment of happiness. The war can wait. The war can wait. So in the Gotham Cathedral, Dinah has Barbara Gordon helping her get her dress split. Because we have a wedding to celebrate. A moment of happiness to follow a moment of sadness.
Okay.
Dinah is told that she has a visitor. And in walks an old man. She looks at him. Ted! She jumps onto him, hugging him. And she asked where he was, and he told her.
First time I've seen an
"Ah,
enemy
stop
kill
fighting.
itself.
Wildcat is gone. But I heard you were getting married, and well, I was just wondering. That's a pretty long aisle to walk alone. He smiled at her. I thought you might want some company. Meanwhile, out in front of the building, Jefferson, Ollie, Bruce, and the kids are all standing around. Ollie looks at his son. What do you do? The young boy explains. I bear the ring! Yes, and once the music starts to play, what do? I take the ring, yes, and I throw it into the fiery pits of Mount Doom. Ollie looks at Bruce. Did you put him up to that? Maybe. Bruce tells him, the smile as Jefferson laughs. But of course, in this world, this happy day cannot be. And Bruce gets a peek of
Fuck.
He tells Ollie that he has to go, taking off his tie and running down the steps. Ollie calls out, Bruce, is this the fate of the world or can this wait? As Bruce gets into a car, he tells him, it's not that, it's personal. Just stay and get married. As Ollie told him to stop, Bruce drove away into just married.
Let's interfere.
He barrels through the gates to Wayne Manor and he runs past an alarm to look at Alfred's grave and he finds him gone. Dug up. Behind the grave stands Damian Wayne holding the corpse, and Anathanasia with that new Batman holding his guns. While we still don't know who this new Batman is, Anathanasia is the sister of Damian and the daughter of the Bat, though he doesn't know that yet. What are you doing, Damian? You failed him. I'm making it right. And while Dinah is walking down the aisle getting ready to say her vows, Anathanasia points her gun at Bruce, and she says over comms, are you in place? And Deadshot, looking at the cathedral, tells her, yeah, I am. Bruce sees Anathanasia and the Batman asking, who are you? And she tells them, we're just like Alfred, people you let down. So we're gonna
That guy I saw was one of those people that just died.
Bruce throws down smoke pellets, trying to call it Batgirl.
Could be.
She tries to ignore him because there's a wedding.
Can't be many people left by now.
Why he was calling when Deadshot and his crew crashed through the window. And just after the kiss, Oliver takes 4 shots to the chest from the attack. Bruce is running through the forest with his daughter, firing at him as they go. And while he has his phone to his head trying to warn Batgirl, a bullet goes through the phone in his hand. He reaches into his pocket, pressing a button on her device.
I'm gonna rest here for actually a minute. Use the bathroom.
The sky. It hovers behind him, and Bruce turns back. Damian, don't do this. Alfred wouldn't want. Don't pretend for a second you know what Alfred would want, Bruce. He raised you, and you still treated him like a servant. Teleport us out of here now. And all of them warp away, leaving Bruce alone. Back at the wedding, the heroes are fighting the villains, and Oliver stands up, revealing his Kevlar tux. He turns to Jefferson, aka Black Lightning, telling him to get the kids out of there. As Jefferson's kids and Oliver's son run into the back alleyway, Deadshot is waiting, and he tranks all 4 of them. Captain Boomerang and Harley stand over the kids, and Boomerang asks if anyone hears that. And above them, the Batjet begins to hover. So they grab the kids and they teleport away, not wanting to fight Bruce Wayne. Oliver and Dinah run out of the back of the building to find their son, only to find an unconscious Jefferson. And Dinah looks around panicking. Where are the kids? Where are they? Ollie, he's gone! And Oliver walks over holding Dinah. We'll bring them back. We'll get them. Meanwhile, back at the Lazarus pit, Damian walks towards it holding the corpse of Alfred. I'm sorry Bruce didn't save you, but it's not too late. I can save you. And he submerges with Alfred. I can bring you back. Now Damian sits by the side of Alfred, who is apparently alive, but quite obviously slowly recovering from being a corpse. His sister, the daughter of the Bat, Anathanasia, pokes her head in, seeing Damian doting over his true father. She warns him that sometimes the Lazarus pit doesn't bring people back properly. Sometimes it takes time. Damian lifts a spoonful of food to Alfred's mouth to feed him, as she tells Damian that she never thought that she would see this side of him. Damian questions what she's talking about, and she explains that she assumed that he was a one-dimensional spoiled brat. But this? Who taught him this humility? Damian turns to her. He did. Talia walks in telling her son to bring Alfred. Roz is about to contact the Dark Knight. In the main conference room, Roz is staring at a screen, and on the other side, Bruce Wayne and his team. Roz tells him, an event is approaching. You will know it when it begins.
Okay.
You and your friends are not to try and prevent it. I have your children, referencing the last episode in which Roz took the children of Ollie, Dinah, and Black Lightning. I don't want to hurt them. I don't want to hurt anyone. But we will act soon to balance the world. Let me do to the world what it needs, and I will return your children unharmed. This I swear. But if you decide that the lives of a few children mean nothing when compared to the world, I also have your father. Bruce's eyes go wide as Damian wheels out the barely alive Alfred. And while Alfred can't lift his head any more than an inch, he does raise his eye to see Bruce on the screen. Then Roz kills the feed, and Damian growls at his grandfather. Are you done? He won't stop. He'll come for Alfred and the kids. If the detective is sensible, he isn't. It doesn't matter. Even the great Batman can't find us here. And with that, he walks out of the room. And over in the new base of operations, Bruce looks at his screen. They're in South Africa. I lost Connor's signal there. If you think back, Bruce placed a tracker on Connor, the son of Ollie and Dinah, at the start of the story. I assume they're underground now. Ollie snaps. You put a tracker on our son? I
Yeah, that seems about
And you
right.
didn't tell us? That wouldn't have been being careful. Ollie thinks about it and he looks at Bruce. Did you know? What? That they were going to take us? I didn't do it.
Fuck.
But I felt it was wise to take precautions. Oh, you little And Ollie cracks Bruce across the face. Bruce looks at the ground, blood coming out of his lip. I'll let you have that. You let me know this. I'm not your Green Arrow. You don't know me. You don't know my abilities. Test me. Go on. I'll let you have the first one. And Bruce and Ollie look at each other, clamoring, ready to throw down.
Fuck.
Dinah breaks it. So they can all take a step back and Batgirl decides to jump because she. There's one man, one person who can get to this facility completely undetected. Someone who staged a prison break back in year 5, all to rescue his son, Plastic Man. Ollie stands there speechless. Seriously? Knock, knock, knock. The door to apartment 41 opens up, and there stands Bruce Wayne in his bat suit with a man in a trucker hat and a beard surprised to see him. You're not a pizza, Luke McDonough. He doesn't live here anymore. He does live here. And while your shape changing is impressive, you need to do a better job of disguising your voice. The man in the trucker hat begins to get scared and panic as he slams
Oh,
the
you
door. As a
bitch.
more
Oh, wait, I do have a
no,
lockpick,
no.
though.
Bruce kicks in the door. I just want to talk. And he looks around and he sees no one. You're the armchair against the wall.
Okay.
Luke morphs back, panicking again. No, 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 no! And he runs around.
I don't understand how it works. I must be dumb.
Trash can. And the trash can gets up running. Ah! You're the rug. And the rug yells out. You're the top 3 pizza boxes in the stack.
Right.
His head grows out of it. How are you doing that?
Time to mess
And
with
he
you.
realizes what he's doing. Trying to play hide and seek with Batman. What did I think would happen? Right, whatever you're here for, let's get it over with. I just want to talk to your father. Where is he? And Luke looks down at his watch. Dad? Plastic Man grows to normal size, smiling. You didn't know I was there, did you? See, son? Your old man can trick the Batman. He then turns back to Bruce. Whatever it is, I don't want in. I need your help. The Justice League needs your help. Forget it. Luke chimes in. I'll help. And Plastic Man turns back. Wait, no. So Bruce tells him. They killed Ted Cord. I know. And they took the kids. They? Fine. For Dinah and Jefferson, I'll help. And so you don't get my son killed. They all load up into the bat plane and Luke looks at Bruce. What are you thinking about? How to kill countries. And Plastic Man looks at him. What a fun-filled place your head is. I'm trying to think of ways that Roz is going to destroy the entire world. How would he do it? So you're just sitting there thinking of the most efficient way to commit genocide? Yes. And Plastic Man and Luke turn to the back of the plane, turning away from Bruce Wayne. Is there anywhere else I can sit in this plane? But before they can get very far, a hand lands onto the windshield.
Alright,
Fingers
somehow I
push through
survived.
bulletproof glass. That is the bat plane. And Jaime Reyes tells them, pull
Look
over.
at me go.
They all land at a nearby cliffside, and Jaime walks forward. I
Oh,
wanted
yeah, I
if you're
forgot
going to
I got
attack.
that.
You said that you were going to tell me. Bruce and Plastic Man stand there, and Plastic Man asks, hey, you're the kid that worked with Ted Cord, right? And Jaime tells him, I did. And Plastic Man tells him, it was such a great guy. We used to catch up on cards every week. And then he turns back to Bruce. Sorry, you weren't invited. You tend to unfun things. You're way too competitive. So what do you want,
Do
kid?
unfun
Jaime explains
things.
that he wants to avenge Ted's death, and Plastic Man thinks about it. He places his
All
hand
right,
in his
second time in a
cheeks
row
and
I've made it
tilts
to
his
floor
head back.
2.
Sounds like the kid's on a crusade.
I hope there's
to
not a
avenge
floor
the murder of
3.
loved one. And then he whips his plastic head around like a cartoon, looking right at Bruce Wayne. Anything you can relate to, Bruce? Bruce stares forward, and then he looks at Plastic Man in the eyes. He doesn't say anything. So Plastic Man, Luke, Blue Beetle, and Bruce Wayne all head off into the sunset to make their way to South Africa. They have a family to save. Up far in space over the Amazon.
Yeah, I can work with this.
Batgirl, Dinah, and Ollie are sitting there, getting ready. Batgirl walks over, suiting up. She has Plastic Man wrap around her body, and Luke also wraps around her body. They create a spacesuit, practically, and they tell Batgirl, when you open up your eyes, you will be on the ground. The doors in the back of the spacecraft open up, and as far as the eye can see are stars and the horizon of the Earth. Then they back out of the ship. They begin to plummet to the surface of the planet, with everyone in the ship warning them that they're going
This'll
too
finish
fast.
her
Plastic
off.
Man needs to slow down. He's about to break the sound barrier, and he's increasing at his rate of speed every second. And Plastic Man tells them he's just being a little cautious. He needs to make sure that he gets fast enough to get past any kind of thing that they may have detecting him. As they get just above the tree land, Plastic Man
There it
turns
is.
to Luke and he tells him, hold her steady. I can't have her jerking around when I set this up. And Luke asks him, I thought you were making a parachute. Plastic Man smiles. Parachutes aren't fun. So he turns himself into a hang glider, and they slowly but surely glide into the ground. As they
Oh,
get close, Luke stretches out his
is that
wings
it,
to them,
Demon?
allowing them to have a
That's
safe and
nice.
sturdy landing. The insertion team has arrived. They know right away that they found the correct location. They see a series of ninjas in front of them. Ninjas don't typically hang out in jungles. Luke morphs into a ninja and he approaches them. And as he gets closer, he openly says, I didn't think about how this conversation would begin. So then he turns into a giant spread and he covers them, trapping up all of the ninjas. And as they scream out, he once again tells them, I don't understand why you're doing that. Ninjas are supposed to be quiet. As one ninja tries to run off, the Plastic Man stretches out, catching him, telling him, that's not gonna happen.
Is him hitting it?
Nice.
Is it dead?
Man is confused. Knocking ninjas unconscious or sneaking into an underground layer is nice, but Luke explains that that's not it. This is as close as they can get to throwing a ball back and
What is this, hell?
Plastic Man agrees as he tells his son, let's go father
In
son
hell?
bond the absolute hell
It
out
is
of
a
this side
demon
of you.
bat.
Batgirl makes it to a safe place, and Batman and everyone else teleports in. They all move in and silently drop as
Great.
many ninjas as
This
they can
is-
find. But the situation escalates quickly because the evil twisted Batman and Ra's al Ghul knew that this team was coming in. They knew they were en route.
At least
and
they don't
took
seem
Diablo.
particularly smart.
The Batman calls up Diablo, telling him that he's ready, and Diablo tells him to say the word. The Batman gives him the word, and the entire entryway explodes, melting every exit and entrance into the base. The twisted Batman tells everyone, we don't know how Batman found us, but now there's no way in or out. We're gonna settle this. Bruce Wayne is ready to end it as he looks for the children enough.
I'm free to fuck off and die. Oh, at least I got this one small mercy here.
For an answer. He doesn't get a response, so he flies down to look at the entrance and he calls again. The entrance is, well, gone.
I'm not getting near that thing. I have no idea what it does. I don't want to know what it does.
Black Lightning asks the team, can we call
I just wanted to die. I don't think that's too much to ask for, really.
Green Arrow and Black Canary's child, which means that there's a jamming signal coming through the place now. They can't call out. Black Lightning turns down the hallway. Nothing's changed. And Batgirl agrees. We find the exit later. Right now, we find the kids. But Ollie, the Green Arrow...
Oh shit! I didn't think it'd get in here. Fuck. Okay.
Wildcat agrees.
Just don't panic. Just don't panic.
This analogy, the hay is a bunch of people that want to kill us. As
That
Batgirl
sucks.
calls up their man on the inside. Plastic Man! We're in the kitchen right now, Batgirl. I'm currently a
Is there a way I can not go to the second floor?
Find us. Roz might be crazy, but he's an organized crazy. He signposted the whole place. Bruce begins to walk off. Go find the children. I'm gonna go find Alfred and Damien. And Wildcat asks, Damien, what are you gonna do? Drag him out of here? If I have to. Right. Then I'm going with you. That sounds fun. And Wildcat and Batman walk off. Meanwhile, in the room where the children are being kept by surrounding plants, all of them are wondering what that explosion was. And Lucy, Harley Quinn's daughter, asks if they think it's a rescue mission. Both of Black Lightning's kids show that they have powers of their own. They're ready to help the grown-ups fight their way out of the facility. Elsewhere in the facility, Ra's al Ghul walks
Haven't
into
tried
the room
Magic
telling
Missile
everyone,
yet.
I need to go find Batman and get rid of him. I'll guard the children myself. And as he says that, Ra's walks into the room where the children are, brandishing a sword. Back with Bruce and Wildcat. Wildcat is having fun punching the bad guys, but he comments, Bruce, you need more training. It looks like your phone's been dipping. That's when a giant tree trunk bursts through the ground, separating the two of them. Wrapped up in the bark and the wood of the tree, Poison Ivy looks at Bruce. You really shouldn't have come here. Over with Roz, the kids begin to shoot lightning at him and his ninjas, and Roz begins to shout, ow, ow, ouch, ouchie! Lucy looks at the other kids. Did Roz just say ouchie? That's when Roz morphs back into Plastic Man's kid, Luke. He was a shapeshifter the whole time. As they stop hitting him, the sword then morphs into Plastic Man himself. He looks at Lucy with a perplexed appearance. Who are you? You're not on my list of kids I'm supposed to save. Connor chimes in that it's Harley Quinn's daughter. So Plastic Man asks if she's a prisoner as well. She tells him that she is, and he tells her, that's good. She asks him why, so he explains, if you weren't a prisoner, I'd be kidnapping a child, and that's some ethically iffy stuff. Harley Quinn then walks in asking what the hell is going on. You see, she's been forced to help Ra's al Ghul due to the suicide bomb that's been placed into her neck. But once she finds out that Plastic Man is here to rescue the kids, including her daughter, regardless of that bomb, she wants to help. So they all begin to head to the exit, except that's when they run into Orca and Killer Croc. Plastic Man and Luke begin to wrap themselves up and battle against them. And that's when Plastic Man tells Harley to take the kids and run to the teleporter room. She asks how she is supposed to handle everyone else alone, and he tells her, you aren't alone. And he's got a smile on his face. They blitz down the hallway until they run into the evil Batman, the one with the red eyes and assault rifles. Lucy asks who he is, and Harley informs her. He thinks he's Batman. I am Batman, he tells her coldly. I'm also tired of you. Cover your eyes, Lucy. And that's when he raises up the iPad to set up the bomb in Harley Quinn's neck. But Harley isn't about to take this lying down as she leaps in to grab onto this evil Batman. She looks him right in the eyes. Do it! Blow me up and I'll take you with me. All of my little bone shards in my head are gonna go into your face. He backhands her to the ground and Harley looks at her daughter. Lucy, get back. I'm sorry. And with tears in her eyes, Lucy looks at her mother. Don't go. Evil Batman presses the button to end the life of Harley Quinn, and as she's about to explode, Harley looks at her daughter with makeup running down her face. Sorry, we didn't get more time. I loved you so much, baby. She closes her eyes tight and nothing happens. Evil Batman is in shock, and that's when Harley hears a voice in her head. It was the Blue Wire. I had to guess because we were running out of time. Out of her head leaps the Atom, who grows in size. Your bomb is deactivated, Quinn.
Pretty lucky.
Wildcat runs up from behind, telling everyone to leave. I'll handle this wannabe. Everyone runs off, and Wildcat looks at him. What is this? You look of your own? I'm Batman. Nah. If you were Batman, you wouldn't still be talking. So evil Batman kicks him in the gut, and then he punches him across the face. Wildcat spits up the blood and takes a shot, crushing evil Batman's head into the wall. So Batman returns the favor by shooting Wildcat in the gut. Off with Harley and Connor. Connor stops, telling Harley they have to go back. They can't leave Wildcat to die. Harley stops.
This is such a bad start.
Condescending manner that I can. We have to go. That was a sacrifice, and if it's going to mean anything, then we have to escape. On the sacrifice chart, which is not something that I totally made up, we're currently at 10. And if you turn around, that's going to turn it into a 2. Connor looks at her. Going back. Oh, you're so much like your parents. She turns to Adam. Man in my head, you take the kids and get out of here. I'm going back to Connor, apparently. Back with Wildcat, he puts his hand over the bullet wound. You coward. You brought a gun to a fist fight. And Batman shoots him again. The shock is displayed on his face, and he asks, are you still trying to stop me? And at his ankle is Wildcat holding on. You never knew when to give up, did you, Ted? And Batman puts the gun to his forehead. Connor runs in with the force of the canary. He shouts out the canary cry. It throws the evil Batman into the wall, and Harley is stunned. Oh, snap! Green canary! That scream wasn't exactly right, though, and even the Blue Beetle on the outside hears it. He rockets in at top speed, telling himself, I gotta get in there, somehow! Back with Batgirl, Black Lightning, Ollie, and Dinah. They're continuing to point to ninjas when they hear the scream echoing through the halls. Dinah tells everyone that they've gotta hurry. And back with Connor, Harley puts her hands on his shoulder. Well, that was impressive, but not discreet. We need to go. All of the bad guys are coming.
What am I missing here?
The rest of the bad guys arrive. Captain Cold asks Harley what's going on, so she informs him that Wildcat and Batman fought, and as Batman shot Wildcat, he punched and knocked out Batman. I don't
understand. Am I not using this right?
Luckily, before Captain Cold can fully question what the hell is going on, a boxing glove arrow
No.
flies in, knocking him out. And that's when everyone sees Black Lightning
Nothing.
and Ollie. He electrocutes everyone except Katana.
Fuck me.
Harley looks at Katana. Hey, you aren't in this fight. You don't know Ra's
Useless.
And Katana does. Connor runs over to his parents and Black Lightning asks where his kids are. So Harley explains that Adam took them to the teleporter. They all run to Wildcat's side, and Harley explains that nothing vital was hit, but he is losing a lot of blood. They need to get him out of here. Batgirl tells everyone to bring him to the teleporter.
I don't get it.
Harley smiles. I'll come with you. I'm kind of like Bruce's new Robin. Meanwhile, Bruce is all wrapped up in vines thanks to Poison Ivy, and she leans in to give him a kiss, ending his life. But he activates a gadget that disperses.
Am I supposed to press something? I feel like I'm going crazy here.
Reeling in pain, Bruce stands over her. I'm not playing today, Ivy. Tell me where Alfred is now. Over with Damien, the daughter of the
There's nothing.
Man,
Okay, cool. Useless.
Realizing no one is responding to their comms, Damien informs everyone Bruce is on his way. He's doing that thing that he does. She runs over to the weakened Ivy, who informs her that
I can't believe how useless that was. Tell me how the fuck to use magic
She then kisses her
missile.
goodbye and they run off to meet up with Bruce. Out of the bushes, Bruce arrives and he puts his hand on Alfred's shoulder. Alfred, are you okay? Damien steps up from behind him, though. Don't touch him. Damien, what have you done? It's what you should have done. This is wrong. You let him die. I brought him back. You think I'm in the wrong? You know what I think? I think losing people makes this easier for you. Without the pain, you might not be able to justify all the violence that you bring. For Batman to fight his crusade, you need the people
Oh,
who
great.
to die. So Bruce,
Would it fucking kill this game to explain one thing? Like, anything?
where? Home? Yeah.
How the fuck would I ever figure that out?
So you're offering
I literally have to pay AI to tell me? I don't... This is not...
Damien leaps in with a roundhouse and Bruce blocks it. Damien headbutts
Whatever.
him, and one man
Now I know.
opens up his eyes, finally coming to his senses. As they continue to fight, Bruce reaches out, catching Damien's arm, breaking it. Stand down. You're gonna have to make me. So Bruce raises his fist to punch his
Good.
son out when another arm reaches out, stopping him. Bruce looks back to see an angry Alfred looking at him. Alfred, calm down. You can stop fighting. He stands up and a very confused and hurt Bruce just stands there. Alfred leans in with a smile on his face, hugging Bruce. It's all right, son. Batman is now being hugged by a recently revived Alfred, and he tells him, I'm sorry, Alfred. Plastic Man's son Luke looks back at Harley and Batgirl and asks them, who's that guy? Alfred. He was dead. He's Batman's butler. And Luke is even more confused. I'm missing something important, aren't I? Damian looks at Alfred. Are you okay? I am all right, Master Damian. I just need to sit down for a moment. He goes to sit down and Damian runs to his side as Batman pushes him back. Don't touch him! And Alfred snaps. Stop, both of you. I don't know what is happening here. I don't know how much I've missed, but stop this. Forgive each other. Now. Damian looks at him. Alfred, he let you die. And Alfred stops him again. No,
Oh, good.
he
Now I don't
didn't.
have
He
enough
never would, and
memory
you
for
know
that.
this.
That's
Ra's al Ghul walks
really
in and
useful.
Alfred sees his chance. I've been listening to you. I've heard the plans. You want to do the right thing, but your planning is wrong on every level. You and Bruce, you both want to save the world. You're the two most intelligent people on the planet. Two of the most driven, and two of the most stubborn and uncompromising. You both believe in absolutes, but the world isn't black and white. It's not too late. Take a moment. One moment can avoid so much. Sit, talk, come up with a solution, one that saves humanity and saves the planet. Luke, once again, without knowing anything that's going on, brings that fact up. You know, Batman's zombie butler is making sense. And then, two! The entire building is shaken, and the extinct birds begin to fly in fear. Batman looks up, realizing it's Blue Beetle. He's trying to get in. Up above, Blue Beetle has lost contact with the entire team, and he begins to bombard the ground with his suit. Over and over, he hits it, telling himself, I'm coming, guys. I'm coming. I got this. Not realizing what it is that he's attacking. The building begins to shake and crumble. Vixen and Diablo run into the main hall, asking what's going on. Batgirl
fucking asshole.
and Vixen pleads, don't you see what Roz is doing here? Stop whatever it is that you guys are doing. As Batgirl turns to the man in charge, if you let me get a signal out, I can stop him. But it's too late as Blue Beetle hits the dome, protecting the space with a full blast, shattering it. He comes in asking, Batman, Batgirl, I'm sorry, but the entrance was attacked. Is everyone okay? Harley is the one to break the news, as she sadly tells him. Oh, kid. Meanwhile, Vixen is holding one of the animals as the shard of glass has landed in its neck, killing it. One of the last remaining of this species of animal, where the extinct animals were allowed to go and prosper once again. She sets it down softly and looks at Blue Beetle. You just wiped out a species! And she summons the powers of the now extinct animal, leaping at Blue Beetle. Plastic Man stretches out, wrapping up Vixen, telling Blue Beetle to
find that
stop.
funny.
And Diablo blasts him in the back. Batman's daughter looks at him. I've always wanted to do this, as she punches him across the face. Keep in mind, right now he doesn't know who she is. As everyone begins to break out into fighting, Damian goes to Alfred's side, picking him up, telling him, we gotta get you out of here. With explosions, power blasts, and bullets flying all over, Talia and Raj shout out, you don't do this in here! But no one can hear them as they continue to battle with each other. One shot then hits Diablo in the chest and it's over. He can't contain the heat any longer. Luke and Plastic Man wrap around everyone in the room, and Blue Beetle says that he's sorry as Diablo completely explodes, taking out all of the extinct animals and plants, completely destroying Roz's sanctuary. Plastic Man and Luke pull back, obviously injured from the blast, and Vixen walks out horrified. They were all the last of their species. With tears in his eyes, Roz looks at Batman. Is this what you wanted, detective? Batman's daughter groans as she was hit with the blast, and Talia runs to her daughter's side. Roz looks at Batman. To come here and hurt your son and daughter in this way. Batman's eyes go wide as he realizes who the girl is. Roz walks over, placing his
And
hand
how
on
the fuck would
Talia's
he
shoulder.
know?
I know you never had a childhood, and mine was a long time ago. But do you know what I remember about mine? The passion that I had, the certainty. But detective, you should know, you are in the wrong place. Meanwhile, at a ceremony at the Capitol, the new Steel and Aqualad, they're there to ensure that none of Roz's plans go forward, that he can't disrupt the Peace Summit. Jackson Hyde, aka Aqualad, calls up to Steel, telling her that he thinks he saw something get into the sky. She flies high and looks over the thousands of people in the area, asking Jackson what it is that she's looking for. And he tells her, I'm not sure. Just get a better vantage point. He walks into the water, and Roz continues his speech in his sanctuary. You see, Detective, it is why we recruit the youth for our cause. Because of their fire, their conviction. They do whatever it takes. Back at the Capitol, Jackson begins to raise all the water into a massive tidal wave.
Excuse me.
The wave gets larger, and it grows taller than the Washington Monument, and the people of the treaty begin to see it as the shadow of it begins to fall upon them. Steele calls out, "Jackson, what are you doing?" And as Ross continues, they do whatever it takes, and they believe that is right, Detective. The tidal wave comes crashing down onto the Capitol, hitting everyone there and washing them away. They drown, they're thrown into things, and they die. Lots of them.
How are you alive?
Steel flies towards him.
6 blasts.
You have what you wanted, Detective. You have the children. You can take Alfred. Your mission was a complete success.
I don't believe you.
Everyone loses. That's when we see the sanctuary that Roz has built, and the Capitol in shambles, thousands dead. Roz turns his back to the Dark Knight. It's over. And Bruce asks him, "What did you do, Roz? What have I done? What have I done? I removed the destructive force from your country's system. But what you have done here cannot be undone. What you have taken from this world in one reckless, selfish moment can never be replaced. I tried to control you, to spare you, but stand in my way now, and you will die with those that you protect. Any mercy that I had, any thought that I had of preserving you for my daughter, for
Yeah,
my
big
grandchildren,
surprise.
was wiped out with this sanctuary. Our mission will be slacked down. The humans will be wiping themselves out, and we're going to stop them from taking the planet with them. With that, the doors slammed shut. Roz and Talia took their team and they went to Site B, located in the middle of the Gorilla Empire. And as he walks into the basement into a hidden lab, there he finds Professor Ivo sitting with a mazo as it's being built. Are you ready? Black Adam asks Supergirl as she's looking over the edge. Nearby, he's hovering, with a small smile on his face. It's all right. No one can truly be ready for this. And she looks down to the ground, determined. It's all right. I am ready for this. She spreads her arms as she leaps off at the top of the building, prepared to soar, prepared to fly like her cousin Cal. She smiles as she thinks that she has it, and then she realizes she doesn't as she goes flying into the ground, screaming, "I don't have it, I don't have it, I don't have it!" She bounces off the side of the building, and then kroom! She hits the ground. Black Adam floats down to ask her if she's all right, and she tells him that she is. And with a look of disappointment, he tells her that he thought she was ready for this. She's more surprised that she landed, making a crater. That's when one of Black Adam's servants walked in to inform him an emissary had arrived. One named Damian. Black Adam isn't concerned as he turns to Kara, telling her to stay hidden. No one must know of her existence yet. She must be prepared for the larger mission. 3 Wonder Woman and then Superman. Do not worry yourself with these little things, Kara. He takes his throne and Damian walks in with his arm in a sling after his father broke his glass. He stands as Damian makes and he asks what brings him here. He explains that he is here on behalf of Ra's al Ghul. Black Adam is confused as Damian explains that they know that Black Adam would do anything to protect his nation. And there is a war being fought. Black Adam isn't very pleased. Are you threatening me? There will be no war brought to my borders. He looks him in the eyes and he tells him, the coming disaster doesn't recognize borders, Adam. The planet itself is changing with every life in danger. The planet is warming and life will be scorched from it unless we act. Black Adam isn't even fazed by this. If there is a war,
It's like taking all of my effort just to get out of this little area.
And I am.
Well, at least there's more than one floor. I guess it doesn't really matter if I can survive the next one.
The Batman. But as he says this, Kara peeks her head out, gasping. What? You see, Black Adam has been explaining the horrors of Batman to Kara, and how he is against her cousin's methods. Adam tells Damian to stand as he is not a subject of Black Adam's. He'll arrange a place for Damian to stay the night, and they will speak more at dinner. But he very sternly warns him, I will not leave this city or my people. Kara comes out. He saw me, didn't he? Yes. Does he have abilities like us? He has no power, Kara, but he has skills and he is formidable. Then you must listen to him. If the planet is in danger, I know all too well how it can end. Adam doesn't even look at her. No. I mean no disrespect. You have been nothing but kind to me, but you do not know of what you speak. He looks at her. I know what I speak. I am old, and you are very new to this world. I watched my world die. Do not accept it not happening to yours. Not if you have any power to stop it. And then she changes the subject quickly to avoid angering Black Adam. Is his father really Batman? Yes, but there is no love between them. His father imprisoned him as well. Now return to your room and stay there until he is gone. Please, it is for your own good. He must not learn of who or what you are. But as you would expect, while she is in her tower, Damien appears having overheard the whole thing. She is surprised at him sneaking up, and he smiles, apologizing for scaring her. He explains that his father is Batman, and Batman has hurt him in more ways than one. And then he asks, "Who are you?" And with a
He's such a piece of
Black Adam arrives
garbage.
angry that this would happen under his own nose. Damien turns smiling at him. Now that was loud. You're supposed to be in your room, Damien. I went for a walk. I welcomed you into my nation, Damien, but my hospitality only stretches so far. Who is she, Adam? He grabs Damien by his armor. She is no one, and if you insist on asking, you will be no one as well. But as he throws Damien out the window while holding him, Kara leaps out to stop this, and as she
If that
puts her
was
eyes
an
to the
exit.
left, Damien knows what this is. My God, Adam, she's Kryptonian. What have you done? Later that night, with the moon high in the sky, Damien stands in Kara's window. She looks surprised. I thought Black Adam could find you. Ah, he did. It was cute. Had a lock on it and everything. Have you seen anything beyond conduct? Of course she says no, so Damien tells her to put on an extra mask so he can catch her. He then falls backwards out the window. As it begins to plunge to the ground, he begins to worry, stating, "Any time now." She grabs him and then lands with her back on the ground, cushioning Damien's fall
Like
as
we
he passes
got
away.
at least
Lays
one
flat on his
unfriendly
back,
player.
saying, "Ow, what's wrong with you? I thought you could fly." She informs him that she only learned of that today. He was there. "Okay," he says, rolling over. "I get it now. But look, you're out of the tower." He stands up, telling her that it's time for her to see what this world has to offer. And they're going to fly there. Slowly, very slowly. So she picks him up and they begin to fly, slowly at first, and they begin to float towards the ocean. As they soar over it, they see a whale. And then they soar over an arena for soccer, and she comments how this world is beautiful. So Damien redirects her to a nearby city, one in the middle of a civil war. She sees the death and the destruction, and she asks why he is showing her this. And he explains because she could make a difference.
Rotten fluids. I'd love to know how I extracted rotten
Covers his
fluids.
mouth in a hurry, explaining what it is. Using her super breath, Kara blows it away, and Damien tells her to leave. Right now, no one has to know that she is here. It's safe now. There's no gas. And as she leaves, he looks at the soldiers. Now,
Piece of
there's
this.
only soldiers with guns now. Child runs up to try and stop them, and Damien pushes her behind him. Stay here. Guards open fire on all the civilians. Damien included. As Damien assumes that he is going to be shot protecting this group of civilians, Kara lands catching all of the bullets. And then she turns to them. "What is wrong with you? Why would you do this? To your own planet? To your own people?" And she blows with her super breath so hard, she throws them all down. Damien throws one of his weapons at another, and then he jumps on him, punching him repeatedly, until Kara catches his fist, telling him to stop. She grabs the guard, informing him that this city is under their protection now, and anyone who causes problems will answer to her and Damien. The next morning, as the sun rises, Damien asks if she liked being a hero, and then he sadly looks at her. "We're going to kill a lot of people. Millions. My grandfather believes it's the only way to save the day." She asks him, "What do you believe?" "With your cousin, Superman. There are times that I felt we went too far, but I knew what we were doing was for the best of the world. And now I'm worried. I'm following orders like that soldier was, not really thinking about what I'm doing." And awkwardly, she smiles.
He's only having that
"You always
fucking
use your
thought
tone,
now.
Kara.
What a
I'm not
dumb
hero."
asshole.
"Nonsense. Your grandfather wants to kill millions. Your father is Batman, evil incarnate, and your mother? She's an assassin." "Of course she is. Damien, it sounds like your family is pure evil. But I've known you for less than a day, and I know that you're willing to sacrifice yourself for a complete stranger. Don't go back to me." Black Adam arrives almost as if it was a cue, telling him, "She's right. Stay here. Train Kara. Join us. We need your help to free Wonder Woman and then Superman. Join us, Damien." The gurney-holding Wildcat is pushed forward as he's brought into the hospital after his gunshot wound from the evil Batman. Black Canary tells him to hold on with a panicked look on her face, and Black Lightning is bringing his kids home when he gets a phone call. Over in the Batcave, Batman, Batgirl, and various members of the team are watching the news as they question. Who is Jackson Hyde? Was he working only for the terrorist school of Ra's al Ghul, or was he also working for Atlantis? Is this an Atlantean attack? Blue Beetle asks, Is there anything I can do?" Bruce tells him, "Go home." "I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter, Hyde. Go home."
Okay. So, well, this.
Beetle hangs his head low.
Do I have to go to the second floor,
Walks
or
out as Plastic Man asks
I don't?
Bruce,
Good.
"What was the point of that?
Okay, well now I get it.
As Blue Beetle
So
walks outside,
I have
Plastic
to,
Man
on
comes up behind
levels
him.
with
"Kid,
floors, I
it's
have
not
to
your fault.
portal
It was
out.
an accident. I mean,
Diablo
sure, as
style.
accidents go, and Jaime stops him. "One of the worst in history."
You know.
"Well, yeah,
You
you contributed to a mass extinction event. Let's not sugarcoat it, but what I saw there wasn't your fault." Jaime pulls out his wings. "Okay, well, I'm gonna go home. One last thing, kid. Batman is, well, he can be a jerk, and there's no real point trying to win his approval. Believe me, we've all tried." Over in the home of Jefferson Pierce, Black Lightning gets a knock on the door. He charges up his lightning as he goes to answer it, but shockingly, it's not someone to kill him or his family. It's Agent Baines, and he's here to speak with Senator Pierce, Jefferson's day job. The agent informs him that they need him to come with them, and outside he sees multiple Secret Service agents and a helicopter. Back at Jaime's house, he calls out for his parents, but no one replies, and then a single voice tells him, they're not here. Jaime quickly turns around, charging up his cannons, and Booster Gold leaps out of the way. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I just met your parents went out, kid! He takes a seat in the couch. You know, in hindsight, I can see why saying your parents aren't here in the darkness sounded all super villainy. Jaime asks him, Booster Gold, why are you on my couch? I was tired. As Jaime takes a seat next to him, Booster tells him, what's wrong with you, kid? I did something terrible. And Booster looks at his bandaged hand. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know it's been a while for you since he died, but I held his hand 5 hours ago. Jaime looks at Booster's hand. What happened to you? This? Oh, yeah. Never drink in time travel, kid. That's how you end up punching a Triceratops. So, Teddy asked me to train you, Booster tells him with a smile. But, Batman says I can't use my powers. Ha! Well, now I'm gonna train you extra hard just to spite him. First bit of advice, ignore Batman. That much self-righteous bravado just has to be compensating for something. Booster opens up the fridge, looking inside. So first, I'm gonna need 8 hours of sleep, a shower, and some bacon. And I don't care what order that comes in. Back over in the Oval Office, Jefferson Pierce is being sworn in because everyone in the line to become the president is now dead, and the senator is the next man in line. Back at the fridge, Jaime asks Booster why he didn't just time travel and save Ted.
I could
Booster looks
expand now if I wanted.
And a sad frown. There are people
There'd be
who
no
protect the
point,
time stream,
but
very serious
I
people who
could.
never smiled in their lives, and they kept stopping me. See, there are some things that you can't change, that don't matter, but there are other things that have to absolutely happen. And Ted, he was one of those things. Jaime asks Booster why, and then Skeets, the floating robot from the future, chimes in. Because you no doubt needed to come together. The time stream demanded it. Meaning the fate of the world depends on you two. And with that news, Booster only has 2 words. Oh, crud. But this isn't where the story must go, because finally, Bruce Wayne must answer for his crimes. During the original Injustice storyline, his identity as Batman was revealed to the world, and now it is time for Bruce to answer for his actions. The United States would like to know what Bruce Wayne and his vigilante team were doing fighting Ra's al Ghul while one of Bruce's team members murdered the entire presidential party. After this event happened, though, Bruce went home where he found Alfred still recovering from being resurrected. He held his hand after bringing him a crumpet, commenting that he probably burnt it. He then went out as Batman. 12 hours before this, and this is the memories that he was remembering during his adventure as Batman this night, is when the US government wanted answers. He remembered exactly what they said to him, and how much it angered him. They wanted to know what went wrong. What happened with Jackson Hyde? What was he talking to the president and president-elect about before the events? Bruce told them, I spoke with him about changing the world. They asked him, what was the response? Bruce informed them, there wasn't one. We were interrupted by Ra's al Ghul's attacks. Did the president-elect seem to entertain your ideas of changing the world? Your views don't seem to align very well. I hoped we could find some common ground. I mentioned this, Mr. Wayne, because Jefferson Pierce was in that room as well, was he not? And he is now the highest-ranking member of Congress. He was also not in attendance at the inauguration. He is also the president now. Yes. So I would assume that he would be more amendable to your world-changing agenda. Bruce sees where this is going. The idea that he had everyone killed to allow Jefferson to take the presidency, and he doesn't like it, so he glares at the woman interrogating him. Mr. Wayne, that glare may work on the criminally insane inmates of Arkham that you can never seem to keep locked away, but it is far from appreciated in this chamber. While he's remembering these events, the US government implying that he had anything to do with Ross's attack, Bruce is stopping an armored car heist and he continues to remember those questions. Why did you act on Ross alone without notifying the US government? I wanted to act quietly and quietly. And did you apprehend him or stop his terrorist operation? No. Mr. Wayne, did you threaten the president-elect in your private meeting? No. But you brought Jackson Hyde into that meeting. Yes. You have a history of threatening presidents, don't you, Mr. Wayne? 6 years ago, you entered the Oval Office to inform the current president that his body would be found floating around Saturn. You kidnapped Superman's parents. In the present day, while thinking about all of this, Bruce walks over to the 2 thugs that have fallen out of the armored car, and he picks up one of them by their shirt. Tell me, Mr. Wayne, as a man of incredible wealth and then as a vigilante, has the law ever applied to you? I have an enormous respect for justice. That is hardly an answer to my question, Mr. Wayne. Do you feel that you have failed this country? And Bruce was speechless. And he remembered that as he begins to beat the thug over and over. Let me tell you what I see, Mr. Wayne. I see another man who has put on a costume and decided to act for us rather than with us. Another man who believes that he has more right to decide our future than we do. Another man who has made things catastrophically worse. And another man of means who has completely failed to protect us. Superman had noble intentions too, but he was also trying to protect us. The only difference between you and Superman that I can see, Mr. Wayne, was that Superman was a far more competent dictator. And Thinking of that, thinking that the United States sees Batman as no better than Superman, Bruce beats the thug so badly that he's bloodied in a mess on the ground until the whip comes out of nowhere, catching his wrist. Catwoman stands behind him, telling him to stop. The criminal scum has paid enough. I saw the hearing. Are you trying to take it all out on this one person's face? You're supposed to be locked away somewhere. It was boring, so I left. I honestly assumed someone would let me know it somewhere. I did what I did to keep you alive, Russ. Can't you see that? Without a word, he tells her, come on. She falls into the Batcave. Takes a code and a second Batcave under the first Batcave is revealed. And Selina even says, of course, you would have a second Batcave beneath your first Batcave. He then reveals his new plan and his new goal. The computer program, Brother Eye. Meanwhile, there is a second story happening at the same time. Kara Zor-El, otherwise known as Supergirl, crash
So he gets accused of being a dictator, so to prove them wrong, he builds a big brother type system to spy on
isn't exactly
people.
being a friendly prisoner, causing problems which result in her meals being taken away. She's chained to the walls with no weapons, and an army of Amazons keeping her prisoner. She truly has no hope of escape. As they leave her alone in there, Ares arrives to laugh at her misfortune. He's also there to warn her. A weapon to end all weapons, and every war is being built. Once it's unleashed, there will be nothing to fight for any longer. She demands to know how she's supposed to beat this, when she can't even beat her.
Might as well finish her
They're using
off
the chains that were
there.
built to hold Ares prisoner. He tells her that he needs her to remember who she was, and train the one who can stop this. Out on the scene near the island sits Kara, going over the potential targets on the island, learning of the Amazons. Damian sits nearby, informing her that none of these people can beat her raw powers, but they are skilled, and together they could overwhelm her. They even have magical weapons, which are her weakness. They exchange a few more words, and then Black Adam lifts the boat, throwing it into the ocean.
That was going to be a tough jump.
The one in which Kara is a shipwrecked world explorer. The Amazons find her, and right away they decide that she is someone that they should help.
Bet.
But one slight problem arises as the new Wonder Woman welcomes her to the island. Damian turns to Black Adam, asking, what are you gonna do if she hears the truth? He looks at Damian. She does.
Crap.
Damian turns to him. Don't be dumb. You literally have the wisdom of an Egyptian deity. What happened with Wonder Woman is not as straightforward as you
Damn it.
Over on the island, the Amazons are trying to figure
Swarm.
out what gets. Has decided to bring the lasso of truth to her to get some answers. They hit her with it and they ask her why she's on the island. So without the ability to lie, she tells them the truth. She's here to get Wonder Woman off of it. The first Amazon turns to her friend, telling her to inform Hippolyta what is going on, and then she asks who Kara is. The second Amazon instead knocks out the first one, holding the lasso, and turns to Kara. Not all of us feel Diana is in the wrong. We want to help you get off this island. She walks Kara downstairs, where she meets with the rest of the resistance and the warriors who would rather see Diana free in the world to prevent man's world from ending everything. And as Diana's mother comes to speak to her, the group of Amazons is prepared to free her. They fight and they battle, but in the end, the queen got away and ran off to the Guardian Horn, where now Kara and the Amazon resistance must battle against every Amazon on the island. It's time for the War of the Amazons. It all began on Themyscira years ago, with Diana running through the forest and the Amazons chasing her down. They leapt on her back and they try to choke her out, and then they run up telling her to protect her front. Realizing that she was just ambushed, Diana presses her bracers together and boom! All of the Amazons are blown into the trees. Another of the warriors runs up telling Diana to stop what she is doing, just stop. She has injured her sisters and her dear friend Calliope. Another runs up demanding to know what Diana was thinking. She tried to defend herself, tell them that they ambushed her. But they insist. Amazons are to remain level-headed, and by using her godly powers, she made a callous and unfair call. She used those godly powers on beings that cannot handle them. Diana continued to try and defend herself, telling them that she was ambushed and told to fight as if this was war. If this was war, she would be an asset, not chastised for her actions. They tell her that while her powers and abilities would be an asset, her morals would not. She could have killed her friend. With tears welling up in her eyes, Diana tells her that Amazons have a duty to protect the world and fight for what's good. Then they point at her barely conscious friend. Tell that to Calliope. So Diana hangs her head in shame as she walks away. Thinking about what happened, she walked to the beaches of the island, and it's there that the story feels familiar to the ones who have heard this before. She finds a man on the shoreline, and he begs for help, dripping in water. The rest
How
of
is
the
that
Amazons
not
are telling her
eligible?
to back away from the man, and this leads to us
That
discovering
looks
the man
pretty
known
open to
as
me.
Steve Trevor, and he's led to a chamber with the rest of the women. The lasso of truth is thrown on him to force him to only answer the questions that they ask truthfully. Who are you and why have you come here is asked first. He explains that he is Steve Trevor and that his plane crash landed as he was delivering information on the war. He's been adrift for days.
They're really
until
not
they
going to
found
give it
this
to me,
island.
are they?
Diana perks up. War? What war? Steve explains that there is a war of millions across the world fighting for what they believe is right and wrong, killing anyone in their way to prove their point. So they ask, what side do you fight on, Steve Trevor? And he explains, the right side. He's an American soldier for the Allies. They notice his smaller build and they mention that he does not seem to be a soldier, and he explains that he is actually a pilot flying planes. Diana decides that she will go with them to help fight this war, and this leads to the argument that once again you are probably familiar with. The Amazons telling her that she shouldn't go, this is not her battle. But Diana is insisting that the Amazons stop wars, and they fight for what's right, and they should be the heroes that they were in the ancient times. So Diana sets off on her battle
Just
to
so
stop World War
strange.
II. And she becomes a symbol of peace, hope, and freedom
Oh, I
to
guess
the
you could
Allied
do
forces,
that.
saving them and helping them win the war. Bombs are marked with the Wonder Woman logo as they are dropped on the enemies, and Steve and her begin to develop their own relationship. As the months go on, Steve gets word that there is a German spy locked up in the bunker, and they begin to run towards
See
it as
how
a
it
bomb
works
is
out.
dropped in front of them in the middle of London. Diana yells out that they have to help the survivors, but Steve insists that they need to get to the bunker. Diana doesn't listen, running through the smoke only to come back holding death in her hands. With tears in her eyes, she
Right.
calls out that the child is dead.
Alright,
He's
I
dead
did
from
figure
this
it out.
war. What kind of a monster would drop a bomb in
Okay.
the city filled with women and children? Steve looks at her. I told you this is different. They're willing to sacrifice anything to win this. And she tells him, this war needs to end now. So they get to the bunker where the German spy is sitting, and after Steve pretties his face up with his fist, he demands to know what information he was bringing back with the Germans.
Oh, is this
No matter
explaining
how much
why
blood
she's so
spilled, the
shitty in
soldier
this
insists
universe?
on only calling out Hitler's name, and Steve continues to pummel him until the blood is flown into the air and Diana has to stop him. They walk to the other side of the room and Steve is furious, punching the wall. He can't get any information out of them. He's doing
watching
nothing but
here.
wasting time.
I'm
Presses
still in
his head
Justice
against the wall of
2.
the bunker as he quietly wishes that there was a way to force out the information. Diana places her head on his back as she holds him, and she tells him the lasso of Hestia. He can get it from the Amazon island. So they return to the island where Diana wishes to speak with her mother to plead her case to get them to help both her and Steve. She argues that the Amazon should be helping the men in this war, stopping the Nazis, and bringing peace to the world. This is the mission of the Amazons. This is the mission that they were tasked with. Hippolyta doesn't think that the lasso should be trusted in the hands of men, as she feels that there is no goodness in their hearts. And oh, my dear listener, if only she'd know the truth. The real reason that Steve Trevor came to this island. You see, you thought you knew this story. You thought you could tell me where this was going to go. But I'm here to tell you, in the world of injustice, nothing is as it seems. Steve is not some allied soldier who mistakenly crashed.
I completely forgot about
You
this.
see, while Diana was trying to convince them, Steve decided that they needed the lasso no matter what, and he snuck into the armory where he found it and he reached down for it. Behind him, an Amazon called out, "Man of war!" and he turned and opened fire, shooting the person in the stomach. That's when we see that it is a friend of Diana's, and she falls to the ground dying, telling him, "I followed. Diana said you needed help, and I believed in her." Steve just says, "No, no, 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 I'm sorry. I'm sorry." And as she lay dying, she tells Steve, "I just wanted to help." He grabs the lasso and he makes a break for it, and as he runs out of the cave, all of the Amazons are waiting for him, having heard the gunshot. They call out thief, and Diana tries to stop them, but that's when another Amazon comes out stating that he killed Calliope, Diana's friend. He puts the lasso down and he goes to his knees with his hands behind his head to show that he is
Took me
defenseless.
down.
And Diana turns to him, pushing him to the ground. Is this true? Hippolyta asks Diana, "Were you distracting us so that he could steal it?" And Steve chimes in, "I couldn't take the chance that you would say no." Diana grabs the lasso and wraps it around Steve a second time. "You planned this from the beginning. You didn't tell me the truth." Hippolyta tells her that it's pointless. He was able to avoid the truth before. And Steve tells her, "No, you didn't ask me the right questions." He struggles to get away from the truth, but it's pointless. A sweat begins to bead on his forehead. Diana asks him, "Where else did you skirt the truth? Are you an American soldier or is there more?" And Steve tells her, "No, I'm a German soldier." Diana asks him, "Is your love for me true or was it a lie as well?" And Steve tells her, "It is true, but my love for my homeland is stronger than any love for any woman." She tightens the lasso around his neck.
How did he become a Nazi in this continuity, I wonder? Guess his parents were German, so it's just that simple.
Diana stops him. That is enough. I love you, Steve Trevor, but you killed one of our own and you fight for a side that has committed unspeakable acts of violence against innocent people unable to defend themselves.
How do you
These
say you
things I
still
cannot
love him?
forgive. It is the sacred duty of the Amazons to defend the world, and I will
I don't even
defend it
know
from
him.
you. With that,
It's
she
fucking
breaks his
dumb.
neck, ending his life. From this
I mean, that's a correct answer to a Nazi.
The
Yeah.
one that shows no mercy. The one that agrees to Superman's militaristic ways. The Amazons who believe in Diana are battling against the Amazons who are trying to keep her prisoner for her actions in the battle against Batman. As the blood of the Amazons hit the ground, Kara is handed a sword and told to fight while they become surrounded by the Amazons that are here to stop their mission. Nubia is wearing the Wonder Woman armor and looks at Antipy, telling her to stop what she is doing. Antipy asks her, "Have you ever known me to surrender?" Nubia then swings her sword, and with that, Kara steps forward, catching it mid-swing. She then proceeds to punch Nubia so hard in the stomach that she flies into the nearby wall. Seeing her power, the Amazons form around her, and the order is given to send everyone in to free Diana. Kara runs in, and Diana is in shock that this is even happening, but warns everyone that the chains are made by Zeus himself. There is no breaking these. Kara looks at them, wrapping them around her body before snapping them like twigs. And as Diana looks at Kara, realizing who this woman is, Nubia charges in, slamming her into a wall. She begins to pummel Kara over and over, breaking the very wall holding her up, until Diana catches her fist. "Sister, that armor does not belong to you." Nubia looks her up and down.
I'm never gonna be able to beat that fucking thing by myself, but you know what?
And Diana tells her, "Perhaps,
No.
but we are strong together."
Get
And
me
that's
sick
when
out of
Nubia
it.
sees the people who came to save Diana standing behind her. The fight begins as Diana begins to beat
This,
down on
there
the
we
two
go.
without very many challenges, and anytime that there is a misstep, her allies jump in to help her. Everyone runs outside, and Antony calls for a retreat as Diana dons the Wonder Woman armor again. She punches through the wall now that she is free of the chains that bound her, and the Resistance runs for the beach, realizing that they are on an island with no escape. Kara points at
Like
the
that
ship on the
sound.
coastline, and everyone piles on, calling out to drop the sails and prepare to leave, realizing that they have very little time to do any of those things. So Kara flies in front of the ship, grabbing the ship itself and pulling it along, allowing Wonder Woman and the Resistance of Amazons to flee the island and be done with this. Now I'm going to explain real fast. All of the core plots and Injustice get put on hold at this point, while a smaller subplot is brought back up for a filler issue. I had to tell it to you guys because it's a rather sweet story. As the boot hits the ground, Barry Allen thinks to himself, "One more step." Ever since the events of Injustice, he's been allowed to be free with an ankle bracelet for his help in turning the tides of battle. But the ankle bracelet prevents him from running, and it checks if he ever goes that fast. As he walks with a backpack on, he thinks to himself, "I am Barry Allen, the fastest man alive, and this is agony." He's currently standing on 90 miles of straight road in Australia. It used to be a nirvana for a speedster, but now for Barry, it's agony. It should be bliss for him. Run and think. Now it's
I just couldn't get away.
a trek down the road. You see, this road leads to Melbourne, Australia, and it is there that Barry Allen began to question Superman and Wonder Woman. There was a group of protesters and a superhero named Galaxor standing up against the two heroes. Together, they put the kid down. Barry stood there listening in hyper speed as the boy's spine cracked. And when the boy was younger, he idolized Barry. The Flash was his favorite superhero, and the Flash just watched him die. As he's thinking about this, an 18-wheeler begins to jackknife right in front of him, and without even a thought, without even a hesitation, Barry uses his speed, knowing that Batman is tracking him, rescuing the truck driver. In mere seconds, he rescues the man as his ankle bracelet begins to beep. Batman calls him, asking what he's doing, and Barry tells him that he isn't going to let this man die. Bruce goes quiet before telling Barry, "Stay out of trouble. Emergency crews are en route." Barry went to the house of the young boy, the one that he thought had died. That is what he was told. But the boy didn't die. Instead, he was crippled, and they hid this fact to prevent the boy from being captured by the regime. The boy's mother brings Barry into the room, telling him that the other day, those heroes broke more than his spine. The boy, angry and hurt, looks at Barry. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Barry looks at him. "I was the Flash, and I wanted to talk to Galaxor." Mitchell looks at him. "What's a stupid idea?" "No. It wasn't, Mitchell. You were a hero that day, and I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry. Sorry that I wasn't as brave as you. I ran, and I'm sorry that it took me so long to come back. I want to help you recover. Don't you have other things to do?" Barry smiled. "I'm not in any kind of a hurry." This is where Barry stayed for a while, redeeming himself, helping the boy that he put down recover. Meanwhile, back over with Harley Quinn, she walks up to her sister's place with Lucy, her daughter. She just saved her from the situation with Ra's al Ghul, and it was time to bring her home. Her sister asks why she didn't contact her, and she explains that he lost her phone when the motorbike blew up, and that a bomb was put in her head, and that she worked for a shady group of villains, and then she got captured, and she got brought to a giant dome in the rainforest where she was forced to work as an eco-terrorist and save Lucy. And her daughter Lucy beams with pride. "She fought ninjas!" And then Harley says her goodbyes and begins to head off, but not before telling her daughter that she'll be back. Since she knows about her, she'll be sure to visit often and have a relationship with her daughter. She hugs her, telling her, "This isn't an ending, kiddo. I'm not giving up again." She returns home where she finds Poison Ivy waiting on her, and Ivy tells her she'll let the plants die. Harley apologizes, telling her that it's been a while since she's been home, and Ivy confirms, telling her that it has been a while for her as well. All of the plants have died for her. Harley demands to know why Ivy is helping Roz to begin with, what happened, and Ivy tells her to stand aside and don't fight this. Roz is fighting for the planet, and Ivy needs to help him. Harley points her finger at her. Tell me what Roz is planning. And Ivy looks at her. Can we do this not tonight? Just for one night, not do this. They both lay in bed and Harley tells her, sure, but I'm giving you hell in the morning. So, the next morning, Ivy slipped out before Harley awoke, and when she did, she saw the apartment full of living flowers again. But Ivy didn't want to fight because Ra's al Ghul's plan is pushing forward with its next chapter. Above a town in Williams, Arizona, a shadow hovers in front of the sun. So a gentleman cooking on his barbecue looks up and realizes what it is far too quickly. Honey, he tells his wife, look up in the sky, it's a... But before he can stop in the middle of that famous catchphrase, he yells out, oh God, it's coming, run! And he shouts, pushing his wife aside. Suddenly, the robot Amazo lands on his body, crushing him into red goo. He launches into the sky and he begins to use his heat vision to burn the entire town to the ground. There shall be no survivors. A young boy in a town of a population of 1,254 was wondering what the bright hot red light outside of his window really was. His cat leaped out the window to investigate, and the father shouted at his son, leave the damn cat! Because within a few seconds, the population went from 1,254 to 704 to 187. The wall crumbled as Amazo broke through and looked at the 3 remaining people alive in the town, and the cat tried to save the day by hissing, but it didn't help. Not as Amazo looked at the family and burned them to their bones. Somehow, the cat remained sniffing the remains of its loving owners. Elsewhere in the Wayne Manor, a computer turned on and Brother Eye, a system that was put in place by Bruce Wayne to watch for metahuman events. As he sits up in bed, he sees the report and Selina Kyle rolls over in bed. She's a bit curious about the fact that Bruce has a large AI system watching over them, but Brother Eye explains that he was programmed to watch for large mass deaths, and the town of Bruce is entirely listeners. Selina tells Bruce that she'll keep an eye out while he heads off to investigate, and he calls in Batgirl and Plastic Man. Plastic Man will leave his son at home. He doesn't want to see this. Batgirl is in shock. It's nothing but destruction and death around them, and while they look for survivors, they only find one thing: a puppy. Bruce quickly realizes that this is in fact Roz, because all around them, everything except the animals and the environment is dead. That is what Roz was protecting, which leads Bruce to ask the question, why this town? What's here? Across the globe, Roz is walking with Solivar, the intelligent ape, and Evil Batman, as Evil Batman asks, why this town as well? Solivar explains, the innocents will die. We had to test Amazo. Plastic Man takes the dog with them as they begin to leave the town, and he sees a cat from earlier, the one who tried to protect its family. He asks it to come along, but it hisses at him, and Bruce tells them to load up. So they leave the cat there, and as they take off into the sky, our little cat stands watching, hissing. That is until a faint red glow approaches him again. But no, this time it is not Amazo. This time it is not heat vision here to kill him. This time, it's a ring. And this time, the cat is not afraid. Deathstar of Earth, you have much rage in you. Welcome to the Red Lantern Corps. Everyone arrives at the quiver. Batman is holding the puppy. Harley begins to freak out. Batman has a puppy. He holds up the puppy, presenting it to her. I thought you might like this. Me? Wow, you read that wrong. The last thing I need is another codependent relationship. You have a bat dog now. Green Arrow and Black Canary walk over demanding answers as to why Bruce put a microchip in their son, Connor. He used that microchip to track down the location of Ra's al Ghul, as Ra's al Ghul had kidnapped their son. But before the fight can get much further, Bruce explains that 3,000 people just died in a town. Whatever it was a trial run for Raz's plans. He then explains that things are much worse. Even though Raz is starting problems, they have the regime to be concerned about once again. Wonder Woman has escaped them asleep. We need people, we need power. Green Arrow stops Bruce. Yo, it's not like superpower people just pop out of thin air. But Catwoman stops him. That's exactly what they do. When I was working for Superman's regime, I overheard something. The Titans are alive, and they're in Superman's Fortress of Solitude. He locked them in the Phantom Zone. So Bruce makes the call. We're gonna go break them out. But Harley stops him. First, mister...
Took him a while to get to that, didn't it? They had enough time for a national address, but...
stops him as well. I am not taking that puppy home. You know how much food my son already eats? He then glances at Selina. I don't suppose you... Do you think I'm a dog person? I guess not. Good call, detective. Bruce went home, where he checks in on Alfred, who was recently resurrected by the Lazarus Pit, and he's beginning to get his memories back. And he asks him, Master Grayson is gone, isn't he? Bruce tells him, yes, and he leaves him the puppy, summoned to comfort him before telling Brother Eye to give him hourly reports on the both of them. The whole team is going to the North Pole. They stand in front of a giant door with a giant keyhole looking for a way in. Of course, the simplest answer is to send Plastic Man and his son into the keyhole. Being indestructible and made out of plastic, they can bend, making picking locks kinda simple. But as the team standing there gets ready to enter, a blast of heat vision comes out of the door. The red eyes begin to walk, and the light begins to hit it, and they realize that this isn't Superman, but a bunch of robotic supermen there to kill them. The Eradicators. Bruce calls for the team to move as the heat vision blast firing at everyone that they deem intruders. The new Steel slams their hammer across the jaw of one, launching it into an iceberg nearby, while Green Arrow fires an explosive into one of their heads. Pretty Bird, crash and cry, and Black Canary opens up on the Eradicator. Plastic Man runs out calling to his son, Luke, our more squishable friends need protecting. Wrap them up and get them out of here. While Plastic Man himself leaps up onto an Eradicator, putting himself into its brain to try and turn it off. Luke spreads out protecting Harley Quinn and Catwoman, and then he wraps up the entire team to try and get them out of there. But it's not working as the Eradicators grab and begin to pull Luke apart. He screams out that they're gonna tear him in half. Luckily, Plastic Man blows out of that one, causing the problem, and everything stops when they hear someone yell out those very words. Stop! It's Pa and Ma Kent walking out. That confuses the heck out of Bruce. But John and Martha invite everyone inside, all except Harley Quinn. She's not welcome in this house, as the whole thing started with her and the Joker. They explain that after the government came for them, there
pretty
was
fair.
nowhere to go. Everyone saw them as Superman's parents, the people who kept a baby from a spacecraft, and that baby turned into a murderous dictator. Bruce looks up at them. I'm sorry. What Clark turned into wasn't the man we raised. Don't try to appease our guilt, son. Where were you after Lois, when he needed a friend? Bruce looks down ashamed. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent. I tried to do what I felt was best, but I failed him. We all did. Martha looks at him, but that's why you kept Clark alive. You haven't given up hope on him. And Bruce tells her, I honestly don't know. But that leads to the question, why are you here? Bruce explains that the Titans are in the Phantom Zone, and Pa and Ma Kent both said that if they knew Connor was there the whole time, they would have tried to save him. They all go to the Phantom Zone portal where Plastic Man is going to go in because he can remain tethered to this world and go inside, get the Titans, and pull them out. Luke looks at his father. Are you sure about this, Dad? You don't know what's in there. The Plastic Man smirks. Haha, it'll be fine. I'm not easily spooked. But as he goes inside to rescue the Titans, finally, and bring them back, he looks around. The only thing that he can say is, oh, this is f***ed. Batgirl calls out asking if Plas can hear her, and he tells her that it's like he's underwater. Guys, this place is weird, and this is coming from a guy who once spent 2 days pretending to be a caterpillar. He keeps walking around confused, lost, slightly afraid. And
Crazy.
back that he feels like something is following. He looks up to see the chunks of rock floating there, and he sees the prisoners on the rocks. Eventually, he finds them, though. The Titans. In front of him are Tim Drake, Starfire, Cassie, and Superboy. Tim knows him right away, and he asks, Plastic Man? Hello, Titans! Starfire asks him how he got there, and he tells her it's a long story involving twists, turns, betrayal, love, and dead sentient squirrels, plus talking shrimps and zombie butlers. But forget all about that. This is gonna sound weird, but follow my arm! As Superboy turns his head, telling him that he can't. Of course you can! It's a single line, leading back out. The Superboy stops him again. I can't leave. I don't understand. Are you emotionally attached to your barren floating rock, or the vast void of nothingness around you? Starfire explains that he fought Superman and he hit him so hard that he injured Superboy's heart. It's the fact that time is frozen in this place that keeps Superboy alive, and if he leaves, he's going to die. Tim looks at him. It's all right, Connor. We'll find a way to get you back. Connor tells him not to risk returning, but Tim keeps smiling. Titans always help each other, Connor. The whole team comes in for a group hug. Titans together. Connor and Cassie kiss, and Plas tells them all, you can look longingly into each other's eyes when we fix this, but we really gotta go. So, Plas did it. He brought out the Titans. And you're probably sitting there wondering where they came from. They aren't in the game, and you didn't even know they were missing unless you watched the annual video a while ago. But this can't be right and proper, can it? This can't be how the story ends. Batman can't just get the people that he wants and go off to save the day. Plas calls out that he feels like he's caught on something. But everyone is so happy to see Tim, Cassie, and Starfire that they don't even hear him. He tries again, but Batman can't hear him as he's looking Tim in the eyes. Tim, Batman. And with that, they hug, and Tim tells him, I knew you'd come for us. I'm sorry it took so long. We didn't know you were there. Tim looks at Batgirl. Babs, how long was I in there? 6 years. The world has changed. It's not the place that you left. So Tim smiles. He He doesn't care. Because there's one truth in this world. One thing that Batman has been missing since the start of this crazy, insane adventure. It's Batman and Robin, and Tim knows it. Can the world still use Batman and Robin? Batman reaches out, grabbing his hand. I think that's exactly what's needed. Because this is the answer. This'll fix everything. The light to Batman's darkness, the Robin to his dark night is back. Tim's eyes go wide. Batman steps back to see a blast of heat vision coming through Tim's chest. As the light fades, Tim Drake's eyes. Life leaves him. Nobody said, Bruce. As we see how this goes wrong, we see what was holding Class back, and General Zod rises out of the Phantom Zone. Batman runs to Tim's side as Starfire and Cassie throw Zod into a wall, and he returns with another heat vision blast.
Right, another psychopath here. Kryptonian.
Blast wraps around Zod, trying to hold him back, and still cracks him across his stupid face with a hammer. But it can't even stop him as he tears away and blasts at his son, and then he tries to bury Jonathan Kent as Harley saves him. The robot eradicators all arrive, but they are all simply destroyed by the strength of General Zod. It is Green Arrow, who fires a literal green arrow into Zod's shoulder, piercing his skin and informing him. This kryptonite arrow came from home, and I have plenty more. Realizing he isn't fully powered up, Zod takes off, leaving the fortress, just as Ollie informs everyone else. I don't think he took that bluff, 'cause I only got the one. With Zod gone, Batman looks at everyone holding the body of Tim, and Harley tells him, I'm sorry, you seem better with him around. And Batman looks at her. I was. And he walks out. I'll bring back Zod alone. Brother Eye, prepare the box X in the cave. He teleports back to the Batcave and puts in the code, Endgame. Meanwhile, Zod is powering up his heat vision when he hears something in Kryptonian behind him. He turns around to see the giant bat suit. Ready to fight.
This happened to me last
For your
time.
crimes, I sentenced you to an eternity in the Phantom Zone.
I think it's
Zod hits
this
him hard,
way.
throwing the whole suit into the snow, and as he gets close, Bruce releases his secret weapon. The one thing that he made, but swore that he would never use against Superman. Kryptonite laced fear gas. I swore that I would never use this against Superman, Zod, but you killed one of my boys. You should be afraid of me. Bruce picks up Zod by his hair, and Zod sees the horror of Batman as he informs him, because I'm going to you up. He hits the ground as another fear vision takes form, that of Superman. General Zod, you failed Krypton. You let it die. Zod looks up at him. No, you were wrong. You were always wrong. You are not special. And the fear vision of Superman breaks Zod down. What's actually happening is Batman is beating into him. I have no idea what you're seeing, Zod, and I don't care. You've been judged, and you're going back to the Phantom Zone forever. Meanwhile, Ross sees what's going on, and they decide that maybe they should intervene, so he sends out a little weapon. Back with Zod, though, the slight problem arises as the gas wears off and he smirks at Batman. Your trick is worn off. I see you now. But before he can do anything, there's a flume! And something very large lands in
Alright, I gotta get
in
the
front
fuck
of
out.
Zod is a Mazo. You want you to aid me. Very well, I can deal with another metal monster. Except a Mazo grabs Zod's punch out of the air, spins him around, puts him into a chokehold, and then rips his head off. A Mazo then leaves, taking Zod's head with him. Bruce leaves in a hurry after telling Batgirl what just happened. He walks into the hospital where Wildcat is on life support after the beating that he took saving the children. He walks right over telling Wildcat, I need you now. I've lost everyone from Dick to Damien to Tim. I can't lose another. I need to do something. We all need to, Wildcat. I'm sorry about this, but I know the truth about you, and that's why. He takes out the life support, causing Wildcat to crash. You need to die. Everyone runs into the room to see Bruce standing over Wildcat as he tells him, goodbye, Ted.
Fuck. I'm fucked again, aren't
The
I?
doctor rushes into the room with the alarms blaring. They all fight against Batman, telling him that Wildcat needs the life support. But Batman tells them, no, trust me. He leaps over the guards, trying to hold him back as the doctor...
I can't believe it. I always get fucked on this.
Then Wildcat sits up. Batman apologizes to him, telling him that one of his 9 lives are gone. I'm sorry about that, but I need to know where Charles is hiding. Batman and Wildcat get him and they bring him to the Fortress of Solitude, where they see the body of General Zod on ice, missing its head. Using Harley as the nurse and Green Arrow's kryptonite arrow, they prepare for the surgery that's going to be happening. They bring Connor Kent out of the Phantom Zone and he smiles, getting to see Ma and Pa Kent again. Then he hits the ground in pain from his heart. As he's put onto the gurney by Harley, he asks Batman how Tim's doing. Where is he? Batman tells him Tim's been sent on a mission. He asked to go. He wanted to get right to it and figure things out. Connor just smiled, telling him that that's Tim for him. And as Batman walked away, Cassie looked at him asking, really? Batman told her, the kid is already suffering from a broken heart. He doesn't need to know that his best friend has been lost before we're able to fix the first problem. They get to work right away and they cut him open, replacing his heart with General Zod's heart. And as he blinks, opening his eyes in the cold open air of the Arctic, we have the return of Connor Kent, of Superboy. But while this was happening, Black Adam made a play. He freed Wonder Woman with the help of Kara Zor-El, and it is now time for Wonder Woman's band of rebels to train the daughter of Krypton. Black Adam hits the ground as they call out to Kara to stomp on his testicles. She pauses for a moment, thinking that this is a bad idea, and he trips her and pins her to the ground, showing her that she should never hesitate in combat. Diana walks over, telling her that she shouldn't hesitate even with Black Adam. He is the only person that she can train against without hurting. Kara brings up fighting Diana, but Diana smirks. "I would crush you like a bug." Diana explains that she would not be holding back. That was her cousin's problem. He grew up so strong that he never learned to fight. She needs to be prepared to fight for peace. If she wants the peace in the world to remain, she must train. While this is happening, Jaime Reyes and Booster Gold are off training themselves. Floating in the air, Booster tells Jaime to focus. Jaime tells him Ted had battle bots for training. And Booster does his usual smile and he tells him, Ted had billions of dollars. We have tires. Jaime does what any questioning child would do. Am I gonna be fighting tires, Booster? No, there won't be any fighting if you just let them win. They're tires. They are representational. Of what? And Booster throws a tire at Jaime's head, bouncing it off of him. What was that? That was Darkseid. Darkseid's what? His fist? His Omega beams? His tire. While this little interesting training session is happening, Skeets flies up to alert them that someone has arrived at Booster's trailer. So they all go back to where the lawyer of the now deceased Ted Cord is standing to play a video. Out of the video pops a hologram of Ted Cord telling Booster that he now owns everything that Ted Cord owned. He owns Cord Industries.
It's like we're all fighting drunk or something.
As the hologram informs him that the photo of his surprise has now been sent.
How are you alive? Fuck off with that.
Hologram, you bastard. Jaime then listens as the hologram informs Booster that there's this kid. He's been training him, and he's been looking after him. Booster, can you keep an eye on Jaime for me? Train him to be the superhero that we should have been? I realize this is big, Booster, and I always rib you for being useless, but I never really thought you were. I trust you to step up. Love you, man. Back with Black Adam, Kara, Diana, and Damian, they get word that a city in Arizona has been completely decimated with no survivors from Ra's al Ghul's attack. Seeing this, Damian decides that it's time to return to his grandfather's army. He needs to know what happened. Why were so many people killed? He leaves, but not before telling Kara some final words of advice, as she has turned to him as a friend. She wanted him to stay, but he told her he couldn't. Because one day, you'll spread your wings. You'll leave your tower. When you're ready, nothing will stand in your way. Rapunzel will cut her hair, and you'll show the world what you can be. See ya, Supergirl. She took those words to heart, returning to her room to prepare her new image. She gave herself a haircut and opened up her hoodie to reveal the crest of the family, the House of El. Damian makes his way back to Gorilla City, where he runs into Animal Man and Vixen, and he tells them that he needs to know what happened to the town of Gorillas. But the Suicide Squad is currently at a meal where Orca walks over to see Croc and inform him that she is in fact pregnant. Deadshot spits his beer out over the news, and Orca simply walks away without any more information. Croc stands up telling the table that he should go, and Deadshot tries to stop him. I have so many questions. How? Why? Fresh water or salt water? Croc simply knocks him out and continues walking away. Back outside, Damian shows Animal Man and Vixen the mass destruction of the town. All of the lost lives, and all three of them are heroes in their own right. And this isn't what they signed up for. To kill everyone? There's no way to justify this. The three of them walk into the throne room where they find Solovar, Roz, and Grodd. He presents the evidence and he asks what happened, but Grodd asks if he lacks the stomach for what is needed human. This leads Grodd to demanding to know why Solovar would even allow these humans to sit beside him on his throne. This is not the gorilla way. We should conquer and kill all humans. Animal Man tries to defuse the situation, telling Grodd, calm down, man. And Grodd backhands him, shouting, I am no man. Solovar has had enough, demanding the guards remove Grodd, and Grodd asks him, do you really think the gorillas all agree with you and your lack of leadership? Over with Roz, the daughter of Batman, often Nasia leans in to tell him that this isn't
Hear stuff. I don't see stuff.
Solovar gets up at this betrayal, and Grodd throws a spear, pinning him to his throne. So Solovar gets up again, using his mind control to stop every guard from breathing. He then steps up to Grodd. You want to challenge me? Show me.
God damn it.
The two sides of Gorilla City begin it
All I wanted was a chip.
And regardless of agreeing with Roz or not, at this point, Damian, Athanasia, Roz, and Animal Man work together to get out of the city. They're quickly stopped by some of Grodd's guards, telling them that there will be no more protection for them. There is only death.
Fuck off.
Behind them, and they begin to grab the gorilla's face forces and crush them. Poison Ivy steps out telling everyone, this way. And as another gorilla
course.
leaps behind her to return the favor, the daughter of the bat puts a bullet in its brain. As Roz tells her, they can't leave. We've worked too hard. We need my amazing weapon. All of this
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
They ask what they do, and Roz tells everyone that he has plans for this as they arrive. They just need Amazo. Outside of the cell that Ivo and Amazo are in, stand the Suicide Squad and our evil gun-wielding Batman. The battle for the weapon begins as the guards all run at the squad, and as one of them almost kills Orca, Croc bites his head off.
So glad that could
With
happen.
love in her eyes. Did you just eat a sentient gorilla for me? I would eat 1,000 sentient gorillas for you. And the giant...
Weird, I could have sworn I clicked go to lobby, but...
Deadshot turns and sees it and simply says, that is so messed up. Roz makes his way inside
That's
and
nasty.
turns on Amazo with one simple task. The heat vision burns the gorillas, and as Garad tries to mind control the robot, he realizes that he's a metal man. You have no mind, metal man. And Amazo flies in, ripping the helmet off of Grod's head, and then he slaps on a device to depower his mind control. I have a mind. Grodd hits the ground complaining that it's too quiet, and Solovar comes to kill him. But Roz stops him, telling him, you will only turn Grodd into a martyr. Grodd demands to know if Solazar knew that this device existed, and Solovar says nothing. He then calls him the human's monkey. Dance monkey. Grodd and his helpers are sent into the forest in exile, and then Amazo is sent on his first true mission, with everyone on Roz's side once again. He calls back to Wonder Woman Diana and Black Adam to inform them that the ultimate weapon is loose. It's kinda bad. Kara tells Diana that she wants to help, and Diana tells her that her and Black Adam will handle it, asking Damian where they go as she leaves the headquarters on the Amazon island. Up at Delhi, a child calls to his father there's something in the air, and up above them is a robot known as Amazo, arriving at the location. His eyes begin to glow as Damian explains that Delhi is the perfect location for his father's rebalancing of Earth's population. It is 19 million people to be culled, and that's when Amazo blasts the street with his heat vision. He begins to focus on one spot, and from miles around you can see as the explosion grows in size and mass. Damian continues to explain to Wonder Woman the situation, though. Amazo is a robot with the destructive power of the entire Justice League.
I look like I'm in the same exact spot as last time.
This city being destroyed is just the beginning, and if they don't stop Amazo here, he will not be stopped, and billions will die. Back in the Batcave, Batman gets word of the situation as Brother Eye informs him of an attack that has begun. His eyes go wide with the realization as to what is happening, and he puts on his cowl, telling Brother Eye to open up the emergency channels. He informs everyone, from Green Arrow to Dinah, from Steel to Harley. The call even reaches the Fortress of Solitude, where Wonder Girl checks in on Connor Kent, who is recovering from his heart surgery. She tells him of the situation and that they are needed, and he debates what he needs to do. But the fact is, even if he is not fully healed yet, he cannot let billions die. That's when John and Martha Kent come over to inform him that she has a gift for him, something that he has needed for a while, the original Superboy suit. He puts it on as Martha tells him that the world is going to need hope again. They're going to need to feel that there's a future, and maybe, just maybe, Superboy can bring them that. So the battle begins with everyone versus Amazo. As Amazo continues to burn the city to the ground, the heroes are all teleported in. Green Arrow looks down at the skeletons that are burned so thoroughly that nothing remains but ash and bone. And up above them, Steel, Wonder Girl, and Superboy come flying in. And Batman, from his suit of armor, tells them to take on the target while everyone else evacs the city. Arrow turns to Batman. I can help with the robot. And Batman tells him, no, stay on evac. It's Harley who has to talk sense into them, telling them to stop arguing. We have to save people. Amazo opens up by backhanding Superboy across the face, as Starfire opens up with a blast of her energy. Cassie follows up with a punch across Amazo's face, as Steel slams her hammer onto the back of his head.
A real
They all
person?
jump on him, holding back his arms and his head.
Yes.
While Batman continues to scan for weaknesses, and the computer reports there's nothing. Amazo is perfect. With that, Amazo throws the heroes off of him, and then he throws Batman's suit into the ground. He rises again, prepared to burn everyone, and Green Arrow calls out, I got this. He pulls back the bowstring and he fires a nuclear arrow at Amazo's head. Harley asks him, what was that? And he tells her, nuclear arrow. She gasps. That was on your back? But it's Dinah who snaps. That was in our house with our child? Ollie tries to defend himself, telling her it was on a high shelf. But the safety of the children with a nuclear arrow doesn't matter as Amazo gets back up, blasting the space that Arrow and Dinah are on. Superboy comes rocketing and slamming into Amazo, sending him flying. And that's when we see Speedster Lightning as the Flash got Green Arrow and Dinah just out of the way in time so that they weren't going to be murdered. That's right, the Flash is now ignoring the rules of no powers, and he got here like lightning. He then proceeds to get the people out of the front of the bullets. But back with Amazo, he tears the helmet off of Batman as he rips the arms off of the suit. But before he can murder the Dark Knight, a shield bounces off of his head, and there stands Wonder Woman in her battle armor. Superboy floats nearby as Batman gets up and Wonder Woman tells them, "We have work to do," as the new Trinity stands before Amazo. But while this is happening, back at Ra's al Ghul's castle, there are people who do not agree with Raz's culling tactics. He reports to everyone that they have succeeded in killing over 100,000 people already. And even with Batman's forces, there is no stopping this. Vixen hears that word, progress. But Damian stops her and tells her to come with him. During all of these adventures, there has been one individual that has taken up the name of the Bat. He decided that he was better for the job and that the Batman title should not be with Bruce Wayne any longer. Though he decided that Bruce's methods were child's play, he had his own plans for it. Plans that involved guns and killing anyone. This evil Batman just overheard Damian walking out, and with a red glow in his eyes, he looks to the door. In the hallway, Damian, Animal Man, and Vixen walk through as Vixen tells Damian that she will not stand by while genocide takes place. She stops to question herself. She was a hero who thought that Ra's was doing the right thing. She thought this was the answer. But Damian agrees. He thought this was the right answer as well. He turns to the group. "We won't win blindly if we attack Solovar and Ra's, though." Animal Man agrees, telling the group that they need to be smarter, and that's when evil Batman pulls his guns out, pointing them at the group. There's nothing smart about this. Back on the battlefield, Black Adam brings the lightning down, shouting, "Shazam!" And Amazo isn't even phased as he takes a shot at Black Adam's mouth. Ray Palmer, Adam, comes running up to Batman's side asking, "Where do you want me?" And so he reports in, Amazo has the powers of the entire Justice League, with no apparent weakness. Adam takes the hint, running in. "So you want me to take a closer look? I got you." He shrinks down, jumping into Amazo's nasal cavity. As Amazo lifts Superboy into the sky, Adam reports back that whatever this brain is, it's beautiful. Batman asks what he's talking about, and Adam reports that there's no way on Earth anyone could have made this. He takes a closer look and sees a symbol, one with 3 dots, all connected. "I think whoever made this repurposed alien technology, Batman." And that's when he realizes he isn't in the brain alone. There are nanites in here with him. He begins to run, trying to get away, and realizes he has one escape, to go smaller than he has ever gone before. But as he tries to, a nanite grabs him by the leg.
Is he gonna go super small?
Realizing that he can do nothing but listen to his friend die. Batman calls out, "Ray!" And back at Raz's castle, Vixen gets ready to fight the evil Batman as Animal Man morphs as well, preparing. But Damian stops everyone. "Don't be an idiot. You can't possibly support this. My grandfather is right about the world, but what he is doing is wrong and you know it. Innocent people are dying. Is that what you want?" "No, I only want the guilty to suffer." "Of course, because you're not a butthead. And you're not Batman. You're not afraid to do what needs to be done, and you are so much more than Batman is. Take off the damn mask. Help us. Jason, help us!" Back on the battlefield, Plastic Man is trying to wrap up Amazo while his son watches, and the rest of the team goes to check on Bruce Wayne. Harley informs the team that he is Batman, so he probably has bat breath or something that can carry an emergency electromagnetic pulse or something. They just have to get him out of here. Dinah tells Harley that Bruce wouldn't want to leave, and she quickly counters with, "Sure, once he's awake again, I'm sure we'll never hear the end of him. Look, you have a kid. Just take him and get out of here." Back in Gorilla City with Professor Ivo, the creator of the Amazo robot, there's a loud cracking noise on the floor, and out crawls a weird human bug-like hybrid. Animal Man tries to hush Professor Ivo. Behind him, we see who is leading the charge as Vixen, Jason, and Damian all crawl out, with Jason commenting that a half-human, half-caterpillar hybrid crawling out of the floor probably was going to get a calm response. They tell Professor Ivo that he is coming with them, and he snaps, telling them that he can't leave. "Raz is crazy. He sent pieces of my children to me. If you have me leave, you're putting them in danger." And Jason coldly tells him, "They aren't in danger because they're dead, Ivo. They fought us while being transported and they were killed. I'm sorry." Professor Ivo begins to break down and Jason shouts at him, "Take control of your damn monster, now!" Ivo looks around realizing the request and he tells them, "I can. If I could, Roz would already be dead. Amazo will only follow Roz's orders until he returns, and only listen to Roz himself. There must be something, Professor. There were bugs early on. I could slow him down, but with all of the heroes fallen, who's going to stand up against him? And Damien realizes that it's time. No, Professor. Not all of the heroes have fallen. He puts in a call to Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. He tells her the situation. The heroes have fallen, and he knows that they are worried about exposing her to the world. But they need her, or everyone may die. She takes off her hoodie, revealing the symbol of hope, walking out of her room where the Amazons are waiting. They ask where she intends to go, and she tells them to help. But instead of stopping her, the response is simply, it's about time. Back over in Delhi, Amazo is tearing through Plastic Man, and Wonder Woman is trying to just crack the outer layer of this robot. He turns, grabbing her by the wrist, pushing her down to the ground. You haven't won yet, monster. There's always hope. Hope? And that's when he sees the secret weapon of Earth floating there. Hey! We pan back to see Booster Gold and Blue Beetle. Yeah, that's right, I'm talking to you. Wonder Woman looks over knowing that this is bad. Oh no. Come and face the blue and the gold, big fatty. And in response, Amazo blasts Booster Gold, launching him through 4 buildings. As Blue Beetle morphs his arms into blades, he dodges the attack before lunging in, trying to pierce the hide of that robot. But as he gets closer, Amazo is suddenly lifted off of the ground at breakneck speeds. Supergirl is swooping and grabbing him as she reports back to Damien, who is talking in her ear. Damien, I have Amazo. Push as fast as you can. Get him away from the civilians, Kara. But Kara doesn't respond because she is moving so quickly that she just exited orbit and slams Amazo into the moon. Damien reports to Kara that she has to keep him on the moon, and as he grabs her by the throat, he puts her in a headlock, prepared to snap the Kryptonian's neck. Ivo continues trying to type away, trying to exploit a weakness or two, something to give Kara a fighting chance. And that's when Anastasia walks into the basement asking what everyone is doing here. She brings her guns out and tells everyone to back away, or she's gonna shoot anyone who Ivo presses
anal
the
for no
button and
reason.
turns on the weaknesses, and that's when the daughter of Batman shoots him in the head. At that moment on the moon, Blue Beetle blasts Amazo, freeing Kara, and then he asks if she's okay. But while she's looking at him confused, and he debates if she can even hear him in the black void of space, Amazo turns with one heck of a punch. Kara catches his fist and then stares at him in the eyes as she burns away at his flesh. It's at that moment that Damien is telling her that while he's still strong, Ivo gave him a weakness to heat, followed up by an ice blast.
Rearranging it.
Ice as well.
I feel like I should be able to fit one
Damien tells her
more.
pressure, so she winds up and grabs the frozen head of Amazo, ripping it off.
My feelings don't make
With
it
that,
so.
Amazo is finally defeated.
Yeah, let's
Blue Beetle wakes up with a
recharge.
smile on his face. Oh man, the world is a freaking Supergirl. Back on Earth, the real Batman stood on the battlefield with his team while Wonder Woman stood there. He looks around the destroyed town, calling out, telling them all to stand up. And Wonder Woman places her head to the hilt of her sword, commanding the same for her team. Those two teams were enemies moments ago, but now they are being the superheroes that they need to be. Checking on everyone that was injured against the Amazo robot. Wildcat runs over to get Superboy up and he asks where Cassie is. And that's the first Diana has heard that Wonder Girl has survived. She turns panicking, realizing that Cassie is in fact alive, and she runs over to the rubble looking for her. She grabs the piece of rubble on Cassie, lifting it up. She reassures her that she'll be okay. But Cassie looks her dead in the eyes. I don't need your help, Diana. Diana ignores that, asking her what she's doing here. Cassie tells her, Superman imprisoned us in the Phantom Zone. Diana's shocked, eyes wide as she realizes what this means. I didn't know. I promise you, I didn't know. Over with Booster Gold, he gets up with his bruised ego and slowly asks if he's alright. He rubs his head, telling her, don't worry, my head cushions fall. Your costume's amazing. It's like you're compensating for so much. You're trying to make yourself feel better. You even gave yourself a big star in the middle. Good for you. Batman walks over. Booster, are you in contact with Blue Beetle? Where is he? And over on the moon, Supergirl and Blue Beetle are standing over the crushed body of Amazo. Looking at the device that houses his brain, Supergirl gets memories of Brainiac himself attacking Krypton. But then she realizes that she's now run out of air as she used it all up to freeze Amazo. Blue Beetle makes a tent around her asking who she is, and she tells him she can't say. She crushes the brain of Amazo and then asks Blue Beetle not to tell anyone about her. Please. He agrees, and they have a secret from Batman. Meanwhile in Gorilla City, Anastasia, Batman's daughter that he is unaware of, is still battling against Damian and Jason. Ultimately, Animal Man and Vixen manage to subdue the girl, and she calls out to the Suicide Squad, announcing that Damien has betrayed the family. They begin to make a break for it, with her shooting at them, and Animal Man is attacked by a man-bat as a tree sprouts out of the ground, slamming both Animal Man and Damien. The grip grows tighter around him, and
Is it
knowing
not
that this
the
is going to be the
Man-Bat?
end, he yells out for Vixen to get Damien out of here. That's
In
when it
Fordham.
doesn't matter because a bullet passes through his eyes. Him off. Damien is then grabbed by another tree, and Jason calls out to Vixen that they have to return, but she tells him Damien is lost. There's nothing that they can do. Back in Gorilla City, Roz demands to know what happened and why Anastasia killed Ivo. She explains that Ivo was sabotaging them, but Roz tells her it's not her call to make. There's nothing that he can do to save her now. That's when she feels the big gorilla hand on her shoulder, and handcuffs are slapped on as she calls for her grandfather and is hauled away. Solivar informs Roz that his family will be publicly executed, but as she is being brought to the cell with Damien, an unexpected blade is shoved through both of the gorillas, and there stands Talia. Talia tells them that she has failed them both, failed in protecting them, and failed them when she let Anastasia be taken by Roz when she died. She walks over to the elevators and tells them to leave, go wherever they want to. And Anastasia asks where should they go. But Talia doesn't offer any advice on that part. Back on the battlefield, though, Batman tells Green Arrow to start moving the civilians out in case the android comes back. And Arrow tells him that it's already done. It doesn't take long for the world's greatest detective to realize that the Flash was here and used his powers. And he's not happy about that. Up above, Blue Beetle returns telling everyone, hey, it's over. The android's been handled. And of course, everyone wants to know how, so Beetle tells them, he seemingly malfunctioned on the moon. Just boom. Well, not boom, there's no sound in space, but you get that. Wonder Woman turns to Black Adam, telling him that they're leaving, and Batman grits his teeth. Tell me what happened here today. Dan grabs her hilt, and it's Connor who comes over to tell them to stop. Too much has already
I think it's time to go.
That brings us to Wayne Manor, where Selina is playing with Ace, Alfred's new dog. Alfred comes in and puts a leash on the dog, and Selina begins to hear some beeping of the smoke alarm in the kitchen. Alfred is stunned, confused. He looks around, unsure as to what's happening, as Selina tells him that it's okay. He shouldn't try cooking it. He was just revived from the last week's pit. She'll take care of it. She walks over to the kitchen. It's there that she finds the culprit, a burning kettle of tea. She calls out to Alfred, but the response isn't from him. Instead, it's a no and then a gunshot in Selina's stomach. Hearing this, Alfred walks over with a barking dog, and he walks into the kitchen, and it's there that he sees Anastasia with two pistols pointed at his head. While this is going on back at Wayne Enterprises, there's a meeting happening. Bruce tells his team that Roz is right, they need to save the world from itself. But before they can go any deeper into it, he gets a call from Brother Eye, the security system that he has placed around the world and in his own home. Brother Eye informs him that half of the building's cameras are now offline. He turns to the group, telling them that he has to go. There's an issue with the security system back at his house. Booster chimes in. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Bruce snaps at him. My system is a little more complicated than that, Michael. But then he turns away from him. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Brother Eye responds that he tried that, and then informs him Selina and Alfred. He turns to leave, and Black Canary tells him whatever is happening, he doesn't have to deal with it alone. He reassures him, it's fine. There's a teleporter in the other room. I'll be back quickly. Just wait here. He teleports into the Batcave, where he throws on the bat suit and walks over to the last known location to find a pool of blood. Taken aback, he cries out, no, not again. He runs towards the master bedroom, calling out, Alfred! And when he swings the door open, he sees him sitting there. Alfred turns to him, Master Bruce. And Anastasia is sitting on a chair across from them with a gun at Alfred's head and one to the dog's head. Batman asks her what she wants, and she smirks. Oh, it's simple. Alfred stands up. I will not let you hurt him. Alfred, I have no quarrel with you. You and I, we've both seen the other side. You can still feel it, can't you? At the edges. The little pieces missing that have been replaced by the bits that you brought back. Alfred doesn't answer, stepping between Bruce and his daughter. And the dog barks. Bruce tries to tell Alfred to move. Anastasia snaps at the dog, telling it to be quiet. Bruce reaches over to pull Alfred out of the way, but Anastasia doesn't see that now. She just hears the dog bark, bark, bark. She cries out, shut up! And that's when a gunshot can be heard throughout the Wayne Manor. She looks up wincing. No, look what you made me do! She holds up the dead body of the puppy, and Alfred feels her pain. Oh,
Jesus.
I didn't want to, it's just won't shut up! She then turns the gun to Bruce's face. Why does everything that you touch have to die? Alfred asks him for the dog's body, and Bruce knocks the gun away. In one swift move, he disassembles it and then catches her attempt at punching him. She fires the other gun, firing it next to his head, and Alfred calls out, so she hits him in the back of his head with the butt of her gun. She stands over the unconscious Bruce and Alfred. Dead puppy. When Bruce comes to, he sees Hal. He looks up at his daughter. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I don't believe you. I don't believe you're sorry, and I don't believe you didn't know. The world's greatest detective didn't know that he had a daughter? I don't buy it. I just think you don't.
Once in a while. Once in a while.
Bleeding to death, but that's not entirely true. Selena has managed to crawl out of the kitchen and is making her way to find a first aid kit. When she gets to the Bat Cave, Brother Eye informs her that it is being kept inside of the giant dinosaur. And she says, of course, that's where you would keep your first aid kit. Brother Eye then informs her of the intruder and shows her the situation in the master bedroom. So she puts out a call.
Who's that showed that wanted the...
And you weren't there. I died, and you weren't there.
Oh,
the man who was,
sure,
he raised
whatever.
me, and you stopped him, and now he has turned his back on me. You took his dream and our future along with it, condemning this planet to a slow, painful death. She steps back, placing the gun to Bruce's head once again. I don't want redemption. I don't want a father. I just want to do one more thing right. And that's when the windows are blown out and a smoke arrow is fired in. Anastasia is quickly subdued, and then Batman's team arrives, having been called in by Selena. Once they free Bruce, Dinah looks at him. We thought your entire world might be saving. And Bruce stops and looks at her. Thank you. Back in the year 2 of the fight, something happened. Something that changed everything. 200 Green Lanterns, chosen as the finest, most fearless warriors in the universe. They were killed, all by Superman and his army. And who had a hand in that? Well, Hal Jordan did. Right now, he stands in chains at Owen,
the cloaks,
answer for his crimes against the Green Lantern Corps. The Guardians ask how he pleads.
Goblin ears, of course.
Guilty. Guardians look at each other and then down to him again. What's worse is what you did. You did under the influence of the Yellow Lantern ring. There is no excuse for that. No. However, we acknowledge the universe would not even exist without the good that you have done. You will not be hidden away to rot where your potential will be wasted. Instead, we will send you to the prison colony of Herring, where you will work to prepare the planet for the recolonization of its populace. Hal looks at them while Guy Gardner stands next to him. It's more than I deserve. We then go to the planet with the sun beating down and Hal digging a shovel into the ground. Guy Gardner stands next to him. This is your part to play in the universe? What a crappy part. Hal looks up at him. I'm sorry. But Guy shrugs it off. So you keep saying, this is an entire universe of possible punishments and they have you digging. I reckon it's because the Guardians don't have a creative bone in their body. Think about it. They get into a battle and they have a weapon which they can make anything with. And what would they probably make? A perfectly geometric cube. Oh no, Darkseid's pushing it aside. Hurry, make another cube. Hal chuckles at his friend's jokes. But due to his laughter, a green fist flies over, knocking him over, and Soranik arrives asking Hal, what's so funny? Hal looks at her. It's kind of a misuse of the ring. And she snaps, you're going to lecture me, Hal? You? I've learned all the lessons I need from you. And Guy chimes in. Ouch. Soranik continues though. You know, when I first became a Lantern, I spent a week on Mogo, spending it with the animals, swimming in his oceans, climbing his mountains. And now everything there is dead because of you. You stood by and did nothing, Hal Jordan. You allowed the last surviving member of a dead planet to become the murderer of another world. As Hal begins to reflect, he sees another cell arriving on the planet. And once it opens, a couple of prisoners come out, but one sneering man is in that batch. Sinestro. Guy leans into Hal's ear. He tricked you, Hal. You know that, right? Sinestro played you every step. Hal thinks about it and he jumps at Sinestro, which got them both into solitary confinement, where Guy is in the cell with them. Well, solitary confinement's a bit cramped, but it's so worth it, man. I've never seen that smug drain from his face so quickly. Hal doesn't look up. Hal hears Guy's voice, but he doesn't look up. I'm sorry. Guy gets all serious. So you keep saying. And then Hal sees the truth. It's been looking at him the whole time. He sees Guy Gardner, one of his best friends, missing his ring arm in his civilians. Sorry it doesn't bring me back, Hal. You tore my arm off and let me fall to the planet. Then, Guy was gone. Hal didn't see him that night. But elsewhere,
He's losing
on this
it.
planet, someone else is making a move. As Tomar Ray flew off to investigate something, a cat's paw took a swipe at his throat. And we see Red Lantern Dexstar A green ring begins to fly throughout space looking for a replacement, scanning. But back in the cell, Guy says, "I'm bored." Hal tells him he knows, and Soranik walks in. She informs Hal that he's getting out of confinement the next day if he promises not to beat up other prisoners, and then asks who is he talking to. Hal tells her no one, just the past. She then walks over to Sinestro's cell to ask him one question. What happened to her mother? He looks at her. She was assassinated. Soranik tells him she doesn't believe that. She looked into everything that happened that day. There's no sign of forced entry. Sinestro looks at her, telling her, "I loved your mother, and I was angry when she sent you away, but I did not kill her." Soranik looks at her. "I didn't say you did. She took her own life, didn't she?" Sinestro stops her. "Careful, girl." At that moment, she gets a call in the ring telling her that a Green Lantern is down. She turns her back for a moment, and Sinestro takes that chance to leap out of the cell, grabbing her lantern ring. She isn't one to be trifled with, though, as she throws him to the ground and blasts him through the wall, right into Hal Jordan's cell. Hal looks at her. "Soranik, don't do this. You're too good to go down this path." And she looks at him. "Get out of my way. I'm not gonna kill him. I'm not you." She pins Sinestro against the wall when she calls in the situation and finds that Tomar Ray is dead, and it took him out before he could raise an alarm. But before they can do anything else, reports of multiple targets approaching come over the ring. And a blast of rage, a red beam hits the prison, destroying it. Up above them all, Soranik holds a shield in place, and Dexter calls out, "See? Found prey!" And the Red Lanterns look at Sinestro. Hal and his vision of Guy look up with Guy panicking. "Hal, that is clearly a talking evil kitty." "Yeah. Like, not some kind of alien feline creature, just a benevolent talking house cat in a little suit." "Yeah. That is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, and I'm saying that as a spectral manifestation of your own guilt, Hal." Atrocitus, the leader of the Red Lantern Corps, looks down at the three of them, telling them, "I only want Sinestro. Tear the Green Lanterns to pieces, slowly." The Red Lantern Corps begins to bombard Soranik's shield. Sinestro jumps in the way of his daughter before she can be killed, though this does cause Atrocitus to pause. Meanwhile, some of the other Green Lanterns arrive nearby, overlooking from a cliffside where they request permission to kill. Atrocitus looks at Sinestro. "Who is she to you?" As Sinestro spills the beans, "This is my daughter." As the Red Lanterns try to figure that out, the Green Lantern on the cliff opens fire with a sniper shot at one of the Red Lanterns, going through his head. An all-out fight breaks out with Red Constructs versus Green Constructs. But that isn't the important part. The Red Lantern who died, his ring is rolled across the dirt away from Hal and Sinestro. Sinestro noticed it, and so did Dead Guy. "Hey Hal, that is not a good thing." Sinestro jumps on the ring, trying to put it on his finger, but Hal leaps on his back, holding him up. That's when Soranik fires a blast right between them, separating them, except the ring ended up on a hand. The glow of a Red Lantern forms around Hal, and we hear the words, "Hal Jordan of Earth, you have great rage in your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps." Hal yells out, "Run! I can't control this!" Back in the fight, Dexter begins to breathe the napalm blood of the Corps onto the Green Lantern, and that's when Hal soars into the fight with Red Constructs for everyone. The Green Lanterns try to help, but there's so much rage in his heart, he tells
I think I've maybe killed one person.
Consumed by it. That's when the Red Lanterns
Just never going to be any good at PvP.
Back as Atrocitus asks him, "How are you so full of rage?"
It's alright. Could always smoke more weed about it.
Tell him the truth. Atrocitus asks him, "What do you hate?" Only for Hal to tell him, "Myself!" He yells out in rage, "Release me!" And he creates a sword hitting one of the Red Lanterns while they all want to kill Hal. That's when Atrocitus moves forward. "Wait, this is not the first time you've wielded a ring, is it? You are Hal Jordan. Your betrayal of the Guardians, the dead Green Lanterns in your wake. News of your treachery and violence have spread across the galaxy." Guy looks at him. "Oh yeah, congrats Jordan. You're a big name in the intergalactic psychopath circles. Do we have to tear you to pieces or will you join us, Jordan?" Guy whispers in his ear, "Just tell them what they want to hear. Don't be you." Blaze chimes in, telling him, "Fine, he's one of us. Let's catch those Green Lanterns and punish Sinestro." But Atrocitus looks at her. "No, they're already there. It's time to think bigger. It's time to think of the fall of Oa." He takes all of the Red Lanterns, Hal included, to what seems to be a planet to recruit one more member for an assault on Oa. Everyone watches as the planet begins to change red and it becomes fueled by rage. Hal looks at the newest Red Lantern, Starro the Conqueror. Guy looks worried. "Hal, that is Starro the Conqueror as a Red Lantern." "Right, well, that's pretty much the single worst thing imaginable." Bringing us to today, to the home of Jaime Reyes, where his parents knock at his door and he quickly loses his costume. His father, with coffee in hand, looks at him. "You have friends at the door. and one of them's kind of orange. Jaime walks to the front door to find the Titans there. Starfire, Superboy, and Cassie all in civilian clothes, though Starfire is still kind of orange. She still kind of stands out. He slams the door behind himself and he steps outside. First of all, it's incredibly awesome the freaking Titans are on my doorstep. Second of all, the freaking Titans cannot show up on my doorstep. Starfire counters, telling Jaime that they are in their civilians. And Jaime points out the obvious. That doesn't hide the fact that you're an alien. He yells back to his parents that he's going out with friends, and they ask Jaime to please introduce them. Connor waves, telling them hello. His name is Connor, but Starfire once again doesn't quite get it, and she steps up to shake their hands. I'm Corey, points at the camera. Jaime rolls his eyes as they walk away, and they make their way to Ford Industries, where they control of Booster Gold. Booster welcomes everyone and informs them that he has cultivated his fridge, to which Cassie asks, "Aren't you a billionaire now?" And he turns back, "Yeah, you heard me right. I own the fridge." Everyone has a seat where Jaime then asks what's up, and Connor informs him that they want to expand the Titans. Jaime sits there pondering. I don't really know the community. I mean, I don't know who I could suggest. Steel seems kind of cool. Booster overhears this and walks over laughing. And Cassie looks at him with hope in her eyes. We'd like you to try it for the Titans. Jaime is speechless. A short while later, they all fly off, leaving him there to think about it. Booster and Skeets both laugh at Jaime for not understanding why they would seek him out. But before anyone can do anything, Skeets calls out, "Raise the defenses!" And the top floor of Core Industries explodes. With the chug of the space motorcycle, Lobo himself rides up. He grabs Jaime in the Blue Beetle suit by the throat. He lifts him off the ground and throws him over his shoulder. Booster gets up, dusts himself off, and he opens fire on Lobo. Which honestly doesn't amuse the main man as he backhands Booster into the back of the room. He lights up a cigar and he straps Blue Beetle to the front of his bike. Skeets tags the bike with a tracker and Lobo rides off just as the rest of the building comes down on Booster. The Titans didn't get far enough and they turn around and head back to see whoever survived. They pull Booster out of the rubble and he tells them, Lobo took the kid. Once out in space though, Jaime wakes up and Lobo tells him, it's fine. The man who wanted you alive. Jaime realizes that he's strapped to a space bike and he begins to power up. Lobo sucker punches him again. Back on Earth, Booster then asks Skeets how the tracker is holding up. He informs him that it's working, but its range is not infinite. They need to hurry. So Booster puts his hands together.
Portals spawn?
We need a ship.
Look at me, I'm starting to put stuff together with my little tiny ape brain.
Skeets, do I have a space program? But Connor has a better idea as the whole group moves off to the Hall of Justice where the
I forgot to turn in my
With a little
camps.
help from Skeets, the ship powers up and the alarms begin to blare as they take off into space. But with an alarm, there has to be somebody monitoring it, and Bruce Wayne is woken up nearby. He asks Brother Eye to show him the onboard camera, and he sees the face of Booster plastered to the seat as they exit orbit. Booster? Batman, are you here? Turn the ship around right now, Booster. Batman, we're chasing an alien who's causing problems. And then they hang up on Batman. Behind him is Selina, giggling to herself. You think this is funny? Absolutely. Stealing Batman's ride is funny. Now tell me, are you mad that they took it, or are you mad that they didn't fight you? None of it matters anyway. I'm badly injured, and I need you waiting on a handed foot, preferably in the Pacific tower. Back in space, Lobo arrives holding the unconscious Jaime, presenting him to the client. Jaime wakes up, and the first thing he says is, that is a big chair. That's missing the person that hired Lobo is Metron. And he wanted the bearer of the Scarab because without his help, there will be no Earth. He explains that the great conqueror Starro has been bound by rage, and his spores will spread his hate across the universe, tearing the cosmos apart. It falls to the bearer of the Scarab to stop him. Metron turns to Lobo. Lobo, I need you to keep Blue Beetle safe. Main man don't work without his pay. There will be pay if you succeed, plus a universe in which to spend it in. Jaime looks at Metron. I might be the wrong guy here. You are the bearer of the Scarab. You are the only guy. The only guy that can stand up against Starro, the conqueror consumed by rage. His spores filled with hate. Every creature his stars touch will be affected. Starro's anger will become theirs, and they will tear themselves apart. But meanwhile, Hal Jordan is still consumed by his red flame, and he flies up with the Red Lantern Corps to attack Oa. His little Jimmy Cricket Guy Gardner, the manifestation of his guilt as he killed Guy all the way back at the start of this, is talking to him. Hal, you're on your way to attack Oa, and Starro won't stop there. He's gonna move on to Earth. Carol, Hal, you have to save your ex. I know you're pissed off, man. Use that and break free. Hal thinks about it, and then he funnels his anger into that one goal, warning the Guardians of Oa. He screams out, fueled by his hatred at what he's become, and he begins to rocket ahead of the Red Lantern. Freeze falls calls out to Atrocitus that Hal is breaking free, but Atrocitus isn't concerned as he calls out Starro. The spores break free and then he can do attach to Hal's face. This isn't the end. This is Hal freaking Jordan, and he punches himself in the face over and over to get the spore off. Then he eventually uses the red ring to blast himself, burning the spore off and the manifestation of Guy chuckles. I know I'm not real, but I really liked watching you hit yourself. Back over with Sinestro and Soranik, his daughter. She asks why would Atrocitus want Sinestro. He explains that he clashed with him as a Green Lantern and then as a Yellow Lantern. He has experienced casualties. And now that he knows that Soranik is his daughter, he will target you to hurt me. She smirks, but he doesn't know you. Sinestro, with the serious face of a father who gives a damn, tells her, I would tear this universe apart to keep you safe. On the outside of Oa, Hal comes rocketing in blazing red, and Sade, one of the Guardians of the Universe, tells him to halt. Behind her, a large portion of the Corps is standing there and she traps him in a willpower bubble. He screams out, you have to listen to me! And then he creates a Red Lantern sword to slice open the bubble, and he sucker punches Sade. The manifestation of Guy tells Hal that he needs a new plan. Punching them with rage is not gonna convince the man. So Hal realizes he has one option, one way to get a clear head, one way to warn the galaxy, and he cuts his own finger off, severing his connection to the red. Guy looks at him. It's always incantation. And then he calls out, the Red Lanterns have taken, but it's too late, as the Red Lanterns have arrived and Sade realizes what's going on. They have taken Starro.
Can't see. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
We have a few more people to as we get closer to Metron.
Gonna lose it, man.
Connor tells them to open up the bay doors. He'll resolve this. And he floats out into space, except this time, Lobo is prepared and he opens
So you know what? I did want to change something out.
Bullet. This time, though, Cassie's there to block the shot with
Get
her
rid of
braces.
this,
Metron
and I
steps
want a
up.
book
These people are
instead.
not our enemies, Lobo. Inside of the ship, Booster asks, who's the Metron guy? Metron is a new god. He holds unparalleled knowledge and understanding of the ending of the universe. He is one of the most intelligent beings in the galaxy. Starfire stops Skeets. Really? Can you hear me out there? Logically, no, but the new gods do not listen to logic. So Starfire calls out, Great Metron, I understand that you are one of the greatest minds in the universe. Yes. Can you turn off the alarm? He waves his hand and it finally shuts off. Oh, thank God. Jaime looks at the Titans. You guys came for me. Connor floats over. What's going on? I'm apparently supposed to save the universe. So Metron explains the situation with Starro, the one with the Red Lanterns, and that the Scarab is the last being that will be able to defeat it. Cassie asks him if he'll be fighting in this war, but Metron informs them that he cannot interfere, but he can teleport them all directly there. Back on Oa, the Lanterns are in a full-on battle with one of them calling out to Sade to call the other Guardians on the surface, get reinforcements, only to see Sade is controlled by a spore. Hal sees Soranik and he yells out, give me a ring! But she refuses. And while this is raging on, the ship and Metron all teleport right outside of the battlefield. Without hesitation, Lobo, Connor, Cassie, and Starfire all rocket onto the battle. But Booster looks for Jaime and he finds him in the cargo bay hiding. I can't do this, Booster. Yeah, you can. Batman thinks, oh good, that guy. You know what? Batman claims to not have a superpower, but he has the power to fill his fellow heroes with crippling insecurities. Seriously, every Robin gets a pair of tights and an inferiority complex. Kid, look at me. We're going to win, because Ted Cord didn't die for no reason. Jaime looks up. If Ted Cord had lived, we wouldn't be here to save everything. And then Booster looks at Skeets and tells him, play back the important bits from the message that he left me. The hologram of Ted Cord appears before Jaime. And the last message he left to Booster Gold plays out. There's this kid, Jaime. He's special. You can see it. He's actually going to be the kind of hero that we always pretended we'd be one day. Hearing that, Jaime puts on a suit and walks in the door. You ready, kid? No? You going out there anyway? Yep. Also, Booster? Yeah. What Ted said about pretending to be a hero was absolute crap. He was a hero. Oh, I know, kid. He was mine. And they head off to save the universe. Now, from the scene, one of the Guardians stands with a Starro starfish on her face, looking down on the Guardians. Badge tries to reason with her, but Sade isn't in control as a blast of Green Lantern's might burns away at the little squirrel Green Lantern. Atrocitus looks at the rings, looking for new hosts, telling himself, yes, and Bleeze floats over with a worried look on her face as he is basking in the glory that is his victory. Finally, she reports that there are unknown beings approaching, and off in the distance we have the Titans, Superboy, Cassie, and Starfire, followed by Blue Beetle and Booster Gold, and among them, the most shocking appearance of all, Lobo, twirling his chain, riding his space motorcycle. Their first act is to blast Dexter, the Red Lantern Kitty, with heat vision, as Lobo doesn't waste time going right to the main baddie Atrocitus himself. He rides up, reaching out to grab him as the red construct sword goes right through him. He looks off as his bike is riding on its own, and then it dawns on him. A piece of him is still on that bike. He looks right into Atrocitus' face. Some of my favorite things are below the waist. You fraggin' fragger! And then he begins to punch Atrocitus repeatedly across the jaw. Blue Beetle swoops in, grabbing the upper body of Lobo as Lobo is arguing with him. Bring me back to my legs and I'll beat him to death with them! Over with Starfire, she's trying to fight off against the Red Lanterns, but realizes the Green Lanterns are being converted by Starro. Everyone realizes they are losing fast as the numbers are being converted. And they all realize that they need to retreat to Oa to figure out a plan. Landing on the planet, they explain that they are here to help. Even Lobo, or what's left of Lobo. Lobo tells him, I'm fine. I heal. It's all growing back already. To which Booster then realizes what's growing back, and he's a little grossed out. He looks at the Guardians and asks, do you guys have parents on this planet? This isn't a time for jokes, though, as Starro is powering up, and he's focusing his fire at one point. The Green Lantern power battery. Everyone takes off the shield to protect it, but Blue Beetle looks up and remembers what he was told. That only he can save the day. Only he can prevent the end of the universe. So we ask Booster, how can he stop that? The fact is, no one can, as it blows through the shields, damaging the battery. Everyone begins to panic as the power battery has now been breached, and they all begin to try to focus their powers to contain it, to seal it, to do anything, as it's leaking the power of willpower. Everyone gets ready for another shot from Starro, but Starro oddly begins to leave. Everyone's confused, but they realize he's considering the world conquered. As Al Jordan steps up, he tells them, give me a ring. We aren't conquered yet. Of course, the Guardians tell him no because of his actions during year 2 of Injustice, when he sided with Superman, fought the Green Lanterns, became a Yellow Lantern, and killed hundreds of Green Lanterns. He snaps at them. Guardians, I'm not looking for another chance or redemption. I know I'm beyond that, but if I'm going to die, let me try to be useful. Let me get between death and those who deserve to live. So against their better judgment, Salak gives Hal a ring again. He suits up, telling everyone, all right, let's get out there. But another Green Lantern tells him, you fight with us. Don't think for a second we're looking for a leader. Up in the science cell, Sinestro calls out, though, asking for a ring as well. Everyone says no, but Hal tells them that they could be killed while Salvation is sitting in a cell. Let's give him a ring. That's when Sinestro is powered back up as a Green Lantern. Everyone flies back up into space, and the battle begins again with 2 of the greatest Green Lanterns to ever exist, aiding in the fight. The first goal is to free as many lanterns as possible, and Connor Kent, aka Superboy, calls out to Cassie, telling her, if I get controlled, but she stops me, I'll kick your ass as fast as I can. Such as I love people. Back with Booster and Blue Beetle, Jaime is sitting there trying to figure out what Starro is doing. Jaime tells Booster that if Starro is fueled by hate, he hates Earth most of all, and therefore, he's going there. So Booster crosses his arms. And you thought you'd stop it alone? I guess. Don't be stupid, kid. You're not stopping a universal threat by yourself. I'm coming with you. Jaime smiles. Thank you. Down in Oa, Lobo has found a towel, and he asks what's going on in space. Salak asks why he's here out in the fight, and Lobo tells him that without his bike, he can't fly. Then lights up a scar as Salak tells him people are dying. Lobo looks at him, holding yet another ring, and he tells him, you know, I've always wanted to try one of those. Salak looks away, handing him the ring. Lobo of Zarnia, you have the ability to overcome. Yeah, less ceremony, more powers, ring. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. With that, we have Lobo, the Green Lantern. Hell yeah! Out in front of Oa, Atrocitus looks at a dying Green Lantern as he crushes his throat, simply stating, yes, my plans are working. I'm getting my revenge. The Guardians of the Galaxy are over there trying to protect the destruction of the Green Lantern power battery, as Dexter is spewing napalm on them. Out of nowhere, Lobo kicks the cat. Atrocitus looks at him. You kicked my cat. I'm powered by rage, and you kicked my cat. Lobo grins at him. You get powered by getting angry. Ha! Well, prepare to have more power than you know what to do with your ugly red pistache. He begins to power up a long object around his back, because the main man is an expert in pissing people off. The object begins to take form, and folks, let's just say it's something that I and DC Comics can't show or name. But Atrocitus looks at Lobo's very first construct. That. You dare attack Atrocitus with something so obscene! And then the construct goes right through the red shield with the full force of the main man. Damn straight I dare. Beware my power. Green Lanterns! The guilty manifestation of Guy Gardner that is still following Hal Jordan because he killed Guy and he sees him as a guilty representation begins to laugh. Hal asks him, "They gave Lobo a ring?" "Yep. You just hit Atrocitus with a giant." "Yep, sure, it was obscene and depraved, but it was effective. If he keeps fighting, he's gonna need another Green Lantern to fly alongside him to create big censored signs." Hal and Sinestro get back to fighting, pulling the starfish off of the Green Lantern faces to free them. Hal is about to get blasted by Satan when Sinestro saves him, just confusing, and the battle rages on. Back over to Booster and Jaime, they're blasting full speed to stop Starro. Booster asks him, "Jaime, this chase is admirable and all, but what's the plan when we catch up?" "Honestly, I was kind of hoping we'd work that out when we get there, Booster." Booster looks at Skeets, his robot from the future. "Any information on how
I'll
we
keep
win?"
moving down. I'm
Skeets
probably
can't
gonna go
pull
down to the
information.
next
He begins
level.
to glitch out, trying to figure things out. He pauses
Probably.
mid-sentence, and Blue Beetle asks
We'll see.
Booster, "What does it mean when a robot pauses mid-sentence?" And Booster tells him, "That's not supposed to happen. That's something machines don't do. It means that we have no set future right now. Anything can happen." That's when a memory flashes in Booster's eyes as he was speaking. One where he's panicking, one where he's holding Jaime's hand, one where someone doesn't make it. Jaime goes, "Booster, you just stopped mid-sentence, you know, like machines aren't supposed to do." Booster looks at everyone and tells them all, "It's all fine. Let's go shake the future." While most of the heroes off-world recoup from their latest battles, down on Earth,
Yeah.
another struggle about to unfold. In the prison facility on Stryker's Island, Athanasia Al Ghul sits in her cell as the guard tells her to shut the visitor's door. Alfred walks up holding a tray of food, stating, "I." But before Alfred can even finish his sentence, his hand gives out and he drops the food all over the ground. He looks at his hand and she tells him that he didn't come back from the Lazarus pit, right, did he? Alfred tells her no, he hasn't been himself. He isn't capable to now. She asks, why is he here? And Alfred smiles, stating that he was here to offer her a nice meal. But he always wanted to just talk and get to know her better. Things like where she grew up and how old is she. She asks, why would he want to talk to her? And Alfred says that he's sorry. Did she have something more pressing on her schedule for the day? The two stare at each other. Then she tells him that if they take into account the time that she was dead, she's 16. But why would he care? Alfred smiles, stating that it's because she is Bruce's child, which means they are family. And she yells that Bruce is not her father. He is the antithesis of everything that she stands for and everything that she was raised to believe. Alfred says that he can see how she would believe that, but for what it's worth, he's sorry for the way that she was raised. Her father is a very complicated man. He's far from perfect. But he is not the demon that she believes him to be. Perhaps it is time that Bruce demonstrated just that. Later at Wayne Manor, Bruce and Selena sit down to eat noodles when Alfred walks into the room saying that he's sorry to disturb her, especially when he looks so at ease. Bruce looks up and Alfred goes on, stating that he visited the prison today, and Bruce says that he knows. Alfred turns and looks over at the screen, stating, "Ah, yes, of course, your brother Eye." Just as Alfred says that, up in space, the Brother Eye satellite, a Brainiac drone is connecting to it, listening in on their conversation. Alfred goes on, stating that there's a fine line between creating the most advanced surveillance system and becoming the world's most sophisticated peeping Tom. However, that conversation is for another day. And that is for him to talk to Ra's. Bruce looks at Alfred and tells him Ra's killed thousands. Alfred says that if all they do is fight, then he will kill again. Millions more. And Bruce says that he must face justice, and Alfred shouts, "Just stop it, I don't feel." He then collapses, and once Bruce picks him back up, he says that he needs to sit down. His daughter is 16 and has turned into a killer. This is not the legacy the Wayne name deserves. Show her there is a better way. If not for her, then do it for him. Thomas was a doctor. He looked to heal before he looked to punish. Bruce tells him that he needs to reach out to the world leaders and needs an emissary. Someone who can make contact and bridge the gap. A short while later, elsewhere, Harley Quinn lands her jet in the middle of the jungle, stepping off holding a potted olive tree, yelling hello. Seconds later, vines reach out, picking her up by the legs, holding her in the air. Poison Ivy with her gorilla guards asks, "What is that?" And Harley looks at the plant stating, "It's a complicated thought process. I wanted to offer you an olive branch, but then I realized that it would be like handing you a severed limb. Not exactly the right kind of peace offering. So this potted olive tree is an attempt at reconciliation." And then a gorilla covers her head with a bag. A short while later, the bag is removed and Harley is looking at Roz al Ghul. She says, "Oh, not what I was expecting. Wait, Orca? Are you pregnant? You're glowing!" Orca blushes, stating that she didn't mean to glow, and Roz looks at her and then back at Harley, asking, "Why are you here?" She tells him that she's here with a potted plant and a message. Batman would like to speak. He has several world leaders on his side. No tricks, just conversation. Solivar asks, why would they trust Batman? And Harley shrugs, stating, "Come on, I've been on the wrong side of superheroes many times. One thing they do is not lie. It's a bit boring, really." Roz asks, what does he want from this? And Harley tells him something rare for him. He wants to listen. He wants to demonstrate to his daughter that there's a better way forward. He wants to save the world together. Meanwhile, over in Africa, the Brainiac drone shoots down, and as it begins to scan, it says that this world has evolved in the same way as many others. So basically, the drone holds out his arm, fires a laser at a passing gorilla, stating that they expected more. So much primate. Just then, Grodd's face appears out of the bushes, and the gorilla asks, "Who are you calling a primate? This is Grodd's jungle. Metal men are not welcome. Outcasts of Gorilla City, attack!" Over in Atlantis, the world's leaders begin to arrive, and as Arthur welcomes everyone, Jefferson tells Mara that he would like to thank Atlantis for hosting this. This is the only neutral ground that has worked for all of the nations and other parties. Mara asks why would they have been invited otherwise? Would they have planned this without including the representatives of 70% of the planet? A voice calls out, of course they would have. And everyone looks over at Ivy, who goes on stating that the leaders of this world have never cared for the planet. They would like to see it burned for their own greed. On the other side, Green Arrow says, "Right, positive start. So let's just take a seat." As everyone gathers around the table, Jefferson says that the United States would like to make a request before they begin. They have learned that Jackson Hyde has returned to the sea. He must stand trial for the attack on our government. We ask that you turn him over Atlantis. Mara, without any hesitation, tells him no. The surface world poisons our water. Millions of kilometers of ocean are becoming uninhabitable as your destruction continues. And Aquaman says that Jackson's actions were extreme and wrong, but Roz radicalized Aqualad, and Atlantis will deal with him. Your request is denied. Jefferson asks, so there'll be no punishment then for any crime? And Batman says Jackson must be extradited to stand trial, as well as Roz for the genocide that he committed. Roz then begins to chime in. What? You have asked me here to be arrested? What a waste of time. As Roz begins to leave, Aquaman reaches out asking him to please put down his ego and stand down. They do not want war with Atlantis. The sea will swallow them. Solivar leans into Aquaman asking, "Who are you to speak for the sea, Pretender? The last king to sit on the Atlantean throne was no bastard human." Jefferson then begins to charge up his powers, and Harley asks him, "Water and electricity? Really?" Everyone begins arming themselves ready to fight, with Harley asking, "Red?" And Ivy tells her yes. With a snap of her finger, the sea leaves reach out, grabbing everyone, placing them in their seats. And Harley says,
"Yo, Bravo, how you do, buddy?"
Calm the hell down. How are you all so bad at diplomacy? Give it 1 month. You all have giant brains. Even the gorillas is huge to accommodate. Just give yourselves 1 month of ceasefire. You won't be able to save the world in an hour-long meeting when everyone is all pissed off. Think of it like a global marriage counseling. Everyone here does have genuine grievances. So how about you put everything on the table? Have you asked Aqualad what he thinks? If he's willing to face judgment for his crimes, maybe we all can. Batman,
You up to anything good today?
All of them should face judgment. Roz looks at Harley stating, "You should as well." And Harley tells him, "I ain't denying that. But first, how about we talk for a month and stop squabbling?" Soon the leaves begin to pull back, and Harley kneels down in front of Solivar stating, "See? It's just like marriage counseling. I just made the Earth the children." Solivar says that he has no idea what she's talking about, and Harley asks, "Don't you have marriage counseling?" Solivar tells her that he's a gorilla, and Harley shrugs, stating, "Decent argument." Back in the jungle, Grodd and his gorilla fight the Brainiac drones. But just before Grodd can finish the attack, the drone grabs him by the neck and flies off into the sky. The drone tells him, "Not so primitive. You can be useful, but something is holding you back." A wire shoots out of the drone's hand and into Grodd's forehead, and then Brainiac's voice asks, "Can you hear me?"
I haven't seen the exits.
Grodd tells him yes, he can hear, and Brainiac tells him, "Good. My name is Brainiac, and we will be helping each other from now on." Later that night, inside the Gorilla City sewage system, the Suicide Squad makes their way.
Alright, yes, time to go down.
Man-Bat says, "Wow, these sewers smell worse than the human sewers."
This
Wolverine
place.
tells him that if he honestly believes that he's not spending enough time in human sewers. Katana
Okay.
asks Deadshot how far in, and Deadshot asks her, how should I know? And Katana asks, have you not been here before? And Deadshot tells her, why would I have ever visited the sewers? Man-Bat stops everyone standing there, up ahead.
Fuck.
Then asks, how do you know?
What a shot.
Have terrible eyesight. Man-Bat tells him that he has echolocation, a frequency inaudible to human ears. And Boomerang then asks, so you're like, relatively silent?
Fucking hell.
And Man-Bat tells him yes. And Katana tells him that she can relate. Deadshot then shouts, hey you! Then a second later, Croc pulls himself out of the waters and roaring. Deadshot quickly stops him. Whoa, whoa, whoa! We're just here to talk. And Croc says, then why did you yell? And Deadshot says, well,
Nice.
I figured you didn't have any ears.
Going back to doing some Destiny today.
Deadshot tells him, we've all been thinking about you and Orca. Croc then shouts, do not think of me and Orca. And Man-Bat yells, wow, wow, in a nice way. Deadshot tells him, look, I felt bad about giving you a hard time about Orca. Truth is, none of us really have a lot of happiness in our future. But you, somehow you found a way to a new life. Katana says, we spoke to Solivar. From an alpha gorilla, he's actually a bit of a softie. And being a king, he can marry you. Croc pauses. Why would I want to marry Solivar? And Deadshot tells him, no, he can marry you and Orca. Boomerang says, just so there's no confusion, Solivar can marry you and Orca together. Solivar would not be joining in your relationship at all. Croc pauses and then says, oh. But while that happens, in another part of the jungle, Grodd leads his outcast towards Gorilla City in the dead of the night, and then stops everyone. One of the guards asks, what is it? And Grodd says that there are 2 sentries on the hill up ahead. He can feel their minds. The guard says that if they raise the alarm, Solivar will know that they're coming. He'll prepare his defenses and... But Grodd stops him, taking the guard's spear, telling him that he won't raise an alarm. A few moments later, up on the hill, the 2 sentries spot Grodd, and as the smaller of the 2 points, the older one tells him to go and warn the others. The smaller one tries to run, but he can't move. A second later, the spear is thrown into the older gorilla's chest, and Grodd walks up to the smaller one, telling him Tolafar was old, set in his ways, would never recognize my rule. But you, Ordover, you are young. And remember, I can read your mind. Do you accept the new Alpha? Do you submit to Grodd? Odover struggles to move and tells him, of course, my king. Meanwhile, over by the lakes, Orca asks Croc why they're here. Are they gonna go hunting? And Croc tells her, no, there's something I wish to ask you. Orca says that he will be the father of her child and ate a sentient gorilla for her. He can ask her anything. The 2 begin to walk and Croc looks up at the window. He sees the entire Suicide Squad staring at him, all giving him a thumbs up. Kind of ruins the mood. So he takes Orca by the hand.
What do we got here?
The 2 walk into the lake. As they submerge, a few moments
A skeleton. Got it.
Deadshot watches, stating, wow, this is the single most beautiful nature documentary I've ever seen. And Boomerang laughs, telling him, I can practically hear the old British guy narrating the whole thing in a calm, dulcet tone. Man-Bat begins to cry, stating that he has stopped. Silently screaming.
Ooh, alright. Getting the hang of this shit.
The next day, while Orca gets ready for her ceremony, Ivy watches and says that she did not see this coming. Orca tells her, yeah, having bombs placed in their head, being forced to do the bidding of a genocidal maniac, and having been transformed into an actual killer whale. She'd say that marriage really didn't seem like it was next in the cards. A short while later, flowers are thrown as Orca says I do, and Croc and Orca leave. And Deadshot whispers, hey, you owe me. Croc tells him that he knows, and Deadshot tells him, no, not for the marriage thing, for the ceremony. Solivar wanted to do it the traditional gorilla way. I saved you from having to learn the correct oops. Croc laughs, telling him, you're not such a bad guy. And Deadshot tells him, actually, I'm the worst. One half-decent act doesn't change that. Now off you go, lovebirds.
Please don't be a fucking mimic. Give me a break.
Standing there and he looks at them. And he holds up the tablet with the brain
Minor
bomb
miracles.
switches. Croc growls, asking what is this, and Roz tells him that it's not what it looks like. I didn't mean to concern you with this. Orca shouts, you didn't mean to concern us with a device that will blow up our heads? And Roz tells them no. I don't know what the future holds, but the sliver of hope that I have is that we can find a better way of working alongside the detective to help better the world. But humanity's greed has always ruined hope in the past. My grandchildren are dead. My daughter has
Fuck.
I swore I'd make a better world for them and I have failed. It would be hypocritical and soulless.
Not what I meant. Alright, here we go. Oh, fuck me.
New species. Your existence will not be threatened by me. Roz taps the pictures of Orca and Croc in a second.
Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Enjoy watching this guy and
You enslaved me, enslaved the man that I love. I've lived in constant fear of the threat that you pose to me and the child within me. You think that I'm gonna be grateful for your benevolence? We're apex predators. You think that our happy ending is walking away from the prey that turned us into this? As Orca and Croc step forward, Roz holds out his arm stating, "No, stay back, no!" Croc roars, and a second later, Roz's arm holding the tablet falls to the ground. Roz begins to scream, but Orca places their finger on his lips, telling him, "Shh." And as Croc wipes the blood from his mouth, he says, "You've been resurrected so many times. Your flesh tastes rotten, but I will put up with a bit of decay to eat your miserable." And a voice calls out, "There is no need for that." Grodd and his outcast surface from the water, and as Grodd picks up the tablet, he says, "I will finish up." Orca turns, getting ready to fight, but Grodd tells her, "Leave, now." And Croc says, "What will happen to him?" Grodd tells him, "It doesn't matter. You're not a part of this anymore. There's nothing left here for your family. Try and fight me and you will be dead within seconds." A few moments pass of awkward silence, and Grodd says, "You haven't left." And Croc asks him, "What about the rest of the squad?" Grodd tells him, "They will die." And Croc tells Orca, "I'm sorry, but I ain't gonna let that happen." Croc begins to open up his mouth, and Orca shouts for him to wait. And then Orca says, "The Suicide Squad could be useful to you, Grodd. You have a means of controlling them now. Don't waste that resource." Grodd says, "How pragmatic. You're right, of course. Your friends will be mine, and they will live. There is no better outcome." Croc growls, stating, "Hope not." Orca holds up Roz by the face, telling him, "This is it. He's bleeding. His sick dream is dying all around him, and our child will grow up in a world without him." Orca gives Roz to Grodd and then takes Croc by the hand, stating, "This is their happy end." In the middle of the day, there's a rumble that shakes the White House, knocking out its staff, leaving them scattered across the hall. As Ollie checks on one of the bodies, Dinah asks if she... And Ollie tells her no, they're still alive, all of them. Then it occurs to Dinah, and she yells, "We have to get to the president!" Ollie runs up to the Oval Office, and as he swings open the doors, he's hit in the chest with something. Dinah tries to see what it is, but she too is hit and falls to the ground. A voice from behind the desk says, "If you hurt them, there's gonna be trouble." And another voice tells the person that the chair they sit in does not belong to them. As the chair spins around, a little girl starts giving her evil laughter, and the little boy Archer says, "Mwahaha?" The other girl says that she's pretty sure the shape-shifting usurper would not say "Mwahaha." And the girl sitting in the chair says, "Well, this shape-shifting usurper does say "Mwahaha." And since you can't stroke a cat, this pillow will have to do. His name is Mittens. Mittens the pillow. And just then, Jefferson opens up the door, telling the kids, "All right, I'm gonna need the country back now." And Anissa...
All right. Oh, this guy's doing all right.
It was only a little one, but Jefferson says that he specifically said no powers in...
I don't know. I feel like sorcerers do way better than wizards do. I don't see many people doing wizard shit.
Asking, "Are we done being shapeshifters yet?" Harley then leans over the couch, asking if she's still Speaker of the House.
Take a look at his
Jefferson
gear.
asks, "Would you like to stay as one?" And Harley says, "Ew, no."
I mean, it's not like he's even using anything all that special either.
That he's needed in the Situation Room. And as he walks in, he asks Chairman Lane what he's looking at. Lane points to the screen, stating that that is the image they took moments ago. Jefferson asks, "Are
He's
they
the only one here."
people walking through the jungle?" And Lane tells him, "No, these tracks are not human, they are apes."
I kind of want to see what happens, actually, because I'm curious how you escape this.
Over in Gorilla City, Solovar and his son sleep, and as his son sleeps,
Because I haven't seen an exit yet on the map.
Calls the voice, and as he goes outside, Grodd says, "Yes, come to me, and then we shall wake your father." Back in the Situation Room, Lane goes over the satellite images, stating that they presume, based on the Atlantis meeting, Roz might be working with Solovar out of Gorilla City. They understand that there is a ceasefire and a diplomatic solution being sought, but this is their chance. They can remove two threats that not only affect America, but the entire world. Jefferson closes his eyes and thinks for a moment, but tells Lane, "No, we will not. Just monitor the situation." A few moments later, as Jefferson returns to the office, Dinah asks what was that about, and Jefferson tells her it's a false alarm. Ollie says they called him into the Situation Room for a false alarm, and Harley says that she may be the imaginary member of this government, but that sounds pretty unlikely. Jefferson tells them all not to worry about it for the kids.
Christ on
Dinah
a
watches the
stick.
kids go through the window, stating that they're out on the lawn saving the world. And as it turned out, Mittens the pillow was the true evil all along.
Did it get stuck?
Smiling, saying, "Look at them. These kids could grow up and save the world someday."
Oh, I see. You can cheese it, huh?
They shouldn't have to be heroes. They're children.
That's good to
Our
know.
job is to protect them, to give them opportunities. They shouldn't have to bear our burdens or deal with our mistakes.
I see what he did. So because that there's a long hallway, he could kite the thing around the hallway.
Meanwhile, over at Wayne Manor, Alfred makes a phone call, and on the receiving end, the man asks about.
Sure what he's
Alfred
waiting
tells the
for.
man, you know, they're the only people who call me. And the man says that it's been
Like,
2
why wouldn't he
years.
just hit it?
Alfred says he knows and he's sorry.
Oh, he's probably worried about...
The man
Maybe he's worried about destroying the door.
Alfred tells him, I'm not calling for a chat, I'm afraid. I'm going away and I need you to look after something. The man asks what, and Alfred tells him, Bruce, I need you to look after him. Please. On the other end, Jonathan
See how he's doing on the loot front.
Look over your boy. Alfred smiles, telling him, thank you. We've all been such wonderful friends. Goodbye. But over in Gorilla City, the gorilla calls out to sound the alarm. Grodd has. But before he can finish, he's hit with a spear and he falls off his post. While Grodd's gorillas charge the city, Grodd tells Roz not to bleed out on him. He wants him to see this, that the gorillas are not a means to his end. They are not his pets. They are his betters. As Grodd lands, vines reach out, grabbing Roz from him, and Deadshot yells, hey, you have to the count of 3 to turn your monkey butt around. 1, 2, and as Deadshot lifts his arm and aims, Grodd telepathically tells him not to shoot. Boomerang waits for a second and then asks, did you forget what number comes next? And Deadshot tells him, no, I can't shoot. Man-Bat jumps out of the shadows, but before he can attack, Grodd taps the image of him with the Brain Bomb tablet, and Boomerang says, oh no. A second later, Man-Bat's head explodes and his body falls back to the ground. Grodd shouts to the Suicide Squad that they belong to him now. And Ivy says they need to leave, but Roz tells her they can't. They only have one chance.
Oh, so it doesn't even mark it on the map. You just have to get lucky and find it.
There will be no mercy.
That sucks. So there's quite a bit of risk going to the second floor. I don't even think he found anything that made it worth it. So I think I'm gonna keep fucking with the second floor. Just doesn't seem to be a point. I'm sure there's a higher likelihood of finding shit, but didn't look like it from here.
And Grodd tells him that he will live as long as he accepts his fate. Read my mind. Solovar links to Grodd and he says that he can hear Grodd stating that he promises his son will live. And with that, Solovar feels something. Someone else's mind, and he asks, who? Who have you been talking to? What have you done, Grodd? Grodd tells Deadshot to fire.
Oh, look at that. Sure, why not?
Solovar's shot in the head. Meanwhile, over at Wayne Manor, Brother Eye tells Bruce that there's an incoming transmission from Ra's al Ghul. Bruce says put him on the screen, and suddenly Ra's appears yelling, Detective! He's here! Grodd is! But before he can finish, Grodd telepathically tells him to come back. As Ra's struggles, he says Grodd is in his head. Bruce calls out for Ra's, but as Ra's walks away, he tells Bruce, save the world for my grandchildren. As Grodd sits on his throne, he tells Ra's, this is it. Your time is over. Kneel before Grodd. Ra's lowers himself and Grodd holds out his arm, telling him, place your head into my hand. Ra's tries to fight back, but his body starts to move on its own, placing his head into the palm of Grodd. Without saying a word, Grodd squeezes, and there's a loud scrunch as blood sprays all over him. Back at Wayne Manor, Bruce runs through the halls, calling out to Alfred.
Fuck that guy right up.
Sees Alfred with his luggage standing at the door.
Who wanted the camping crap? Was it you? No.
Bruce asks, where are you going? And Alfred tells him, I can't say. You can probably find me, but I'm asking you, please don't. Bruce asks him, why? And Alfred says because he can't help him. He isn't right. Not since the Lazarus pit. There are parts still missing. Every day it's a struggle. These words are so much effort. He died. And he never
Maybe I already did it and I'm just a crazy person. There it is.
It's
Knew I wasn't crazy.
Peace talks have started. I need you here.
You gathered them all.
I know,
Thank you. Wiper,
I'm
you
not all here. I can't be in the
blah, blah,
house.
blah.
See how
Cares.
much I need it every day. I cannot be a burden for you. Alfred grabs his bags and he begins to walk out, and Bruce follows, telling him, this is ridiculous, you're not a burden. Alfred turns back, telling him, I refuse to be looked after. My job was to look after you, because someone had to. It was my duty and my honor. Despite your obvious flaws, you are one of the greatest men who has ever lived. What you and your friends
Despite your obvious flaws.
Alfred
Shit,
hugs Bruce, telling
Alfred.
him, by looking after you, I got to look after the world as well. You are my savior and my son. As Alfred lets go, Bruce tells him, wait. And Alfred tells him, I loved you. And he gets into the taxi. Alfred says, this is goodbye, Bruce. And all Bruce can hear is the engine of the taxi as it takes off and it leaves. Justice 2 has been an incredible ride, and with everything that has happened, Bruce takes a moment to work on the Brother Eye system. As he sits down under the computer going through the connection, Selena asks if he's going to stay under there all day. He tells her, well, Brother Eye has a glitch. Selena asks if it's an actual glitch or are you just looking to do something after, well, Alfred left. Bruce rolls out from under the computer telling her that it's a real glitch. I just can't figure out what's causing it. She laughs, telling him, oh, that's good, because you wouldn't want your all-seeing, all-knowing AI to not be working properly. Regardless, you should get some outside help on this. You can't fix everything. Just say the word and I can track. Bruce stops her and tells her, no. Alfred made me promise to not go looking for him and I will respect his decision. Selena sighs, telling him, okay, but hopefully something disastrous will happen that needs your immediate attention so you can stop fussing with that computer. Just then, Brother Eye announces that there's an issue at the prison. Someone is trying to get to Superman's cell. Bruce asks, what are we dealing with? How many? And Brother Eye tells him that there are 4 advanced androids that appear to have advanced strength, the ability to levitate, and offensive laser capabilities. Also, there's a woman with a pie. A few moments later, outside of Superman's prison, Martha Kent stands there holding a pie. She says, hello, Bruce. And Bruce tells her, I'm sorry, but no one sees Clark. Martha then asks, despite everything that's happened, do you really think that there's any chance Clark would harm his mother? Bruce tells her, no, but you still can't. She walks past him, telling him, I don't really care how many supervillains you've stood in the way of. You will not stand in my way. You don't get to control everything, young man. As Martha continues to walk, Selena heads inside with Martha, asking if there's any way that she can teach her how to talk to him like that. And while the two of them leave, Jonathan Kent leans out of the window of his truck as the 4 Eradicators set it down, stating, don't feel bad. There's no stopping her. Sometimes the immovable object meets the unstoppable force, and the immovable object has some sense and takes a little step to the side. Bruce asks, you're not going to go inside with her? And Jonathan tells him, no. Bruce says, I understand. But Jonathan reaches over to the passenger side, opening the door, telling him, I doubt it. Get in. Bruce tells him, I'm sorry, but there's other things that require my... Jonathan looks back at Bruce and he tells him, get in the damn car. We're gonna get a drink. But for this to make more sense to you, we need to go back 8 years to the Wayne Refugee Fundraiser in Gotham. Bruce was meeting with different individuals in Gotham when he spots Selena among the crowd. He tells her that he didn't see her name on the guest list, and Selena says that he mustn't be very observant. She whispers to him, not here, on the roof. But before they could leave, Bruce is shot in the shoulder. She catches him and she sets him down, and Bruce tells her, the shot came from up southwest window, go! She tears her dress off, throwing her heels, and runs to the stairs. She jumps out the window to follow the shooter. And just as Deadshot gets ready to pull out his rifle, Selena jumps on him, sending him to the ground. Deadshot starts to get up, asking, what the hell? I'm not sure what you're up to, but I try to only kill the people that I'm paid to kill. He then takes out a high-voltage stun gun, shocking the water, electrocuting Selena as she stands barefoot in the puddle. A short while later in Metropolis, Lois runs into Clark's office and begins closing the blinds so that no one can see. Clark tells her a newly married couple closing the blinds on an entire newsroom isn't exactly going to go unnoticed when these people are professionally suspicious. Lois turns back and says that she's got word. Bruce Wayne's been shot. He's currently in surgery in Gotham Central. Clark starts to ask what about, and Lois kisses him as she takes off his glasses, telling him, go. Seconds later, in Bruce's hospital room, Clark climbs through the window and asks Nightwing how's he doing. Bruce speaks for him, telling him it doesn't really suit Superman to go through the window in the dead of the night. Nightwing says that he's just frustrated. He's gonna blame it on the morphine. Bruce then leans back, stating he's got the morphine. I trained to function normally through painkillers. And Clark laughs, stating, of course you have. He takes Bruce's hand and he says, you gave us a real scare.
Fuck.
For a moment, Bruce hesitates and smiles back, stating, I'm okay. Really. As Selena and Alfred come in, Clark asks Nightwing how safe is he, and Nightwing says that Oracle has gotten everyone set up in the surrounding buildings and streets. Clark asks what seems to be the motive, and Alfred tells him that Master Wayne has been receiving death threats over his refugee charity. Selena adds, which he kept secret. She goes on stating that the shooter was Deadshot. Assuming Bruce was wearing a vest underneath, he aimed for the shoulder and the armpit. Deadshot is expensive, so whoever wanted Bruce dead was willing to pay top dollar. They're not going to stop until they do. Bruce asks, you don't think that I can take care of myself? And Clark says, Batman could take care of himself, but Bruce Wayne is as mortal as anyone else. He thinks on it and he says, we need to bring Bruce somewhere that's more remote, safe. Selena asks, like the Batcave? And Clark smiles, no, more like a fortress. A A short while later, over in Smallville, Clark introduces Bruce, Selena, and Alfred to Jonathan and Martha, and the two of them welcome them into their home. Jonathan reaches out to grab the suitcases from Alfred, stating that he can take care of that, and Alfred tells him that he can manage. Martha then says that they have a spare room set up for Alfred, but she's not sure about the other sleeping arrangement. Clark's room is ready, but it might be a little snug if there's two of them. Not that that ever appeared to be an issue for Clark's friend Lana, as she used to sleep in after dark. Clark shouts, "Ma!" and Selena tries to hold back her laugh. A few days later, over in Metropolis, Clark lands on the roof of the Daily Planet asking Lois what she's learned. Lois tells him that it's a white supremacist cell of Intergang with a sizable war chest. They were very happy about Bruce's charity events. Clark asks why would they do this, and Lois says because they're Nazis. They don't want people who look different from them coming into our country. Clark sighs, stating, "I will never understand." Lois smiles, stating she knows. That's one of the many reasons that she keeps him around. She almost has enough to bring down Intergang, but their hit squad will still be operating independently if we take out the organizers. We have to flush them out. Back in Smallville, Bruce steps out onto the porch of Jonathan. Jonathan says, "There's no stars like this in Gotham. Can't sleep?" Bruce tells him, "I tend to sleep strange hours." And Jonathan says, "I'm a bit of a night owl myself. My father worked nights. Maybe it's genetic. How about yours?" Bruce tells him that he doesn't have a father. He died. Jonathan then asks, "Who was that man trying to stop us from taking our bags then?" "You got it, Dad. You're just bad at letting it go." Bruce says that he appreciates them allowing him to stay. And Jonathan tells him it's not the first time that Clark's brought hurt things here. All kinds of critters. Dogs, birds, frogs, bats. Bruce looks at Jonathan, telling him, "He told you." And Jonathan says, "Clark? Absolutely not. The boy would take a secret to the grave. He's as loyal as they come. He just doesn't have very many friends that we don't know about. Not friends that he would bring to the house, that is. We just put two and two together. Clark would have mentioned if he was friends with Bruce Wayne, but he talks about Batman all the time. Honestly, Clark may be able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. He believes that Batman can walk on water. I shouldn't be saying this, but I'd take a guess that Batman is Clark's hero." 2 weeks later, back in Gotham, Bruce sits in the limo, and Alfred says that he really has to question this method. Is he just gonna drive him around, brooding, waiting until they attack? Bruce tells him, "I'm pretty sure it won't take them that long to strike, if it makes you feel better." And Alfred says, "No, that's hardly comforting, sir." A few seconds later, Diablo jumps out in front of the limo and blows it up. Bruce coughs as he gets up, and Deadshot points his gun down, telling him, "I'm not gonna screw it up from here." Just then there's a loud bang, and Batman appears behind them, telling Deadshot that he's right where he wanted him. There's a quiet tink as the bullet falls, and Deadshot looks back at Bruce, asking, "What the?" Bruce pulls open his shirt, revealing an S, and the two heroes get to work. A little while later, on top of the Daily Planet, Clark says that Amanda Waller personally took the group into custody. And Lois says that that's it then. Intergang's operation will be done once she publishes everything that she's got. It's pretty expensive too. Business leaders, a few politicians. Bruce asks, "Who are they?" And Lois tells him, "As long as you've got a subscription to the Daily Planet, you can read about it in the morning." Bruce shakes Clark's hand and he says, "Thank you, both of you. I won't forget this." Now, we go back to the current day, and the doors to Clark's cell opens up, and he asks, "Ma?" She sets the pie down as she hugs her son, telling him, "It's okay. You can hug me back. You can't hurt me." As Martha wipes her eyes, Clark sits down asking, "How is it out there?" And Martha says that it's getting along okay without him, but she's sure that if he would come to his senses, he'll need his help one day. Clark then asks, "Pa?" And Martha says that she knows his father. He's arguing with a billionaire about who's about to buy the drinks. And over in a small bar, Bruce says, "Trillionaire, actually." Jonathan takes off his jacket, telling him, "Good for you. It's still my round." Alfred asks me and Martha to take care of him. Jonathan hands Bruce his beer. He leans back and he says, "I always go here for a very frank and honest conversation. I'm betting Batman doesn't get a lot of hard truth directly his way. It's a lot of combination of running into the shadows when he doesn't like something and intimidating everyone else. Martha and me raised the most powerful man in the world. We used to have to set boundaries for a teenager that could turn a mountain into dust. Batman doesn't scare me. So how's it going? And be honest." Bruce tells him, "It's been difficult, trying to save the world from itself without..." And Jonathan finishes, "Without overstepping, without resorting to what Clark did. Did he come to you?" And Bruce asks, "After Lois?" "Yes." Jonathan then asks, "Did he ask for help?" And Bruce says, "In a way." Jonathan says, "Right. But you didn't help him." Bruce tells him, "He murdered someone in cold blood, and what he's done since." Jonathan stops him, telling him, "I'm not talking about what he's done after. I'm talking about what happened that day." Bruce tells him again, "He took a life." And Jonathan tells him, yes, men should be punished for the wrong that they do. I'm as stubborn and prideful as anyone, but I'm not condoning what Clark did. But this isn't about what's right and wrong. It's about holding an impossible man to an impossible standard. Clark is as human as anyone else. He doesn't need forgiveness. He just needs his friend to understand. Clark is far gone, but you may need to set aside your grievances one day. Bruce asks, could he? And Jonathan tells him, I'm as disappointed and angry at Clark as anyone else, but the town that he came from was too small for grudges. When it's all said and done, I'm not so sure the planet's that much bigger. When your parents are killed, in that moment, if you had a chance, would you have killed their murderer? Bruce tells him, I was a child. Jonathan says, they're all children. Later, back in the prison, Bruce stands in front of Clark's cell and Clark asks, do you do this silent treatment with everyone that you put away? No wonder most go mad. Bruce doesn't respond and Clark asks, is the world better with me in here? Has it gotten better? Bruce tells him, we're free. And then Clark says, has that freedom come with less death, less war, less conflict? And Bruce doesn't answer, and Clark says, I'll take that as a no. After a few moments, Bruce takes off his mask. He tells him, I don't think I ever said, I'm sorry, about Lewis. Clark stares for a moment, and then he grits his teeth, telling him, don't. Bruce goes on, I'm sorry that I wasn't there. I should have been better. I can't say for certain that the world is better with you in there, but I do know that it would have been a better place if Lois was a part of it. And with that, Bruce puts on the mask. And he leaves. You have stayed, you are mighty, you are amazing. Now, Injustice 2's comic book I thought was incredible. It's almost like they just told Tom Taylor, just do whatever you want. Kill whoever you want, bring whoever you want, do anything. And he did that, like, to an extreme. Oh my God. But there's still a lot of loose ends in my opinion. Like, the daughter has just been left hanging. I never learned how to pronounce properly.
What did happen to her?
And for the record, all you guys who are gonna correct me in the comments down below, nope, you're wrong. I hit up Tom Taylor, and his exact response, I don't even know how to say it. So,
why would you give a character a name that you can't pronounce yourself?
Anyway, like the daughter's been left hanging.
So strange.
Ties into Injustice 2, which then leads us to which ending for Injustice 2 is going to be canon for the whole thing.
She wasn't brought up by aliens.
What about a lot of like plot holes, like the Supergirl and Blue Beetle, and what about the Connor Kent and Wonder Girl in the future? Anyway, there's a lot of loose ends. I did enjoy this storyline. I thought it was amazing. But what did you think? What did you think in the comments down below? Let me know. If you want to see the video game coverage, which we're going to be doing very soon, then please go ahead and consider subscribing. We do a lot of stuff here on this channel. We cover a lot of things. We have a lot of fun. My producer off screen is looking at me like I'm a madman. You've made it to the end of a full story video. I can talk as long as I want at the end of these, and he can't give me any crap at all. He's not allowed to. So, personal anecdote. I got to go to play Injustice 2 before the game even came out. And one of the funny things that I found about going to that event and meeting Ed Boon, weird flex, right? Totally met Ed Boon, totally cool. So here's where the story gets interesting though. So if you're gonna go back, so I met Ed Boon.
He lived a hell of a life.
If you go back to the original Injustice Game 1, the original, I was working on our gaming channel, Eligible Monster, very quiet plug for our discussion video game channel. What we do over there is we discuss video game stuff, like situations in the news.
Fuck.
We put that over there, it's a lot of fun. Anyway, Eligible Monster, go check that out.
Overwhelmed.
But at the time, we were still trying to find what Eligible Monster did. Now, we were going to try and do funny video game skits. And I put on a costume that you can buy at Walmart, the one with the fake abs for Flash. Okay, I put that on. But I didn't wear a cup or anything like that, and didn't wear anything underneath. So you're probably going, where's this story going? We took a photo, and you can pretty much see my manhood just like outlined in this costume. We tweeted Ed Boon retweeted it, then I just get nothing but comments of, check out the Flash's dong. So, cut 2 years later, I'm meeting Ed Boon. I go over to him and I want to tell him this story, and I chickened out. But I got another photo with him, and I tweeted it, I played the game, and if I wanted to go back over, no. Little tip, at no level are you gonna feel comfortable being like, hey, what up, Ed Boon? Yeah, about 2 years ago, tweeted a picture of my Dan's gotta censor that. I'll see you guys next full story right here. Welcome to the Full Story series, where we take some of our older videos and we compile them together to give you almost a cinematic experience. All of the ideas and stuff that we've put into a ton of videos, and today we're going to be covering the Ultimate Spider-Man line, going from his original origins all the way to the death of the Ultimate Spider-Man. I hope you guys enjoy.
Watch the whole.
There is an alternate
I could watch part
one that
of it.
was quite popular at its inception, but it eventually waned from the favor of its readers. This is the Ultimate Universe. Many things are familiar here, while many things are also very
most of
contrasting.
that universe
While there are
deserved to
many things
be
that people liked about this world,
burned
in the
with a
end, it was
blowtorch.
destroyed in the Secret Wars, and some of the best parts were then merged with the original.
I'm liking
Marvel
what they're doing
universe.
with
But
the
that is
new Ultimate
end of the
Universe.
story, and I'm jumping ahead of myself because I'm here to tell you the magnificent tale of Spider-Man, and we need to go back to the beginning. In a lab. You see, in this universe, the tale is a bit different at the start. Osborn Industries, the company that belonged to Norman Osborn,
Does he have the same stupid hair?
which led to experimenting on a
It
spider,
looks like he
which was
does.
accidentally let free from its
Guess,
container. And this brings us to
dumb
our
hair
young
is
15-year-old Peter
universal
Parker,
in
a
all
bookworm with
universes.
his mind on other things, like his studies and girls, such as Mary Jane. But while his life as a punching bag always took a toll on him, there was someone who gave him hope and helped him through it. His Uncle Ben. You see, his parents both died.
No, it's like outside of the Spider-Man comic book, like half the characters in all the books felt like creeps or
Peter was also
assholes.
close friends with the wealthiest kid at school,
Just-
Harry Osborn, son of Norman Osborn.
Some of these characters
So,
were just
that
so
night
off
after
the
dinner, Harry
rails.
came by the Parker pad, as he called it, to learn about biology. And that's when Peter explained that his parents were supposedly killed in a plane crash, and that on the board in front of both of the boys was a formula that his father came up with before he died. The next day, the whole school went on a field trip to Osborn Industries, where the fateful act happened. The weird spider from the start of our tale crawled out and bit Peter Parker on the hand, and with that, he hit the ground right away, starting to feel weird. Now, this part of the story remains much of the same. A young boy begins to slowly discover that he has powers, everything from strength, speed, and agility. And while this is going on, Norman Osborn had Peter followed. He knew of the spider that bit Peter, and he wanted to know what was happening. Was the boy going to live, or was he going to die? As things progressed, both Peter and Osborn began to see the growth of his abilities. But the problem is that with the growth of Peter's abilities, also grew his ego. And eventually he grew cocky. You see, as one of the kids picked on him, he retaliated, and he actually injured one of those kids. The parents demanded that Uncle Ben and Aunt May pay the $2,500 hospital bill for their child, which drove Peter further into his own head. He had these abilities now. Why shouldn't he use them? And why can't he make money from them? He decided to enroll in wrestling matches to win a little money. But of course, he had to wear a mask, as they wouldn't let a 15-year-old kid enroll in these things. The story of Peter Parker kept progressing as he excelled at sports and continued to win these matches until eventually he made an actual Spider-Man suit. But back at Osborn Industries, Norman decided that if this kid can gain powers from his formula, why couldn't he? So he has an individual known as Dr. Octavius run various tests on Peter's blood, and they figured out the perfect formula that made Peter into a superpowered individual. Except when they tried to test it on Norman Osborn, Dr. Octavius changed something in the formula. Something that he wanted to do, something that he wanted to alter, and it went wrong. The entire lab was destroyed. Norman Osborn went missing. Back with Peter, he continued to win at each and every match as Spider-Man. And as it was all working out, Peter was walking home one night when a thug ran up on him after robbing a deli. That was it. The moment that Peter could alter his entire history. This universe could go a completely different path. So what did the Peter Parker of the Ultimate Universe do? He let the robber go. It's not his problem, he told the deli owner. After that, Uncle Ben and Aunt May confronted him at the door to ask about his grades and ask why he was slipping. An argument ensued, and Peter ran off into the night. He ended up at a party with girls coming on to him, and Mary Jane upset that she saw it. She did have feelings for Peter, though she didn't really know how to tell him, and seeing him with that other girl, well, she left the party. Peter chased after her, but as he got to the door,
Snooze, lose,
Uncle Ben was
MJ.
standing there because his 15-year-old nephew was now at a party, and he was there to bring him home. He took him outside to ask him why he was doing this. He's such a smart kid. Why waste away his potential on things like these parties? He told Peter various things about his father, things such as responsibility and what this means. He told Peter that his father believed that he was destined for great things. And with all of the great things that he was destined for, great responsibility would come. But that angered Peter more as he wanted to know if his father knew so much, why did he leave? And he ran off into the night, a confused kid. And by the time he got home, it was too late. You see, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, they were playing cards when they heard a noise in the back of the house. Ben decided that he would go see what it was, and when he got there, he found a man with a gun pointed at him. The robber demanded money, and Ben laughed, telling him that the robber had more money than any of them. That was it. A gunshot, and Uncle Ben was gone. But Peter wasn't about to lie around while the police failed to find the murderer, and he ran out of the house changing into his costume. Many of you know where this story goes next, but Peter tracked the murderer down into a warehouse, and the police cornered him. He crawled in, and after pinning the man down, he realized that it was the same man, the one that he failed to stop after the deli robbery. If he had stood up and done the right thing at that moment, this never would have happened. So he strung the robber up, refusing to kill him. Peter thought back to the full conversation that Uncle Ben had with him about his father, and he remembered the words exactly. Great things are going to happen in your life, Peter. Great things. And with that will come great responsibility. He looked at his mask with tears in his eyes, telling himself, what to do now? He went off to become the hero that he was meant to be, saving kids from a burning building, beating up robbers and thugs, and stopping the crime of the city. When he got home, he saw Mary Jane. She saw him and told him that Aunt May was staying at her house with her parents. He tried to talk to her, but he broke down crying, and she held him while he cried it out. But how was the rest of the city taking this turn of events? Well, J. Jonah Jameson wasn't exactly taking it lightly, because he saw a guy running around in his underwear and assumed that he had to be a menace. So he wants as much information as he can get on this Spider-Man. While this is happening, Spider-Man is off inventing some new technology to go with his whole Spider-Man image. Basically, he created some web shooters using his father's formula for a molecular adhesive. It's strong, it's sticky, and he can shoot it out of his wrist thanks to some web shooters. The next day at school, Harry finally returned to school after losing his father in a freak lab accident, and as Peter is checking in on him, his new spider sense begins to go off. And following that, there's a loud boom! Fire and smoke begin to spew out of the school as Peter runs through the hallways trying to figure out what's going on. And it's Harry who seems to know as he's shouting, "Help me! He's here!" Using that as his entrance, Spider-Man arrives and he bolts into the building to see what exactly is happening. With the sprinklers above raining on his head, Spider-Man calls out to whoever did this, and a very large man in a torn cloak stands in front of him. "As a hall monitor, I'm going to have to ask you for your hall pass," and the man's eyes glow. He begins to hurl fireballs at Spider-Man. He bounces off of the walls, alerting our villain to the fact that this is a fire hazard, and he throws the mysterious villain into the lockers. The villain gets up and begins to swing, continuing his silence as Spider-Man continues his jokes, until eventually the villain slams Spider-Man into a wall, launching him out of the school. He continues to squeeze Spider-Man, keeping him from breathing, and then he lands in a park and he jumps again. As they're leaping through the air, his cloak begins to come off, and Spider-Man sees a big green goblin face, which growls the word, "Parker." Spider-Man looks at him. "Who are you?" And instead of responding, he throws Spider-Man down into the streets below. He begins to panic. How can I survive this? Is this the end already? Until it dawns on him. His webbing! He whips it towards one building and then another building, begging for this to work. And then like a giant trampoline, it propels him back into the sky. He cheers out, excited that it actually worked, and then he thinks to himself, I wonder if my other idea will work. And he whips onto a nearby building, swinging into action and landing square into the goblin's back. As he gets a couple of shots in, the goblin reaches up, grabbing his head, and he throws him back into the ground. He throws out two more thwips, but the goblin dodges, and it attaches to the nearby helicopter. While they both stand there staring at each other, another problem has presented itself as the goblin now sees the looky-loos who have joined the fight, and he begins to sprint off towards them. Spider-Man tries to attach his webbing to the goblin, but he has too much sheer strength, and he pulls Spider-Man right off of the wall. He then throws his cloak into the air with Spider-Man still attached, and he leaps up to the level of the helicopters. His hands begin to burn brightly as he prepares to throw more fireballs at them. And as Spider-Man gets between the goblin and the helicopters, he shouts, "Stand down! I won't let you hurt these people!" But that's the moment that the officers in the helicopter take their shot, covering the goblin's chest with bullets. Spider-Man calls out to them to stop shooting as the goblin holds his chest, all bloodied, and he looks at Spider-Man. "Parker!" he shouts as he leaps at him, but Spider-Man jumps over his head, dodging him, allowing the goblin to fall into the bay, where he falls deeper and deeper into the water. He turns to the police, telling them that they have to save the guy if they can, but instead the police open fire on Spider-Man. He dodges and he rolls out of the way, getting out of sight, before changing back into Peter and going back to the school. He stumbles out of the school, claiming that he was under a chalkboard, and Mary Jane rushes over, giving him a huge hug. Harry decides to tell everyone who that was at that very moment, and he informs the group that it was his father. Norman Osborn did not die in the lab. He changed into that thing, and now he's after Harry to kill him. As the police bring Harry in for questioning, Peter can't help but wonder what's to come next. Our story begins as a man stands over a group of security guards, telling them that he's pretty sure he didn't get paid enough to take another hit, so they should probably just give him the money. Panicking, one of the guards tells him, "Just take the money, take whatever you want." And our mysterious man tells him, "No, I want you to crawl and bring it to me. And then a voice tells him, you're so... Peter swings by punching the man, asking, who are you supposed to be? The vibrator? The man lifts his arms up to try and shock Peter, but as he does, Peter whips out his web onto the man's device and he ends up shocking him. The security guards get up and Peter asks if they're okay. They may want to call but one of the guards stops him, assuming he's also a criminal. Just take the money! Confused, Peter tells them, what? No, just call the cops, will you? The next day at school, Peter overhears some of the students talking about Spider-Man showing up in Brooklyn. One of them mentions that the paper was offering money for pictures of Spider-Man, which gives Peter an idea. So after school, he heads home and sets his camera up to begin taking photos. And as he does, he asks himself if he's really doing this. He really needs money, but this is a bit much. The next day, J. Jonah Jameson is shouting to everyone that he doesn't care what they want, he wants pictures of Spider-Man. And that's when he meets Peter Parker holding out a picture of Spider-Man. Everyone stops to look and Jonah takes the stack, asking, where in good God's green earth did you get these? Peter tells him, I called in a little while ago about them. I got them when Spider-Man came to my school. Jonah looks at them and asks, did you take these pictures? And Peter tells him, yeah. So he starts sifting through all the photos, telling him, each one of these is crap. From the bunch, there is one that he pulls out. Jonah eyeballs Peter up and down and he says, how old are you? I'm 16, sort of. And Jonah tells him, fine, I'll give you 54. But before Peter can ask anything, Betty Brant begins to scream at her computer, shouting that she will light this whole place on fire. Jonah asks her what's wrong, and Betty tells him that she's an associate book editor, not a web designer, and she can't get this thing to work. It constantly freezes. Peter looks down at the screen and tells them that he sees the problem, and with a few clicks, he clears out the script error. Jonah begins signing over the payment of the pictures and asks Peter again, how old are you? You go to school or something? You need a job? After accepting the job, Peter heads home for the night, and as he sleeps, he begins to have the same nightmare that's been haunting him ever since Uncle Ben's death. He wakes up screaming that he couldn't stop it. He just couldn't stop it. So the next day, he decides he's gonna go look up information on that robber. And as he enters in the information, two links pop up, one with an image. The image shows the man with other thugs. And through a link of all of the thugs, Peter realizes that the man at the top of the list is Wilson Fisk, the king. Afterward, Peter spies on the three thugs that he saw in the photo with Uncle Ben's killer. As the men head into their hideout, Peter kicks the men inside, telling everyone that he's here to sign up for the wet t-shirt contest. Dan goes to grab his gun, but Peter whips his webs out, knocking the gun out of his hand. The bigger man, Ox, steps up, and Peter punches him with all he's got, and quickly realizes punching Ox may not have been the best idea. He swings, knocking Peter into Dan, and then Montana cracks her whip, wrapping it around Peter's neck. He tells everyone that this is just a Fed trick. They need to throw this kid out and bolt the doors. Ox tells him that he's just being paranoid, but as Ox tries to swing again, Peter jumps up onto the wall. As he lands, he pulls on Montana's whip, and he throws him into Ox. He then webs up the two of them and throws Dan into the group. Peter looks at them and tells them, I know you guys work for the Kingpin. I would like to know where he's at. So they go ahead and spill the beans, and they tell him that Kingpin is holding a fundraiser at his office on Friday. A real MVP, VIP sort of thing, real legit. Peter then realizes that they're kind of spilling the beans on a lot of information and asks, why are you telling me all of this? The man says he works for Kingpin. Doesn't mean he has to like him. Seconds later, the front door is kicked in by two FBI agents bursting in, telling everyone to freeze. The woman stops for a moment and then says, it's him! It's Spider-Man! Peter tells them that it's really not what it looks like, and the agents tell him to put his hands in the air. Thinking quickly, he tells them, look at the time! I've really got to get going, and he jumps over the agents and swings away. The next day, Peter stops by the newsstand to read the headline, Spider-Man, Mob Menace. Later that night, as Peter heads over to the big VIP MVP thing that Kingpin's doing, he gets to the tower and he watches as Kingpin gives his speech. Peter tells himself that he's going to find a way to expose Kingpin, all of the drugs, thievery, and murder. All he does is write a check, and suddenly he's a good guy? Ironic, really. People think that Kingpin is a good guy, and Spider-Man is the bad guy. As Peter climbs up through the window, he begins to search through Kingpin's office, and then he suddenly notices a lens in the distance. Peter tells him that he's starting to get a funny feeling when things start to feel like they're about to go wrong again, almost like a spider sense kind of thing. And suddenly Kingpin appears reaching out, grabbing him. He asks if there's anything that he can do for him, and Peter spins around punching him, realizing that he's got to stop punching giant guys. Kingpin grabs a hold of his arm, asking who sent him, and through the pain of having his arm crushed, Peter tells him, Carson Daly! He kicks himself away, and Kingpin tells Electro to take care of this. He needs to get back down to his guests. Out of the group of men behind Peter, one man's eyes begin to glow, and electricity begins to spark around him. Electro fires a bolt of electricity, zapping away at Peter. Kingpin tells Electro that this is his office, you know. And after a few more blasts, Electro finally hits him. He tells him that he's sorry about the room, but this really isn't an exact science or anything. And Kingpin tells him to just take off the mask. One of the men pulls Peter's mask off to see that he's a kid. He then tells the men to call for Mr. Big. His presence is required. And Electro asks, what are we gonna do about the kid? Toss him out the same way that he came in. And also find this Carson Daly person and destroy him. As Peter's body is thrown out the window, he slowly begins to wake up and tries to catch himself along the building. But as he does, he grabs onto a window by the ballroom and everyone watches as he slides down and falls off. A little while later, Peter heads home telling himself that he messed up bad. He got electrocuted, had his web shooters crushed, and his mask ripped off and then thrown out a skyscraper. Maybe he shouldn't have gone down there. The next day at Kingpin's tower, Kingpin shows Mr. Big Peter's mask, telling him, I had a visitor last night. Come into the office. He came into the office and started a fight, almost ruining my dinner party. Mr. Big laughs, stating, he sounds like that's Gavoots, Martha Stewart. The entire room goes silent, and Mr. Big says, it's starting to sound like you have elevated yourself above all of us here common thugs, Mr. Kingpin. Rumor has it that you can't even get your hands dirty anymore. And Kingpin decides to respond to that. Finally, Mr. Big takes a stand, and then he looks at Ox and Montana, telling them, it's time to pick a side. Ox and Montana grab a hold of Mr. Big's arms, telling him, you have to understand. Kingpin takes off Mr. Big's hat, and then slides Peter's mask onto him and begins to wrap his hands around his head. Kingpin's hands begin to come together, and his grip begins to get tighter, and Mr. Big begins to scream out in pain, until finally, he stops screaming. The next morning, Peter watches the news.
I guess that was the last one.
The body of Mr. Big floating down the river wearing the mask of Peter are being aired. He tells himself being demasked isn't the worst thing to happen to a superhero. This right here is the worst thing that can happen to a superhero. The next day in class, the teacher begins to review what type of man Richard Nixon was when he was president and why he had everything recorded. The class begins to shout out answers, and one of them says that he was paranoid, to which the teacher tells him that that is correct. The teacher goes on asking, why would a paranoid man record all of the questionable dialogue? And Peter remembers back to when he saw the security footage in Kingpin's office. And he says, because he thought he was untouchable. After class, Peter begins searching online for security systems and finds the company name rather quickly, so he has an idea. And he emails the company stating that he's interested in getting security for his business, and he would like information on some of the systems that they use for their larger businesses. After heading home for that day, he checks his computer to find the security company emailed him back and told him the exact model that all of the large companies use, as well as a link to the technical pages for how they work. After watching everything that they've given him, he realizes that they record everything on DVDs, and he needs to get those DVDs. Because not only will they have a video of him being demasked, but it also will allow him to find out what the Kingpin has been doing. Later that night, Peter sets out and sneaks into Kingpin's tower, and once he gets inside, he sneaks up on the security guard who's monitoring the security system, knocking him out. Meanwhile, back upstairs, Kingpin talks with Electro and his men regarding the fact that they need to find that Spider-Man kid. Downstairs, Peter is fighting off the second security guard, and the guard fires a few shots hitting the building's electrical panels. Suddenly, the whole building loses power. Now, with everyone knowing that someone is here, Peter runs over to the security server and rips the door off of the hinges. He cycles through a few discs and takes the ones with the date of him being there and a few of the extra ones. He then packs up and gets a funny feeling, and a bolt of electricity shoots by. He barely dodges the strike, and then a whip lashes out, wrapping around his neck. As Peter looks back, he sees Electro, and Electro tells him, don't worry, this will only hurt a lot. Peter manages to break free from the whip and begins fighting everyone and dodging their attacks. Dan starts shooting, but Peter asks him, how many times do I have to tell you? No guns! And he webs up his hands again. Before jumping away, Ox grabs a hold of Peter's leg and begins slamming him back and forth into the computers. Peter lays on the ground. Ox grabs him by the neck and tells him, we should go on and bring you to the Kingpin. But as everyone looks at Peter, he shouts, acting, ta-da! And he kicks Montana and Electro away. Electro fires the bolt, but Peter dodges out of the way of that one, and the bolt ends up hitting Ox. Montana, in response to that, cracks her whip as Electro is apologizing. And as the end of the whip is getting closer, Peter grabs it and pulls it to bring Montana to him and then kicks him back down. With Ox and Montana down, Electro begins firing away, trying to hit Peter, so he jumps down, grabbing him by the wrist, telling him, I'm kind of curious as to how you got your powers. Are you a mutant? And Electro responds with, are you? Peter tells him that he asked first, so Electro tells him he's not a mutant. But why would you care anyway? Peter responds with, I'm a huge science geek, so I'm kind of sort of into this stuff. I will say this, after they take care of you, we're gonna be going after your friends and your family. They're all gonna be fried. And Peter tells him, if that's the case, then you can't be mad about me doing this. He kicks a water pipe and throws Electro into the pouring water. The water electrocutes him, and soon he begins to fall over. Looking down at everyone, Peter hears Ox trying to wake up. So he jumps down on him and tells him that if he wants to do the right thing, march that incredibly stupid butt over to the comp and confess what they did. And then he begins to run towards the exit, thinking to himself, he did it. He really did it. How cool hell is he? But before he can open the door, Kingpin's voice tells him, there is no way that you're going to leave here alive. So, who are you working for? Peter stops and tells him, I had something prepared for the next time we ever met, so okay, here it goes. You're so fat that when you cut yourself shaving, marshmallow fluff comes out. Kingpin stares at him, and Peter goes on. You're so fat that your high school yearbook photo was taken from a helicopter. Kingpin starts to grind his teeth, and Peter goes on to say another. But Kingpin begins yelling and charges after him. Peter jumps, telling him, hold on, I got one more. And just as the Kingpin reaches him, he dodges the rest of his attacks. For such an evil, arrogant guy, you think you can just walk all over everyone. Kingpin begins to punch away again, and as he does, Peter webs his arms to the wall, telling him that he really didn't come here for a fight. So he shouts, you're a dead man! And then Peter webs his face. As everything goes dark, Kingpin rips himself from the wall and tears away the
I love
webbing on his
lobbies.
face to find nothing. The next day at the Daily Bugle, writer Ben Urich sits at his desk watching a video of the murder of Mr. Big. He then reads a note left to him that enclosed all sorts of goodies on Kingpin. P.S. Not for the squeamish. Elsewhere, Kingpin begins to read the headline, American Kingpin of Crime Caught on Tape. Whereabouts unknown. His lawyer tells him not to worry, he'll get him out of this. But really, someone was murdered and it was caught on tape. Kingpin looks at him and he walks away. During all of this, Peter Parker and
And
Mary
he
Jane
walks
have having an
away.
interesting relationship. He wants to go out with her, she seems to like him, but she's also seeing a bunch of other people. It's kind of confusing, but it's typical high school drama. But the next day after all of those events happen, after school, Peter sits nervously with Mary Jane sitting on his bed and tells her, so yeah, there's something I wanted to tell you. She stares at him, telling him okay. And he tells her, really, you can't tell anyone, like ever. And she tells him okay. And Peter tells her, you gotta promise. So she says she promises. And after a few awkward moments of silence, he tells her, I'm Spider-Man. She looks at him and asks, what did you say? Like the superhero Spider-Man? He tells her yes, and she bursts out laughing, so much so that she falls off the bed. She tells him to shut up, he's being such a goofball right now. And he says that he knew that he would have to do this, and he begins jumping from wall to wall. She watches and stares, and Peter asks if she's going to be okay, and then she begins to scream. Peter tells her to be quiet, on May's home, so you got up, but then May's voice shouts, what's going on up there? Better not be any hanky-panky. After finally controlling herself, Mary Jane asks, how did it happen? And Peter explains that it happened when he went to Harry's dad's work and the spider bit him. That's when she realizes that the spider almost bit her, and she could have been Spider-Man too. And then the next part of the conversation goes on to what is he gonna do because he's Spider-Man, and can she see the costume? Over at the medical facility, two doctors begin to review their newest patient. They begin to try and decide whose turn it is to clean out Dr. Octopus's bedpan. When the man slowly begins to wake up, Otto Octavius asks, why would you call me that? My name is Otto. And a metal arm begins to rise as he shouts asking, why did you call me that? Meanwhile, over at Midtown High, Peter and the rest of his classmates head over to the school campground. Kong mentions that he's starting to think that their new assignment of making a report on which superhero they would like to be seems pretty dumb. But everyone tells him that maybe it's him who's dumb. But Kong says that he's not so sure. All of these superheroes and mutants popping up. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe they should be watching out. Peter asks, what do you mean by watch out? Kong says that he's not sure. He just feels like there's gonna be some real trouble real soon. A voice then tells them that it's a meteor. And everyone looks over to see a blonde girl standing along the wall. She says that it's kind of like when the meteor wiped out the dinosaurs. Except for them, they know it's coming. She goes on telling everyone that things will be fine because in a sense, they all have superpowers in their own way, even if they're not superpowered or mutants. Kong asks, who are you? And the girl tells him, Gwen Stacy. And it's her first day here. Back over at the medical facility, Otto Octavius begins to wake up and Hank Pym sits on his bed telling him that it's good that he's awake, but it's time to talk. He explains that there was an accident in Osborne Industries that left him in a coma for the last 3 months. Otto says that he doesn't really remember what happened, and as he tries to process it, he begins to feel the metal arms. He asks what have they done to him, and Hank goes on stating that during that accident, he suffered damage to his face and neck areas. But more notably, it seems that he was fused with his own mechanical harness. Though they're not sure as to how, the arms are locked into his central nervous system, and they react and function like normal arms. Otto Octavius leans up and shouts at them to take off his bandages, and as they slowly comes off, he sees the arms. Hank tells him that it could be a breakthrough with exciting possibilities. Perhaps they could work together. And Otto says that they found him like this. They could have taken this off of him, but they chose not to? Who do they think they are? Hank says that they can't say, but they are the United States government, and they can't really tell him where he is. The metal arms begin flailing, and one shoots through the chest of one of the other doctors. Otto then looks
These doctors
back over to Hank, demanding to
are
know
dumb.
where
Did
he
they not
is.
see
The next
like
day,
he was
Skull
upset,
comes to a
or
conclusion that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Flash Thompson tells him that he's absolutely crazy, like completely crazy. But Kong says that it makes sense. That day in the field trip, Peter Parker got bitten by a spider, so he's Spider-Man. Just think about it, he broke a desk, he's super good at basketball now. That means that he's Spider-Man. Flash begins to laugh, and Kong tells him, watch, he's gonna go kick Peter, and when he dodges it. That'll show everyone. Over at his locker, Peter's spider sense begins to go off, but instead of dodging it, he flat out takes the hit. In pain, Peter looks back asking, why would you do something like that? Through the crowd of students, a voice then asks what's their problem, and Gwen walks up to Kong, telling him that if he ever does that again, then everyone notices that Gwen's holding a knife. A teacher comes by asking what's going on, and as he
That's
gets
some
there,
normal
Gwen
stuff.
drops the knife, obviously, because she doesn't want to get caught with it. The teacher then grabs Gwen by the arm and tells her that it's a great way to start her second day of school. Later, after school in the city, a man begins to run off after grabbing a woman's purse. The man tells everyone to watch it as he runs, and then suddenly, the purse is webbed out of his hand. Peter then jumps in, kicking the man, stating that feels better. He was looking for a big bald guy to knock out. The man tries to fight back, but Peter knocks him in the head and webs him to the ground. He then hops over, telling the woman that he brought back her purse. It was his pleasure to help. But everyone, including the woman who was robbed, just stare at him. She grabs the purse and begins to run off, and Peter begins to say to everyone openly, why can't a guy in his underwear just go around the city helping people without them thinking that he's crazy or something? Back as Peter looks around, he notices that he's in front of the Daily Bugle. J. Jonah Jameson is watching. He asks if he's the guy who's been printing all of that garbage about him, just to sell papers. Because if so, he has one thing to say to him. He jumps up shouting, love it, it's hysterical, and he leaves. J. Jonah Jameson looks around and says that he thought Spider-Man was going to hit him. Maybe they should get back inside where it's safe. But as Jonah begins to move, he falls flat on his face with webbing covering his feet. Once inside, writer Ben Ulrich says that you gotta
Just couldn't give it to me, could you?
The
Right.
previous owner of the home was Dr. Otto Octavius. He explains that Otto was one of the chief scientists at Osborne Industries, one of the individuals that was thought dead during the explosion where Norman Osborn went missing. But he was in fact not dead. Sources state that Otto was taken to a government hospital somewhere in South Jersey, where he managed to escape. It's also said that Otto was being observed because of complications in his condition brought on by the explosion. J. Jonah Jameson asks what does he mean by complications, and Ben tells him that he's unsure, but after what happened with Norman Osborn turning into the Goblin, it's safe to say that something fishy is going on. Jonah tells him it's okay, let's just assume that Otto killed the woman in her home. So the next question is, why? Ben says that no one would really know. Maybe he didn't expect her there when he went back to his old home, or maybe something horrible happened to him and he's gone crazy. Then outside of the office, Peter sits listening as Jonah tells Ben to go on and see what the good doctor has to say. Later that night, Otto Octavius sits in an office talking to himself. He knows what happened. It's all his fault. He paid him to give him his secrets from Norman, and when he ran out of uses for him, he tried to get rid of him. The only problem is, Otto Octavius doesn't know who he is. Otto shouts that he should have made sure that he was dead because now he's going to make him pay for what he has done to him. The next day, Peter heads over to work, but while on his way there, he catches the TV showing off Kraven the Hunter. Kraven tells everyone that he and his TV show are coming from Australia all the way over to America to film his show. He has a big surprise for everyone, but he isn't going to be making the announcement of what it is until he reaches the States. A little while later, Peter overhears some of the workers talking about a breaking story about some man with mechanical arms climbing hammer towers and trying to break in. Peter begins to think about it for a moment, and then he remembers back to when he was at Norman Osborn's facility and he met Otto Octavius, an individual who used a device that had mechanical arms attached to it. After getting off of work, Peter suits up and heads over to Hammer Towers to find out what's going on. And he finds Justin Hammer speaking with two SHIELD agents. They ask Justin Hammer if he knows who Dr. Otto Octavius is. Justin tells them no. But the agents look at him and Justin says that he just met him. Agent Carter then says that Colonel Fury would need a better answer than that. Carter then goes on to explain how Otto was fused with the machine that gave him mechanical arms. But the explosion at Norman's plant left him with amnesia, and he seems to have come here for something.
Sounds like a
For
boat.
a little while, Justin notices something in
Doing
the window
it.
when he sees Spider-Man's head.
Leaving
Two
this
agents spin
shithole.
around firing their blasters, barely missing Spider-Man. And Spider-Man figures that it might be as good a time as any to leave. The next morning, Kraven the Hunter's plane touches down.
He's doing it again.
And reporters gather around to find out
got
what the
against me?
announcement is. One reporter runs
No,
up telling him the
nothing.
world wants to know
Can I at
why
least
he's going
rest?
hunting in New York of all places, that he couldn't be hunting anywhere
Oh, at
else.
least I have
Kraven
that.
smiles, stating, I'm here to hunt a very special kind of species. I'm here to hunt the one that they call Spider-Man. The reporter then asks, what's he going to do when he finds Spider-Man? And Kraven tells him, I'm going to kill him with my bare hands. While Kraven makes his announcement, Peter launches back home trying
Oh, this guy was right behind me.
He's at Kraven the Hunter,
I left
the guy
just
who's
in
known for
time.
hunting down things and killing them, chasing him. A week
My
later,
track
he heads to
record with
school where he
PvP
begins
is
a
not
social studies
great.
class when Gwen Stacy is let back into the classroom. She tells everyone that she's sorry for
See what
pulling
high-level
doesn't want anyone
players-
to think of her as a crazy girl.
better
But one thing that she does
players
wanna
do.
say
Oh,
is that
look,
she
some
doesn't like
PvP.
bullies. Gwen takes her seat and the
People who
teacher
are good
says
at the
they're going
game.
to the school assembly in about 10 minutes. But if they have any questions regarding their superhero project, now is the time to ask. One of the girls says that she
like
feels
everybody's
the
all
assignment
about
is
the
a bad
Bard.
idea. This is supposed to be a social studies class, not a superhero dress-up class. scientists. Not long ago, the school was attacked by a mutant. Now they're supposed to dress up as one. The teacher says that the assignment is supposed to help them study the environment from a different perspective. And the girl responds with, it doesn't matter. She talked to her mother, and she will be bringing it up in the next PTA meeting, because mutant things shouldn't even be in a classroom. The teacher turns around asking if anyone else feels the same way, and Gwen smiles and raises her hand. Meanwhile,
turn
over in
into
New
a
York City,
demon?
Justin Hammer heads out of his press conference while speaking with one of the scientists from his New Jersey facility. Justin tells him that they're going to need some major firepower. He needs to back up right away. The scientists say that their experiments are going smoothly and on track, but currently their subject, Flint Marco, is still adjusting to the experiments. A screen then changes to a man squirming in sand and screaming. Justin asks what the hell was that, and the scientist says that's Flint and the Sandman project.
Oh man, you gotta love first person Diablo.
Shield, and Justin tells him that he will not, mainly because they're going to look around his facilities and they will find that he's in violation of the superhero test ban. That and how Otto Octavius was an industrial spy for him and that was sent.
I would love to see like some kind of Diablo mod for this game.
Justin Hammer's fault. A short while later, Justin arrives at the conference where he's about to announce the Energy Dome project, a power plant offering an abundance of affordable and alternative energy sources. As he takes the stage, he explains that they are currently unveiling a groundbreaking energy technology with a hybrid of solar, electric, and nuclear energies. But as the announcement goes on, the video feed from the dome shows the scientists being attacked by Otto Octavius. Back at the school, the students all gather around for the assembly where the principal announces that they've all brought here today to be informed that the school has been chosen to be the filming site for the Kraven the Hunter show. But as he goes on explaining the do's and the don'ts, he's told that there has been some trouble in the city, and the school is currently being placed under a lockdown. While the students all begin to panic, Mary Jane looks at Peter and tells him to go. Over at the dome, the police begin to arrive by helicopter, but one of the pilots tells the other that he may have a stowaway. The second pilot asks, what does he mean? And they both realize that hanging from a web, Spider-Man says that this idea was so much better.
Wow, look at that. Got himself
and he tells them to please stop, I'm trying to help. Then he swings, dodging the gunfire, and as he releases and crashes into the facility, he gets up yelling, ta-da! And then he sees Otto Octavius standing there with a dead scientist. After seeing the destruction caused by Otto Octavius, Peter goes to check on the surviving scientists that are crawling out of the debris.
I forgot I actually survived.
And then his spider sense begins to go off. Metal arms begin to shoot past Peter, hitting him in the head and knocking him down. Otto picks up Peter's body, asking, what is this ridiculousness? Peter mumbles out some words, and Otto leans in, asking, what? And Peter tells him, you're one to talk, and he claps his hands on the side of Otto's head. As Doc Ock stumbles backwards, Peter kicks free by kicking him in the head and then knocking away his glasses. Otto goes to cover his eyes, and Peter tells him that that's the least of his problems. First of all, why the green jumpsuit? Peter webs up the metal arms, and as they flail around, the web stretches and then it snaps. And Peter realizes that this could be a problem. The arms begin whipping around, and Peter blocks and dodges them. And then one of them shoots up, hitting him in the head. Doc Ock then picks up Peter's body and tries to hit him. But while Peter tries to defend himself, one of the arms begins to change, and it shocks Peter. His body is flung from the facility to the outside, where it bounces onto the pier. He then starts to wake back up and realizes that he can hear voices. And then his spider sense goes off again. He looks back to see the police SWAT team surrounding him, all pointing their guns at him. One of the officers shouts for him not to move, or they'll blow off his mutant freak head. The officers then get down and begin to place Spider-Man in handcuffs. But Agent Carter steps up, stating that she'll take it from here. The officers all argue that this is their bust. But while Agent Carter and the officer go on, Peter points, asking if Charlton Heston is over there. And of course everyone looks. He jumps up from the grips of the SHIELD officers, and he begins to web up everyone before jumping off of the pier and into the water. Agent Carter shouts for everyone to go after him, but as the agents jump in after Peter, all they find is his torn suit. A little while later, he heads home to watch the news, and on it, Justin Hammer states that he's not sure who that Spider-Man guy was, but they all have their concerns if he's the one who attacked. Peter shouts, come on! And Mary Jane tells him to just ignore it. He says that he's just trying to help people, but instead, he keeps getting his butt kicked every time he goes out. Mary Jane suggests that maybe he should learn some kung fu or something, but really, she needs to get going anyway. He can work on that later. She then gives him a kiss and says that she'll be by tomorrow after school so they can patch up the costume. Once Mary Jane leaves, Peter sits back down to watch the news, and all of the reporters.
Alright, let's see how I'm doing here. Still got my shitty frock, shitty quarterstaff, and book.
What his next move is, he hears Aunt May's voice asking.
Best thing that's come out of this so far is my boots here, which
crawls up to the bathroom. As he stumbles through the window,
it's not even really that good for me when I go ahead and replace them.
Peter says that he's having stomach problems, but he'll be fine. She tells him okay, well, she brought him dinner just in case he needs anything. And the next day at school, the camera crews begin to set set up their scene with Kraven when one of the workers explains to everyone that they need to try and act natural when Kraven comes in. All of the students begin to gather around, and Gwen sees Peter and asks what happened. Did those jerks beat him up again? Peter tells her no, he just fell is all. And Mary Jane says, yeah, down the stairs. But as Mary Jane gives Peter a glaring look, Gwen checks on his face, and Kraven walks in. He heads over to the hole that was created in the fight between Spider-Man and Goblin, and he begins to sniff. Everyone watches as he examines the hole, and then he turns back. Peter looks as Kraven begins to sniff through the crowds, and then he shoots a look right towards Peter Parker. And he keeps moving. Gwen asks if it's just her or does that guy vaguely smell like kitty litter. Kraven stops and glares at her. And Gwen waves back. Later, reports start to swarm around that Justin Hammer is trying to get a statement about what happened at the dome. Justin rushes by to get away, and as he heads up the elevator, he tells his assistant Judith that the whole thing is going rather poorly. But as the elevator opens, Spider-Man's voice asks him, "How do you think I feel?" Spider-Man is sitting at Justin Hammer's desk reading his address book, stating, "You stink, and on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the stinkiest, you're totally like a 14. One of Justin's bodyguards reaches for his gun, but Peter webs up his arm, and then he webs up the second bodyguard. As Judith pulls out her phone, he webs her up too. And after seeing that it was just a phone, he tells her, "My bad." Justin tells Spider-Man that he has some nerve, so he hops off the desk, stating, "You got some real nerve. In fact, I was trying to help the other day. I already have a bad enough rep with the public. I just wanted to stop by and state that whatever you and Doc Ock have going on, you can have at it, because I'm going home." Justin Hammer stops for a second and then asks, "How much?" Peter responds quickly with, "What do you mean?" And Justin tells him, "The doctor. How much would it take for you to take care of him?" "How about 50,000? Peter responds rather angrily, "First you slam me in the press, and now you're offering me money for something that I was going to do for free before I got slammed in the press?" Spider-Man leaps out the window stating, "You're what people refer to as a piece of work," and he leaves. Justin says that it was worth a shot, and then Judas says that there's a call for him. It's the doctor from the Jersey facility. The screen comes on with the doctor, and he doesn't say anything. Justin asks if he can hear them, and then blood begins to drip from his lip, and his body is thrown to the side. Doc Ock, Otto Octavius, appears on the screen, and Justin asks what is he doing. Otto tells him, "This is something of a payback for making me like this." Justin tells him, "If you have any issues with me, we need to talk face to face." And Doc Ock says, "That's true. Come meet me at this facility." A short while later, Justin heads out and notices that everyone in their cars is honking at him. Judith asks what they're honking for, and it's because Peter is riding atop of the limo. As Justin pulls up on his facility, he starts to see the news trucks all gathering around, and then he sees him, Doc Ock. Otto tells Justin to come out and admit his sins. The press would like to hear all about the things that are going on here. And then one of his metal arms begins to tap on the limo window. The driver says that he can get them out of here if they want to turn around. And Judith shouts for him to just do it then. So the driver floors it into reverse. As the limo begins to back out, a metal arm smashes through the window, and others begin to pick up the limo. Otto Octavius shouts that he will not deny him again. And then he begins to shake the limo as his eyes are suddenly webbed up. Spider-Man says that he can't watch this anymore, and he swings in, kicking Doc Ock. He stares at the webbed up arms, and then one of them points towards him and switches to a gun. The arm begins to blindly fire at him and shoots towards the crowds. Doc Ock rips the webbing off of his face, and he asks Spider-Man, "Why does he keep showing up? Who are you? Another freak that Justin created?" As Peter hangs onto one of the metal arms, he tells him, "No, I'm a genetic freak all on my own, thank you. You should rent yourself out as a ride for children." And then Spider-Man is smacked into the side of a news van. Doc Ock keeps whipping around, hitting Spider-Man as the reporters all start to film the fight. Through the dodging, Doc Ock quickly manages to grab a hold of him, and then another arm reaches out and begins to shock him. But as it gets close, Peter webs it up, sending the shock back towards Doc Ock. He's then flung from the grip, and Doc Ock makes his way towards the limo, calling out Justin. As he's getting ready to grab him, a web is shot, hitting Doc Ock's pants, and then he pulls him down. Doc Ock quickly pulls his pants back up, but Peter jumps in, punching him, stating, "I didn't take you for the tidy whities kind of guy." He then kicks Doc Ock and jumps onto him, slamming him into the ground. He webs up his face, and he grabs and rips off one of the metal arms. As the camera lights all focus on Spider-Man, he sits down exhausted, and then another light shines as Kraven steps out. Peter simply responds with, "Come on, I have a curfew." Kraven shouts, "It is time to do battle." And Spider-Man asks him, "How about we go help the lady in the crushed limo over there?" Spider-Man jumps onto the limo and asks if everything's okay, and Judith says that Justin is dead from a heart attack. Spider-Man looks towards Kraven and says that he's going to rip the door off, so could he grab the girl or... And Kraven shouts, "We will do battle!" So Spider-Man tells him, "No, we won't." Kraven shows his teeth, and Spider-Man asks, "You're kidding, right?" But as Spider-Man asks that, Kraven lunges forward, so Spider-Man steps out of the way, causing him to fall down. Kraven continues to try and attack, and Spider-Man continues to tell him that he really needs to cut it out now. And after a few more swings, Spider-Man finally punches back, knocking Kraven into a car, which knocks him out. Spider-Man then tells everyone, "I did tell him to stop. You all saw that, right?" And as the reporters continue to film him, Spider-Man heads over to the limo and helps Judith out. Judith tells him thank you for saving her, and the crowds begin cheering and clapping. And then one of the reporters walks up and tells him that was amazing. Spider-Man tells him no, it wasn't. 2 people died. As he begins to leave, the reporters ask if they can ask him a few questions. And he tells them no, he'd rather not. The reporter continues to pester him, telling him that what he did was amazing. Surely he would want to. And Spider-Man stops her and telling her, "You can return the favor by calling me a mutant freak or blaming this on me or something." They try to stop him again because maybe he would want to talk to them. They're live right now, and he tells her, "Fine." So the reporter asks, "What do you want the world to know, Spider-Man?" And he says that he is from a planet many galaxies far, far away. The reporters follow up with, "Really?" And Spider-Man says, "No, I'm just like Otto Octavius. I fell backwards into some powers. I just want to help people so that people like Otto Octavius can't hurt anyone." So the reporter asks, "Why wear a mask?" And Spider-Man says that it's because he has friends and family that he doesn't want to put into the spotlight, so he protects them by wearing the mask. Even though wearing the mask might be corny, and it even forces idiots like Kraven to try and come after him, or J. Jonah Jameson to trash him to sell papers, he really doesn't care. And the reporter asks, "Why don't you care?" So Spider-Man says, it's because a guy a whole lot smarter than him told him that with great power comes great responsibility. But either way, the cops are coming. So if everyone's fine, it's time to go. He heads back home, and as soon as he opens the door, Aunt May asks where he's been. He says that he was at work, and May says that's funny because she called there, and they said he hasn't been in all week. She gets up looking at his bruises and asks, again, where was he? He says that he was fine. It was with Mary Jane. May sits back down, stating, okay. She doesn't mind if he doesn't respect her, but he will respect the rules of this house. And Mary Jane was the first person that she called. May then tells him that until he can stop lying, he's grounded, which means no more bugle, no more Mary Jane giggles in the basement. It's only school and home. Peter stating, finally.
Even made a friend.
Who's also grounded. But over in the SHIELD holding cells, Otto Octavius, Doc Ock, is sitting in his cell muttering to himself, asking who
that was worth it just to meet a friendly player.
And slowly, as he keeps asking himself, he begins to remember something from his past, when Norman Osborn had him following a little kid, a kid named Parker. Even returning home late the next morning, Peter heads out to school, where Mary Jane tells him that she watched him last night. All of the news channels are covering it. Peter tells her that he knows, but even though he saved the day, he got into a lot of trouble coming home so late. Mary Jane asks what happened, and Peter tells her that since he got caught sneaking in at 3 o'clock in the morning, he's grounded, like forever. As Peter sits on a bleacher with Mary Jane, he tells her about everything that's going on and how it might be best for them to lay low for a bit. Hang up the tights, focus back on school and reading, make sad faces to Aunt May until she finally gives in to this whole grounded thing. And as the two of them go on, Mary Jane's face suddenly begins to change as she sees Harry Osborn walking by. They both jump up, running over asking how he's been ever since the Green Goblin attack at the school a little while ago. Harry says that he's glad to be back, but he was just going through some rough stuff back then, but everything's going to be better now. As Mary Jane hugs him, Harry then says that he actually came by to tell Peter that his father wants him to come over for dinner tonight. Mary Jane says that she thought his father was, but Harry stops her and says he's fine, just with everything that's going on he couldn't deal with it. But really, his father's fine. In fact, we're super close now. Peter says that he would love to go, but he's grounded, so, and Harry asks, since when does Peter Parker get grounded? But fine, and that'll just have to be some other time. After leaving school, Peter makes his way back home trying to figure out what's going on. Norman Osborn is back. He knows who Spider-Man is, so maybe he just wants to talk about it? Maybe help him use these powers? But the more he thinks about it, the more he realizes that this is Norman Osborn, a piece of garbage mutant goblin that tried to kill him. So at least he's grounded, which will give him some time to figure this whole thing out. And as he walks into his house, he sees a limo parked out front. Peter walks inside and Aunt May tells him that he should have told her that Harry was back in town, and he tells her that he just found out himself what's going on. The woman introduces herself as Miss Brooke, Norman's personal assistant, and May tells him that Harry's father sent over a limo so that they could all have dinner. Peter tries to state that he's grounded and that he really shouldn't go, but May stops him, stating that they sent a limo. He can go to dinner with them. Miss Brooke then says this is great news. They'll have Peter back by 8 or 9. And a little while later, they pull up to the Osborn penthouse with Harry running outside asking who's grounded now, huh? Peter tells him that he's nuts, and Harry says that maybe they should just park a limo out in front of his house until May forgets that he was ever grounded. The two take the elevator up, and Harry says that he still can't believe that him and MJ are an item now. Peter asks who told him that, and he says that Mary Jane did. They talked on the phone for like an hour. The girl is totally in love. Peter then asks if she really said it like that, like using those exact words, and Harry looks at him asking, what? Didn't she tell you already? As the two go on, the elevator door dings, and Harry says that he's got to finish up with his therapist, but his father is in the back, just go knock on the door. Before Peter can even ask why he would want to talk to him, Harry leaves and Miss Brooke directs Peter to the back room. Peter tries to figure out what Norman could want, but nothing bad should happen, right? There's too many people here. What could possibly go wrong? As he steps into the office, he sees a TV showing the news clip of his fight with Doc Ock. He then hears laughing when he pulled down Otto's pants. Norman then steps out stating that he watched that clip so many times. And then he asks, how do I look? Better or worse than the last time? Peter says that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And then Norman changes the channel showing Peter being bitten by a spider and Peter asking what's going on. Norman responds by telling him, this whole Spider-Man crap, it's over. As of now, you belong to me, and we've got bigger things to discuss. Peter looks around the room for a place to escape, but Norman goes on stating, you're wondering how I'm alive, right? Well, it's because I've evolved. He takes out a syringe and he stabs himself into the neck, injecting a fluid inside. Peter's spider sense begins to go off, and then he watches as Norman falls over in pain. He begins to hit his desk, ripping his shirt off, and then Peter sees Norman's arm begin to change. As the transformation completes, Norman looks at Peter and asks, so what was your question? Norman stands over Peter, telling him, I'm just trying to show you who's in charge here. Suddenly, the two of them hear Harry shouting, asking if everything's okay, and Norman tells him it's fine. They'll be right out. He then turns back to Peter and tells him that Harry has no idea that everyone around him has a secret identity, but thankfully, he's receiving the best hypnosis that money can buy. He takes out another syringe and injects himself, and after a groan of pain, Peter watches as Norman's arm slams back onto the desk, and it claws its way as it falls behind it. Peter runs to look behind it, and he sees Norman, and when Norman looks back, he asks, where were we? He gets up and says, oh, that's right, the whole Spider-Man thing. As it turns out, I now own your genes. Therefore, you belong to me. You will do work for me, and there may be things that you don't understand. You might not even agree with them, but if you don't, well, I'll start torturing dear Aunt May. And if that doesn't set it, maybe I can destroy your little girlfriend. Mary Jane, right? Harry calls out again, but Norman tells him that it's best that they go now. They have an understanding, right? Back in the main room, Harry says that he has a copy of the Dateline story about him and his father. He's totally gonna check it out. He begins to play the video and it shows Norman and Harry as Norman explains that the reason for him and his son's disappearance was due to the concerns of an attack at Oscorp. But as the video plays, Peter begins to panic, thinking about what Norman said he would do if he doesn't do what he says. He struggles and says that he's gotta go, and he runs out of the room. Peter gets up to go after him, but Norman stops him, stating, just give him some time. He'll be back tomorrow. Later at home, Peter walks in and May asks how everything went, and Peter hardly answers her. May says that if he didn't want to go, she shouldn't have forced him. Peter says about the other night, he didn't mean to lie about it. May tells him that Mary Jane is his first girlfriend. They'll just chalk it up to experience. Peter then hugs May and she asks if everything's okay, and he tells her that it's been a long day. Later at school, he's called into the school therapist to discuss a few things. He tries to tell her that he actually is about to take a test, but Dr. Bradley tells him that it will only be a few minutes. The first thing that she understands is that the Osborns are back in town. So did Norman reveal his new abilities? Peter asks, what is this? And Dr. Bradley goes on stating, did he threaten you? Did he mention that he's aware that you are Spider-Man? Peter begins looking around the room, stating that there has to be someone else here, isn't there? And then as he looks out the window, his vision begins to blur, and as it fades, Peter says, gotta get out of town. Over by the window, the image of Nick Fury starts to become clear, and he tells Peter to just relax. They have a lot of important things to discuss and not much time to do it. Peter sits back down and he asks, how does S.H.I.E.L.D. even know about him? And Nick looks at him, stating, there isn't much in the world that I don't know. Dr. Bradley begins to list off some of the recent events, like viewing the Oscorp security footage and Otto's hypnosis transcripts. Peter gets up stating that he doesn't have time for this, but Nick tells him that he knows that Norman is going to ask him to kill him, and if he doesn't, he'll kill his aunt and whoever this Mary Jane is. Peter stops and Nick tells him to sit. They have much to discuss. He explains that Norman was working on something created for S.H.I.E.L.D., and after several years, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in the market for a super soldier serum. There are several companies competing for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Oscorp made a good presentation, but they never came through after years of development. Norman then rushed to put out something for people to see, but it ended up premature and thus resulted in the accident and the spider bite. Since all of that, Norman has blamed him for what happened, and he's been delusional with revenge ever since. Peter then asks if they know all of this stuff, why don't they just arrest Norman? And Nick says legally, Norman is off limits. The American government isn't allowed to spy on Americans on American soil, so technically we don't know any of this. Peter then asks why come to him? If they're not going to do anything to stop him, what's the point? And Nick tells him actually, he's come to tell him that he's going to be on his own, and they can't do anything until Norman does something wrong. Peter shouts, "He threatened my family! He turned himself into a monster! You can't do anything?" And Nick tells him again that technically they don't know anything. So if and when Norman makes a move on either of them, they're just gonna have to sit back and keep watching. Later after school, Peter heads home. And just like the day before, there's another limo waiting in front of the house. As he walks up, he sees Miss Brooks walking out with May, and Peter asks what's going on. May tells him that Norman has invited them all over pizza. So Peter pulls her aside, stating, "You can't go. Norman isn't a nice man. He might be a criminal." And as they talk, May looks back and quotes, "Never met a man with money who hasn't stepped on someone to get it." Peter asks what was that, and May says that it was something that Ben used to state. Miss Brooks then walks up asking if everything's all right, and May tells her yes, but sadly they'll have to make it to the dinner another time. Miss Brooks tells her that it's too bad. Mr. Osborne is looking forward to meeting them, and May just says that another time is all. Later that night, Peter heads back to try and find information on Norman, and he begins to think that maybe he should just take off the mask. Expose Norman, take the hit publicly, and see what happens. Maybe go to jail, maybe not. But as he swims away, he sees a set of teeth grinning at him from the top of a building. Norman says, "I thought I told you to throw away the costume." And Peter stops and asks, "So what did I ever do to you? Why bother me now?" Norman laughs. "What did you do?" Peter stops him, stating, "No, this whole thing was brought up by yourself. The spider biting me? Totally your fault. In fact, I should sue the crap out of you." Norman just tells him, "Soon, you will learn. And you will learn that you owe me." And he takes off. Peter watches as Norman escapes, and as he looks down towards the streets, he sees Harry helping Mary Jane out of the limo that just pulled up. But as Mary Jane steps out, Norman leaps down, snatching her, and he jumps away. However, just before he jumped off from the conversation, Norman was looking at the conversation that he had with Peter a bit differently. The voices were telling him that this is all Parker's fault.
They should kill him right now.
And then the voice tells him that there's a girl.
Go get the girl!
And that's when Norman made his move. Peter quickly chases after, shouting for someone to help. "Nick, shield anyone!" But as Norman lands on a bridge, Mary Jane calls out to Peter, and Peter tells Norman that he'll do whatever he wants, just let her go. So Norman throws Mary Jane over the ledge, and without a second thought, Peter follows. Back up top, though, a shield helicopter flies in, opening fire. Peter tries to catch Mary Jane before she can hit the water, and he webs onto her foot. He then webs back up, pulling Mary Jane towards him, and the two whip back and swing onto the bridge. Once they land, Peter says he did it, he caught her, and then he realizes Mary Jane isn't responding. Meanwhile, over at Triskelon Shield headquarters, Nick watches as Norman throws Mary Jane, and he gives the order to take the shot. Over on the bridge, two helicopters begin firing down on Norman until he falls to his knees. He looks up and he tells Nick that it's going to take a lot more than that to keep him down. Back down below, Peter tells her that she's got to wake up, and slowly her eyes begin to open. Mary Jane begins to ask what's going on, where is she? But before Peter can respond, the explosions from the helicopters can be heard above. Peter stops by one of the passing cabs, telling him that he needs to get her out of here. She'll tell him where to go, and the cab driver hops out, telling Peter, "You're the man. You can do anything you need." Up top, Norman starts firing blasts at the helicopters, but as the blast is deflected by a shield, he says he didn't know that plasma shields were ready for combat. Peter tells him that that's the least of his problems, and he jumps in, cracking Norman across the head. Norman shouts, "How dare you! I will have your head!" And then Peter jumps in, kicking up and knocking Norman back down. He jumps onto Norman and starts punching over and over and over, telling him, "You will never hurt anyone again!" And just as Peter is getting ready to take the last hit, Norman reaches up, grabbing him by the throat, and he begins to squeeze, trying to pop him. Suddenly, Peter's body is thrown to the side, and then the shield helicopters go back to firing. Through the bullets, Norman gets up and begins to escape. Meanwhile, Peter manages to catch himself before hitting the water. Peter then watches as Norman escapes, realizing that he's about to head back to his penthouse. Norman crashes into his office, and he runs over to where he keeps the Oz serum. But just before he can inject himself, he hears Harry asking if that's him. Harry sees Norman and he asks, "What did you do to my dad?" Just as Harry realizes that that is his dad, and Norman tells him, "Cellar door." Within seconds, Harry falls asleep and he falls to the ground. And then Norman goes back to the serum and he starts injecting multiple syringes until his body begins to change and grow even bigger. Peter says that he really hopes he doesn't plan on driving like that. Or can he even hear him anymore over all that crap he just put into himself? Norman charges at Peter, and Peter steps in, punching Norman back down. He then leaps up to get away as Norman gets up, but as he does, Norman manages to catch him by the leg. Norman then throws Peter through the fish tank, spraying water everywhere. And as Peter lands, some of the water splashes onto Harry, and he slowly begins to wake back up. Norman gets up, grabbing Peter again, and as the light from the shield helicopter shines in, Harry sees his dad strangling Spider-Man. Norman begins to bend Spider-Man so that he can break his back, and he manages to kick upwards, freeing himself. Peter then webs up Norman, and then using his strength, Norman rips through it. He then sees Harry staring at him, and with that moment, Peter quickly grabs the desk and he throws it at Norman. The desk crashes onto him, and then Norman grabs it, throwing it out the window. Peter jumps to catch the desk from falling on the people down below, but as he does, Norman gets back up, squeezing down on Peter's head. Norman suddenly hears Harry calling out to him, and then he turns back, and Harry grabs a pile of rubble, and he stabs it into Norman. Norman's back. Norman turns back around to try and attack, but the serum begins to wear off as Norman falls to the ground. Harry then looks at Spider-Man asking why he did this, but before Spider-Man can answer, Harry faints. The SHIELD soldiers all storm in, and one of them checks Norman's pulse. Nick asks how he is, and the soldiers give him a thumbs up, tell him to take Norman away. Peter then asks if they're going to arrest Harry, but Nick tells him that they don't do that sort of thing. They will have to deprogram the hypnotherapy and get him back to normal. Nick then tells Peter he knows this is a lot to take in, but the best thing for him to do now is keep this secret. No telling his family or girlfriend about what happened. Every time that he may want to confide in them, he inadvertently puts their lives at risk. Just relax and enjoy the youth while it's there. Peter snaps at him, telling them he doesn't want anything to do with their big boy world of theirs, and Nick tells him that he hardly has a choice. Even though right now he's a minor, the day that he turns 18, well, just try and enjoy your youth while it lasts. Peter turns to run out of the building, and a soldier asks if he should go after him, but Nick just watches and tells them no, let the kid go. Peter tracks down where he told the cab to go, and as he enters into the warehouse, he asks if she's still there. Mary Jane runs down hugging Peter, asking what happened. What happened to Harry? And Peter sits down telling her he's gone. Again, she asks what happened to him. Peter doesn't want to tell her because he doesn't want to talk about it right now. With everything that's been going on, Peter decided that it was time to focus on his schoolwork. But while sitting around in the library studying, Mary Jane runs in asking Peter if he's got his costume today. Peter asks her what's going on, so Mary Jane turns on the news and tells him that there's a giant rhino destroying things downtown. Peter runs back to suit up, and Mary Jane turns back to the TV singing, "My boyfriend's gonna kick your butt." As Peter runs over to his locker to grab his backpack, he turns the corner and sees Aunt May. He asks what she's doing here, and May tells him that she's here for a teacher-parent meeting. Peter tells her actually he's really busy right now, but that's when Peter's math teacher, Mr. Del Palma, opens the door stating that it's just about time. Why don't you both come in? As they enter and sit, Mr. Del Palma tells May that Peter is a rather exceptional student, but lately he's been rather distracted. She looks over at Peter, who's looking out the window, and then Peter turns back asking, "What?" Peter tells them both sorry, but he's actually supposed to be helping an exchange student right now, and he feels kind of bad not being there. May tells him to go on ahead then. They'll talk more tonight over dinner. So he jumps up telling them thank you, and he runs out of the room. As he runs outside, he begins to hear someone sobbing over a pile of trash. He looks over to see Gwen sitting there in the trash, and he asks her if everything's okay. Through her sobs, she tells him no, she's fine. Loving life, in fact. Peter stops for a moment and tells her, okay, he's got to get going. But Gwen shouts, "Fine, go ahead and leave her, just like your mother did." Peter turns asking, "What are you talking about?" And Gwen says that she overheard her mother talking to someone. She's planning on leaving her father and saying how her life at home is terrible. Peter tries to tell her that maybe she's just trying to blow off some steam, but Gwen shouts, "No!" Her exact words were, "My life in this house sickens me. I hate the people life stuck me with." She goes back to crying, and Peter realizes he really has to go. So he tries to tell her that he would love to stay, really, but he has something to do. Gwen tells him fine, but Peter tells her he'll be back and find her after school. He promises. After finally managing to get away, he suits up and swings downtown, and just as he arrives, he sees that everything's already been handled by Iron Man. And as he sits on the light post, Peter then hears a man shouting to him, asking, "Where were you 10 minutes ago?" No real answer. Peter swings back, thinking, at least he tried. A short while later, over at the First National Bank, Ben Urich stops by due to some issues that he's having with his ATM card. But as he and the teller talk, there's a sudden crash behind him, and someone shouts, "Don't anyone move!" He turns back, he sees Spider-Man holding one of the guards, telling everyone that this is a robbery. After Spider-Man robbed the bank, Ben hurried over to the Daily Bugle, where Jonah was more than happy to get that press rolling. While Jonah tells everyone to start getting to work on a new Spider-Man story, Peter walks by asking why everyone's running around. But before anyone can answer him, Peter
Look at me, enjoying competency.
Spider-Man now being a bad guy. Ben begins to argue that the Spider-Man that he saw.
Come on, little guy, you can find a way out.
Beat people, but Jonah shouts,
"What's going on with you?"
"We're gonna post this story, and that's that." So as the day went on, the front page of the Bugle began to report, "Spider-Man, criminal!" As Peter takes the subway home, he thanks whoever that was that robbed the bank using his costume. Fight Doc Ock, Kingpin, heck, even the Green Goblin was ended up like this beats all by far. That and the only person that he can even tell this all to would be Mary Jane, but even telling her about his powers is starting to seem like a mistake. Just as Peter begins to think to himself that he's going to
giving in.
whoever that is posing as
There's nothing you can do. Just have to take it.
He runs in asking if everything's all right, and then he sees Gwen.
I've been there,
And then
buddy.
here's May speaking with Gwen's father,
Ooh.
in the kitchen about Gwen's mother leaving them. As the two
Yeah, you're telling me.
freak and sees Peter standing there. She tells him that
I've been listening to him all day, and I just got through Injustice 1 and 2.
Not much longer. longer later, Mary Jane stops by and Peter explains the situation with Gwen.
He really loved what he
Mary
did,
Jane
you
then
know?
asks, why is she here, though?
It's sad.
And Peter says, because her mother up and left and her father is going out of town, and... But then he stops, asking, you know, the way you said that was kind of angry. Are you angry? She begins to shout, what is she supposed to think with Gwen sleeping here? In her pajamas! Peter tries to calm her down, and then he asks, wait, do you not trust me? And Mary Jane tells him, I don't trust her. I see what's going on with her.
And I don't know if you caught Rob's tribute to Benny, but man, that was really sad to watch.
Upstairs to study, and Gwen says that she thought Mary
Feel
Jane
bad for
was supposed
Rob
to join
and
them. He tells
Benny's
her that he's not sure
family.
what
It's,
happened with them, but then the news comes on the TV. And
I don't know what
reports
happened, but
announce
it's
that there was
terrible.
currently a standoff with Spider-Man and the police. Peter looks at the TV and tells May that he has to run over to Mary Jane's for a second. He rushes back downtown to see the police surrounding a jewelry store, shouting for that fake Spider-Man to come out. Peter swings by and tells them to allow him. He's dying to talk to this guy himself. As Peter jumps onto the building, the police all shout for him to get down and put his hands up. He shouts, hey, I'm not the one robbing anything here. Heck, I don't even have pockets in this thing. One of the officers shouts to take him down, and they all begin to open fire on Spider-Man. Most of the bullets fly past, but one hits Peter in the shoulder, and he begins to fall. The officers all rush in to handcuff Peter, and Peter shouts to them to just listen for a second. The officers don't, and they pick him up, slamming him back onto their car, and they begin to pull his mask off, but as they do, Peter kicks back, knocking the officers away, and he jumps. As he begins to run, the officers open fire again, but this time Peter manages to dodge them all and run. He tells them that he needs to hurry. He has to fix
Yeah,
his
man, me
mask because he
too.
needs to get out
You
of
know,
here.
and
Using all
like,
the strength that he has, he pulls the cuffs apart,
you know,
and then
especially
the
through like the
spotlight begins to
COVID
shine down on him.
years.
The police helicopter begins to fly overhead, and one of the men hangs out.
You know, especially like through the COVID years when everybody was staying home and nobody was hanging out anymore, like people like him, you know, made that time way more bearable. You know, and just having that presence there just can make a difference in your life when you don't really feel like reaching out to people, or you feel like people aren't reaching out to you. You know, I'm gonna miss that. This is the kind of thing I used to do all the time. Just have the TV on, play some games, and it's sad to think about all the future comics Benny's going to be missing out on. But he gave us a lot too. You know, there'd just be so much I wouldn't know without the dude.
Shooting a rifle down at him. After a short sprint, Peter manages to jump back down towards the ground and hide away in a dumpster. But over at Mary Jane's room, she's sitting writing in
Yeah,
a journal about how
I know,
lately she's
it's-
been having nightmares, which is not normal for her. As she writes, she begins to hear her phone go off and an operator
Everybody's hurting a little from it.
Peter Parker. She tells him that she'll accept, and soon the line connects, and he says that his aunt just called looking for him.
I mean,
She said to be home at
you know,
45 minutes in, but as she stops, she asks,
he was one of the
"What
best
is it
at
doing?"
it.
And all she can hear Peter saying is, "Help me." After a cab ride later, Mary Jane rushes
You know,
to the
you
dumpster
can't
that
talk
Peter told her
about
to meet him
YouTube
at and
comic
finds him holding a
comic
gunshot wound. She tells him that they need to
comic
hurry and get him to a
YouTubers
hospital.
without
Peter
bringing
says
up
they can't. They'll just arrest
Benny.
him there. Mary Jane tells him no, they're going to the hospital. She knows just how to do it. So a short while later, she takes Peter to the hospital.
Yeah,
Without
he
saying
offered,
anything, Peter
you know, he
stumbles in and
offered a really
collapses on
great alternative because, like, I love Rob a lot, but his is very much like let's sit down and learn something, and I'll explain why the things are happening in the story, and you know, even things that don't make sense. Where Benny, he was always very focused on keeping the story moving, and like whether the story was bad or good, you know, he showed up with the same enthusiasm every time, and you know, and consistently at that. It's just something that, I don't know, it's just so rare.
a doctor. One of the doctors looks at Mary Jane and asks if he's with her, and she tells him no. And then he shouts for the others that they need to hurry and get him to the operating room. After surgery, Peter slowly begins to wake back
I
up, and then he
forgot
overhears the
goblin
doctors
ears.
speaking with some of the officers that they have a kid who just came in from a gunshot wound. The officer says that they're going to need to
Oh,
go and see and get a
absolutely.
name out of him.
It just
They told that Peter
released
is
it
already
on
gone.
early
And
access
Mary Jane
on
waits to
Steam,
hear
so
from
there's
Peter
this
when the woman
whole.
next to her looks at her.
I mean,
She looks
I've been
down at
looking
scenes
at
like
it for a
that and
long
notices
time,
the
but I didn't
costume
buy it
on.
until it came
Mary
out
Jane
on Steam.
discloses it.
which I wish I had bought it earlier because it came out on you know, it's free to play, so you don't have to buy anything. But
Mary Jane begins to run. Getting away, Peter and
I wish I
Mary
got the
Jane back up in
Founders
a nearby
Edition.
building. And Mary Jane says that was so cool. Could you swing us home now? Peter tells her no. He's hopped up on painkillers and he doesn't even know how to find home right now.
There, let's get a match going.
Wake up from sleeping on the couch since Peter hasn't come home. As she gets up, she checks on his room to see he's already fast asleep and decides to let him be for now. But as soon as the door shuts, Peter gets back up in pain and decides to just put on the news for a bit.
Yeah, no, it doesn't take much, like, I don't know, maybe 5-10 minutes at most to find a match. I've only done solo though, so I can't speak for you know, 2-3 party teams.
As for Spider-Man, he is a coward and a thief, and he will pay for what he has done. The next day at school, Peter heads over to his locker to find a letter addressed to him in it. He opens it and it reads, "Black van in the parking lot. I'll take care of the shoulder." Peter checks around to see if anyone was
Oh, hey man, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
He goes out there to find it, and the door suddenly slides open.
I stream every day, just to let you know. So I just got off a long Fallout binge. So branching out to some dark and darker, detoxing a little bit from Fallout. Right away, you could argue.
But as she looks at the wound, she says, "Actually, you're already healing pretty well. Do you have an increased healing factor?" And Peter tells her he's not sure, maybe. He hasn't been able to do much research on it. Janet tells him that's alright. She has something here that it was a chemical in chickens that helps increase the healing of humans.
I appreciate, you know, what the Ultimate Universe was, for what it was at the time, but I guess.
How do they get a blood sample? And she tells him that Nick got one from him. He should just consider himself lucky that they happen to be watching the news. Peter then asks if Nick...
I'm usually on from the morning. I'll probably be on for like another hour or so. Yeah, you know what? I loved like comic books like Spider-Man's run. And like it gave us Miles Morales, so you know, there's no denying it did more good. But like some of the stuff was just so like I don't want to say cringy, but it was definitely a little too edgy. Like Tony Stark having a sex tape with Black Widow. I don't know. It was just there's just a lot of moments like that. You know, what's his face? Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch hooking up. No, man. No. Are you gonna take? I don't know. It's risky when you do stuff like that because you have the potential of killing a character or two, depending upon what you're doing.
The next day, there are news reports about another robbery, and Peter waits.
Oh my God, the Hulk! Yeah, some of the characters out of the Ultimate Universe were absolute nightmares. I think about the Blob eating the Wasp. Although that was just cool artwork. I'll say that. I do like my gore. All right.
"You just murdered a cop." The man tries to get back up, but Peter grabs him by the back of the neck and he punches him into a teller desk. The man fires a weak web shot, but Peter catches it. He then gets up stating, "If it's money you want, you can have it. It's right over there." Peter webs the man's chest and swings him towards him, asking, "Why me? Why use my costume?" As he rips the man's mask off, the man says that it was nothing personal, honest.
Well, why you waited so long?
The man shouting, "Some guy? The world thinks Spider-Man is now a murderer, and it's all because of some guy who decided to put on my costume." He grabs the man by the throat, asking, "What stops
oh wait, no, I didn't.
you then?" The gripper on the man's throat tightens as Peter stares into his eyes, and then he lets go. He looks at himself for what he has just done, but as the police storm inside, they see the man hanging with a note. The man says, "Please, get me out of here. It was all me. I acted alone." And the officers take the note off as it reads, "From the real Spider-Man." He heads off and stops back at home, telling himself he almost lost it. He could have killed that man, and then what would he be?
Someone just try to poke me over there?
May finds Peter out front and tells him that they need to talk. Inside, Peter and May head into the room where Gwen Stacy is staying, and they tell her due to her situation with her mother, they were hoping that she may consider staying with them. The next day at school, Peter tells Mary Jane that they're going to be finishing up moving the rest of Gwen's stuff in and see what happens. And as he says that, Mary Jane turns away. She says that this isn't it. She thought it was, but this isn't it. Peter asks what she's talking about, and she shouts, "Us! This isn't what she thought it was gonna be like." But now every night she has nightmares. Horrible nightmares where he dies or she dies every night. Ever since that day in the bridge, she thought she could handle having a superhero boyfriend, but no, she can't. And the worst part is, she can't even tell him to stop because he won't. It's going to kill him one day. Then this, Gwen staying over,
She's not wrong.
Peter tries to tell her no, but Mary Jane just shouts, "No, I'm not stupid. I just can't do this anymore. I love you, and I can't do this anymore. We're officially done, Peter Parker." And he went home after school, and all he could do was think about Mary Jane. With everything that's going on in his life, she's the only person that he could talk to, and now she's gone. Peter thinks that maybe he should just call her. If she hears his voice, maybe she'll come around. She was supposed to love him. But just as Peter gets the courage to dial, he throws the phone aside, stating, "No, it's a stupid idea." As the phone flies through the air and crashes into the wall, Peter goes to pick it back up and then notices a door.
Wasn't there a time where, like, Wolverine took over, like, for a day, Peter Parker's body, and he tried to bang Mary Jane, who was much younger lady than Wolverine? I love the Ultimate Universe, but there were some questionable moments for sure.
He tells her that he found a bunch of old boxes in the basement but May stops him, telling him that her and Ben were waiting until he was old enough to see this. It seems that now he's older. Peter kind of remembers that other family, the Brocks.
But I have to say, I love what they're doing with the new Ultimate Universe, and I love how they're making the Maker, you know, the genesis of it. Makes a lot of sense. I love what they've been doing with the Maker, that version of Reed. I can't get enough of it.
The two of them talk for a while, and Eddie says that they should meet up, catch up on old times. And the next day, Peter stops by Eddie's dorm room to head out for some coffee. As they sit, Eddie says that he's actually going to college for astrophysics. Peter tells him that that's actually what his major is going to be as well. Eddie laughs, telling him that it would just be like them, trying to impress their fathers. Peter tells him actually that's what he wanted to come by for. While going through his father's old things, there was a videotape of all of them having a picnic. Eddie thinks back to that day, and he's just amazed. Eddie says that since they're on this topic,
no, we haven't seen him in a while.
A little while later, Eddie takes Peter over to a lab that he's been using for school to show him something. As Eddie opens up a small locker, Peter sees a small beaker full of black liquid, and he asks what it is. Eddie grins and tells him
I can't get enough of that guy, though.
He goes on to state that this is
how are you feeling? Have you been feeling about, like, the symbiote stuff lately? Because, like, I thought it kind of started strong, but I don't know.
And Eddie says that currently it's just a pile of protoplasmic goo, but what it's supposed to be is a cure for cancer.
I mean, I think the Maker is going to come back in a big way, because they're setting up the new version of the Ultimates, sort of, between Iron Lad, their version of Doctor Doom. So I think he's going to be coming back in a big way, sooner or later. Because they wouldn't be setting up all this, you know, these Avenger-type moments without a big villain coming in.
However, because they were work for hire, it meant that everything that they were working on was technically owned by that company, which meant as well.
It's I don't know.
Left by Eddie Sr., stating that he was the one who pushed Ray into working for this company when Ray
I'm just not sure, like, why it exists, you know?
To try and finish the project that they spent their lives working on. As Peter flips through the paperwork, Eddie tells him that that's the last.
Like, I feel like they made up a bunch of problems with Meridian, and then, like, decided, we don't feel like doing it anymore.
Peter then asks if that's the case, what's the black stuff? And Eddie says that it was something
Or, like, that's the direction it's going. Like, I feel like they regretted it as soon as they introduced him.
But they didn't get far enough with it. Eddie begins to pack up everything, saying how their fathers were really onto something, but they may have been several years ahead of their time. Professor Connors said that even if
it's getting confusing, like having Eddie Brock jump through space and time, and I just, I don't know, might be too much character development. You know, he can, like, exist throughout any point in time, like he's existed, I guess. It's just getting a little too confusing for a small brain like me.
Nothing they can even do. As Peter heard that, he decided no. There's always some company trying to take someone else's work and make profit on it, but not this time. He will finish what his father started. All he needs to do is get a small sample of this.
Yeah, you see, I can't, like, and Venom's one of my favorite characters, and I barely understand it, if I feel like I'm understanding it at all.
Covering his hands, it doesn't stop, and it continues covering the rest of his arm as soon as his entire body.
And now Carnage has, like, turned himself into a god.
As the outer crust hardens, Peter bursts out of it. But what he finds is that the suit is completely covered him. Elsewhere in the city, a pop singer.
Yeah, ironically, you know what's funny is Carnage's books have been the best.
enough money to pay for a ransom, right?
You know,
However,
between
as
dealing with the
Peter
version of him
falls
that
for the limo. Seconds
Cletus
later,
that became
Peter
like the
opens the door,
orphanage,
jumping
and
into the passenger
then
seat, asking if it's processing already.
you know, the Carnage
Everyone stares at him
symbiote
and
going
he
off
asks,
and doing
"What,
its own
processing?
thing.
Limo?"
Like,
Still
all
no
that's
answer.
been
Peter punches the
awesome,
driver
but
straight
I don't
up.
feel like they know what to do with
Then
Eddie
follows,
Brock.
hitting Peter and the soldier, but
Or
the blue
Dylan,
suit
for
takes
that
the hit
matter.
and just repairs itself. Peter then quickly shoots a web back, covering
Like,
him
they,
with a gun, and
I
then
feel like
another
they
one with a
started
second
strong
man.
with
The men begin to
Dylan
scream,
after the
Peter
whole
shouts
Null
that they need
thing,
to
because
settle
they had
down. We will pull this car over
the
right now.
the
The
Red
singer, too,
Goblin
begins to
thing
scream,
with
so Peter wipes up her mouth,
little
telling her
Normie
sorry,
there.
but he already has a little bit of a headache, so
But now there's like just too many
finally, after
symbiote
stopping the
books.
limo, Peter gets out and lets the singer out and tells everyone that for the record, they're just friends. An officer pulls up telling Peter to put his hands in the air.
And
as he
God,
does,
and
he fires
Spider-Man
away and
is still a
swings away.
fucking
He
train
tells himself
wreck.
that this
Like,
suit is amazing. Whatever his dad
all that
invented is
shit with
just amazing.
Chasm,
First taking a bullet, and he's also stronger
that
and
dude
faster.
MJ
All he has
hooked
to do
up
is
with.
think and a web appears.
It just
Quickly
all
pouring
feels so
laundry, a man fires
needless.
the gun, running out, telling people that he told them not to move. Peter chases down the man and corners him in a dark alley. But as he crawls down towards him, the man begins to fire, and Peter just knocks the gun out of his hand and throws him into a pile of boxes. He grabs the man, telling him that there's nowhere that he can hide, and as he looks, he sees a flashback to the shooter who shot Ben. Peter mutters that he was the one.
And
He was the
that's
one who
another
killed Uncle
thing.
Ben.
Like,
The man says that he didn't know that the
Eddie
man that
Brock
shot
looks
was
like,
Uncle,
and Flash. Actually, no, it's Flash Thompson. I saw recently. That dude looks his age. He looks like he's mid-30s. You know, something like that. Peter constantly looks like he's fucking 16. It's like that. Not only can he not have character development, but he's not allowed to go past like his fucking high school age physically. It's getting old. Oh, great.
Report on Spider-Man, showing off the new black suit. As Eddie watches, he begins to think that it couldn't be, and then he starts to head over to the lab. Once he gets inside, he sees Peter standing there holding the beaker, and he asks if that's him. And then he looks up to see the window opened and a set of handed footprints crawling in. Eddie shouts, "What have you done?"
Open,
and Peter
open,
tells
open.
him it's not what he thinks. Something
Close,
horrible
close,
has
close,
happened.
close,
The thing
close.
that their father's created, it's uncontrollable. It must be destroyed. Eddie grabs for the beaker, and Peter lifts Eddie by his shirt, and the two
Open,
stare
open.
at each other. After realizing it, Peter sets Eddie
Close,
back
close,
down,
close,
and
close,
Eddie tells
close.
him, "You're Spider-Man." Peter tells him that that doesn't matter right now. What they need to do is destroy this. He'll explain everything after that is done. A few minutes pass, and Eddie tells him that is all that's left of his friend.
Flash is the veteran.
This costs
I
him
really
almost
liked
kill him.
Flash. I liked that they really found like his own group with him. Although Carnage, like in the recent Carnage book, they
it's not like he can stop him anyway. Peter says
Benny deserves his attention. In one of the more recent Carnage books, I think it was a Carnage book, he runs into Flash Thompson, who is back as a symbiote. Like he's pure symbiote, like Eddie is now. But he's the anti-venom version of it, which Carnage basically asked him, like, okay, so let me get this straight, dude. You can literally heal cancer. So why aren't you like in a hospital or something? Like curing cancer, helping sick children and stuff. Flash Thompson doesn't have a single damn answer. So that's the big whole problem with the anti-venom symbiote. I love Flash Thompson, but it constantly puts that character, whoever has an anti-venom symbiote, in this shitty position of like, shouldn't they always be curing cancer right now? Or, you know? Like, he doesn't owe anybody, I guess, but it just seems odd, I guess, to me. Alright, I'm getting out of here. Oh! There it is. I guess we're cool. No. I've been getting pretty lucky. I keep running into people that are At least neutral. It's been nice. Nice change of pace. Better start looking. Actually, I think I saw some portal shit back there. Oh hell no! I am not. You know what? I would try that shit. Yeah, there it is. This I think this is a different player. I think he's trying to show me something. Or he's gonna betray me. Oh, thanks, man. May as well look at some more loot while I'm hanging out. Oh, alright. As good as it gets. Shows his boner. Get it? Because, you know, he's a skeleton. See if there's any poor bastards that didn't have a guide like me. I guess this guy's waiting to die. Oh, I forgot there's a second level. I kind of want to see how these guys do, but I also don't feel like waiting around. Alright, I'm leaving. Taking my booty and going. I know, man. Oh, I remember back in the day with the leaked Deadpool footage, and everybody fucking knew. Anybody that had eyes and could think and see and knew what Deadpool was knew that Ryan Reynolds and Deadpool belong together. Forget that shitty Wolverine movie. We already killed it. Hopefully, it'll die again in the new one. But yeah, Deadpool got it right. He is literally Marvel Jesus right now. There's no stopping it. Yeah, that I swear to God, if that movie is terrible, then Marvel Disney needs to give it up because what a fuck up. Like I think it's the only Marvel movie coming out this year. No, because I know that other stuff is cooking, but oop, take some lucky shoes. Oh my God, the ending of that first Deadpool movie where you know he executes the shitty Deadpool and Green Lantern. Well, actually, he executes Ryan Reynolds before he plays Green Lantern. My God, it's you gotta love that self-awareness. That's not even just from Deadpool, but from Ryan Reynolds too. They were just born for each other. I think didn't I might be wrong, but didn't Deadpool in the comic books mention that he would want Ryan Reynolds or something like that to play him if he was ever like in a movie, like way before Wolverine Origins? I don't know. Look that up if don't take my word on that. But yeah, it's everybody knew. Even the fucking movie studio that can't seem to get anything right these days somehow figured it out.
Yeah, they've. I mean, Deadpool certainly made references to Ryan Reynolds in the comic books by now. No way he hasn't. Actually, they just mentioned Deadpool in the comic, a recent comic book he was just in, mentioned how he was there only just to do cross promotion. So that's why he teamed up with Wolverine in the recent comic. I love that. Deadpool knows what he is. Alright, let's get rid of some of this crap. Man only needs so many boots. I swear I find like a disproportional amount of boots more than anything. Find a use for these explosive bottles one day. I'll just go fully loaded. Getting a respectable gold stash going here. Is there really any use for gold outside of like buying shitty equipment? Guess I could use a ring. You know, like that. You know what I've spent the most gold on so far is buying gold coin purses to hold my gold in. I don't know if I'm a moron and like missed a way to like stack gold better, but I feel like a moron. Nope, I've been going hard with just wizard. Classic wizard with the fireball. It's been my it's been what I've been settling with anyways. And the enchantment.
Look,
Fire
right now he's the
enchantment.
only one who knows about him and his powers. That's how important this is. This stuff is way too
Hey man,
dangerous.
if
Eddie takes a seat
you want to
and
hook
says
up
that
with
he's
me on
amazing.
Discord or
Well,
something and do
look
some
at
Dark
what's
and Darker
coming. Just
sometime,
smile
I'd
and
be
Eddie goes
game.
back up, telling him that he just needs to go
I
and
mean,
digest
I'm not going to be
those.
as good as anybody
So
you've
after
played
Eddie leaves,
with,
Peter
but
makes his way over to the power plant to drop the beaker onto a smokestack to incinerate the liquid. But a short while after Peter left to go do that, Eddie returned to the lab. He checks the locker where he keeps the beakers, and he sees that it's empty. And he says,
no, I only just got the game 2 days ago, so I've just been playing the hell out of it past 72 hours. Yeah, Bravo, you should get in on it too, man.
By the lab to clean when she suddenly hears a man groaning. She steps into the room to see what the
It'd be
sounds
great
are
to get a
coming from, and then
3-party
she finds a
going.
smoldering blob.
I imagine it's a lot
He
easier
started
with
as he
like
says,
teammates.
I'm cold. The woman asks if someone is in there and reaches out to it. The blob lashes out.
I mean, in all the loading
shows its
screens, I see
fangs.
people that
As
have
it
friends,
stuffs her into
so,
its
you
mouth,
know.
the room falls silent and
They
Eddie
have to
pulls himself
exist.
up, saying to the room, I'm hungry, but I can't feel anything. I can't even feel my legs. This is all Peter's fault. I need to kill him. I need to kill Spider-Man. The suit begins to wrap itself around Eddie's body, and he shouts, I can do this. I can hold it together. But why can't I feel my heart beating? After a bit of struggling, Eddie stands back up. Now with the suit completely covering him, and he tells himself, okay. The suit tries to take back over, but then two guards appear asking, what's going on? But when they look in, they see a creature standing before them, screaming. One of the guards radios to call the cops, but Eddie grabs the two of them and devours them. The next day at school, Peter sits in class as the rain begins to beat down on the window when he suddenly feels his spidey sense going off. He looks around, and when he looks outside, he sees lightning striking, and then the image of the suit outside outside screaming. He asks how. The suit shouldn't be there. He destroyed it. But now it's here, and he needs to end this. He leaves class, heading outside into the rain to face off against the suit that caused him so many problems earlier. But then it tells him that he shouldn't have lied. Peter watches as he sees a face try to push itself out, and then he asks, "Is that?" And Eddie pulls himself out shouting, "Our fathers died to create this. Now you will too." Peter tells him, "Please tell me you didn't do this to yourself on
Nobody
purpose."
needs a
Without
minimum
answering,
skill
Eddie
level to
throws
play
a
with me.
foreign
I'm
tentacle
just
into
saying.
attack. Peter grabs it, shouting, "This
I
is
would
you.
not be
This
like
is the
one
suit.
to
Let me
talk
free."
shit
And Eddie
about
shouts, "You will die."
people
Then he
sucking
lunges
at the game
forward.
or whatever.
The tendrils wrap around Peter's neck and they slam him into the ground. Peter screams out in pain.
I get by, and that's about it.
"You can fight this. You have to." Suddenly, Eddie stops and he screams. But as Peter reaches out, Eddie lashes again, knocking him to the ground. Peter tells him, "Fine, I've had enough of this." He jumps, leading Eddie away from the school, and once they're clear of it, they jump at each other swinging. Eddie quickly overpowers Peter and pushes them off of the building. But as they fall, they break through the power lines, shocking the both of them. They fall onto a passing car, causing the car to crash into the side of a building. Peter gets back up, seeing Eddie knocked out, and as he gets closer, his spidey sense begins to go off, and the suit grabs him. As it begins to pull him into the blob, Eddie asks, "How does it feel? How does it feel to be a thief and a liar?" But to survive, the suit needs you. It needs to absorb you. Everything begins to fade to black, and Peter jumps out of the blob, shouting, "No!" But Eddie screams, "We need you!" Before Eddie can get back up and attack, Peter runs back in with a tire, cracking and shattering Eddie's face. As Eddie's body flies over the power lines, the sounds of sirens can be heard, and then officers begin to shout for them to stop what they're doing. Peter tells Eddie that he needs to listen, but as the officer sees Eddie in the suit, they open fire on him. Eddie screams out in pain as the officers unload into him, but as he stumbles back, he steps on a live electrical wire. The electricity shoots through Eddie's body, and in a blinding flash, it's turned into a burning puddle. The officers all call out to Peter, but he climbs up the building and escapes. Elsewhere in the city, Nick Fury sits to enjoy his evening dinner when he receives a notification on his watch. He pays the waiter and he walks over to a nearby alley, and as he stands there, he flashes a light, and across from him, someone falls into the dumpster. Nick asks Peter why he's following him, and Peter pulls himself out and asks, "What the hell is that?" Nick tells him that it's something that temporarily paralyzes a
Fuck
person.
yeah.
So how long has he been following him? Peter tells him he's not sure since he left their headquarters. Nick laughs, telling him he just followed
Hell yeah,
the top
man.
espionage
I just like hanging
organization
out. I'm not like a pro gamer or anything like that. I think Bravo can attest that I'm like mediocre at best at games.
To get rid of them. He just wants his life back. Nick looks at him and plainly tells him, "No." Now explain what happened. Through his staggered breathing, Peter tries to explain what happened to Eddie and how he tried to stop him, but Nick then asks, "Where is he now, or was he killed?" Peter says he doesn't know if he was, and Nick asks, "You're not sure if you killed someone?" Peter tells him he thinks he did kill him, but the body disappeared. Nick then says that there's not many actual rules in this game, but
Free
one
to
big
play.
one is that if there's no
And I think
corpse,
they
then the
just
guy's out. Peter stops him,
lessened some of
shouting,
the
"Look, I don't want
restrictions
this. Do the
too.
right thing and end this." So Nick places
I'm not
his
sure
hand
what they
on
were
Peter's shoulder,
before,
telling him,
but-
"You've had a rough day. The important thing to ask yourself is if doing what you did today made someone's life better. If the answer is yes, stop whining. Once you're older, you're going to be a part of one of the finest organizations in the world. You'll be working alongside Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Captain America." While Nick goes on, Peter hardly listens and asks, "What about my parents? How did they die? It was 10 years ago." Nick tells him no idea. 10 years ago, he was in college in India. He then tells him, "Look, my parents died when I was young too, and it sucks. Just go home and watch one of those videos with the girls doing that booty shaking thing." As he leaves, Nick shakes Peter's
That
hand and tells
booty
him
shaking
next time he wants to
thing.
talk, make an appointment or he'll shoot him. Afterwards, Peter decides that he should probably follow back up in the lab to see if he can find some information on Eddie. But what he finds is Eddie's professor, Kurt Connors, is drunk at his desk. He tells Peter that he didn't take nurses,
the
but
West
his
Coast, I
Spider-Man
believe.
after seeing him on
Oregon,
TV
I
wearing
think is
a
the
suit.
server.
So good on him for that. Kurt then goes on to say they have met before.
This is going to be my last game for today, but if you guys want to get on tomorrow, I don't know if I'll get on tonight. We'll see. But yeah, definitely hook up with me. I'm like 90% sure it's the West Coast because that's the closest server to me.
Eddie wore the suit too, and then he was, well,
Right.
not sure if he survived. Kurt goes on asking, why is it that people are so hell-bent on wanting to change themselves into monsters? Even Ray Parker. He was a genius and an admirable man of science, but really, he was the one who started this whole decade of genetic nightmares. Peter shouts that his father was trying to cure cancer. Everyone, including him, purposely turned themselves into monsters. But Kurt brushes off the comment, telling him, yeah, well, Einstein wasn't wasn't trying to invent the atomic bomb. It just worked out that way. As Kurt talks, his speech begins to slur and he begins to pass out with the drinks. Frustrated, Peter jumps out the window calling out to Eddie.
Is that
but even with
true?
the spider sense going off, Peter finds nothing. He's left all alone. As
I
class
am wearing a
begins, Peter
uniform.
sits in his chair wondering just how is it he's
It's
going to
the
get
uniform I
costume,
use
but
to
just run into
explore
Eddie, he's now
other
left
timelines,
costumeless.
you
But
could
since
say.
he got his original costume from wrestling, maybe he can go get another. All of these
I don't know if you've ever worn a uniform, but
and she
feels
scribbles in her
good.
notebook. What's the matter?
Feels good
She touches
to
Peter. After reading
go to
it,
work
Peter
wearing
scowls,
something
writing
that
back,
you're
The
gonna
two go
get
back
stuff
and forth
done
until
in.
finally Peter writes, if you really cared, why are we not together? But before Mary Jane can respond, the teacher grabs her and Peter's notebooks and starts to read the conversation to the class. Everyone begins to laugh at them and Gwen whispers to Peter, oh dude. Once class is over, Peter heads out, but before he can leave, Flash
You recognize
shouts and
any of
asks
these
if he knows
patches I got
He looks
on?
around and doesn't see anyone in the hallways and asks
Show
for
off the
what?
girls
He asks
here.
if he's trying to pull some prank so that everyone can laugh at him. Flash tells him no, he needs to talk to him outside for a sec. Peter thinks about it for a moment and then says, you know what? No. Everyone's probably outside waiting to see what happens, so no. And he walks off. Kong steps out of class and sees Flash and asks what's going on.
All right,
And
I got
Flash
8
quietly
minutes.
tells him nothing.
Oh.
Later that day, a group of thugs begin to chase down a woman that they're trying to rob. The woman mistakenly turns down a
Look at that.
dead
See, I got
alley
another
and
friendly
shows
guy.
her. As one pulls out a knife, his hand gets webbed up and Peter calls out from the shadows that they must be real happy being walking cliches. Not even a care in the world. Peter jumps out wearing a sweater and jeans and the thugs just stare at him. With no one moving, Peter asks, what? And the leader of the group asks, who are you supposed to be, Spider-Man? Where's the costume? Peter tells him that his mom is washing it for him.
Can't
but the
believe I
leader
ran.
rushes
This is
forward.
the
Everyone follows
third
behind
game
him.
I've
So
ran
Peter
into
grabs
somebody
and knocks the
friendly.
group out while throwing them all into a corner. After webbing the group up, Peter goes back to check on the woman and she just points at his eye. He notices that one of his lenses fell out of his mask and he tells everyone not to move. It's a white sliver of glass. A short while later, after trying to fix his makeshift costume, Gwen comes downstairs asking Peter
Look at
if
this
he wants to go to
synergy.
the party.
I love
He tells
it.
her that they're both losers, everyone hates him, and she hates everyone, so what's the point? Gwen says they should at least try it and see if anybody else there is having fun at all. Under his breath, Peter says it's only because they're miserable loner orphans. But Gwen stops him, telling him, screw it, we're going to that party. So as they go to the house party, it's just
Can
as
dual
Peter
wield
said,
crystal balls.
Neither of them are having fun. And just as Peter gets ready to leave, he sees Liz and Mary Jane, but different.
Where did
she
he
has a
go?
haircut and it's dyed black, and she's wearing skimpy little clothes. Mary Jane is in the same
Nope.
clothes before. So as
guess
she walks through, she sees
we're
Peter out the
splitting up.
corner of her eye, but she doesn't stop. He sighs, telling himself that it's time to go now, and Gwen tells him, absolutely. But no sooner does Gwen say that than a loud boom comes from outside. All of the teenagers run out of the house chanting, Jadolf! When Peter and Gwen get outside, they see a young boy standing on a
Actually, the
the
one you might be the most familiar with in terms of Star Wars would be right here. This would be the Bounty Hunters Guild crest.
Peter and Gwen run out the back, and that's when they spot Mary Jane and Liz. Peter helps Mary Jane from being knocked over, and the four start running through the crowds. A little while later, though, everyone meets up at the bus stop, and Gwen asks what exactly happened back there. Two other girls say the kid's name is Jadolf or something, but he goes to their school. While the girls gossip about him, Gwen spots the public bus coming their way and tells everyone to come on. As everyone gets on the bus, Peter and Mary Jane catch each other looking at one another. Mary Jane smirks, patting the seat next to her, and Peter asks, what's so funny? She leans in, whispering that it's funny that he could be home in like 2 seconds if he wanted, but instead he's riding the bus like the rest of them. He says about that, he may have lost his costume. But as they go on and laugh, Mary Jane reaches into her purse and pulls out
Yes,
a
sir.
letter.
That's
When
what I got on
everyone
the
gets off their stumps,
collar
Mary Jane
here
calls
is,
Peter aside and tells him that she's going to give him
it's
this letter that she's been
the,
holding for a
I
while.
believe
She
it's
just
the
wants him to
training
read it when he gets
program
home,
that
not
you need to
before.
go
Peter tells her
through in
fine,
order
and she nervously
to
hands the letter over and leaves with Liz. Afterwards,
become
Peter
whatever
watches
Shepard
someone read
is,
the
a
letter,
commander,
and it's a letter telling
which
Peter
is
how
known
much
as
she loves him,
N7
that she's
training.
just so scared about everything that
I
happened
believe they
around
have a
her, but she
product
wants to
line
find
as
ways to
well,
communicate herself
like
better so that
guns
they
and
can
whatnot.
actually make a relationship work. So she'll be waiting for him to come over if he wants. As soon as he
Now,
finishes
I'd be
writing,
surprised
he
if
runs out
either
of
of
the
you
basement
knew
and down the
which
street to Mary Jane's
patch
house.
this
He
one
climbs through the
belonged
window and he
to.
asks
This
Mary
one
Jane if
is
she means it. She says
semi-obscure.
yes. She's just so scared. Promise no one else is gonna throw her off of a high building? Peter tells her that he promises, and the two begin to kiss. The next day at school, Peter sees some of the kids spray painting Jadolf rules across the lockers, and he asks himself, how exactly does he rule anyway? As he goes on thinking, Mary Jane kisses Peter on the cheek. And
This
asks
one
him
would
if it's all
be
right now. He tells her, of course.
here
While they
the
talk, Flash
Royal
asks Peter
Saiyan
if he has a
family
second to
crust.
talk. Peter snaps at him, telling him
from
that he really doesn't have anything
Dragon
to say
Ball.
to him, and
So
Mary Jane
you
adds,
might think
shouting
of
that
like
she should
King
grow up.
Vegeta.
Flash tries to continue talking,
Vegeta
but tells him, fine,
sometimes.
it's nothing. And as he walks away, Liz runs up shouting what's going on. She holds out her phone and says that it's her cousin who invited them to that party, and it sounds like that guy Jadolf is blowing up more things again. Mary Jane leans into Peter, telling him, "We gotta go, but don't worry, I have at least half a costume done for you." Peter asks, what does she mean by half? And Mary Jane says that she needs exact measurements, but it's better than no costume, right? So he changes, and as he steps out, he appears to be wearing a rather loose shirt in sweatpants. And he says
Right.
he's kind of
Look at that.
After leaving the school, Peter swings his way through the city, following the
You know, it's tough. Like, you know,
he lands in front of him, and Jadolf stares at him for
I find as I get older, like I'm looking for more reasons to love things than I am to hate them. So on one hand, I'm super glad that they're expanding the Dragon Ball universe, that it's going to keep going. You know, we're even if it's not the perfect anime, it's turning on new younger viewers. But that being said, like the Super Saiyan God stuff is clearly just another like gimmick. It's as about as you know, cool as Super Saiyan 2 and 3, you know. So like if you're into more transformations, that's cool. I like that you know they kind of have some new designs to work with, but I think at the end of the day we know all that extra Super Saiyan stuff is just a reason to sell like different toys and merchandise. I think more than it is based on like writing decisions. But you know, like putting on my blinders for the Super Saiyan God stuff. I do love the hierarchy that they've introduced and how they've expanded on the Supreme Kai things, the God of Destruction. The Universal Survival Tournament, I don't think is quite what people wanted, but I appreciate that they're thinking bigger and bigger. Especially after the Supreme Kai said what? There are like 30, 40 inhabitable worlds, or worlds in Universe 7 that have civilizations on it. That's super fucked. Not to create a pun, but so it's a good thing that they have these other universes, because the Universe 7 is apparently really small. If you discount the other world and demon stuff. But let's see. You gotta love that they brought back Frieza. He was never going to come back in a clean way, but I am glad that he's back. I don't know if you follow the Dragon Ball Super manga, but they're setting up Frieza to be like the final, I think, I don't know, threat, at least as far as the manga goes, with Frieza Black and all that. So overall, I'm happy that Dragon Ball Super is there, but like when I think about the fan made Dragon Ball Super, the Dragon Ball multiverse fan manga. Oh yeah, yeah. You're gonna no. I almost wish it was. Honestly, it's a spoiler, but like be surprised. Frieza has a new transformation and can one-shot Ultra Ego Vegeta and Ultra Instinct Goku. So it's one of those things like, all right, another transformation. So what do they got to do this time? Is it going to be a super duper Ultra Instinct? Is it going to be I don't know, Goku and Vegeta going to do the ego and instinct dance? I don't know. You can only keep giving people so many colors. That's not good story writing. But that being said, like when I look at something like Star Wars, some of my favorite things about Star Wars are filling in George Lucas's shitty plot holes. You can't tell me that the Clone Wars TV series doesn't solely exist to fill in plot holes that exist throughout, the prequels and sequels and everything else in between. And I love the Clone Wars, So sure, we had to get 3 dog shit movies to get it. But look at that good thing we got there. And there's been plenty of other good things to come out of Star Wars too. Uh, Even like looking at the recent shitty trilogy, you know, it's plenty of good stuff has come out of it, around it, not from that movie, but those newer movies. But I think you get what I think you smell what I'm stepping in, you know. Oh yeah, and what is it? Tales from the Empire. It's not bad. It's definitely worth watching. It helps wrap up a storyline from the Clone Wars, so which I thought was pretty cool. So definitely check out Tales from the Empire if you haven't already. Yeah, when I first saw Clone Wars, I saw the pilot episode in theaters, and I did not like it at all, to be honest. That first pilot episode, like Jabba's son has yet to come back, and I paid money to go see that in theaters. So I honestly just disregarded the Clone Wars for the longest time. Um, I want to say it wasn't until like maybe like a year or two before Disney bought Star Wars was the time I actually sat down and watched Clone Wars all the way through. And then I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that, I disregarded the entire series because I didn't like the pilot episode. And I think that's what turned me off because they tried to sell the pilot episode like a movie, like I don't know if anyone watching was around back then when they showed that first Clone Wars episode in movies, but they were trying to make it seem like it was going to be like you come in, you watch the movie, you digest it, and you leave. And at the time, it wasn't that clear that it was going to be like, yep, this is the first episode of a TV series. And I think it left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths because that pilot episode was being compared to movies, not TV shows. So it was kind of almost like a bait and switch. So the way it was introduced to me, it's a shame. Like I wish if I saw it on TV, like that first pilot episode, I would have watched it probably from the beginning. Uh, but better late than never. But I think I'm going to sign off for now. What sucks is they don't make great shows for kids no more. No respect. They used to, that there's actually something for that. You look at stuff like Adventure Time, for example. Like they're still making more Adventure Time stuff. Is there like I don't know. I can't think of stuff that's happening now that's like made for kids that is good. Like something I've been really liking about more recent cartoons is that I feel like it doesn't talk down to kids as much. Like, I feel like you could watch an old episode of Doug, from the Nickelodeon days, and there's always some fucking lesson to be learned, or like Hey Arnold, or those shows were like good for its time, but I could not sit down and watch like an episode of Doug to save my life, unless it was just like to nostalgia reasons, I guess. But like Adventure Time, I could watch that all day long. So I don't know what it is. I can't think of recent new things made for kids that just is very good, or at least stuff that I've been into. Um, but all right. Anyway, I could rant on forever about TV and movies, but thanks for following. Just depressing, to be honest. Hopefully, we can help you to be just neutral, at worst someday. Thanks, Bravo, for stopping by like you always do. I love that you come by. I always tell my people about you behind the scenes. You come and hang. All right, JD, you got it. But whether you watched it now or later, wherever you are, whenever you are, thanks for tuning in, and I'm gonna catch you guys later. Peace.